Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The cramped yet hollow interrogation chamber was bathed in glaring light, illuminating everything. The dazzling white light tried its best, yet the darkness still clung to the room. It wasn't people exploring knowledge, it was knowledge hunting them, consuming those who came to understand it. The Primarch sat at the cold interrogation table, silently digesting everything. Heavy breathing, breathless gasps teetering on the edge of suffocation, sputtered through the laboring toxin filter of his respirator. Mordorion slouched like a corpse, his hood concealing what little of his eyes could still face the outside world. Despair and fear were his cage and chains. Confusion. Fear. 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 He was nailed to the sharpest cliff of Barbarus as a plague eagle tore at his flesh. The awareness of the entity above never once turned away, its gaze remained upon him. He was the chosen unfortunate, the favored cursed. The garden's master adored his toy. He was its no. No. He was Mordorion, the liberator of Barbarus, the leader of the 14th Legion. He was himself. He was not those beings. He was human. Mordorion clung desperately to his identity. He was still here. Nothing had happened yet. He hadn't been taken. But despair. Despair pleased it greatly. He blinked. Plus, Mordorion stood still. The dim lights aboard Endurance illuminated the corpses at his feet. Around him, there was a hushed sound, the growth of bacteria, the revelry of viruses. No Astartes remained at their posts. Disease had struck them all. An endless proliferation of festering corruption had overrun their bodies. Bloated forms strained against the confines of their power armor. Pus oozed faintly from the seams. Their aimless twitching, was it pathological, or were they struggling against their fate? Father. The towering Primarch bent down, trembling, racked with pain and weakness as the sickness ate away at him. Father, kill me, please kill me. Gently, Mordorion reached out, removing the glove from his power armor. His pale, skeletal hand rested lightly on the neck of his son. I'm sorry. Death was the last kindness Mordorion could offer. But the mantle of death had been stolen from him. He had never truly understood death. The neck twisted at an unnatural angle. No blood spilled, only a murky, viscous liquid seeped out. He didn't die. No, he was already a corpse, trapped within his own body. The hollow, milky eyes of the fallen Marine locked onto Mordorion. From his throat came a raspy, wet sound, choking cries. No, don't look at me like that. Mordorion rose abruptly and fled, nearly stumbling in his haste. He was a coward. He had abandoned his sons, his warriors. He could do nothing for them. The endless torment stretched on unending. It was eternal. He surrendered. Yielded. Bowed. Anything to grant his sons a tomorrow. Plus, Mordorion stood there, gasping for breath as though suffocating. Despair wrapped a black cloak around him. He was alive, but utterly broken. No, Father. Don't kneel. You promised us you would free everything. Father. Plus, the searing burn returned, pulling him back. The Primarch opened his eyes, blinking at the blinding light. He blinked in confusion. Was it an illusion? The future? Or a reality? Hades looked at him. Are you all right, Mordorion? Mordorion didn't answer. Like a sleepwalker, the Primarch rose from his seat. The chair scraped against the floor, its screech echoing sharply. Father. Mordorion shook his head, dazed, and walked toward the door. Hades quickly followed, reaching out to touch him lightly. Fortunately, Mortarion's soul still gleamed with pure, radiant white. But why had he stood so suddenly? What had Mordorion just seen? The moment Hades stepped out into the hallway behind Mordorion, he immediately found his answer. The corridor outside the interrogation chamber was now a sea of white and green. People. Nothing but people. Kneeling Barbarus-born mortals. Those who had glimpsed the edge of the truth. Don't kneel. Mortarian's raspy voice echoed through the corridor, spreading ripples of sound. But no one moved. Countless Death Guard, clad in full armor, knelt silently with one knee to the ground. Bolt guns, melta weapons, chain sides, they lay in mute submission. While Hades had been explaining the warp entities, the visions Mordorion had experienced, the despair he had felt, seeped through his psychic link with the Death Guard. They had all seen that future. Mordorion and his entire legion had seen a glimpse of their ultimate fate: to rot within the filth. Some veteran Terran Astartes barely managed to hold their ground, trembling where they stood. But the Barbarus-born, who had followed Mordorion since the planet's liberation, immediately abandoned whatever they had been doing and ran to him. They felt their Primarch's despair. "Stand up. Don't kneel." Mordorion roared, his voice booming through the corridor. But the kneeling knees didn't budge an inch. The bond between Astartes and their Primarch was unbreakable, tied together by their very souls. Especially when an Astartes truly reveres and loves their Primarch. The emotions and state of a Primarch are faintly perceptible to every Astartes. Barbarus stood at the end of the corridor like a gatekeeper. Moments ago, the Endurance had seemed to transform into a swamp filled with pulsating flesh, where despair and sickness spread into every corner. But the visions soon dissipated, leaving only the cold, indifferent walls of the Endurance behind. Barbarus was the first Death Guard to recover. His chest ached with suffocating pain and despair. Realizing what might happen next, Barbarus immediately ordered all non-essential mortal crew members to retreat to their quarters and remain on alert. He then summoned the hardened veteran Astartes to take over defensive duties. Even some of the Terran-born Death Guard arrived, drawn by the massive emotional fluctuations of their Primarch. Unlike the others, they did not kneel but stood stoically at the edges, like loyal knights guarding their liege. Mortarian's furious shout echoed through the corridor, yet no one left. Was this a silent plea for help or a desperate cry for salvation? Or perhaps both? Mordorion suddenly turned around, slammed the interrogation chamber door shut, and strode back to the table. Sitting down, he buried his face in his hands in despair. Hades, who had witnessed the scene in the corridor, swallowed nervously. It wasn't just Mordorion. The entire Legion, connected psychically to their Primarch, had been exposed to the same vision. This time, it seemed he had made a grave mistake. But Hades frowned in confusion. He didn't recall ever being so reckless. No, this wasn't the time to doubt himself. "Mordorion?" Hades asked cautiously. Mordorion let out a feeble grunt in response. He understood why his sons had knelt. They were begging him, pleading with him not to kneel. Begging him to stand tall, to lead them. But he couldn't. Just as he couldn't when he was that weak boy thrown from the cliffs by Nikaer. The tactile memory of his son's neck lingered on his hand. "Mordorion, let me continue telling you what I know." Hades's voice broke the silence. It was urgent, yet earnest. The warp entities aren't invincible. They're bound by the rules of the warp, and their existence is repelled by the physical world. Rather than physical destruction, they excel at corrupting minds. As long as one maintains firm resolve and rational thought, they cannot easily sway you. Moreover, even those entities that manifest in the physical world can be banished back to the warp by destroying their physical forms. We can fight them. They are not unbeatable. Mordorion didn't move. What was that scene just now? Hades swallowed again. That was a vision. But if we continue down this path, that is the future. So that's what it was. Mordorion prided himself on his materialist worldview. But the sudden vision, the overwhelming despair, it all felt so real. "You knew about this all along?" Mortarian's abrupt question made Hades stiffen. "Yes. I've seen similar visions before." Mordorion glanced at Hades before lowering his gaze. "Then why are you still here?" "Following me, a Primarch destined to be consumed, leading a doomed legion." This comrade, who had stood with him until the summit, Hades, if he had learned the truth aboard Emperor's Dream, why had he not chosen to leave? Hades fell silent. "Because I know that the future isn't set in stone. We still have the present to hold on to." His voice was resolute. "Perhaps we can't save everything. But at the very least, we can save ourselves." Mordorion looked up at Hades. "So that's why you sought out the librarium, isn't it?" Hades stood firm. "Yes. We still have a chance to act. Before everything comes to pass. Plus, Terra, Imperial Palace. moments ago. Plus, a torrent of administrative tasks flowed in. Sitting on his wooden office chair, he monitored various data streams, reviewed countless documents, and organized the information into packets. Stamping them with his sigil, he sent them off. The sheer workload was unimaginable to others, yet the elder handled it with diligence. However, bang! The sudden noise came from the bookshelf behind him as a doll shattered. Startled, the elder turned. The intricate flow of information abruptly halted, clogged at this moment. A black-painted doll had split apart. Malcador sighed deeply. "Emperor, my master, my dear friend, did you truly choose wisely?" He had never seen such an incident arise during a legion's integration phase. The flow of information resumed once more. Malcador sighed again, dispatching a special classified order from the palace. White. Dazzling. Cold. Unforgiving. The light flickered. The room was bright but far from warm. Despair had once engulfed this place. It still lingered, though a fragile sliver of hope swayed faintly, sustaining an insignificant glow. The Primarch sat silently. Somewhere beyond the visible world, his sons were crying out without a sound. Quiet. The Death Guard was always like this. But silence was always broken by someone. Mordorion, ever since I glimpsed those visions, I've been contemplating how to resist this seemingly predestined fate, how to win in a war against the denizens of the warp. What Mordorion and his legion needed now wasn't hollow consolation, but actionable advice. Growing up on Barbarus, Mordorion had always been a pragmatist, not an idealist. He would grasp whatever tools he could use, even those he despised. With enough leverage, Mordorion would accept Hades's proposal. And now, my first answer is Psykers. Every human with a soul serves as a conduit between the warp and the physical world. Among them, Psykers are particularly capable of opening interfaces between these realms. But that doesn't mean Psykers should be purged outright. We need them to predict the emergence of warp entities and to gauge the strength of the barrier between the warp and the physical world. Moreover, we need Psykers to fight Psykers and to combat warp creatures. Considering deployment costs, the only thing that can defeat a Psyker is another Psyker. Mordorion slowly lifted his gaze. His amber eyes looked dim under the harsh white light. "And you?" Hades froze briefly but quickly continued. "Blanks are also excellent counters to Psykers, but compared to Psykers, blanks are harder to find, more expensive to train, and less adaptable on the battlefield. Are with circumflex new." Hades himself was a rare mutation. Not all blanks could be transformed into Astartes. Furthermore, Blank's unique traits meant they were only effective in battles involving Psykers or warp entities. Deploying them in other scenarios was far less practical. After all, Blanks could negatively impact their allies as well. During the Great Crusade, where the primary focus was on Xenos and human factions, deploying Blanks was more of a long-term investment. Mordorion silently stared at Hades, deep in thought. So, putting aside Blanks, we, the Death Guard, need a Psyker Corps. Psykers with firm resolve can resist the warp. There was still resistance in Mortarion's eyes. He thought of those foolish enough to dabble in sorcery, and those who ultimately succumbed to madness. And their power, it ultimately came from the warp. That chaotic, insane, and tainted place. Hades's gaze darkened. "I know what you're worried about, Mordorion. I'm not trying to defend Psykers. In fact, as beings closer to the warp, Psykers are indeed more susceptible to corruption, to becoming something we all abhor. That's why we need oversight and corrective measures. This is my second answer. Establish commissars or chaplains within the Death Guard. Call them whatever you like. They wouldn't only oversee the psyche and ideology of Psykers, but also the thoughts and morale of the entire legion." Mordorion fell into deep thought. Commissars? Barbarus had no such roles. And no other legion had them either. Commissars existed in mortal auxiliary forces, and Mordorion had always believed that only weak-willed soldiers needed them. And chaplains? Mordorion knew his brother Lorgar had such figures within his legion, but Barbarus, a land devoid of gods, didn't welcome religion or chaplains with their ornate and wasteful presence. Mordorion furrowed his brow, but the cries of his sons still echoed in the depths of his soul. The warp can corrupt minds. Even if the Death Guard currently embodies resilience and endurance on the battlefield, we still need warriors for the mind and spirit. This is a different kind of battlefield, one the legions have seldom addressed. But it's a battlefield we will inevitably face. A foe we cannot avoid. Were their minds not as steadfast as their bodies appeared to be? But that despair, like maggots gnawing at his soul, was all too real. It felt terrible. If Hades, who had foreseen the visions and was a blank, proposed this, he must have thought it through. Even though Mordorion instinctively disliked these foreign concepts, he was the master of his legion and the father of his sons. He couldn't afford to act on impulse. Only those who confront reality can emerge victorious. Is there truly no alternative, Hades? Hades met his gaze, his eyes filled with seriousness and resolve. Mordorion, if it were up to me personally, I wouldn't favor this either. But under the current circumstances, it seems we only have one option. Mordorion paused for a moment before slowly and silently nodding. Very well. I accept your proposal. The new Psyker Corps will be called the Undertakers. They will bring death. They will send enemies back to another realm, even if their existence is despised by all. And the new division responsible for managing ideology, discipline, and morale will be called the Grave Wardens. Death's long rest may be granted to others, but not to them. They are the Grave Wardens, guardians of the Legion. They must endure this harsh world, pass on the strength of conviction, and protect the barriers of the mind. All right, Undertakers. Grave Wardens. Mordorion slowly mouthed these names in his heart. Their existence would fundamentally change the Death Guard's destiny. Hades swallowed hard. And then, my third answer is blanks. Mordorion raised an eyebrow. Although blanks are few in number and their training cost is enormous, we still need them. For a long time, it will be a losing investment. But we need them. Mordorion spoke aloud the thoughts buried in Hades' heart. Hades nodded. Currently, the Imperium's untouchable forces consist solely of the Sisters of Silence, who follow a formal selection and training process. However, for male untouchables, most are scattered across various external departments of the Imperium without any official recruitment or promotion channels. If we want to expand the ranks of untouchables, we need to broaden the Death Guard's recruitment sources. That is my fourth answer, Hades replied. Not only untouchables, but our legion also requires more troops, he added. Mordorion nodded in agreement. Expansion had always been part of his ambition. After taking over the legion, Mordorion reorganized it into 7 companies, each with a full strength of 70,000 warriors. If the Death Guard reached full capacity, they would boast 490,000 Space Marines. Currently, Barbarus is the only recruitment world for the Death Guard. In the original lore, Mordorion never sought additional recruitment worlds. Hades discreetly blinked, wondering how Mordorion expected to recruit nearly 500,000 Space Marines from a single world like Barbarus, which wasn't even a densely populated hive world. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, Robot Gilliman of the Ultramarines controlled the 500 worlds of Ultramar with an efficient administrative system, yet his legion maintained a standing force of only around 250,000. For the Death Guard to expand, they must secure additional recruitment worlds. During the Great Crusade, acquiring recruitment worlds was relatively straightforward for a legion. With proper handling, newly compliant worlds could be absorbed into the Imperium and assigned to a legion. Hades speculated that Mordorion in the original lore might have doubted the reliability of recruits from other worlds. However, diversifying recruitment sources, if done properly, could also mitigate regional conflicts within the Legion. The grim future was laid bare before Mordorion and the Death Guard. In the face of life and death, personal preferences had to be set aside. Very well, Mordorion said. Recruiting untouchables and expanding recruitment worlds, I'm on board. Hades reflected silently. Psykers and untouchables could combat chaos on the battlefield, while commissars would prevent corruption within the Legion. Expanding recruitment worlds was a universally beneficial move. And then there was productivity. Technology is the primary force of production. Yet Hades swallowed nervously. Honestly, he had entertained the idea of seeking mentorship from the Mechanicum on Mars, but given recent events, his prior actions had likely severed that possibility. He feared that if he left Mortarian's side now, the Primarch might enact another disastrous scene like earlier. Fifth, we need to develop anti-psychic technology and other productivity-enhancing technologies, Hades proposed. From what he knew, the Imperium during the Great Crusade commonly used anti-psychic suppression collars, relics of the dark age of technology. However, the Imperium had not yet mastered this technology. These devices were recovered by the Iron Hands and the World Eaters, but at this point in the timeline, Mordorion had just returned to the Imperium, and the 12th Legion was still known as the Warhounds. Even so, it was proof that anti-psychic technology existed. On the other hand, items like the null grenades used by the Calexis assassins came much later, after the Horus Heresy, when the Emperor was entombed on the Golden Throne. Those, for now, were out of reach. Alien technologies might also offer anti-psychic weapons or psychic manipulating devices. Hades pondered silently, lamenting that he had wanted to go to Mars to seek a mechanicum sage specializing in anti-psychic research. But he decided it was better to send someone else in his place, as he now found himself tethered to Mortarion's side. For Mordorion, this suggestion was straightforward and easy to accept. Mordorion was fond of experimentation and research by nature. Science and logic were the principles he adhered to, which fueled his disdain for the illogical and chaotic nature of the warp. Mordorion grunted, effectively signaling his approval. Hades' structured analysis had laid out their situation and the countermeasures, replacing the fear of an unknown enemy with clear strategies. He even brought the unfathomable entities of the warp into the realm of reason, analyzing their weaknesses and countermeasures. Warp entities were not invincible. They had their own underlying rules. The Death Guard could resist and acquire weapons specifically designed to counter these beings. Reason replaced fear, and Mordorion found himself calculating the execution and impact of these proposals. This seemed to cover everything possible for the moment. Mordorion mused that Hades had indeed touched on all actionable strategies. But then there was the bleak, chaotic, and hopeless future. No, Mordorion knew he could do something more. A decision that could genuinely save them. Mordorion resolved to install self-destruction systems and emergency warp exit protocols on the Endurance and all Death Guard vessels. He would link this self-destruction mechanism to his scythe, Silence. If the worst came to pass, he would let the consuming flames engulf everything. Even if his soul found no peace, at least his uncorrupted sons would find their final death. This might be his last act of defiance and the only thing he could still do for his sons. Hades would never suggest such a measure, but Mordorion would. Of course, he had no intention of informing Hades of this plan. Having come to this conclusion, the suffocating sense of dread finally eased. Mordorion lowered the hand that had been clutching his own throat. In Mortarion's calculation, the worst-case scenario was the majority resting in fiery oblivion, death, as the final outcome. Even if he found no redemption, it would be enough not to fail his sons. At this moment, Mordorion felt strangely relieved as he looked at Hades, waiting for him to end the conversation. His sons were calling to him, his soul stirred. He needed to comfort his shaken children. Yet Hades' gaze was chillingly cold as he continued to speak. Sixth, trust no one. Trust no one, Mordorion. Mordorion froze. Not even the Death Guard? Not even the Death Guard, Hades replied. And what about you? Mordorion asked. Hades took a deep breath. If I am ever corrupted, you must kill me. So yes, that includes me. Pain is an illusion of the senses, fear is an illusion of the mind. Beyond these only death waits as silent judge over all. Mordorion. In the dim corridor, Silence walks. It moves through, eyes cast downward, gazing at each soul, brushing past lifeless statues. No one speaks, no one moves, no one acts. The weighty armor strikes the ground like the fall of a soul, desperately pleading for the hand of a higher power. Despair, panic, supplication, cries, but none of it matters. They cannot raise their weapons. They cannot unleash their wrath upon their enemies. The absurd future has arrived, and aside from decay, aside from bowing their heads, what else can they do? The eternal shroud of poison mist envelopes the Barbarusians, while the overlords of the mountaintops toy with their slaves. The ceaseless plagues corrode the Barbarusians, as the Supreme Father dotes on his toys. From the poisoned mountains he descended, heart burning with fury, yet holding nothing. From the plague-infested mounds of corpses, he emerged, fear gnawing at him, utterly alone. Stand up. He raised the banner calling for rebellion. I am tired. He lowered the hope he had so desperately clung to. He led the Barbarusians to overthrow all injustice and inequality. He led the Barbarusians into the chaotic embrace of Father's love. Father, 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 if even you have surrendered, where should we go? Who will take in us, these emaciated farmers? We are covered in mud, filthy beyond salvation. Who would truly reserve a place for us in their hearts? We are afraid, cowardly, content to be slaves. Please don't abandon us. Please don't abandon us. Father, if you insist on falling, take us with you. Please take us with you. This is the last thing we can do for you. They look up. Their father gazes back at them. The deep corridor stretches infinitely toward the distance, devouring everything, gradually fading into darkness. My sons. The towering figure of the Primarch stands there. The hood that veils his eyes is removed, revealing his weary gaze, yet he remains standing. Mordorion takes a deep breath. After the respirator hums its 7 beats, he reaches up, lowers his head, and removes his disguise. Dry, cracked lines creep across Mortarion's lips, his gift for breathing poison. He speaks. I once had nothing. We once had nothing. Nothing at all. I stood empty-handed, looking at the world in fear and expectation. We too once hoped for the world. At the beginning, Barbarus was far from beautiful. At the beginning, Barbarus was our prison. But then I met you. But we met you. Curious children who glanced at me, elderly who closed their eyes to avoid me, comrades who extended a helping hand, warriors who steadfastly followed me. Are Nigeria Nirio. The pale king descending from the mountains bore the raging flames of fury in his eyes. We never surrendered. But before we could change it all, we had to endure the pain inflicted upon us in silence. Mordorion looks at his sons, lowering his gaze to survey them from above. The outside world is far from kind, and neither are we. We are filthy. We toil endlessly every day. But the spark of rebellion still lies buried in every heart. I am grateful to you for giving me this gift, a heart that rebels. Other than a crown made of weeds and thorns from the field, we could give you nothing else. Meeting you showed me that I was born for humanity. I was born for rebellion. He paused. The Primarch's towering figure sank to one knee, gazing intently at his kneeling sons, as if a cautious father comforting his children. At the forefront of the death guard knelt a child of Diderot Mountain Calvin. Mordorion remembered him well, the boy who once stood silently at his brother's grave, clutching a scythe in his arms. These loyal followers, these people who had nothing, yet gave Mordorion the last scraps of their food, how could he not be moved? They entrusted themselves to him. And he would grant them his mercy. You will not be lost to the endless night, I swear. Even if the final end is the fire. Mordorion slowly blinked. We have all seen it, that decay disguised as the future. Plague, the eternal cycle that torments every one of us. You have seen me kneel. You saw me surrender. Mordorion exhaled softly, his raspy voice cutting through the silence. Yes, in that lightless future I knelt. I betrayed our original oath. I failed the trust you placed in me. His words, like a powerless breeze, swept past the ears of his soldiers yet shook even the most resolute warriors to their cores. For that, I offer no excuse. But please grant me the chance to make one request. They knelt. They stood. They silently accepted. Mortarion's piercing amber eyes fixed upon them. If I betray, if I surrender, then each and every one of you bears the responsibility to kill me. Grant me the mercy of death. Breathless silence, absolute suffocation. Even the faintest whispers of breathing ceased. Behind Mordorion stood Hades, his pupils constricting in disbelief at the sight of the Primarch kneeling before his soldiers. Mordorion raised his head, his gaze piercing to the end of the corridor where veterans stood in mute shock, unable to process what they had witnessed. Defiance, anger, rebellion, these were the silent screams of their souls as Mordorion fell into despair. They were not like the oath-bound Barbarusians, but their loneliness forged an even more steadfast resilience. Protect the purity of the Legion. Mordorion stared at the warriors who still stood and spoke slowly, deliberately. Then the Primarch rose to his feet. Rise, my warriors. Only by standing can we grip our sides tightly. Only by standing can we seize our fate. The clash of metal echoed endlessly, like a surging tide roaring through the narrow corridor. Now, they all stood. Mordorion looked upon his sons with satisfaction, his weathered figure standing tall before their silent ranks. The Primarch sighed. My sons, I cannot grant you glory. I cannot deceive you with hollow honors. I know all too well that those gilded medals offer you nothing. I know you will wade into filthy, muddy battlefields, not the glorious skirmishes the scribes romanticize. You will face endless wars, fight cunning Xenos, greedy humans, and deranged sorcerers. You may find yourselves sinking into the mud, helplessly sprawled atop your comrades' corpses, or clawing your way out of piles of the dead. On a battlefield of filth and despair, there is no glory. I cannot grant you glory, but I can promise you death. Each of us will die on the battlefield, myself included. This is our fate. I will not deceive you with the illusion of a beautiful future. Before we march to our destined death, we will endure all the hardships life throws at us. We will struggle through torment on our path to death. We are the Death Guard. We acknowledge death. But every struggle we endure will leave humanity a land free from oppression. So, fight for humanity. Fight for liberation. My sons. It was a command, a sigh, and a blessing. No one spoke. No one looked up. They were silent warriors, a procession moving through the fog without a sound. Like ripples spreading outward, the Death Guard began to leave of their own accord. Their rushing figures seemed to linger in the corridor, their presence bidding farewell to their past selves before fading into the shadows. Only footsteps and the clinking of metal broke the silence. Soon, the corridor fell quiet. Barbarus led the remaining captains, the chief librarian, and the master of the forge toward Mordorion. Mordorion and Hades stood still, watching them approach. It was time to act. The monitor beeped incessantly, notification after notification. The day's inspection schedule for the ship compartments had been issued. The armory was requesting materials from a nearby star system. Summary reports of issues from various departments poured in. 3 more Death Guards had submitted requests to meet with Mordorion. The shifting light reflected off Mortarion's power armor, its smooth surface gleaming with an almost blinding brilliance as one notification after another illuminated the screen. Seated at his desk, the Primarch silently reviewed and approved the reports. On the Endurance, countless Death Guard were hard at work at their posts. Coordination and reorganization always demanded an immense amount of manpower and effort. The room was spacious and bright. On the wall opposite the door, hanging above Mordorion, was a banner made of coarse burlap. Its stitches were fine and meticulous. At its center, a silent skull encircled by thorns, the emblem of the Death Guard, gazed down upon the room. The monitor displayed a time alert, signaling the next batch of approvals to begin. Mordorion looked up. In the corner of the room, Hades was curled up around his scythe, obituary, snoring loudly in a completely undignified pose, shattering the room's previous tranquility. Hades, wake up. The snoring continued. Mordorion thought for a moment, then drew lantern from his belt. The Xenotech pistol hummed softly, blue light beginning to gather as it charged. He pointed it at Hades. Huh. The snoozing Hades jolted upright instantly, gripping his scythe in a defensive stance. Mordorion, satisfied, holstered the lantern, pretending nothing had happened. He also shifted his gaze, feigning ignorance of the saliva string still clinging to obituary. The next batch of approvals is ready, Hades. Wake up. Realizing Mordorion had only roused him for work, the previously alert Hades immediately slumped, wobbling over to lean his side against the wall before wiping his face groggily. His brain felt like mush. Even as a space marine, this relentless schedule was unbearable. Ever since that pivotal conversation days ago, Hades had been plunged into an intense workload. Sleeping an hour a day, only to be dragged out by the tireless taskmasters for yet more overtime, had taken its toll. By the Emperor. Mordorion was now sleeping just 10 minutes a day, seemingly immune to exhaustion. This, Hades thought, was exactly why he had no aspirations of leadership. Being a rank-and-file soldier made it so much easier to slack off. Hades felt as though he'd been thrust back to his grueling days on Barbarus, during the early struggles of building their first outposts. But times have changed. The people have changed. Forcing himself to blink away the drowsiness, Hades quickly inspected his power armor and obituary. All seemed in order. As though sensing Hades' readiness, a knock echoed through the room. Mordorion turned off the monitor, silencing the incessant beeping. Hades snapped to attention in the center of the room, gripping obituary upright. Enter, Mordorion rasped. Hades straightened, schooling his face into a stern expression, playing the part of a proper backdrop. The door opened, and a warrior clad in standard combat gear stepped inside. He stood at attention and saluted with the Aquila. Mordorion nodded, gesturing for him to lower his hands. Proceed. Mordorion glanced at Hades. Without a word, Hades handed obituary to the visitor, who accepted the scythe with both hands, gripping it horizontally. The soft, slightly wavering white glow flickered. Everything seemed in order. With the weapon bestowed by the Emperor, swear to speak your heart without deceit or omission. Even though Mordorion trusted his sons, Hades decided a thorough screening was necessary. After learning that Hades could channel his black domain through a scythe, obituary, Mordorion and Hades agreed to use it as part of this process. The timing was convenient, allowing them to conduct these checks under the guise of selecting candidates for a new unit. Our withering above. In the Legion, swearing an oath on a weapon gifted by the Emperor was a fairly standard practice. When Hades had struggled to find a justification for using his scythe to administer these oaths, Mordorion had casually solved the issue by stating to Barbarus, "Have them swear on Hades' obituary. It is the first weapon granted to the Death Guard by the Emperor after their formation." Huh, you can do that? Hades had stared at the scythe in his hands, his thoughts spiraling. Well, that does make sense. Why didn't I think of that? The solemn silence in the room snapped Hades out of his daze. His task for the moment complete, he stepped quietly into the corner, observing Mordorion and the Barbarus-born warrior before them. Daniel, what did you see? The warrior opposite Mordorion swayed slightly, then began to speak. I saw twisted flesh and festering wounds. My vision was clouded, as though white mist had shrouded my eyes. I seemed to be lying atop a heap of corpses. And then, Daniel hesitated. Mordorion stared at him silently, unblinking. The weight of his gaze seemed to press on Daniel until the warrior finally spoke again, his resolve firm. I saw you kneeling, my lord. Mordorion remained unmoving. Most warriors, it seemed, had witnessed this same vision. Are you certain of what you saw? The Primarch's quiet but immense aura filled the room. The air seemed to grow colder in an instant. Daniel trembled slightly but quickly steadied himself, his eyes resolute. I swear it is the truth of what I saw. Very well. Mordorion raised an eyebrow, signaling that this interrogation-style interview was over. Hades stepped forward, took the scythe back from Daniel, and watched silently as the warrior departed. Then he waited for the next candidate. We're about done here, right? Hades leaned over to glance at the monitor in front of Mordorion. After 5 hours of these interviews, they had picked out a few promising candidates. To Hades' surprise, even after the shared vision, there were no signs of corruption within the Death Guard. Even Typhon had merely been shaken, not tainted. Mordorion remained deep in thought, his expression dark. Now, where would he find untouchables? The fabric flag hung limply, its folds casting uneven shadows under the dim light. In the Death Guard's meeting room, several captains and a librarian sat around the table. Mordorion occupied the head seat, his gaze lowered as he listened to Barbarous's report. The restructuring of the Death Guard's librarius was largely complete. Fernando was appointed leader of the newly established Undertakers, with the title of Lantern Bearer replacing the old title of Chief Librarian. The Undertakers unit was relocated to a lower level beneath the former Librarius Library as a reminder of their duties. The newly formed Grave Wardens would be led by Garo, the former captain of the 7th Company. This unit was composed primarily of moderate and neutral veteran soldiers. Some rational and restrained recruits from Barbarus, who had performed well despite the illusions they experienced, were also temporarily added to this team. Branka replaced Garo as the new captain of the 7th Company. The allocation of Barbarus-born squads had also been finalized, largely adhering to the division from their initial training as recruits. However, some Barbarus natives volunteered to join the 7th Company, amounting to less than 500 individuals in total. Vorx was reassigned to the 1st Company as Barbarous's subordinate replacement. Mordorion was aware of the negotiations and power struggles among the Terran factions. In the past, he would have dismissed such underhanded maneuvers with disdain and relegated those involved to marginal roles. But now, faced with the shadow of that dark future, Every warrior had their role to play, even if Mordorion found it distasteful. Thus, he chose to remain silent, deliberately observing as these veterans communicated with him through Hades. After all, Hades was capable of managing these affairs. If Hades knew what Mordorion was thinking, he would probably groan in exasperation at his lord's continued disregard for his advice. As for Hades' position, he remained the Death Guard's sole untouchable, making him unique and difficult to categorize. Mordorion had thus assigned him directly to the Death Shroud, without designating a specific position. Once more Untouchables were recruited, a dedicated unit of Untouchables would be formed under Hades' leadership. The Death Shroud, Mortarion's personal guard, currently consisted of 5 Barbarus-born warriors handpicked by him to form his protective squad. Clad in Terminator armor, these warriors would become Mortarion's sides. Mordorion still remembered the surprise on Hades' face when the composition of the Death Shroud was announced. Why only 5? Mordorion had left 2 positions vacant, intending to fill them with Untouchables. Before he could explain, Hades interrupted. Why not 7? Why do you think I'd assign 7 bodyguards? This response momentarily flustered Hades. Big brother, look at your own companies. 7 might as well be branded on your forehead. But, deducing from Mortarion's questioning tone, Hades quickly realized he couldn't say that. So why? In truth, among Barbarus' sparse knowledge, some understanding of numerology had been preserved. Before this, Barbarus' knowledge was monopolized by its Xenos overlords. Compared to books on torture and sacrificial rituals, Mordorion preferred numerology. 7 was a beautiful number, like a scythe, and the most solitary prime number under 10. Sometimes, preferences and habits defy explanation. But now, Mordorion glanced at the feigning ignorance Hades. It's 5, not 7. Hades had unwittingly ended Mortarion's fixation on the number 7. Barasine's report continued, and the responses to the issued orders were mostly as Mordorion had expected. Time passed second by second, and the Death Guard's restructuring report neared its conclusion. A tech priest clad in green and white robes entered. Unlike typical tech priests, their robe was lined with fine gold trim, signifying their status. The tech priest knelt before Mordorion, presenting a slender cylindrical message container intricately adorned with gold engravings. The Imperial Aquila glimmered on its surface. Epsilon. The captains and reassigned officers in the room held their breath, bowing their heads to avoid eye contact. Typically, after a legion's early adjustment period, the Emperor would appoint a seasoned Primarch to guide their newly found sibling in learning and integration. Horus, Primarch of the 16th Legion and the Lunar Wolves, often assumed this role. As the first Primarch found, Horus had commanded most of the legions before his siblings were discovered. His humble and approachable demeanor had left a deep impression on the 14th Legion. Many hoped this letter was merely an invitation from the Emperor for their pre-march to learn from Horus and not something else. Mordorion and the Barbarus-born warriors might not realize it yet, but to Barasine, the timing of this letter was troubling. Considering the time required for communication to travel from Terra, along with administrative processing, this letter must have been sent during their ordeal with the visions. No, it couldn't be. Barasine silently reassured himself. If the worst had happened, they wouldn't be facing just a letter. Mordorion frowned as he removed his combat gloves, accepting the letter with bare hands. The container opened upon recognizing the genetic signature of the 14th Legion's pre-march, revealing a parchment tied delicately with gold thread. With an impatient motion, Mordorion untied the thread and unfolded the letter. The Emperor's personal gold seal and Malcador's sigil flashed briefly at the bottom of the letter. After a long silence, Mordorion finally spoke. "I've been summoned to Terra immediately." Barasine raised his head. "Lord Primarch, should the Legion prepare a fleet for immediate return?" "No. I will go alone. They will dispatch a fleet this afternoon at 1600 Standard Terran Time. Open the concealed port on Endurance's starboard side at that time." Under his hood, Mortarion's expression was inscrutable. Barasine, now ensure all soldiers return to their quarters and remain on alert. Mordorion added unexpectedly. Keep the forges running as normal. All other departments interacting with external parties should operate as usual. And those envoys are to meet with Hades. That noon at 1200 Standard Terran Time. Vorks, don't be nervous. Mordorion sat in a meeting room that felt cramped compared to his towering pre-march form. His expression was blank as he gazed at Vorks, seated across from him. He had already spoken to Morarg, the Barbarus-born warrior initially assigned to the Death Shroud. Following Hades' advice, Mordorion deliberately chose 2 individuals from Barbarus to manage affairs during his absence, one to operate openly, and the other from the shadows. Yes, my lord. I will be leaving the Legion for a time. During my absence, I am entrusting all Barbarus-related matters to you. Huh? Him? Why not Hades? Vorks could understand why Mordorion didn't choose Kulla Typhon. After the incident in the dueling arena, Kulla had clearly fallen out of favor with the pre-march. Moreover, Terra's upper echelons had lost confidence in him as well. I have 4 directives for you. Ensure they are carried out properly. Vorks remained still, awaiting the Primarch's instructions. First, keep an eye on every Barbarus-born individual. Second, hone your skills as quickly as possible. When I return, I want to see that the Legion has Barbarus-born leaders capable of assuming management roles. Third, maintain close contact with the newly formed Grave Wardens. Ensure no one falls prey to the illusions again. Fourth, Mordorion paused. Do your best to improve relations between the Barbarus-born and the Terranborn. The Primarch's raspy voice seemed to linger in the air, and Vorks felt a chill in his heart. Despite the uncertain situation Mordorion faced, he still arranged for the Barbarus-born to have a hidden hand in managing affairs. Yes, my lord. In the name of Barbarus, Vorks of the Death Guard will not fail. Plus, elsewhere, the familiar room held a familiar scent, though only Barasine, Garo, and Fernando were present this time. Hades blinked as the mechanical clock ticked slowly. So, Mordorion is heading to Terra alone, while the Legion stays here to train? Barasine nodded. And the envoys from Terra have requested to meet with you. Surely it's not an arrest warrant? Regarding the Death Guard and Mordorion, if this timing involved him as well, it was likely connected to the previous ordeal with the illusions. In Hades' estimation, the visitors were probably here to assess their purity. That wasn't a concern. Thanks to Hades' meticulous screenings, the Death Guard currently showed no signs of corruption. But as for himself, Hades was unsure of the Imperium's attitude toward him. Would they execute the person responsible for triggering the events? No, it probably wouldn't come to that. At worst, they'd drag him to Terra as forced labor. Setting aside these fears for the moment, Hades decided to offer a warning to Barasine and the others. He turned to Barasine. Keep an eye on Typhon. Plus, the Black Ship. A silent vessel glided through the void, steadily approaching its destination. In the dim, narrow corridors of the Endurance, the Custodes and Sisters of Silence marched forward. Their synchronized footsteps echoed through the halls, accompanied by a suffocating atmosphere of authority. In a meeting room near the deck, Mordorion stood fully armored in the center. Behind him, Barasine and Hades, also clad in full power armor, waited silently. The scene felt oddly familiar to Hades. The lead custodian stepped forward, offering a perfunctory Achilles salute, then dropped his hand swiftly, as though not expecting or requiring a response. A Sister of Silence handed him a golden cube before retreating in perfect order, keeping their distance from the object. The custodian placed the golden cube on the ground with precision, and an image flickered to life above it. Ordinary. That was Hades' first impression of the figure. The projection depicted a slightly stooped, frail old man in ceremonial garb, draped in a plain cloak. His face wore a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, the kind of bureaucratic smile that pushes you from one desk to another. However, the staff he held in his hand demanded attention. Its tip, adorned with a golden eagle engulfed in roaring flames, seemed to scrutinize everyone in the room. Malcador the Sigillite. To signify his sincerity, the old man raised his wrinkled hand and slowly removed his hood. His eyes met Mortarion's, studying the recently recovered son of the Emperor. Hello, Mordorion. This is our first meeting. Malcador's smile deepened slightly as he addressed the pre-march. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am the Emperor's servant, currently responsible for managing the Imperium's administrative affairs. Mordorion remained motionless. For a psyker meeting him for the first time, showing no overt hostility was the extent of Mortarion's tolerance. He is still pushing outward across the galaxy, preoccupied with the war effort. Therefore, your matters will be handled by me for the time being. Originally, Malkador raised a hand, palm upward, as a gesture of goodwill. Your brother Horus was supposed to be involved. However, I understand some unforeseen circumstances have occurred, so adjustments have been made to the plan. When he said the word unforeseen, Hades swore. Malkador glanced directly at him. We will not pry. Every legion has its own privacy. However, for the foreseeable future, a contingent of Sisters of Silence will remain stationed on the Endurance's perimeter. Agreed, Mordorion responded. Allowing untouchables to linger on the Endurance was something Mordorion actually welcomed. It aligned with his long-term goal of establishing his own force of untouchables. Seeing Mortarion's acceptance, Malkador lowered his hand. Now, proceed to tear up Mordorion. There, you will need to engage in further learning. Of course, Malkador's expression turned solemn. This is his will. As heavy footsteps faded into the distance, led by the custodes, the pre-march departed. The remaining captains went to see him off, and the lined Sisters of Silence followed Barasine to discuss their upcoming tasks. In the now-empty meeting room, the golden cube flickered intermittently. Malkador's projection lingered, his piercing eyes focusing on Hades, the last person left. By Hades' reckoning, Malkador's gaze carried the distinct fatigue of someone forced to work overtime. With Mordorion gone, Malkador seemed to let go of his earlier formalities. You, outsider. Hades froze. Outsider. He knows I'm not from this world. As though reading his thoughts, Malkador continued, his voice sharp. Keep your mouth shut. The old man looked at Hades with a mixture of frustration and weariness. I have seen countless individuals, managing talents of all kinds. But you, Hades, he paused, his tone dripping with disdain, you are the first I've encountered who is both so intelligent, yet so foolish. Why did the Emperor choose him? Malkador knew that the Emperor, for all his greatness, was still human in some respects, capable of making mistakes. And that, ultimately, was why Malkador himself existed. Still, the situation at hand gave him pause. Revealing certain truths to one of the Emperor's sons wasn't necessarily a misstep. It would fall to him to determine whether Mordorion could handle these revelations. If not, forget it, he muttered under his breath. Turning his attention to the source of his current exasperation, he spoke sharply. Now, contact the Death Guard's master of the Forge. Have him recommend you for training on Mars as a tech marine. And do not disclose what has transpired aboard the Endurance, including this conversation. Not all Adeptus Mechanicus adepts were allies of the Imperium, and Malkador knew the delicate balance required. Store these memories in your left hemisphere. The Adeptus Mechanicus won't be able to access them there. Hades was thoroughly baffled, but it seemed Malkador had run out of patience. With a low hum, the already unstable projection blinked out entirely. Huh? The door creaked open, and a Sister of Silence entered to retrieve the golden cube. Hades was left standing in the room, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. The mechanical roar of the armory reverberated incessantly, day and night. Adamantium, ceramite, plasteel, vast quantities of materials were consumed, disassembled, and rearmored into instruments of power. The usually bustling armory now only held a few scattered tech marines. Most of the adepts from Mars had returned to their transport ships. Some bioadepts and food science adepts, however, had stayed behind, accompanied by their expansive and intricate academic contingents. Settling in orbit around Barbarus, they pursued their Emperor-given mission, or simply their own thirst for knowledge, to transform this peculiar planet. Hades stood silently beside Master of the Forge Enrique's workbench, watching as Enrique drafted his recommendation letter. On the thick parchment, black ciphers filled every inch, written in a language that Hades, upon preliminary observation, believed employed at least 3 levels of binary encryption. Enrique was fully immersed in his work, his quill trembling slightly as it traced the intricate script. This language required extreme precision. Moreover, invisible to the naked eye, a hidden laser on Enrique's arm engraved additional codes onto the document as he wrote. Such was the caution of the Mechanicus. Every tech marine recommended for Mars carried a unique letter of recommendation. These letters encoded the tech marine's complete genetic sequence, along with the master of the Forge's Martian sigils. Different legions were given unique cryptographic keys and writing protocols by the Mechanicus, ensuring that only the master of the forges of the respective legions could pen these letters. This meticulous process safeguarded against any impersonation. As Enrique wrote, he mused to himself. Even after all this effort, Hades isn't really from our armory. Forget Garo, armor at Barasine, he was my pick in the end. Though recent events had been unpleasant, the Armory Tech Marines maintained their composure, being rational individuals trained under Martian Mechanicus doctrines. Their education made them remarkably tolerant of concepts akin to deities. Having long negotiated with the Mechanicus adepts, they recovered quickly from the incident, though requests for plutonium-based fuel and incendiary weapons had skyrocketed. In the aftermath, the other captains had entirely forgotten about armory recruitment. So, when the Martian transport ships were about to depart, Hades was the only one who voluntarily signed up. Look at this. This is the Omnisia's blessing. The perfect recruit we wanted just walked in. As if afraid Hades might change his mind and flee, Enrique's quill sped across the parchment, faster and faster, moving so quickly that even under the enhanced vision of an Astartes, it was little more than a blur. Hades, watching Enrique write, quietly organized his memories, locking the most sensitive ones in his left brain. And then he saw it. In the hallway, a strange, solitary adept of the Mechanicus walked by. Master of the Forge? Enrique replied absently, still immersed in encrypting the letter. I once saw a Mechanicus adept walking alone on the fourth deck's left corridor of the Endurance. He was walking by himself, with no servitors or attendants around. Still absorbed in his work, Enrique responded casually, "You must have seen wrong. Adepts are always accompanied, at least by a legion's tech marines, AB." Hades blinked, then spoke with greater emphasis, his tone serious. "I'm certain I wasn't mistaken. It was a lone Mechanicus adept. We crossed paths in the corridor, and then he left." Enrique's hand jerked to a stop, his quill freezing mid-stroke. Damn it, the laser engraving's misaligned. I'll have to rewrite it. But now wasn't the time for writing letters. Enrique looked up, his expression grave. Are you absolutely certain? I swear on what I saw. Hissing quietly through his teeth, Enrique's mind raced. A solitary adept? Impossible, utterly impossible. The Death Guard's technology was entirely supplied by Mars. Neither Enrique nor his armory had developed any independent tech. Even in past campaigns, when they confiscated Xenos technology, it was always reported to Mars. The technology of the Barbarus system had also been surveyed and assessed jointly by the Legion's Tech Marines and the Mechanicus. For these Mechanicus adepts, who already had access to cutting-edge technology, there was no reason for them to investigate the Death Guard. And an adept who had evaded the armory's surveillance, only to appear before a novice? That was unlikely. Enrique's gaze drifted to Hades' left brain. Rumor had it that this recruit's left brain contained technology gifted by the Emperor. Could it be that the adepts wanted it? No, absolutely not. Sending Hades to Mars, where he might never return, was unacceptable. Mars was far more complex than the simple image of a Kagan eagle. Its factions were convoluted, its adepts tangled in endless rivalries. Even Enrique's own studies on Mars had been conducted in a semi-isolated environment, courtesy of the Emperor's loyalists within the Mechanicus. But the likelihood that Hades had been targeted. Enrique stared at Hades for a long moment before asking cautiously, Hades, were you recommended for Mars, or was it your own decision? Alarmed by the question, but maintaining a facade of innocent eagerness, Hades replied naturally, I volunteered. Why, Master of the Forge? Enrique, choking on his own apprehension, hesitated before stammering, Hades, the problem is that you're the only one applying to Mars this time. The numbers are too few, it's impractical to arrange. What? Hades' mind reeled. I went through so much trouble to secure approval from everyone, and now you're blocking me? No way. With the Sisters of Silence still aboard the fleet, Hades felt now was the safest time to leave. Otherwise, the opportunity might never come again. Besides, this was Malcador's task. He had to go. Mustering all his determination, Hades stared at Enrique with an intense, desperate gaze, his voice filled with conviction. I'm sorry, but I truly want to leave this time. If I miss this chance, I might never have another. Enrique clenched his teeth. It had been a long time since he'd encountered such a promising candidate for mechanical studies. He knew Barasine didn't want to let Hades go either, but no Astartes has ever died in Mars training. The worst outcome is becoming a dreadnought. Hades should be fine, right? After a long deliberation, Enrique finally pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. The dark green watermark spread across its surface as he took a deep breath and began writing again. Hades, he said firmly. Yes. Enrique hesitated, then spoke indirectly, wary of technologies capable of memory extraction. When you're there, even though the armories are semi-open, avoid wandering into the wastelands. Understood. Hades nodded, watching Enrique continue writing. And, since the Death Guard is only sending you, try to connect with Tech Marines from other legions. I recommend seeking out Tech Marines from the Imperial Fists or the Iron Hands. They usually undergo extensive training within their legions, and their rapport with the Mechanicus is excellent, said Enrique, setting the sealed recommendation letter down. You can also consider the Salamanders. They're kind and reliable warriors, and they might look out for you if things go south. However, Enrique warned, be wary of the Iron Warriors. They can be volatile. As for the Dark Angels, just show respect and keep your distance. They often operate outside the Mechanicus purview. And whatever you do, avoid the Space Wolves. They're unpredictable. Hades nodded as he absorbed the advice. Enrique continued, the Blood Angels, Warhounds, and Ultramarines are all disciplined and honorable. While their technological expertise isn't particularly advanced, their culture of duty and camaraderie is something to admire. Finally, Enrique leaned in and whispered gravely, stay together with the others. Never wander off alone, no matter how curious you may get. Mars is a labyrinth of politics, allegiances, and mysteries. If you must train in technology, immerse yourself in your studies. Avoid the wastelands at all costs. He paused, his voice softening. Hades, this is more than a journey. It's a test of survival. Guard yourself well. Enrique handed the sealed letter to Hades, the wax imprint of the Death Guard's sigil still warm. His final words lingered. Good luck, lad. If it ever becomes too much, apply to return early. Plus, the corridors of the Endurance echoed with heavy silence as Hades prepared for departure. When he emerged, his fellow recruits, now comrades, lined the hall. One by one, doors creaked open, and the recruits saluted him with unwavering Aquila gestures, an unexpected show of respect for their formidable peer. Honor to the strong, someone murmured. A booming voice shattered the solemn moment. Back to your bunks. High-intensity drills at dawn, barked Branka, the veteran sergeant. Despite his harsh tone, Branka strode toward Hades, his expression softening. He pulled the younger warrior into a firm embrace. You've done more than you know, Branka said, a rare grin spreading across his weathered face. Now go and make us proud. Plus, the Mars-bound transport ship, its massive hull adorned with the sigils of the Adeptus Mechanicus, loomed amidst the Death Guard fleet. Its engines roared as it prepared to pierce the void. Hades stood at his cabin's observation window, gazing at the passing stars and the titanic ships of the Death Guard's fleet. The Endurance, Terminus Estate, and Reaper's Scythe slipped into the distance, their hulking forms swallowed by the inky blackness. As the Mars transport accelerated toward the Mandeville Point, reality shimmered. The Geller fields engaged, forming a barrier against the horrors of the warp. The ship entered the turbulent, kaleidoscopic currents of the Imperium. Goodbye, Barbarus. Goodbye, Death Guard Pluto, painted in crimson and pale hues, rotated slowly in the vastness of space. High above, sporadic white flashes illuminated its skies, a sign that the planetary defense system was functioning properly. 6 enormous satellites, equipped for transmitting and receiving signals, orbited Pluto slowly. Thousands of indicator lights flickered constantly. Each light that glowed signified the receipt of a signal from a distant star system. Amidst the billions of faint star-like lights, one of the smallest flickered on, swiftly picked up by the astropathic choir stationed on Pluto. The wayward traveler had returned. The stargate opened, creating a passage into the subspace. Waves of psychic energy surged, shimmering with breathtaking ripples of blue and violet, interwoven with streaks of magenta light. Small ships were the first to emerge from the subspace tide, followed by the colossal frame of a transport ship revealing itself bit by bit. plus 05-97 QE. Welcome back to the solar system. Plus, please proceed to Mars as per the trajectory issued by the astropathic choir. Plus, tiny vessels detached from the massive transport ship, resembling grains of sand falling from a giant whale. The behemoth, engrossed in loading and unloading vast quantities of cargo, paid no heed to these minuscule crafts. A sea of red swept past the window. The unending crimson wasteland stretched far and wide, with ochre-colored sandstorms raging, stirring up clouds of red dust. In the distance, there seemed to be patches of green, but they were too far away for Hades to discern clearly. Occasionally, small mechanical creatures dotted the boundless red landscape. Compared to the well-organized constructs of the tech priests, these creatures seemed like wild tumbleweeds of the wasteland. Exposed wires snapped, liquid dripped from broken limbs. What were they? The ship moved swiftly across the land, and the scenery changed rapidly. Soon, those strange sights were left behind. The marvel built within an active volcano, the magma city, flashed by. Then came towering plateaus, shattered and distorted rift valleys, and sunken canyons. Silver and white industrial giants consumed the red landscape. Blackened, polluted wastelands clung to the city's edges. In these areas, scattered mechanical creatures skittered between heaps of waste. Factories. Factories. Everywhere were factories. Small, servant-like tech drones climbed over the silver shells of these buildings, their tiny manipulator arms busy adjusting circuits and making repairs. The city's outskirts housed warehouses crammed with weapons, ammunition, and raw materials. The city's port was here as well, bustling with activity. Countless spacecraft took off and landed, forming dense swarms that appeared chaotic yet adhered to an underlying order, resembling schools of migrating sardines in the ocean. A straight, golden avenue cut through the city. Geometrically trimmed trees lined both sides of the road, offering barely sufficient shade to the unending streams of people. The shadows of titans occasionally loomed over the city. These elegant yet brutal war machines served as a warning to the populace and a testament to the city's ruler's dominion. 2 or 3 obelisk-like structures disrupted the city's orderly skyline. Towering arrogantly above their surroundings, they drew dense crowds, who gathered and knelt at their bases in reverence. These were the machine temples, the techno-sanctuaries, or the engine reliquaries, centers of faith that sustained the entire Martian society. Pilgrimage ships hovered above them in silent prayer. Golden-robed devotees sang binary hymns in high praise. Praise the Omnicia. Glory to the Omnicia, embodiment of truth and bringer of the flame of hope. The hymns gradually faded. Ignoring the fervent worshippers, the small ship followed its programmed course toward a solitary structure on the city's outskirts. Plus, Mars Tech Marine Training Base. Plus, Hades swore this was the most bizarre tech priest he had ever seen. Countless cables arched to form a tall, curved spine that towered 2 heads above Hades. The priest's bulky, bloated form, cloaked in a crimson woolen robe, protruded with geometric shapes that rose and fell rhythmically beneath the fabric. Yenji. In stark contrast to the massive body, 2 unervingly slender primary limbs extended outward. They gleamed with a silver metallic sheen, yet the ends were eerily human-like, gripping the recommendation letter Hades had just handed over. With just a glance at the letter, the priest raised his glowing, cerulean eyes to fixate on Hades. Greetings, Hades of the Death Guard. A grating yet exceptionally clear, synthesized High Gothic voice rang out. Praise the Omnicia. As an individual, I extend my congratulations to the 14th Legion for recovering its Primarch. The Primarchs, exquisite creations of the Omnicia, manifestations of divinity, and the most intricate machines ever conceived by his hands. With the discovery of yet another Primarch, Jell Jordan felt the dwindling 12.7% of his organic components begin secreting dopamine. The Great Crusade would triumph and truth would once again walk among them. You may address me as Priest Jordan. My disciples and I will be responsible for your training, which will last a minimum of 30 standard Terran years, the tech priest declared. Initiate Tech Marine Hades. Your biological key has been registered in the base's systems. You now have access to gamma-level chambers and knowledge. Jell Jordan's focus rested on Hades' left cybernetic brain. If it could adapt to the Sigma 309 serial communication protocol, or its variant, The 309K protocol, Hades' learning period, could be reduced by at least 23%. It would be efficient to upload the training material directly to Hades. Preliminary diagnostics of his electronic left brain revealed anti-persistence and waveband attack capabilities. There was a 97% probability that Hades could receive Jordan's data transmissions seamlessly. Yet, Priest Jordan's circuitry and logic gates returned a binary 0 denial. Direct binary transmission to a tech marine without clearance, as well as operating without explicit permissions, violated the accords between the Legions and the Mechanicus. From prior behavioral analysis of Legion Astartes, Jordan reasoned it would be prudent to wait until Hades had a preliminary understanding of the Omnissia's doctrines before querying the functionality of his left brain. Initiate Tech Marine Hades. For the remainder of this Martian day, you may rest. A detailed curriculum of the knowledge you must master has already been delivered to your quarters by a servitor. Starting tomorrow, you will embark on the path of a Tech Marine. We shall glimpse the grandeur of the Omnissia and feel the pulse of truth. Lesson 1 will focus on reverence and faith. Praise be to the Omnissia. Praise be to the machine god. The tech priest's voice, calm yet fervent, echoed through the chamber. Hades stared at him, unsure whether to echo the words or remain silent. Fortunately, Priest Jordan seemed unbothered by Hades' hesitation. Choosing silence, the priest gestured for Hades to leave through the open door, his servitor waiting by it. Plus, an unknown underground foundry. He has arrived. Binary whispers rippled through the air, overshadowed by agonized screams. There was no need to mute the noise. The priest would not waste his precious time or effort here. That liar. That liar. The priest would ensure he paid for his deception. The marked prey had stepped into the trap, surely a blessing from the Omnissia. A cruiser, primed for departure, was abruptly halted. Be it through war or deceit, no one could escape his calculations. In the spacious common activity area, groups of Astartes were scattered about, gathered in 3s and 5s. When Hades stepped into the hall, he immediately drew numerous gazes. Some were as sharp as unsheathed swords, while others were more covert, observing from the shadows. From the markings on their pauldrons, Hades could identify the legions to which they belonged. It was the wolves and dogs who first came to greet him. 2 figures stood from the groups of Luna wolves and warhounds, making their way toward Hades. They greeted their new brother politely. "Welcome, friend of the Death Guard," said the one adorned with the emblem of the Luna wolves. "We were glad to hear of your Primarch's return." Lord Horus has always looked forward to meeting his new brothers. Before Hades could reply, the other man spoke up. "The return of yet another Primarch, I am already eager to meet our father." With a mix of envy and determination in his eyes, Warhound Perez addressed Hades. "Forgive my boldness, but your father must surely be a noble lord." Perez. The Luna wolves Sunderland softly called his brother's name. They ought not to speak so freely of such matters. From the information Sunderland had gathered, the newly formed Death Guard were known for their silence, and troubling rumors had circulated from the Remembrancers who once served the Dusk Raiders about their pre-march. According to them, the newly recovered Lord Mortarion was a very unique Primarch. The Reaper. This was a unanimous assessment from the Remembrancers, rare indeed. Most of the time, the Remembrancers, enamored with grandeur and poetic language, would use terms like demigod, angel, or king. Thus, Perez's comment just now could easily be interpreted as a provocation or something worse. But Sunderland knew it wasn't his brother's fault. Because of their own Primarch's prolonged absence, ridiculous rumors had begun to spread among the warhounds that their pre-march was dead. Before their Primarch's recovery, the warhounds had enjoyed a good relationship with the Dusk Raiders. Both legions, known for their strict discipline, had worked well together. Now, Sunderland cast a glance at Hades opposite him, wearing a faint, apologetic smile. Hades was a warrior from his Primarch's homeworld. Sunderland could only hope he hadn't misunderstood Perez's words. Still, the temperament of a legion and its approach to others often mirrored its Primarch. If the rumors were true. Damn it, Sunderland thought, if only one of the ultramarines like Orlus were here. Though Sunderland wasn't fond of their polite yet distant smiles, he had to admit they were natural diplomats. Even their tech marines possessed an uncanny talent for smoothing over awkward situations. Well, our Primarch is a rather unique one. He cares about us deeply. Every Primarch is a noble figure, of course, but I'd say ours is perhaps a bit more down-to-earth. Sensing Sunderland's concern, Hades laughed it off. Down-to-earth. Hades swore this was the coldest joke he'd ever told. Still, to maintain the image of the Legion. Sorry, Mordorion. In truth, though, Mordorion was quite down-to-earth for the death guard of Barbarus, at least. However, Hades glanced at Perez, his expression contemplative. Angron, could he still be saved? No, perhaps it's the Warhounds who could still be saved. No one expected Hades' response to be so casual, which left Shadow Moon Wolf Sunderland somewhat surprised. Could the newly arrived Primarch be someone with high approachability? Sunderland made a mental note of this and continued chatting with Hades. This death guard seemed to have a particularly good temperament, Sunderland thought silently. Compared to those ever-smiling Ultramarines, this death guard seemed more inclined to engage in casual conversation, not caring about minor details or lapses in wording. At other tables, the Space Marines studying or chatting kept subtly directing their attention toward this exchange. However, before Hades and Sunderland could exchange more than a few pleasantries, someone who had been dozing off in the corner suddenly woke up and hurriedly approached. He shoved aside the Warhounds and Shadow Wolf, sniffing the air as he leaned forward. "Brother, why do you smell so bad?" "I got woken up by your stink." The wolf bared his fangs, speaking with a wild grin. Sunderland of the Luna Wolves and Perez of the Warhoundess watched in astonishment as Hades, who had been all smiles moments ago, instantly darkened his expression. Dueling cage. Now. Immediately. Hades' face was grim. Did he really smell? He couldn't detect anything himself, but did the others he was just speaking to also notice this so-called toxic odor? While most Barbarus warriors carried respirators infused with traces of Barbarus toxins, he never had. Damn it, no one gets to call me smelly. The warnings of Master of the Forge Enrique were long forgotten. Looking at the utterly exasperated Death Guard Hades and the gleeful Space Wolves Manning, who clearly just wanted to pick a fight, Sunderland quietly wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. So smell is the Death Guard's bottom line? What an unusual boundary. Especially considering that even jabs at the pre-march were casually shrugged off. But Manning wasn't wrong. Apart from the usual Space Marine sweat, Hades did carry a faint odor of toxin. Perhaps it was some custom of their homeworld? Little did Hades know, this inexplicable custom of respecting a Death Guard's aroma would later be adopted by the Tech Marines on Mars and further ingrained into their respective legion. In the dueling cage, Manning's agonized wails echoed endlessly. Erga! Hades pinned Manning to the ground, one arm locked tightly around his neck while the other hand immobilized Manning's attempt to reach a nearby battle axe. When Manning's struggling finally weakened, Hades released him, stood up, and roughly yanked the Space Wolves to his feet. The oxygen-deprived Manning swayed for a moment before bursting into laughter. Not bad. Brother, you might stink a bit, but you're way better than those perfume-drenched pansies. Leaning into his wobble, Manning naturally threw an arm around Hades' shoulders and whispered conspiratorially. No, Death Guard brother, I've got some hidden liquor. Wanna share a drink? Damn those uptight Mechanicus tin heads who disapprove of wolves drinking. Manning had invited others to drink with him before, but only the diplomatic Luna Wolves and the ever-amiable Ultramarines had accepted his offers. Drinking with them, though, was boring. As Hades' reason finally returned, he remembered Enrique's distant warnings. Well, actually. But before he could finish, Manning locked an arm around him with even more force than he'd used in the dueling cage. Don't say a word. Let's go. The other Space Marines, who had gathered to watch the commotion, silently mourned for the newly arrived Death Guard. The last person to be duped this badly was a perfectionist from the Emperor's Children. Few wolves ventured to Mars due to the Space Wolves' unique approach to learning the forge arts, which made Manning's antics even more conspicuous. Bored out of his mind, he often dragged others into fights or drinking sessions. Most of the Tech Marines on Mars had faced Manning in combat at some point, except for the Imperial Fists, who coldly rejected him outright. Despite Manning's formidable skills, the Death Guard had defeated him in such a short time that Hades' reputation soared without him realizing it. The dark and narrow high-vaulted corridor was so confined that only Hades and the tech priest Jeld Jordan could barely pass through it side by side. Yet its pointed ceiling stretched high into the unseen darkness above, seemingly without end. The scent of sacred machine oil incense filled the air, mingling with the low binary chants that echoed endlessly through the space. Hades' head throbbed faintly. The painful memories of being forfeit drinks the previous night were still vivid in his mind. He had to admit, Fenrisian ale was indeed potent, and that wily Wolf Manning had definitely added something extra to the mix. Hades could have sworn he tasted antifreeze in it. Unlike the earnest demeanor of tech priest Jell Jordan, Hades carried himself with a casual, nonchalant attitude, clearly disinterested in the proceedings. Now, the tech priest intended to lead him into this sanctuary of doctrine. Hades didn't particularly care, it was just a formality. Still, what if he didn't profess faith? What if he displeased the machine spirit? How would he deal with that? He decided to cross that bridge when he came to it. Focusing his attention back to the present, Hades fixed his gaze ahead. In front of him, Jell Jordan's towering, curved mechanical spine moved in deliberate increments, one segment after another flexing as he walked. Jell Jordan dimmed the brightness of his ocular lenses. From the tip of one of his elongated mechanical limbs, a small lantern extended, casting a soft, glowing light. The metallic walls around them reflected faint glimmers. The story of truth begins here. The Emperor defeated the dragon. The harsh, mechanical voice resonated sharply, unmistakably clear. This world was once chaos. Through a slit of light spilling from the tech priest's side, chaotic and disorderly images danced wildly on the walls behind him, resembling corrupted, meaningless data. It was a depiction of entropy chaos, devoid of pattern or order, an apocalyptic void. Wisdom had not yet emerged. Life was mired in savagery. But then the god appeared. The god said, "Let there be truth." A massive hand, constructed of gears and steel, emerged from the towering wall. It reached out as though scooping water from a stream, calming the turbulent chaos into a tranquil stillness. The hand moved. A single straight line appeared. Amid the chaotic mess of meaningless scrawls and jumbled code, this straight line was jarringly out of place. Yet it was so simple and perfect, imbued with a sense of divinity. The god said, "Let there be logic." The line began to extend. Lines connected to form shapes, shapes combined to form planes. They converged into an enormous, intricate design, a circuit? And Thailand body, yes. It was too vast. Hades could only glimpse a fragment of its grandeur. The god said, "Let there be knowledge." In an instant, the grand design was replaced by an endless torrent of binary knowledge. Infinite, boundless knowledge. Every tech priest who roamed the universe, every vessel seeking the truth, contributed their findings to this sanctuary upon their successful return. At first, the records here had been few and sparse. But now, as Jell Jordan walked through the sanctuary, knowledge had long since surpassed its boundaries. High above, at the limits of Hades' vision, a stylized, abstract symbol of an eye gazed down, overseeing the knowledge brought by countless explorers who had risked their lives. Jell Jordan walked leisurely, unhurried, as if wading through a vast ocean of knowledge. The binary tide engulfed them. When the shores finally reappeared at the corridor's end, Jell Jordan's calm voice spoke again. The god gave intellect to the people. Those with intellect ushered in their golden age. Planets emerged, countless ships setting out into the void. This was humanity's golden age. The walls of polished metal gleamed with gold inlays, engraving the miracles of a species. Humanity held the scepter of technology, mastering feats once reserved for gods in ancient myths, feats now easily achieved by even the most ordinary person. They could reshape the geography and climate of entire planets. They could siphon the energy of entire stars. They could even toy with time, bending causality itself. Humanity flourished. And yet, darkness fell. Darkness descended abruptly. Betrayal. Humanity was betrayed by its own creations. On the pitch-black walls, crimson paint spilled like blood, narrating the tragedy of an era. War, an unimaginable war erupted. Countless technologies were lost. Countless knowledge burned. Generations of wisdom painstakingly accumulated were reduced to ashes in an instant. The flame of knowledge was extinguished. Even now, humanity lingers in the darkness of ignorance. Yet in these dark times, the cult Mechanicus remained steadfast in its faith in the teachings of the god of machines. The Emperor imprisoned the dragon in the subterranean vaults beneath Mars. The god whispered to them, commanding the tech priests to recover the scattered truths of the universe. From the dreams of the dragon, the first tech priests emerged. And so, the tech priests set forth. Countless tech priests embarked on their voyages, piloting their vessels into the unknown, desperately reaching out, trying to grasp the fragments of parchment drifting from the fire. Many of them burned in the flames, never to return. But the god beheld their efforts, and the faith of the tech priests moved the machine god. And so, the god had long prepared the answer for his followers. When rain falls upon Mars, it will mark the moment of salvation from ignorance. Dark clouds loomed at the edges of the walls. A torrential rain began to pour. On that day, the god sent forth his emissary to walk among mortals. Clad in golden armor, the emperor stood amidst the downpour, arms outstretched, receiving the fervent prostration of the crimson-robed tech priests. The emperor commanded Malkador to bring the rains to Mars through psychic power. The Omnisia, the machine god's emissary of truth, walked the world once more. In their religious fervor, the Empire and Mars signed the Treaty of Olympus Mons. With the Mechanicus joining forces, the Empire's final industrial puzzle piece was completed. The Great Crusade began. Under the Omnisia's guidance, the tech priests would once again seek the truths of the universe. Tech priest Jell Jordan's tone grew fervent. A faint crackling of static coursed through his optical units, betraying his excitement. Praise the machine god. Praise the Omnisia. Blinding white light pierced the darkness, revealing the corridor's end. A golden, ornate dome stretched above them. The intricate carvings of countless geometric shapes adorned the space. Handsome servitors sang hymns in praise, their crimson robes embroidered with elaborate gold filigree, depicting the god's glory. Incense, a delicate blend of nanomachines and specially crafted fragrances, wafted through the air, filling the sanctuary. As Jell Jordan recounted the greatness of their doctrine to the uninformed novice, Hades, he felt the veins in his remaining organic components pulse with fervor. Praise the machine god. Praise the Omnisia. It is the god who has led us out of the fog of ignorance. We are destined to be his followers. The tech priest lowered his towering head. With the sincerest glow illuminating his electronic eyes, he extended his two most humanoid limbs to clasp Hades' hands. Repeat after me, praise the machine god. Praise the Omnisia. O warrior of the god, step into his holy temple. Hades stared at Jell Jordan in disbelief. It was a grand deception. A massive lie had replaced the truth. Those who learned the truth would never speak of it. And so he spoke. Praise the machine god. Praise the Omnisia. Hades murmured. The sacred hymns continued to echo. Servitors with hollowed-out frontal lobes sang praises to his greatness. Praise the Omnisia. On the first day of class, the priority was to memorize vocabulary. Hades, drawn in a rather hasty art style, sat despondently in the library, gloomily memorizing technical terms. Around him, various books formed a prison of knowledge. 101 basic circuits every incubator instructor must teach. 3,000 types of screws every servitor should memorize. And, of course, there were books with titles written in binary, octal, or even ASCII code, such as How to Please Your Machine with Lubricating Oil. Nearby, the snoring of the space wolves Manning grated on Hades' already strained nerves. Stop thinking about it, he reminded himself. Manning was the spoiled son of a privileged family, while he was the sole hope of a newly formed legion and owned nothing but standardized parts. Swallowing down the torrent of knowledge threatening to overwhelm him, Hades resigned himself and buried his head in his studies once more. Now, he finally understood the meaning of so-called 30 years of study. Even Astartes, genetically enhanced warriors with boosted learning capabilities, required 3 decades to master the basics of a legion's technical maintenance. It was as if they were thrown onto Mars and crammed for 30 years straight like students preparing for the Gaokao. Hades suddenly developed a profound respect for the tech marine and master of the forges among the Death Guard. Thankfully, he had a cybernetic brain. Flipping a page and snapping a picture, Hades let his left brain absorb the knowledge directly. He planned to reference it when needed later. Why didn't the Mechanicum invent something like USB drives? What Hades didn't know is that such devices did exist within the Mechanicum. However, he lacked the necessary permissions to access them. When he felt as though he was about to literally vomit knowledge, Hades finally lifted his head and rubbed his neck. He stared at the wall opposite him, zoning out. Ever since he walked out of that Mechanicus sanctuary a few Martian days ago, Hades had been pondering the Mechanicus religion. According to his memories from his past life, the Mechanicus was created by the Emperor himself. Its purpose was to preserve critical technologies through the Age of Strife, paving the way for his great crusade. Hades refrained from judging the Emperor's intentions. He understood the Emperor needed people willing to sacrifice themselves for knowledge during such a dark era. And faith was often the most effective catalyst for such behavior. The cheapest form of faith was often cloaked in religion and ignorance. But witnessing the fervor of the tech priests, an unwavering, heartfelt belief that the Emperor was the Omnicia, left Hades somewhat shaken. No, it was pointless to agonize over an established fact. Hades wouldn't waste his precious brain cells on such matters. What puzzled him was that faith in this universe actually worked. If you prayed to a god, some entity in the warp would respond. So where did the Mechanicum's prayers go? Hades hadn't seen them summon a true machine god from the warp. At present, he had two theories. The first was that all of the Mechanicum's faith funneled into the actual machine god, the Void Dragon, imprisoned beneath Mars by the Emperor. Reno Epsilon. The Void Dragon, a shard of the Tan, could be understood as a deity of the material realm, immensely powerful but bound to physical laws. Thus, faith in the Void Dragon would have no utility, as the Tan operated solely within the rules of the material universe. The second theory was that the Emperor impersonated the Void Dragon's avatar on Mars, siphoning its authority. This redirection meant all of the Mechanicum's faith ultimately empowered the Emperor. Either way, one thing was clear: the Emperor was the biggest beneficiary of the rivalry between the Mechanicum and the Void Dragon. The tech priests themselves, however, had diverse attitudes toward their faith. Some were fervent zealots, while others treated their belief as a convenience for conducting their experiments. Take the tech priest Jel Jordan, for instance. He was a devout fanatic who seized every opportunity to preach to Hades. Hades' response? A resigned yes, you're absolutely right. Praise the Omnicia. The wall-mounted digital clock glowed, displaying Martian midday. With a beep, it broke Hades' train of thought. Staring at the mountain of books on his desk, Hades collapsed in despair, rhythmically thumping his head against the table. He had once fantasized about finishing his studies quickly and returning to his squad. Now, though, what kind of nightmare was this? What Hades didn't realize was that his learning pace far outstripped others. Without a point of reference, he couldn't perceive just how extraordinary his progress truly was. The sound of Hades' headbanging woke up Manning, whose snores abruptly stopped. Groggy, Manning glanced at the clock. What? Time to eat? Let's go. Stop studying. This marked the second day that Manning dragged Hades away. Martian cuisine consisted of specially seasoned algae and a porridge with a faint hint of machine oil. The brownish-green, spherical algae, sprinkled with vinegar and salt, glistened under the lights. The porridge tasted like nothing, save for a subtle metallic ting. Unlike the sweet flavors on Death Guard ships, Martian food leaned salty. It's not a problem, though. Hades wasn't a picky eater. After a morning of grueling study, Hades turned his frustration into appetite. Just dig in, buddy. That's all you can do. By the time Hades set down his 23rd plate of algae, Manning was staring at him in disbelief. Bro, does the Death Guard not feed you or something? Manning, who avoided Mechanicum meals whenever possible, couldn't understand this grass-eating lifestyle. Hades ate the algae like how he feasted on meat back on Fenris. Other Techmarine merely ate to sustain themselves. But Hades? He was the first person Manning had ever seen eat so enthusiastically. Hades swallowed the algae lodged in his throat. The Death Guard's food is great. Nutritious porridge and metal rations, delicious and filling. Every day, it's just that? Hades looked at Space Wolf's Manning with a face full of confusion. Yeah, every day. That's the bare minimum dietary standard for Space Marines, right? Manning was taken aback. Is that seriously all the Death Guard eat? He had heard about the Emperor's children's tea times, the Ultramarines' grand banquets, and the Blood Angels' sanguinary feasts. Even the more austere legions incorporated bread or meat from nearby agri-worlds into their diets. But the Death Guard's diet? This was a first. The incongruity of a personable pre-march and such an austere menu, it didn't add up. Still, looking at the nonchalant expression on Hades' face, Manning found himself at a loss for words. Forget it. Next time they grab drinks, he'll bring some wild game along. Rare to find someone he could let loose with. Manning schemed quietly. Across from him, Hades was lost in thought. He vaguely remembered Enrique warning him to steer clear of Manning, but how had things ended up like this? A mere fistfight had somehow led to their current camaraderie. Hades glanced around and noticed the Iron Hands and Iron Warriors sitting as far away from them as possible. Wait, was he being avoided? However, Luna Wolves Sunderland and Warhounds Perez caught his glance and smiled at him kindly. Plus, the afternoon session was practical work. While Hades could have chosen to bury himself in the library again, he decisively made a beeline for the Mechanicum workshop. In the distance, sparks flew as other tech marines to be dissected and reassembled machinery. Hades, however, stood contemplatively before a Deimos pattern rhino. The Mechanicum deemed these gentler machine spirits ideal for beginners' first practical lessons. But what exactly was a machine spirit? From Hades' understanding, there were three types. 1. Esoteric machine spirits, manifestations within the warp. These were the most common and traditionally understood type, often brought into existence by the soldiers' collective belief in them. 2. Scientific machine spirits, advanced automated or semi-autonomous systems that the Mechanicum referred to as machine spirits for simplicity. 3. Forbidden machine spirits, rogue AIs skirting the edge of legality. After the Treaty of Olympus Mons, the Emperor banned AI research outright to prevent another rebellion. However, certain tech priests operating in legal gray areas still maintained intelligent AIs, passing them off as machine spirits. What? Breaching the treaty? No, this isn't AI. It's the great machine spirit. Honored Hades of the Death Guard, greetings. The voice interrupted Hades' musings. A tech priest acolyte, robed and heavily mechanized, emerged from behind the rhino. Unlike others, his face lacked any organic tissue, replaced entirely by cables and a display screen. What caught Hades' attention, though, was the acolyte's eyes, a single strip of pixelated blue dots blinking like cartoon eyes. Hello, Hades replied, blinking. How should I address you? The acolyte flinched as if startled, even backing away slightly. Sweat drop emojis appeared on his display. What in the Omnisia's name is going on? Hades wondered. Why, you may call me Jean, 306, the acolyte stammered in a strangely human-like tone, even simulating a stutter. Hades knew most tech priests disdained their biological voices, viewing air currents from vocal cords as inefficiencies. Well, I suppose there are all kinds in a large enough forest. At least Jean wasn't one of those rigid, dogmatic tech priests. Feeling optimistic, Hades motioned for him to continue. Jin's pixelated eyes blinked. Lord Hades, I, 306, am assigned to your practical training. You may ask me any questions, and I shall provide the most canonical answers. Today's session involves your first interaction with the machine spirit. The MK1C Deimos pattern rhino before you was part of the third production wave during the early Great Crusade. It saw extensive action on the front lines against Xenos until its service ended due to fuel mixture corrosion issues within its engine. The first documented manifestation of this machine spirit occurred during a prolonged siege on an agri-world. Despite insufficient fuel levels, it completed a mission by traveling approximately 3.4 kilometers, delivering vital supplies to the front. Since then, the tank has exhibited repeated signs of machine spirit activity. When retired from active duty, Magos Jordan personally retrieved it from the battlefield to serve as a teaching tool, inspiring faith in the machine spirit among initiates. Based on your genetic profile, this rhino's machine spirit showed the highest compatibility with you, which is why it was selected for your training. Previous users described this rhino's machine spirit as staunchly xenosiverse, gentle, forgiving, resilient, and notably lethargic. Given that most machines around Hades tended to exhibit mild irritability, the Magos assigned him the most docile spirit available. Jin's digital eyes formed a cheerful smile. Now, Lord Hades, allow me to instruct you in the basics of offering reverence to the machine spirit. Incense burned, candles flickered, oil was applied, and the battered tank was draped in crimson silk, its ornate gold thread shimmering in the light. After completing the ritual, Hades blinked at the incongruous combination of machinery and fabric. Jean, meanwhile, bowed deeply toward the tank, then turned and bowed to Hades as well. Lord Hades, the ritual is complete. I can feel the calm and joyful spirit of the machine. You may now place your hand on its frame and attempt to commune with its spirit. This process requires silence, so I will take my leave for now. If you need anything, please call for me. Jin's digital eyes flickered before he quietly left, vanishing among the workshop's many machines. Watching Jean disappear, Hades suddenly felt a twinge of pity, the resigned humility of a worker facing an unreasonable taskmaster. We're all just laborers, no need to make things harder for you. Reflecting on life's universal struggles, Hades turned back to the battle-scarred tank. Flickering light played across its pitted surface, while melted wax dripped slowly down its shell, and crimson silk lay smooth atop it. It might look silly, but still. Hades removed his work gloves and carefully touched the tank's worn surface. Knowing this rhino likely housed a Type 1 esoteric machine spirit, he suppressed the black domain energy within his body, moving it away to prevent interference. Closing his eyes, Hades tried to focus and establish a connection. But how do you even communicate with a machine spirit? Typically, Tedmarines could sense faint calls from the machine spirits, discerning the machine's condition and operational readiness. But Hades felt absolutely nothing. It's like glaring at a rock. After nearly an hour of futile effort, Hades couldn't hold it together anymore. He racked his brain, recalling the Mechanicum's ceremonial prayers. Right. Tech priests often use servoskulls programmed to sing binary hymns, placing them in sanctuaries to delight the spirits. Maybe he can try something similar. The prayer rituals primarily involved singing hymns, right? If simplified, wouldn't playing mechanical hymns work just as well? Hades wasn't sure, but since he'd already wasted an hour, he decided to give it a shot. Using his cybernetic left brain, Hades located a recorded hymn and began broadcasting it in binary. Machine spirits should respond faster than humans. Confident in his logic, he sped up the playback. Then, he duplicated the hymn in his mind and played it simultaneously. Still no response. Undeterred, and perhaps a bit bored, Hades began replicating the hymn further. Given his cybernetic processing power, his left brain could easily handle multiple tasks. He could even run 777 instances of high-resolution simulations without issue. Finally, after copying the hymn for the 13th time, boom! The tank suddenly emitted a plume of black smoke, startling the other space marines in the distance. They looked over at Hades, puzzled. But Hades didn't care about their reactions. Because at that moment, his left brain received a binary message. Stop that noise. Huh? Oh, awesome, it worked. He communicated with the machine spirit. Plus, the rhino spirit had been asleep for ages. The fierce, adrenaline-pumping battles that once defined its existence were long gone. No longer did it push through muddy terrain or shield its comrades amidst a hail of bullets. It had grown old. The endurance it once prided itself on had worn it down, and it longed for one last grand battle to burn bright on the battlefield one final time. Instead, it had been removed, separated from its comrades, and placed in a shrine. As the oldest among its kind, it had seen countless tech marines come and go. Eventually, more machines joined the shrine. The tech priests recognized its yearning for rest and gradually decommissioned it. And so, it slept the deep, unending slumber. Bathed in incense and hymns, its senses dulled over time. It would never awaken again, or so it thought. Until a cacophony of what sounded like garbled binary gibberish blasted through its senses, relentless and unceasing. Furious, it activated its internal diagnostics and confronted the source, a figure it instantly disliked. What kind of nonsense prayer is this? Plus, Terra, the Imperial Palace. What was that just now? Mordorion asked, looking across at Malkador, whose face was obscured by his hood. That, Malkador replied calmly, is the result of your father's efforts. Psyker abilities? Is he succumbing to the same warp-corrupted depravity as the traitors? At Mortarion's insult, Malkador took a deep breath. You should understand your father's intentions. Psyker power does not always equate to chaos, Mordorion. I thought you, of all people, would recognize this truth-black smoke puffed out of the tank in rings, accompanied by the sputtering sounds of its engine. Hades scratched his head awkwardly and immediately stopped broadcasting the binary transmission. The tank's coughing subsided slightly. Sorry. Hades tentatively sent a binary message. In response, another plume of smoke belched directly at his face. Hades wisely chose not to dodge. Cough, 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 cough. As the oily smoke dispersed, Hades took a deep breath and resumed typing a message in his cybernetic mind. Sorry about that. I thought you guys liked that kind of thing. Like hell we do. What kind of misunderstanding do you have about machine spirits, kid? It sent Hades a compressed package full of binary curses. Hades wasn't upset. On the contrary, he found blunt, straightforward entities far more agreeable than people who danced around their thoughts. After all, a few swear words were better than a sudden burst of explosives. My bad, my bad. When the old tank finally stopped hacking and wheezing, Hades tried to console it further. Kid, I don't recognize your markings. What legion are you from? Death Guard, formerly known as the Dusk Raiders. The Dusk Raiders. The tank remembered them. Those ground combat-loving Astartes suited its preferences. But then it took another look at Hades, whose face was now smudged black from the smoke. Sigh. One generation worse than the last. One generation worse than the last. Just you, representing the Death Guard? Hades nodded. Yeah, we're still in the integration phase. Most of them don't want to come to Mars. Then why did you come here? Hades scratched his head again. Because I think I really like machines and stuff. You. The old tank was about to spew exhaust fumes again, but restrained itself. In truth, aside from that initial disrespectful broadcast, the kid hadn't done much wrong. He'd been apologizing nonstop. But, wait. Kid, I can't sense your soul. Hades froze. Oh, yeah, I'm a special kind of untouchable. And untouchable as a tech marine. Was he crazy? Machine spirits found untouchables inherently unsettling. The old tank suppressed its growing irritation and examined this Death Guard more closely. Apart from its personal dislike of him, it didn't feel that usual repulsive sensation. Still, the kid really didn't have a soul. The tank fell silent. If this was the first envoy sent by his legion to learn, and if he'd come willingly despite his condition, maybe it was better not to crush his spirit. With circumflex. Here, I'll send you a compressed package. Use it whenever you operate machines. Play it at normal speed, no copying. In reality, the tank knew that machine spirits simply wanted their users to treat them with respect and use them for their intended purpose. The rituals of the Mechanicum were just a small comfort to the spirits. Use the machines properly. Treat them with respect. Fulfill their purpose. For all but the most peculiar machine spirits, this was enough to earn their cooperation. The tank added a heartfelt message to the package, encrypting it. It would be a long time before Hades deciphered its true meaning. Until then, all he needed to do was play it to the machines he operated. The old tank couldn't guarantee this would make its peers approve of Hades, but at least they wouldn't curse him outright. That's enough. I'm old, let me rest. Stop sending people like this to bother me. Kid, tell the Mechanicum's priests to either decommission me or disassemble me. Stop using me as a teaching aid. Oh, and tell Magos Jordan I hate him. He should have let me die on the battlefield. Instead of dressing me in ridiculous fabric and making me listen to their nonsense. The tank's servoskull rotated. Given that it had lashed out at this Death Guard earlier and now needed his help to deliver a message, it decided to offer one last piece of advice. Another encrypted message was sent to Hades, who blinked. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, I had a feeling. Alright, at least the kid isn't stupid. The engine's rumble faded away, and with a final shudder, the old tank fell silent, as if completely defunct. Plus, the unusual scene drew the attention of other tech marines. 2 space marines, one from the Imperial Fists and the other from the Iron Hands, approached Hades. The rest watched from a distance. Among the tech marines, the Imperial Fist Heslop and the Iron Hand Kano were elite, deeply attuned to machine spirits. Of course, where there were Imperial Fists, there were no Iron Warriors. The Iron Warriors present ignored Hades entirely, continuing their welding exercises as if he didn't exist. Jean, 306, nervously emerged from a pile of scrap metal, but, upon seeing the 2 space marines, shrank back and stood awkwardly to the side. Brother from the Death Guard, what happened here? The deep voice of the Imperial Fist Heslop rumbled. Hades hesitated for a moment. Well, This tank says it hates being made to work by the Mechanicum priests. What? Heslop and Kano exchanged bewildered glances. Nearby, feigning death, Jin's display screen also lit up with a question mark. What was this Death Guard saying? Could he really communicate directly with machine spirits? Plus, Terra, the Imperial Palace. They now stood here, deep within the earth. The chill of the soil seeped into them, and Malkador could feel the cold air infiltrating through the seams of his robes. That grim, Reaper-like figure now stood inside the first gate. The black arch loomed above, oppressing everything beneath it. Mortarian's gaze bore into Malkador, glaring at the incomprehensible scene before him. So, the truth of the Great Crusade is a regime built by sorcery? Malkador sighed. The frail sigillite gestured to Mordorion, urging them to leave this place and continue the discussion elsewhere. However, the Primarch didn't move an inch. His right hand twitched unnaturally, and Malkador, following the trajectory of his muscles, deduced that Mordorion likely wanted to strangle him. Malkador swallowed the instinctive sigh that rose to his lips. Otherwise, Mordorion would surely act on his impulse and kill the man he deemed a sorcerer. He was now a defenseless beast tamer, facing a volatile predator. But Malkador was also a wise man, well-versed in the art of speech. He knew what to say, and how to say it to navigate this perilous moment. Mordorion, he called softly. This isn't about establishing a regime for sorcerers. In fact, it's about ending the era of psychers altogether. Mordorion looked at him in confusion. Think about it. When humanity no longer needs navigators to guide its way through the warp, when it no longer has to traverse its chaotic tides. That's what he is working toward now. I want to see the Emperor. Mordorion cut him off cleanly. Though some of the Sigillite's actions had earned his grudging respect, it wasn't enough to excuse Malkador's concealment of sorcery. Malkador's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He isn't here. He's attending to more pressing matters. So, I'm not one of the things he deems important? I know what you're thinking. You see me as a dirty Barbarus farmer, a potential traitor waiting to happen in the future. So you imprison me here, dangling the pretense of learning while holding my legion hostage. Isn't that right? Mordorion closed in on him silently, his shadow engulfing Malkador as the acrid stench of poison clutched at his throat. Mortarian's hand trembled, itching to reap a soul. Were it anyone else, they would have already knelt, trembling under the Primarch's suffocating fury. But Malkador did not. He simply sighed again and said gently, "If you don't trust my answer, then you can ask your friend." Friend? Mordorion blinked. Hades? What does he have to do with this? We're just two illiterates from the same planet. What could he possibly know about your plans? Do you truly believe he's just an ordinary man from Barbarus? Malkador stared at Mordorion intently. Mordorion fell silent. Now Malkador had regained control of the conversation. He is fortunate. And chosen. Malkador began walking toward the exit, and the Primarch followed silently behind. The beast tamer continued scattering breadcrumbs, and the hunter quietly picked them up along the way. Of course, he is also cursed. But so far, he has done well. Beyond this point, the road would be out of their hands. There were only a few final preparations Malkador could make for the Emperor's chosen. You know your friend's condition, Mordorion. His nature is both his gift and his curse. Hades knows this. The Emperor has seen him. Malkador carefully chose his words, speaking slowly. Then why him? Mordorion stubbornly asked. Because he knows humanity has no other choice. Malkador's reply came swiftly. It's not that we've exploited him, it's that he wants to change something, and so he chose us. Of course, I haven't yet uncovered your friend's true motivation for doing so. Malkador cautiously laid another verbal trap. Otherwise, perhaps this conversation would be going much more smoothly. Hades' motivation. That resolute figure, climbing the peaks of Barbarus alongside him to liberate their world. For humanity. Mordorion was silent once more. Malkador sighed. That is what we are working toward. Didn't he advise you to preserve the Death Guard's archives? To keep and develop them so that humanity might one day rid itself of psychers. A brief silence. It was time to change the subject. Malkador quickly assessed Mortarian's temperament. What others might see as flaws could, perhaps, be turned into advantages. It was worth a try. The Emperor's ultimate plan is to free humanity from the entities of the warp. And to protect human souls. His intention has always been for humanity. Malkador clung tightly to these words, as if grasping at the last straw on the edge of a cliff. Mordorion laughed, his voice corroded by poison echoing down the empty corridor. I understand. You trust me, don't you? That's why you're telling me this. Because he looks at humanity, and so, someone must be abandoned by him. For example, me? Mordorion laughed instead of growing angry. If what the Emperor grants me is death and humanity, then I shall gladly accept it. Malkador subtly let out a sigh of relief. Coming from a world steeped in taint of death, this son of the Emperor never believed in glory or rewards. He also never trusted gifts handed to him without reason, unless they were laced with thorns that brought him pain. He stubbornly believed only in a bleak future. Then let him see the true despair behind the Great Crusade. Let him witness the Emperor's ruthless resolve. Behind the grand armies and glorious victories, humanity was already sinking into quicksand. There was no time. They were racing against the clock. The warp watches us everywhere. What you saw earlier is the true labor of his heart and soul. The towering pre-march followed the stooped sigillite as they walked away. Behind them, the black archway stood silent, slumbering as it waited for the future. Plus, a letter from Terra? Hades froze mid-scoop of his porridge. He was currently sitting at the dining table, surrounded by tech marines from the Imperial fists and iron hands. In the distance, the space wolf, Manning, occasionally cast longing glances their way. Hades had wanted to bring Manning over, but unfortunately, the fists and hands weren't too keen on the wolves. A servo skull still held the letter aloft, waiting for Hades to take it. Hades blinked, picking up the unadorned letter. The tech marines around him tactfully began other conversations. How have you been? I spoke with that psyker Malkador. The Imperium appreciates the Death Guard's policies. He agreed to provide the Death Guard with some initial untouchables, but he insists that we establish a specialized anti-psyker unit. As for obtaining more untouchables in the future, we'll have to find them ourselves. This aligns with what we envisioned from the start. Naturally, you will lead the anti-psyker unit. The text here is scratched out. Hades couldn't make it out clearly. But that cunning psyker has only given verbal promises so far. The time is not yet right. That's what he said. This is why I dislike psychers. They always deceive us with vague and ambiguous words. Malkador mentioned he would visit Mars in a few years and asked if I'd be willing to negotiate with the Magos for some reserve equipment for the Death Guard. He said most of my brothers had visited Mars and established private agreements with them. Perhaps you could handle this for me. What do you think? MT. As Hades read, he scooped another mouthful of porridge. Malkador had indeed proposed that the Emperor form an anti-psyker unit. However, the tasks involved were too trivial, and the Emperor's custodes and Sisters of Silence already served that purpose effectively. Thus, the proposal had been shelved. To be honest, during the Great Crusade, encounters with psyker enemies were rare. Most foes were physical threats. Even when psykers were encountered, overwhelming firepower could still break through their defenses. And failing that, Magnus Psyker Legion was the go-to choice for dealing with such threats. So for both the Imperium and the Legions, creating a dedicated anti-psyker unit was, in the short term, an effort with little reward. However, with a longer-term perspective, an anti-psyker unit could be extremely important. Currently, the Emperor and Malkador were preoccupied with the Great Crusade and the Webway project. Their top priority was completing the Webway before anything catastrophic occurred. So outsourcing this task to a legion, using their internal resources, seemed entirely reasonable. If it were another legion, they might quietly grumble about the Imperium's orders. But if it was the Death Guard, let's just say it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Of course, the Imperium probably wouldn't lower the Death Guard's Great Crusade quotas as a result. It was then that Hades realized. If Mordorion was pushing this task onto him, then wouldn't he, Hades, be the one stuck doing all the work in the end? Hades nearly spat out his porridge. So, after all that discussion, the result was finding him something to do. They'd provide a few untouchables initially, which wasn't even a firm promise, and then he'd have to grind out the rest of the work himself. Frustrated, Hades angrily ordered another bowl of porridge. And he couldn't even refuse. After all, he had been the one to suggest Mordorion start building an anti-psyker unit within the Death Guard in the first place. But this was entirely different from what Malkador had proposed. If the Imperium got involved, they wouldn't just focus on the psychers the Death Guard encountered. They'd expect them to handle all sorts of messes across the board. A bit of funding and resources for a mountain of problems. What did they call this? Joyful suffering? Being the Imperium's overworked servant? This was it. Other transmigrators might enjoy some leisure, but here he was always studying or working overtime. Heslop of the Imperial Fists gave Hades a puzzled look. After receiving the letter, this Death Guard's emotions had clearly fluctuated significantly. Heslop asked curiously, "Are you all right, brother of the Death Guard?" "I'm fine." Already envisioning his future of overwork and early burnout, Hades forced a weak smile. Mars, 3 years later. Hades sat with his back to the workbench, casually chatting with Jean. Behind him, the miniature plasma cutter on his power pack was following a set trajectory, slicing through adamantium with sparks flying everywhere. Through training, Hades had learned to let the left side of his brain control the pack, allowing it to automatically perform simple tasks like cutting or welding. This gave him the chance to slack off a bit. 2 years ago, Luna Wolves Sunderland had completed his studies, returned to his legion with honor, and left Hades and the others to watch enviously as the Luna Wolves laughed heartily on his way out. The good news was that through discussions with Magos Jordan, Hades learned his progress was relatively fast. He might even finish early and return. As for Terra, there has been no news since Hades replied to Mordorion that it was up to him and asked Malkador to send more untouchables. The carrot dangled in front of the mule hadn't even been set up yet, so Hades wasn't in a hurry. He focused on struggling through his studies on Mars. Speaking of which, Warhounds Perez was about to return to his legion. Hades wondered if he should prepare some food for the occasion. Or maybe he could say something to Perez. Last time, when Sunderland left, some White Scar's battle brothers had taken the Space Wolves out to hunt for wild game. Hades still didn't know what kind of meat it was. It might have been some exotic beast that a benevolent Magos had released into the wastelands. But he had slowly grown savvy and learned to embrace everything. "Jean, help me get some food again. I'll put in a good word for you with Magos Jordan." Jean, who was assembling a small engine, flashed a furious icon on his display. "Hades of the Death Guard from Barbarus, to date, you've praised me to the Magos exactly 3,007 times. Yet here I still am." The mechadendrite's tightening screws on Jin's servitor body moved so fast that they were almost tearing his robe. "Still here, acting as your assistant." Hades scratched his head. Clearly, Jean had been reserved and cooperative at first. When had this change happened? "Come on, I don't have much else to offer you, except a few kind words to your superiors." Jin's bionic eye flickered, then filled with more angry symbols. "Lord Hades, just look at the tech thralls who worked with the Iron Hands. Now they've become quartermasters liaising directly with the Iron Hands." The servitor's synthesized voice was unnervingly lifelike. "And me, Lord Hades? Do you have any idea how hard it is for a tech thrall to earn a position serving a restructured legion?" Hades hesitated and said cautiously, "Work hard, and maybe you'll become the Magos liaising with the Death Guard, someday." Great. Now he was stringing people along with empty promises too. Hades, oh Hades, when did you become this kind of person? Jean, however, gritted his teeth and replied, "I hope so, Lord Hades." Hades blinked. "So, about that food." Jean hurled a stream of angry corrupted code at him, then shut off his display, choosing to go silent. Looked like that wasn't happening. Too bad. The flour Jean had brought back from Terra last time had been quite good. Plus, behavioral analysis log complete. Today happened to be the day the Ultramarines came to Mars for a large-scale resupply of weapons and equipment. A new batch of their Tech Marines was also arriving for training. Nobs. This presented a perfect opportunity to skip his studies, so Hades decisively ran off with the Space Wolves manning to watch the Ultramarines. He had asked the Imperial Fists and Iron Hands if they wanted to join in, but they declined. Unfortunately, Manning deliberately kept some distance from Hades. Knowing why, Hades could only silently accept the gesture of goodwill. The Ultramarines had brought over a dozen Tech Marines. Considering that the existing 13 Tech Marines hadn't left yet, and that each legion typically had only 4 to 5 Tech Marines training on Mars at any given time, the Ultramarines were overwhelming the others with sheer numbers. For the first time, Hades truly understood the Ultramarines' defining feature: strength in numbers. As Severius of the Ultramarines passed by, he gave Hades a friendly smile. Hades, are you here to welcome our new tech marines? Hades replied smoothly. Of course. Watching you greet your new comrades makes me wonder when the Death Guard will send new recruits. Then I'll get to be busy for once. Help us check on our new brothers first. Severius laughed heartily, then went off to greet the newcomers. Hades sat on the observation deck, gazing at the massive blue structure in the distance as it slowly loaded and unloaded cargo. The enormous white, inverted U symbol was clearly visible. As he stared blankly at the small blue dots in the distance, footsteps approached. A Magos walked toward him. Unlike Magos Jordan, who often carried a stooped posture, this one was a tall woman, retaining a figure that hinted at her original femininity. Her face was half metal, half flesh, with cold, gray-blue eyes and an expressionless demeanor. She walked over and sat directly across from Hades. Hades sighed inwardly. Now what's this about? Judging from her manner, it didn't seem to concern the Death Guard. Aside from the strange hostility Mars seemed to harbor toward him, Hades couldn't think of any other reason for this interaction. Be careful, she said. Thanks for the cryptic warning. Care to elaborate? Thanks for the reminder, Hades replied. But could you be a bit more specific? The Magos blinked, surprised. Then, as if summoning a great deal of courage, she spoke again. I serve under Malkador the Sigillite and oversee affairs on Mars under his command. Before your arrival, a faction of dissidents on Mars began engaging in peculiar activities. They've approached Marine training facilities and intercepted some of Magos Jordan's data streams. Based on the timing and content of their actions, my calculations show an 87.6% probability that their focus is on you. Hades exhaled deeply. So why are you only telling me this now? Her remaining organic half froze, visibly flustered as if caught in a lie. Recently, I received orders from Malkador to prepare for his upcoming visit to Mars, she said hesitantly. And what does that have to do with me? Hades pressed further, already suspecting the truth. Malkador likely mentioned him, prompting the Magos to come rushing over with this warning. Otherwise, she would probably have continued to watch indifferently. If she truly wanted to warn him, she could have done so long ago, before 3 years of events unfolded. Instead, she showed up now with a vague, half-hearted warning. Compared to her, Hades felt even the straightforward, and sometimes belligerent, approach of the Mechanicus veterans was preferable. After his pointed question, the Magos fell completely silent. Finally, she spoke again slowly. Be careful. Not everyone on Mars is loyal to the Emperor. And they are targeting you. They seem to be drawn to your unique condition. Then she stood up abruptly, turned, and walked away without looking back. Hades blinked. Based on his years of dealing with the Mechanicus, he guessed she'd just swapped to a generic speech module to deflect further questioning. Still, the information was useful. So it was his untouchable nature attracting them? The realization sent a chill down his spine. He could only hope to leave Mars in one piece, and not as the subject of some biologist Magos' research paper. Severius approached with a group of new ultramarine techmarines, faintly audible as they praised one particularly formidable warrior among them. Pushing aside his thoughts, Hades stood to greet them, jokingly congratulating Severius on his promotion. While most ultramarines were adept at navigating social niceties, Hades's playful jabs often left them at a loss. Severius introduced the new recruits with a smile, subtly implying he hoped Hades would look after them. Hades sighed inwardly. He had only been on Mars for 3 years, and now he was being treated like a senior figure. What Hades didn't realize was that his rapid learning progress, combined with his impressive dueling record and knack for socializing with diverse techmarine groups, had earned him significant admiration. The Ultramarines had even quietly listed him as a role model. Juggling his thoughts about the Magos' warning and the new arrivals' conversations, Hades looked up. In the distance, he saw a massive materials container being loaded onto an ultramarine transport vessel. Does Mars supply materials other than weapons and ammunition? Hades blurted out. One of the new recruits beside Severius chuckled. That's a type of material with high psyker compatibility. A brother building a new world specifically requested it. Oh, infrastructure work. Classic ultramarine tradition. Hades didn't dwell on it further. A combi plasma incinerator rested quietly on the workbench. Its blue energy coils flickered dimly, signaling to everyone that the weapon was currently uncharged. The Combi Plasma Incinerator was a type of plasma weapon, often favored by senior tech priests. Its hefty, solid design and encircling coils allowed it to fire plasma hot enough to rival a star. Most Space Marines didn't use these weapons because they tended to overheat too easily. However, skilled tech priests knew how to soothe the machine spirit, or, more practically, regulate its usage to minimize overheating. Hades hummed a little tune as he modified the grip of the weapon to better integrate with his servo pack. Every tech marine carried something customized on their back, usually based on personal preference. The most common options included servo arms for repairs and conveniently crushing skulls, promethium torches for welding and blinding enemies, or plasma cutters for slicing through obstacles or granting foes the joy of decapitation. The moral of the story? Don't mess with the tech marine. They've studied for 30 years and likely have at least 3 extra limbs to show for it. Hades, however, had a simpler idea. He wanted to mount the Combi Plasma Incinerator on his back and channel his inner Lion L. Johnson with surprise plasma strikes during combat. In previous melee situations, he often faced opponents wielding scythes or other intimidating weapons. But now, he'd simply fire a surprise plasma blast from his back and end the fight instantly. If not for the Mechanicus's control over Power Armor's backpack systems, requiring sacred Mechanicum rights and extensive training, Hades thought every Space Marine could benefit from a mechanical limb or two. As he worked, the weapon's machine spirit sent a few jumbled error codes, perhaps protesting the modifications. While minor weapons like this sometimes housed simple machine spirits, their capacity was limited, usually just enough to express rudimentary emotions. Hades played an override code provided by his mentor, shutting the weapon's protests down instantly. Still humming, he continued his happy tinkering. This was paradise, no sudden orders, no unexpected assignments. He could learn and work at his own pace with freely provided tools and materials. And he even had a free assistant. Jean occasionally brought over parts or tools at Hades' request, dutifully playing the role of a tool carrier. Compared to the battlefield, this was heaven. Plus, it was mealtime, and Hades reluctantly set the weapon down. He'd even taken the opportunity to paint it. Following the weapon's preferences and Hades' own aesthetics, the gun was now jet black, with moss green highlights reminiscent of the Death Guard. A stark white Death Guard skull was prominently displayed over the energy coils, glowing ominously with every charge cycle as if staring directly at its prey. As Hades stood up, Jean expertly approached to clean up the workspace. Unlike most tech marines, who would simply leave, Hades bent down slightly, giving a sheepish smile. "Hey, Jean, about getting some food." A burst of angry static filled the air. Hades was pretty sure Jean would have yelled at him if they weren't both working under Magos Jordan. "There is no food, Lord Hades of the Death Guard," Jean growled, enunciating every word. "Most of Mars's supplies are allocated to diplomatic personnel, imperial envoys, or magi who enjoy eating. Otherwise, food is scarce here." Hades blinked. "But you've brought me food before, haven't you?" Jean froze for a moment, but quickly recovered, resuming his usual grumpy demeanor. "That was because I thought you might." His voice trailed off, growing quieter. Yeah, Hades thought, probably best not to push him further. Adopting a serious expression, he said, "All right, Jean, no worries. If there's no food, I'll just ask another tech marine or someone else." He clapped Jean on the shoulder and grinned. "Don't worry, you've stuck with me for this long. If the Death Guard ever return, I'll make sure to introduce you to everyone. With circumflexus." Then, slipping back into a cheerful tone, he added, "When you climb the ranks on Mars thanks to us, Death Guard, don't forget me." Jin's cybernetic eyes flickered, and his interface erupted into angry symbols once again. Plus, the mess hall was unusually lively today, likely due to the arrival of a new batch of ultramarine tech marines. Having chatted with Jean earlier, Hades arrived a bit late. Most Space Marines had finished eating and were now sitting around, chatting casually. Hades naturally grabbed a bowl from a nearby servitor and decisively sat down in the most crowded area, where a group of ultramarines and their cybermastiffs were conversing. Even a few Imperial fists and iron hands occasionally joined in. The veterans, long used to Hades' antics, barely acknowledged him and continued their discussions. The new recruits, however, occasionally shot him curious glances. Hades showed no reaction, spooning his porridge while listening to the ongoing conversation. It was Severius who noticed Hades' arrival and handed him a box of what looked like biscuits. "Try some? These are a specialty from Macridge." Without hesitation, Hades reached out, grabbed one, and began munching on the biscuit as he listened to the chatter around him. The group was discussing battles fought alongside their primarchs or even the Emperor himself. Unlike Hades, most Techmarines spent several years in their respective legions, gaining battlefield experience before being sent to Mars for training. The Iron Hands were reminiscing about their campaigns with Ferrus Manus. In their eyes, their Primarch was a figure of tempered steel, analyzing the battlefield with cold precision and unleashing relentless firepower upon enemy lines. At the same time, Ferrus Manus wasn't merely a distant, calculating commander. After battles, he would visit the wounded, speak with them, and inquire about even the smallest details of the battlefield to better protect his sons in future conflicts. Alexandrin of the Iron Hands was recounting one such encounter with Ferrus Manus in meticulous detail, as if replaying a scholarly report burned into his memory. His delivery was calm and methodical, much like an academic presentation. Hades, however, could see through him. This was clearly bragging. But unlike other legions, the Iron Hands held a deep respect for their Techmarines due to Ferrus Manus's love for technology. It wasn't uncommon for an Iron Hands Techmarine to eventually become an Iron Father, an esteemed position in their legion. Not particularly bothered, Hades kept spooning his porridge. However, he noticed that the veterans among the Warhounds seemed on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the mood among the Iron Warriors seated farther away didn't look great either. Hades blinked. Usually, at times like this, he or Severius would step in to change the topic. But today, Hades didn't feel like it. Instead, he glanced toward the Warhounds, pondering what to say in the future. Predictably, Severius broke the silence first, steering the conversation. "I believe that under the Emperor's guidance, the Lost Worlds and Primarchs will eventually return to the fold of the Imperium," he said with conviction. "Perhaps the next Primarch found will be yours. Don't lose hope, brothers." "Thank you," sighed Perez, a warhound. With the tension eased, Severius decided to pass the baton to someone more suited for a new topic. He turned to Hades. "The Primarch of the Death Guard has recently returned. Have you had the chance to meet your father, Hades?" Severius's intention was to let Hades casually deflect the question, as he, the Warhounds, and the Iron Warriors hadn't yet shared stories about their primarchs. Hades's spoon faltered mid-scoop. Should he really tell the truth in a situation like this? "I'm not particularly familiar with our Legion's Primarch. I haven't had many opportunities to meet him," Hades said smoothly, his expression unchanged as he continued eating. "The Primarch has only just returned, and the Legion's affairs are still being settled. No need to be overly pessimistic, brothers," Hades added, addressing the Warhounds. The Warhounds were disciplined and deeply devoted to their Primarch. While Hades couldn't summon reinforcements to miraculously descend upon Nuceria, he felt it necessary to at least offer a few words of encouragement to his brothers. It was a calm day, but they decided to go hunting. To bid farewell to the Warhound brothers who were about to leave, Manning proposed hunting for some wild game. As before, not many responded to the call of the Space Wolves, but a few White Scars agreed to join. Hades suspected, however, that they were more interested in racing than actual hunting. Hades hadn't planned on going, but when Jean refused to help him find food this time, and considering that Warhound Perez had always been friendly to him, being one of the first Techmarines to welcome him, Hades decided to bring some food and have a brief chat. Of course, there were other reasons. Hades glanced at Jean, who was busy preparing an off-road bike from the warehouse. In the distance, the White Scars bikes were already roaring to life. Hades scratched his head. "Is it ready yet, Jean?" "Sir, you can't rush a vehicle's initial deployment process." Finally, Jean completed the long string of information verifications and invoked the Mechanicus protocols. An off-road bike suitable for an Astartes emerged from the warehouse. It was a basic vehicle with no frills, featuring a dual-linked bolter mounted at the front. Hades casually swung a leg over it. The servo arms on the back of his power armor flexed slightly. "Let's see, obituary check. A combat knife, a bowl gun, a melta gun, and a combi plasma melta were secured to his back. And, of course, the item hidden in his gloves check. He had pre-encoded a MES tech priest for scheduled transmission, and as a precaution, he had informed several battle brothers beforehand. Though skeptical, they trusted Hades enough to heed his warning. Hey, let's move, Hades. Manning of the Space Wolves was already on his bike, which was so heavily modified that its original design was unrecognizable. Various bolters and melta weapons were mounted on it, their power reduced to avoid turning prey into unrecognizable mush. In the distance, the White Scars were chatting casually. Their sleek recon bikes, devoid of mounted weapons for reduced weight, had engines that had been modified for speed. Red lightning bolts streaked across the white chassis. Yup, they were definitely here for racing, Hades thought. Let's go. With a whoop, Manning took off, instantly leading the group. The White Scars, not to be outdone, slammed on the throttle and began racing at breakneck speed. Wait, that pace, was it even safe? Hades knew the White Scars had their own acceleration tech, but this seemed excessive. By the time Hades got his bike rolling, the White Scars had already overtaken Manning. Dust rose behind them as they became tiny dots on the horizon. Hades thought he could almost hear the cheers of the White Scars' bike machine spirits. Taking his time, Hades followed behind Manning, keeping an eye on the map Manning had shared through the comms. The Tech Marine base was on the city's edge, close to the wilderness. However, to reach the barren plains quickly, they needed to traverse a large expanse of wasteland. Here, countless factories dumped their waste, filling the area with toxic runoff. Occasionally, the tech priests discarded what they deemed scrapped servitors. With grave beta. But who knew if those servitors were truly decommissioned? During his training years at the Tech Marine base, Hades had realized that many of the mechanical creatures he had once seen aboard small ships were actually discarded servitors. Some servitors hadn't fully shut down and even awakened self-awareness. Like stray dogs, these surviving servitors scavenged the wasteland or stole power from factories at the city's edge to stay functional. Normally, these servitors avoided people from a distance. The journey through the wasteland was initially smooth. Despite the rampant dumping, the roads used by large vehicles to transport waste were clear, and they followed one of these routes. Towering mounds of trash flanked both sides of the path, with occasional flickers of movement within the heaps. In the distance, massive garbage trucks rumbled about their work. Hades rode steadily, marking points of interest on his map. When they reached a more remote area, Hades's bike malfunctioned. A faint wisp of black smoke rose from the engine. Expecting this, Hades immediately jumped off. Boom! The engine exploded, sending shrapnel flying. The bulky bike skidded into a nearby trash heap, the impact causing metal debris to cascade down. Bang! Dust filled the air. Hades stood with his scythe in hand, his helmet's display confirming the bike was beyond repair. Judging by the explosion, the saboteur at least intended to leave him alive. Hearing the commotion, Manning quickly doubled back, stopping on the road now blocked by debris. "You okay, brother?" "I'm fine," Hades replied, waving dismissively. "Go ahead. I'll walk back and grab another bike later." "All right. Cheers." With a quick salute, Manning sped off, eager to catch up with the already distant White Scars. As the engine roared away, Hades slung his scythe onto his back, grabbed his bolt gun, and began strolling back leisurely. He hadn't covered even a fifth of the distance when the attack began. It wasn't an onslaught of firepower, but an invisible barrage of code. Hades's power armor froze momentarily, his backpack locked, as corrupted data swarmed into his neural interface. At the same time, a tattered servitor heavily modified to the point of grotesqueness emerged from a trash heap, clutching a massive gun. It fired. Hades's body jolted as his armor grew unbearably heavy. The ground beneath him sank, and his power armor groaned under the strain. A gravity gun. As the servitor revealed itself, countless silhouettes appeared on the trash heaps surrounding Hades. Most of them were broken and patched together with mismatched metal and tangled cables. But their weapons were intact, gravity guns, bolters, and primitive ones inscribed with strange glyphs. Seeing Hades immobilized, the servitors opened fire. A massive grenade arced toward him. Stasis grenade. His pupils narrowed, his attackers were going all out to capture him alive. True to its name, the stasis grenade created a localized stasis field. The assault happened within 2 seconds, but as soon as the corrupted data infiltrated his neural systems, Hades countered it. He regained control of his power armor and backpack in an instant. Lightning quick, he dashed out of the stasis grenade's blast radius. The debris' movement kicked up froze midair, highlighting the grenade's power. Even under fire from multiple gravity guns, their immense pull couldn't slow him. Hades charged straight into the servitor horde, targeting those wielding the wands. His instincts demanded it. Bang! Bang! Every 2 shots marked a servitor's head exploding and its wand destroyed. Hades's towering figure slammed into the horde like a cannonball into waves. The first servitors were smashed to pieces, crimson blood splattering his pale power armor like a spider's web. Scythe in hand, Hades reaped through the servitors. Heads flew, metal and flesh bursting apart as he carved a path of destruction. Hades continued to accelerate amidst the crowd. He couldn't afford to slow down. Reducing speed meant getting hit, and the enemy's gravity guns were not something his power armor could fully shield against. The servos on his power backpack danced with his every movement, grabbing a servitor trying to flank him and hurling it into the midst of its comrades, knocking several over like bowling pins. The plasma cutter in his hand whirled ferociously, plunging into the chest of a servitor before ripping upwards, tearing it apart. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. These soulless servitors, oblivious to pain, seemed to emerge from every crevice, armed with all manner of weapons. They charged at Hades endlessly, their grotesque forms blending into the gray, shadowy garbage mounds like a writhing tide of worms. But against Hades, such efforts were nothing more than a futile struggle. Hades wielded his scythe with deadly precision, leaving a trail of crimson blossoms on this desolate plain. Blood sprayed into the air, and death celebrated in silence. His scythe slashed effortlessly through bone and flesh. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. The first strike of the ambush had been the critical one, but the attackers had underestimated Hades' reaction speed and the defensive capabilities of his left brain firewall. Even so, the enemy showed no signs of retreating. Some servitors started forming ranks. Those wielding gravity guns advanced toward Hades, firing in coordinated bursts at various angles, ensuring that at least one shot would hit. Meanwhile, the servitors with explosive rifles moved to encircle him. Hades immediately recognized their strategy. His sprinting form came to an abrupt halt, then he leaped into the air. Soaring high, at the center of the enemy formation, a particularly grotesque servitor wielded a staff. Electricity crackled around its battered body. "Ah, I see now," Hades thought to himself, a mocking smile hidden beneath his helmet. "Do they truly believe this will stop me?" The servitor's staff was a crude imitation of an electroleech stave. Its simplified inscriptions etched into the staff emitted sporadic arcs of electricity. Admittedly, the idea was clever. Against a space marine dependent on electronic systems, this weapon could have been problematic. The staff drained nearby energy, potentially disabling electronic devices. But it was too late. The majority of the staff-wielding servitors had already fallen, and this last one was no exception. For this foe, Hades didn't even bother to raise his scythe. Instead, he descended from the sky like a thunderbolt. Bang! The servitor was crushed beneath his landing impact, its body bursting like a grotesque balloon. Blood and metallic shards sprayed in every direction, the fragments striking nearby servitors and piercing their heads like shrapnel. Without pausing to bask in the aftermath, Hades became a blurred silhouette, reappearing amidst the chaos to raise his scythe once more. Mercy had no place on the battlefield. The death dance of Barbarus unfolded, with its only spectators being the sacrificial victims. In the distance, colossal garbage transport vehicles continued their work, their engines humming as they dumped mounds of waste. Amidst the refuse, some trembling servitors tried to hide but were buried alive without a sound. Further beyond, the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays upon the battlefield. Drenched in blood, Hades raised the last surviving servitor. Sticky blood dripped down his pale power armor, pooling onto the disgusting, fetid ground beneath his feet. The terrain, littered with mangled limbs and bloody scraps, resembled a putrid swamp, steaming faintly in the morning light. The lenses of Hades' helmet glowed red for a brief moment. Signal source acquired. The servitor in his grasp continued to struggle, its cybernetic hands futilely scratching at the smooth surface of his power armor. Its distorted, fragmented electronic voice spewed gibberish amidst intermittent whispers of corrupted code. Hades remained unmoved. With an effortless twist of his hand, crack, blood splattered across his visor. Hades remained expressionless. Death was the last, and often the only, thing he could do. Casually wiping the blood off his visor, he hefted his scythe and sprinted toward the source of the signal. What awaited him was a massive garbage transport vehicle, disguised to blend into its grim surroundings. But as Hades approached, the vehicle remained motionless, sitting silently in place. Without hesitation, Hades transmitted a signal across the airwaves. Hades, Death Guard of the 14th Legion, requests an audience. This was no ordinary broadcast. Hades encrypted his words, though the specific method remained his own secret. Moments later, the vehicle's doors slowly creaked open. A figure emerged, clad in a crimson robe, a tech priest. This one bore no particularly striking features. If placed among a crowd of tech priests, he'd blend into the background without a trace. The only distinguishing feature was the pendant hanging from his hood, not the typical censer or gilded ornament, but two rough, black stones. Greetings, Hades of the Death Guard. Unlike Hades' solemn demeanor, the tech priest's voice came through as a flat, emotionless electronic tone, sharp and grating. I admit, deploying Gene 306 was a bold move on my part. Before we delve into the main discussion, would you be willing to share how you saw through it? Hades scanned the surroundings, his eyes lingering on the terrain and the area behind the tech priest. Only after confirming the tech priest wasn't stalling for time did he reply. He was too accommodating. It was as if Gene 306 had been tailor-made for Hades. Its synthetic expressions, human-like vocal tones, and highly suggestive responses were all too deliberate. Not that all tech priests were devoid of personality, some were indeed eccentric. But those individuals always exhibited a clear sense of self. During his interactions with Gene 306, Hades had noticed the distinct lack of such individuality. It wasn't that Gene 306 lacked self-awareness, it was avoiding it. Every time Hades intentionally steered the conversation, Gene 300 SIX's thought process abruptly ended. Its inexplicable disappearances, the deliberate records it left behind. And then there was the warning from the old vehicle. The tech priest paused for a moment, then spoke. I see. That explains it. Please accept my apologies for my previous actions. I am a tech priest specializing in the study of anti-psychic fields. Upon learning of your unique physiology, I rashly attempted to conduct research without your consent. I never intended to harm you. If it would ease your anger, I am willing to terminate Gene 306 as a gesture of apology. I'm not angry, Hades interrupted abruptly. The tech priest hesitated, and Hades could almost sense the gears of his mind spinning. I didn't mean to cause you harm. My haste led me to this misstep. If you truly harbor no resentment. The tech priest stepped aside slightly. Would you consider joining me inside the vehicle to discuss a potential collaboration? Collaboration. Hades voiced his doubt, though inwardly, this was exactly why he had come. Finding a tech priest specializing in anti-psychic research on Mars, no wonder Malkador had ordered him here so urgently. Yes. If you agree, we can conduct research without compromising your physical integrity. Hades blinked. Fine. But we'll talk here. Do you really think I didn't notice the stasis field in your vehicle? In the distance, the rumbling of garbage trucks continued, echoing through the desolate wasteland. The abandoned refuse zone, a massive graveyard of piled metal, remained devoid of onlookers. Hades stood motionless, the display inside his helmet marking the passing seconds. I suggest you get straight to the point, he said coldly. Otherwise, the distress signal I've prepared will be sent out. A faint glimmer of light flickered across the electronic eye of the tech priest opposite him. A miscalculation, this Death Guard was far more cautious than his demeanor suggested. If Hades had managed to see through the carefully planted gene at the Tech Marine base, then much of the previously gathered data had become significantly less reliable. What distress signal? The tech priest probed, fishing for more information. Don't play dumb. Hades spoke calmly, his tone steady as he explained. What you should be considering now is why I'm even interested in this so-called collaboration, instead of figuring out more ways to take me away. Before I even set out, I knew about your trap. but I came here because I was curious about why you were targeting me. Give me a reason. Otherwise, even if you kill me now, you'll expose yourself. The crimson-robed tech priest showed no outward reaction. And why do you think you, a mere tech marine of a newly formed legion, can threaten me? Hades took his time, reaching into his gauntlet and pulling out Mortarion's letter. Though it contained little of substance, it bore the seals of the Imperial Palace on Terra, a Primarch's personal sigil, and Malcador's insignia, more than enough to make an impression. Because I have backing, Hades declared. The tech priest's mechanical eyes focused on the seals etched into the document. Once he'd gotten a good look, Hades casually returned the letter to its place. This move, calling on borrowed authority, was designed to ensure the tech priest wouldn't attempt a sudden ambush. Hades had already noted that the crude electroleech staves wielded by the tech priest's constructs were not the proper forms of such weapons. They were shoddy imitations, lacking critical inscriptions and even basic circuitry. This suggested that the Crimson Tech Priest had not yet attained the rank required to interact with the Electro Priests. Two possibilities emerged. The Tech Priest's actions were a personal endeavor, independent of any larger organization. The Tech Priest was operating under the aegis of an organization, but this mission had not been assigned high priority. Either way, should Terra or a Primarch investigate seriously, this Tech Priest would face consequences. If the first scenario were true, the Tech Priest would likely be completely dismantled. If the second scenario played out, the Tech Priest would be scapegoated by his organization to mitigate the fallout. Thinking he could devour Hades whole? He'd better have a big enough net and a much bigger appetite. Judging by the approach taken to capture him, it was clear the Tech Priest wanted to avoid escalating the incident. Moreover, based on his decryption of the message Jean had sent, Hades had already pinpointed the general location of the Tech Priest's base of operations, even though those transmissions had been encrypted and routed through multiple relays. Our beta. So, give me a reason not to report you, Hades demanded. The Tech Priest, Corclan, felt his few remaining organic components pounding in agitation. This Death Guard, having uncovered the trap, not only avoided it but actively sought him out. Clearly, Hades' goal wasn't mere self-preservation. He had ulterior motives. The idea of using him as a test subject was no longer feasible. If they were to cooperate, Corclan's computational processes began to churn. Ensuring the subject's stability would rule out certain experiments entirely. In the Tech Priest's calculations, the only unknown variable was Hades' connection to Terra and the wider Legion. He lacked precise information about Hades in this regard. But for now, Corclan's priority was to stabilize the situation and prevent further exposure. Yet the rarity of this specimen, Hades, sent Corclan's processing circuits into overdrive. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Hades' traits aligned with what Corclan knew of the Cursed. Hades' anti-psyker field was the most unique Corclan had ever encountered. Its intensity was enough to create a void in the warp, yet Hades also exhibited precise control, containing the field just beneath his skin to avoid disrupting his daily life. Unlike any untouchable specimen Corclan had studied before, Hades was indispensable. And Hades had agreed. The complex factions among the Tech Priests demanded Corclan leverage his research and potential to climb the hierarchy, trading knowledge and techniques for status. Finally, Corclan spoke. I am Lanzer, a Xenos-oriented tech priest specializing in anti-psyker studies. I have spent years collecting data on untouchables and Xenos-based anti-psyker technology. By chance, I discovered you. Your anti-psyker field is far more potent than any other untouchable I have studied and unique. How exactly did you stumble upon me? Hades asked, narrowing his eyes. To be honest, the tech priest decided, knowing it wouldn't affect the conversation's trajectory, I detected a psychic vacuum in the warp. After calibrating my instruments, the coordinates pointed to the Barbarus sector. Hades blinked. A psychic vacuum? Could it be referring to the black domain he had previously failed to retract? If such subtle phenomena could be detected, this tech priest was no ordinary individual. What Hades didn't realize was that the tech priest had captured the psychic vacuum from the moment his black domain had erupted. However, Hades' altered memories left him unaware of the event. Hades thought to himself, this tech priest clearly has impressive capabilities. Why didn't he appear in the original timeline? The tech priest spread his hands, as if to indicate he had revealed everything he could. After that, I began paying attention to you, he said. Anti-psyker technology had always been a fringe field of research before the heresy, typically under the Emperor's direct purview. Yet here stood a wild anti-psyker tech priest. He was skilled in anti-psyker techniques, but had managed to avoid Imperial notice. Instead, he had resorted to underhanded methods to capture Hades. Combining this with what Malcador and the female tech priest had previously mentioned, it became evident that the tech priest before Hades was an anti-imperial figure, one who did not wish to attract the Imperium's attention. But the Imperium needed his expertise. Hades scrutinized the tech priest Lanzer as he had introduced himself, and a bold theory began forming in his mind. Could it be that this tech priest had joined the anti-imperial faction only to be betrayed and killed by his allies during the heresy? After all, some tech priests sought merely to overthrow the emperor in hopes of restoring Mars' autonomy. But if they aligned with Horus, a tech priest who specialized in anti-psyker research would have been among the first targets of chaos. Hades decided to test the waters. If you're an anti-psyker specialist, you could always contact the Imperium directly. I imagine the research division of organizations like the Sisters of Silence would welcome you with open arms. A wise man will not associate with a liar. Moreover, entering the Imperial system would subject him to extensive scrutiny. Electric currents surged through Corclan's processors as he rejected the notion. He could never side with a tyrant who had deceived the Omnicia. He remembered that day vividly. That day, it rained on Mars. Thick clouds blanketed the endless mountain ranges. Blinding lightning forked through the heavens, and deafening thunder rolled with a weighty, oppressive presence. Everyone came out, tech priests, servitors, the Scutarii. They gathered along the city streets, on the platforms of the ports, and stared at the miracle before them. Some servitors, their programming overridden, shakily abandoned their posts. And then, the rain began to fall. Rain. It wasn't the byproduct of industrial processes or toxic runoff, but pure, natural rain, clear liquid, mostly H2O with negligible impurities. The droplets fell, soaking the crimson robes of the Mechanicum. Some trembled and knelt, their heavily modified legs barely capable of the motion. Hymns filled the air, activating every individual's sensory processing systems. But most were simply stunned. The god of the sanctum had truly descended from the heavens. Unmodified human eyes began to shed tears. Praise the Omnicia. The chant echoed without end. But Corclan, he was frozen. He stood, bewildered, watching it all unfold. The portable psychic detector he had just finished building shrieked in his arms. He held it as though it were a live nuclear bomb about to detonate. Slowly he turned, looking at his companions, their logic circuits blinded by joy. The psychic detector's alarm hit its peak. The values trembled, struggling to rise further, but they had already reached the limits of Corclan settings. Liar. Deceiver. It was a psychic-induced rainfall. All of it, a grand illusion orchestrated by a psyker. Corclan stood in the downpour as the rain lashed against him. His entire world had betrayed him. From that moment, Corclan, once a scholar of psychic phenomena, shifted his focus entirely to anti-psyker research. He vowed to tear down the lies of that charlatan. At the time, Corclan was just an ordinary tech priest. Even though he had climbed to this position thanks to his pre-programmed genes, he was merely an insignificant figure within the many intricate factions of Mars. He needed resources and access. Some higher-ranking tech priests approached him. They were either believers who distrusted deception or beneficiaries dissatisfied with the division of power. Though he was of little use initially, the knowledge he possessed gave him significance. Ultimately, he would dedicate himself to knowledge and truth. He calculated, explored, and climbed. Corclan vowed to use truth to expose lies. He had set foot on Xeno's worlds teeming with foreign technologies. He had encountered techniques that rendered most of his body components non-functional. Finally, in a long-lost ruin, he discovered a document that recorded the Cursed Ones. They were entities even more restrictive of psychic energy than the Untouchables. These beings were extremely rare, and their fate was often to be killed by psychics during their childhood. At the altar of the ruins, the scene of the Cursed Ones being sacrificed by psychic shamans seemed to still be unfolding. The subtle marks left in the river of time declared the psychic void that had occurred here. These beings could devour all psychic energy. He needed a sample. There was no way he could let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Thank you for the reminder, but due to personal reasons, I'm unwilling to cooperate with Terra's direct departments. This would hinder my research. So, you'll just take it by force? Corclan paused, and then his voice synthesizer creaked. I apologize deeply, my lord, but your constitution is an exceedingly rare sample. Simply becoming an Astartes would be a great waste. I would hate to see such a situation, which is why I acted rather hastily. If you are willing to forsake your identity as an Astartes and join me in researching anti-psychic phenomena, we could achieve far more brilliant accomplishments than being an Astartes ever could. I can guarantee no harm to your body. I advise you to stop trying to deceive me under the guise of cooperation. If you truly want research data, I suggest you propose it from my perspective. Hades impatiently thrust his scythe into the ground. Time is running out. If this tech priest truly intended to cooperate, Hades would be delighted. But for now, it seemed the tech priest still intended to knock him out and take him away. Hades pondered briefly. In the tech priest's eyes, he was merely a uniquely gifted Astartes, without other discernible value. He decided to lay some bait. Let's put it this way. I'm interested in your anti-psychic research because my Primarch hopes to establish an anti-psychic division within the Legion and to develop anti-psychic weaponry, Are Nigerian Ira Epsilon. Collaborating with the Legion, providing related technology, without interfering in your research. What do you think? Let's see if the bait works. The tech priest's form swayed slightly and two pendants on his robe jingled. Collaborating with a Legion, how is that any different from collaborating with the Imperium? I appreciate your offer, but I, as a tech priest, do not wish to collaborate with a Legion. This conversation cannot proceed if you think like that. The tech priest's idea of cooperation involved Hades leaving his organization and participating as an individual, but Hades had no such intention. We provide funding. You only need to supply the technology. You could even just provide anti-psychic equipment, wouldn't that suffice? And I'm willing to participate in your experiments. Corclan fell silent again. It seemed Hades was uninterested in his own proposals, but was very persistent about acquiring the research results. Likewise, Corclan couldn't agree to research for the Imperium. He decided to feign agreement with Hades, obtain some basic information, and then delete the data stream and flee Mars as soon as Hades returned. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Your offer is indeed tempting. So my answer is yes. But discussing cooperation at this moment would be too hasty, especially since I cannot ascertain how much authority you truly hold within your Legion. Why not choose another time for a detailed discussion? Meanwhile, I will return and make more thorough preparations. He's planning to run. Do you think you can escape after exposing your lair? If Hades returned unharmed and this tech priest never contacted him again, he would immediately inform Malkador. Unfortunately, he didn't have the female tech priest's contact and send over this tech priest's location. If the tech priest did contact him later for detailed talks, then Hades could bide his time. Time was running out, and Hades didn't want his pre-written distress signal to land directly on Magos Jordan's desk. I hope you make the right choice, Tech Priest Lanzer. Hades watched the tech priest closely, but Corclan remained as stoic as ever. His mechanical face revealed nothing of his thoughts. It was an unpleasant conversation, with neither side achieving their goals. Hades sighed inwardly and gestured for the tech priest to leave. However, a glimmer flashed in Corclan's eyes. Lord Hades, as an apology, I will give you the control rights and codes for Gene 306. And to further express my regret, I also have a stasis grenade here. I hope to present it to you. And so, my lord, could you? Could he what? Could you use your anti-psychic field to envelop me? Hades fell silent. Then, he raised the obituary and placed it directly on the tech priest's shoulder. Realizing what Hades was doing, the tech priest didn't resist at all. As the black domain coursed through the tech priest, flashes began appearing across his body. Some electronic devices failed outright. When Hades exasperatedly removed his scythe, a long, psi-like electronic burst emanated from the other side. That's it. Plus, dust erupted in all directions as Hades stood still, watching a massive garbage truck slowly roll away. The two harbored their own schemes. The tech priest, forced to release Hades after obtaining surface-level data, had little choice. Otherwise, Hades' pre-written distress signal would have been transmitted. Even so, the tech priest, having feigned agreement, planned to leave Mars for a time. Meanwhile, Hades, who had already secured the tech priest's location, decided to report it immediately upon his return. The only thing both parties could likely agree on was the stasis grenade now in Hades' possession. As the roar of engines filled the air, a feral wolf roared to life and sped toward him. Manning whistled. "I've been watching you chat with that hunk of machinery from afar. Finally done. So, no fight in the end, huh?" Hades chuckled and climbed into the vehicle. "Let's go." Plus, the female tech priest from before emerged slowly from the shadows, glancing at Hades, who had just returned to his quarters. "You really managed to lure him out." Behind her, mechanical arms extended, bearing the unmistakable sigils of Malkador. Hades removed his helmet with a resigned expression. The moment he saw the sigils, he sent the tech priest's location to her without hesitation. The woman raised an eyebrow. She had been unable to intercept this information herself. "You cracked his encryption keys too?" Hades nodded. "We couldn't come to terms, so he tried to take me by force." "You should have cooperated with him as an individual." Tech priest Collier's as she interjected, causing Hades to pause briefly. "I'm not particularly keen on being dragged off as a test subject." That man is a staunch extremist, deeply loathing Terra's emperor. His motivations stem entirely from that. How was I supposed to know? I thought he might have a flexible bottom line when it came to personal gain. Hearing this, Collier's as she chuckled, a faint smile appearing briefly on her lips. "That's refreshingly honest." But her expression quickly vanished. Collaborating with a legion is, in his eyes, no different from collaborating with the Emperor. Lord Malkador has always admired the tech priest research, but it's a shame he refuses to show himself. "We hoped you might succeed, but it seems he truly detests the Emperor." "What's the plan now?" "Arrest. After this failure, no one will shield him. Proceed as usual. His research will be evaluated, and you'll likely receive a portion, though after a typical arrest, not much tends to remain intact." Tech priests often destroyed their work, deleted data, and revoked encryption keys on the spot. By the way, Lord Malkador and Lord Mordorion are expected to arrive on Mars soon. After conveying this information, Collier's Zashi prepared to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Hades. His conversation with Lanzer made him realize that the man's anti-psychic research capabilities were extraordinary. Letting them go to waste felt like a huge loss. Could this be purely emotional, a personal loathing of the Emperor rather than a matter of politics or personal gain? Would it be possible to let him negotiate with the Death Guard Legion instead? "I think there's still hope." Collier's Zashi gave Hades a curious look, then nodded and left once Mina workshop no different from any other day. The partially processed armor components lay silently. A large plasma cutter followed its programmed trajectory, methodically slicing through adamantium. But everything was, in fact, different. The figure that often moved among the machines was now standing still in the center of Hades' workspace. The electronic screen that usually displayed a variety of expressions was now dark and lifeless. The frayed edges of Jin's golden robes floated aimlessly, some threads falling to the ground. Hades shifted his gaze to him. There was no sign of struggle or resistance. Jin, 306, had locked most of his joint engines, opened his base-level code, disabled his firewalls, and stood quietly, awaiting judgment from Hades. The weak are like this. When faced with an insurmountable power gap, surrender and submission become a pragmatic choice for self-preservation. Hades blinked and scanned Jin again, ensuring he wasn't carrying anything like self-destructing melta charges. Then he looked at Jin. The servant of the machine god stood there like a frozen machine, lifeless. Yet, through the imaging in his helmet, Hades could see the currents coursing energetically through Jin's cables, a clear testament to this being's vitality. Hades sighed. "What's your plan, Jin, 306? Hades had used Jin's connections to backtrack and expose Priest Lanzer, turning the tables. He didn't feel betrayed. In fact, he had suspected Jin's duplicity from the start. Compared to Jin's apparent indifference, every time he contacted the priest, he was very cautious and careful, and at the same time there was a mixed feeling of urgency and fear. When the priest casually offered Jin's execution as an apology and immediately handed over Jin's control codes to Hades, it became clear Jin was just a coerced laborer. In their time together, Jin had worked well with Hades. Though their camaraderie was feigned, Hades didn't feel inclined to execute this servant of the machine god. He still needed an assistant. As long as he held Jin's administrative codes, there was no cause for concern. The priests implanted highly restrictive and dominant codes into their subordinates' mechanical systems. These codes ensured loyalty, preventing betrayal by their apprentices. Why make life harder for a fellow laborer? Jin's electronic screen remained a dull black, but his speakers activated. A cold, piercing mechanical voice echoed. "Jin, 306 awaits your decision, my lord." He had known this would be his fate all along. An individual cannot determine their destiny. It is decided from the very beginning. Jin 300 SIX's life began with the natural birth of two low-ranking servitors. But as an unfiltered and unmodified natural being on Mars, his only futures were destruction or servitude as a servitor. But Priest Korklan found him abandoned and on the brink of death and took him in. According to Priest Korklan, when he discovered Jin 306, the servitor's soul wave fluctuations were so faint that the priest mistakenly believed he had found an untouchable. But in truth, a defective product is just that, a defective product. His weak soul wave fluctuations were merely the result of prolonged starvation. The priest originally intended to destroy him. However, Jin managed to catch the priest's attention with his careful demeanor and ability to read the situation. This earned him a second chance. His body was integrated with numerous mechanical components, transforming him into a servant of the machine god. No yes. And so, Jin 306 found himself standing here. As part of an initial analysis, Priest Korklan equipped him with an electronic screen capable of displaying a wide range of expressions and the most advanced simulated voice module. Yet, over time, as Jin interacted with his target, Hades, he began to realize that there were others in this world. Beings entirely different. Strange. It was the most frequent word that appeared in Jin's logic templates during his interactions with Hades. Thinly veiled egalitarian views, an overly optimistic demeanor, and a habitual tendency to encourage others, Hades was utterly unlike the priests or the bureaucrats of the Imperium. He was more akin to what could be called, in traditional terms, a good person. Jin found himself thinking that perhaps what he was doing was wrong. But he had no choice. Not everyone has the power to do what is right. And so, Jin silently planted detonation codes in the engine of Hades' motorbike, then stood in place, watching Hades drive away. No further instructions came from the priest. Jin understood what that meant. He had been abandoned. Escape was impossible on his own. The remnants of his organic glands secreted a surge of hormones. Was this regret? If he had already been sentenced to death, why hadn't he altered the orders? Jin 306 didn't know. He simply returned to the assistant's workstation where he most often stood and entered low-power mode. But then Hades came back, holding his control codes in hand. No wonder Jin 306 had felt something was off. The target had known his true nature all along. Hades approached, bringing judgment with him. At least before death, he could know the reason for his end. That alone would suffice. Yet, do you have nowhere to go now? If you promise not to betray me, you can continue to be my assistant. I'll let the past slide. Jin spoke. If he had a proper voice module, would his tone have trembled? Why, my lord? Jin 306 doesn't understand. Hades scratched his face as he often did. In Jin's database, this behavior signaled that Hades was aware of the full context, but was pondering how to deflect the question. Maybe it's because I only have one assistant right now. If you leave, I'll really be on my own. Through logical deduction, Jin filtered out Hades' strange phrasing. His circuits flickered as he analyzed the situation. According to the rules of the Tech Marine training base, even if Jin 306 were erased, another servant of the machine god would immediately replace him. They both knew the truth. Jin's electronic screen lit up. Familiar blue dots danced across the display, forming a small, primitive, simple expression. Understood, Lord Hades of the Death Guard. Jin 306 will serve you from this moment on. The symbol represented the earliest expression of goodwill in human history. Recently is a rather vague concept, depending on mutual agreement between the parties involved. However, it was clear that a priest from Mars and an old farmer from Barbarus had not reached any consensus on this matter. Afterward, Hades first had a chat with Jin. He then meticulously prepared some essential data for the Legion, along with an analysis report on how the 14th Legion could sustainably maximize its exploitation of Martian resources. Yet the awaited ship from Terra did not arrive. Instead, the ship bound for the 12th Legion was ready to depart. Perez of the Warhounds was one of the more well-regarded tech marines on Mars. He was both meticulous and approachable, and compared to most Warhounds, he was calmer and more composed. Aside from topics related to his pre-march, he got along well with most of the other tech marines. So, without a doubt, on the eve of his departure, most of the tech marines came to bid him farewell. First, the Iron Warriors presented him with a rare number 478 cruciform screw and its matching nut. Then the Imperial Fists gave him a book on architecture. The Ultramarines contributed a hand-woven banner with fine stitching, the Salamanders gifted an exquisitely carved combat dagger, and the Emperor's Children offered a piece of art. Oh, the Blood Angels and the Emperor's Children gave the same gift. The Space Wolves, however, did not bring a gift, though the wild games served that evening came courtesy of them. It was a lively scene, but, unusually, one figure who was often active among the crowd was absent. Perhaps it's because of that incident. A few days earlier, Hades of the Death Guard had encountered some misfortune while out hunting with the Space Wolves and the White Scars. It was an entirely abnormal event, a motorbike blown to smithereens and a blood-drenched Hades. The Tech Marines, of course, refrained from asking questions. And so, Paris's farewell party continued in the absence of one individual. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the lively Death Guard, focusing instead on the evening's protagonist. As the night deepened, the Tech Marines gradually dispersed. Soon, only a few Warhounds remained. With Perez leaving the next day, they planned to stay up late to chat and bid him a proper farewell. However, the hall doors slowly creaked open. The missing figure had arrived, fashionably late. Sorry I'm late," Hades said apologetically, smiling at Perez. Perez blinked. What was Hades doing here at this hour? Well, time is tight, and because of personal reasons earlier, I didn't prepare a farewell gift. But I do have a prophetic suggestion. Are you interested in hearing it? It's about your pre-march. Perez raised an eyebrow in surprise. He glanced around and found his Warhound's brothers also looking at him with astonishment. Go on, he said. Hades pulled out a chair and sat down slowly. Actually, when our pre-march returned, the Death Guard's Librarius prophesied a piece of information. Sorry in advance, Fernando. Near the Ultima Segmentum, another pre-march might appear. As soon as Hades finished, the Warhounds exchanged bewildered glances. Our Librarius couldn't discern the exact location, but it seems to be in this area, Hades said, projecting a map from the device on his arm. He circled a spot near Nuceria. A with circumflex. In previous experiments, as long as the names of the 4 Chaos Gods and certain critical details weren't mentioned explicitly, nothing would go wrong. Even though Mordorion himself had seen the recordings of a Nurgle demon, as long as Nurgle wasn't named, there was no issue. Hades couldn't directly intervene in this matter. But if the Warhounds could find their pre-march ahead of time, they might save Angron and the 12th Legion. If they could locate him before Angron was nailed down by the Butcher's nails, they could rescue him. If not, at least the 12th Legion wouldn't suffer the same catastrophic fate as in the original timeline, where Angron's fury led to the Legion's downfall and corruption. Of course, that depended on them not directly killing Angron's allies on Nuceria. Later, our Librarius performed another divination. The prophecy warned of caution. Even if they couldn't find Angron, following the original trajectory, the Emperor would directly teleport an enraged Angron onto the Warhound's ship. Hades's final warning to the Warhounds was clear: tread cautiously. Avoid sending a captain directly to confront Angron. That was all he could do to guide them. Perez of the Warhounds looked at Hades, his mouth dry. He could never have imagined that this Death Guard would say such things. Apologies, brother, but is this true? Hades's usual casual demeanor was entirely absent. His expression was grave as he nodded slowly. This was a prophecy our Librarius suddenly received when our pre-march was found, he explained. Afterward, based on the prophecy's guidance, the Librarius sought me out and instructed me to deliver this prophecy to the 2nd Tech Marine to come greet me. That's you, brother. Hades looked at Perez. At first, I was skeptical, But when I saw you walking toward me to greet me, I was convinced. It's your legion. Perez blinked, his eyes dry. Could he trust such a vague prophecy? Yet, a brother from another legion had gone out of his way to inform him. Hades didn't have to say anything to the Warhounds. Thank you, brother, Perez said. No matter what, Perez of the Warhounds, will remember this. And I will bring it back to my legion. Hades exhaled slowly. This was all he could do. Although by this time Angron was most likely already implanted with the butcher's nails, if the Warhounds acted wisely, they could at least avoid the worst fate in their original timeline. Plus, later, Gloriana-class battleship, Conqueror, command room. Sir, Techmarine Perez of the 3rd Company, just returned from Mars training, has requested an audience with you. The Legion Master, busy with administrative paperwork, didn't even look up. Tell him to speak with the Master of the Forge. These Mechanicum-worshipping Space Marines were not favored in the 12th Legion. The Legion Master had no time for peripheral matters. The Warhound Space Marine delivering the message hesitated before speaking again, his tone uncertain, as though he could hardly believe his own words. The Tech Marine claims, he wishes to speak with you about the matter of the 12th Legion's pre-march. The Legion Master's head shot up abruptly. What did you say? The messenger repeated his words. The Legion Master frowned deeply. If this is some kind of joke, I won't forgive him, he growled. Let him in. The Legion Master stood by the window. His desk was covered with documents, but at this moment, he had no interest in any of them. Perez of the 3rd Company, do you swear that what you say is true? I swear. Perez looked at his Legion Master, his gaze steadfast and clear. The Legion Master fell silent. A prophecy from another legion, this specific, pointing directly to a region in the Ultima Segmentum, accompanied by a warning to exercise caution. He pondered for a long time before speaking slowly. If I recall, the 8th Company, under Karn's command, recently completed a campaign near the Ultima Segmentum. Send him to investigate. A simple reconnaissance wouldn't delay the Legion's overall progress. A prophecy from the Death Guard? The Legion Master sighed. Not long ago, the Legion they had fought alongside had been called the Dusk Raiders. His life was a mournful lament of cowardice. His foster father was reduced to torn flesh and blood amidst the roar of the butcher's nails. His comrades turned to skeletons amidst the war songs of the slavers' armies. And he? He never had the chance to act. He would have rather died fighting on this red desert than become a mere speck of dust in the vast cosmos. But he ran. It wasn't his choice. He never had a choice. Perhaps once he held the power to choose, but the furious roar devoured everything, leaving behind only rage and sorrow. Plus, Nysiria. Karn, captain of the 8th Company, stood by the hollow projection of the planet. The blue glow of the display reflected off his polished power armor, smooth and solemn. Following the 12th Legion Master's orders, Karn and his company were dispatched to patrol this region of space. To find their pre-march. This region contained few human-colonized worlds, and even fewer planets with advanced civilizations. Nysiria was one of them. Snow-covered towering mountains, lush green forests, tall walls adorned with silk banners, and bustling cities. Here, technology and culture achieved a delicate balance. The productivity brought by advanced technology even sustained thriving gladiatorial entertainment on the planet. Karn had to admit, even after exploring countless planets during his campaigns with the Great Crusade, Nysiria's landscape and civilization struck him as exceptionally beautiful. If the Warhounds were to find their G-father, Karn hoped it would be on such a beautiful world. Better this than crowded, noisy hive worlds, dim, oppressive agri-worlds, or barren, desolate death worlds. Their pre-march deserved a splendid homeworld. Like Robert Gilliman of the 13th Legion, with his magnificent Macrage, or Rogel Dorn of the 7th Legion, with the solemn phalanx silently drifting through space. Their lord ought to be a king on a resplendent planet, standing tall in his castle. Karn carefully observed the planetary scans, examining the towering fortresses. Something deep in his blood and soul called to him. This was the place. There was no doubt. Karn thought so. He was eager to contact the humans on this planet. No, remember the Legion Master's words. Caution, Karn. Be cautious. If the Warhound's pre-march was truly here, he needed to leave a good impression on his father. He had to show their Primarch that the Warhounds would be his most glorious battle axe. Send a formal request for contact with this planet, Karn ordered Sanger, turning to begin planning. His brothers stood behind him, their hearts pounding. An unshakable premonition told them this was the place. Plus, Nuceria, noble fortress. The meeting with the ruling class of the planet went surprisingly smoothly. There was no resistance, nor sycophantic probing. Upon learning of the Imperium's scale and military power, the planet's rulers quickly opened their gates. Yes, the ruling class of Nuceria even possessed a rare STC, standard template construct. The rulers proposed a deal. They would submit to the Imperium, hand over the STC, and pay the tithe. In return, the Imperium would not interfere in the planet's social hierarchy and would ensure the ruling class retained their positions of power. That was acceptable. On most other planets, securing a rich, compliant world with an STC without shedding blood would have earned the Legion great honor from the Imperium. But not now. Karn's power armor gleamed from meticulous polishing, the badges of past glories intricately adorning its surface. Behind him stood the 8th Company's elite warriors, their armor just as polished and pristine. Karn grew impatient with the portly, balding man before him, whose obsequious cunning made the warhounds uneasy. Why wasn't their Primarch ruling this planet? Was their Primarch not here? Or did their Primarch disdain the petty scheming of mortals and devote himself to his own pursuits? As Karn silently counted the 16th planet he had once conquered, the man finally stopped talking, gazing at him with a flattering smile. Caution, Karn. Be cautious. Taking a deep breath, Karn said in his most solemn tone, "The 8th Company of the 12th Legion accepts Nuceria's proposal. After this, other Imperial departments will come to bring this planet under Imperial governance. The first to arrive would usually be the Taxation Department or the Mechanicum's archaeologists, eager to claim STCs. Typically, further planetary matters would be handled by other departments. But as Karn, captain of the 8th Company of the 12th Legion, we seek your assistance on behalf of the Legion." Hearing that these towering warriors had a request, the portly man was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "May I know what the esteemed guests request?" "We will do our utmost to help." As long as he forged good relations with these Imperial emissaries, his position as ruler of Nuceria would be unshakable. Smiling sincerely, he addressed the giants before him. "We are looking for someone on Nuceria. He will be the master of our Legion." "Looking for someone? Could you describe the person you're searching for?" The warrior opposite him hesitated before slowly replying, "Extremely tall and outstanding among the crowd." "That's all. That's all." The warrior fell silent again. The man immediately began mentally cataloging whether any notable individuals among the noble families he knew fit the description. "Understood. I'll begin the search immediately." Seeing Karn unwilling to elaborate, he took the opportunity to promise enthusiastically, hiding the turmoil beneath his smile. Karn, on the other hand, was far from as calm as he appeared. Generally speaking, when it comes to someone standing out among the crowd, if their Primarch truly resides on this planet, the locals should have already responded. Could it be that their Primarch really isn't here? But the bloodline connection told him Karn had already arrived at the place they were meant to be. Could it be that their Primarch was entirely different from the others? Karn didn't dare to say much about it. For instance, the person he was searching for descended from the heavens. In a considerable number of Primarch recoveries, this part of the story was often concealed or distorted by the locals, so he refrained from mentioning it. He also didn't dare to claim that their Primarch was perfect or handsome, because Karn knew that some Primarchs weren't. He began to feel frustration. Karn looked at the 3007th Noble Scion, attempting to argue their nobility to him. The sweat mixed with powder on their heavily made-up face was unsightly. These parasites trying to leech off the Legion. He wished he could just grab his bolt pistol and shoot this powder-faced fop right there. It's not him. Next. My lord, perhaps I truly am the one you are searching for. Since I was a child, I have felt my family was unworthy of me. Dragged away forcefully, the noble scion continued to struggle and ramble. He began to feel anger. The irritation of being mocked. What exactly was he doing? Wasting precious Great Crusade time on this childish charade? Karn had neither the time nor the patience to linger here any longer. The pre-march of the 12th Legion was certainly not on this planet. Perhaps the earlier sense of connection was just a delusion, even though it was still gnawing at Karn's sanity. It was time to leave. Leaving a few battle brothers of the Warhounds to oversee matters, Karn planned to take the rest of the 8th Company to another planet to continue the search. However, Janizovich, well-versed in navigating noble circles, immediately detected Karn's dissatisfaction. This wouldn't do. He had made bold promises to other families, and he had to seize this opportunity. My lord, are you planning to leave? Karn nodded silently. Janizovich wasn't the kind of brainless, spoiled noble who didn't think things through. He knew he couldn't directly block the commander in such a situation. I apologize for failing to help you find the person you're looking for, but as a member of Nuceria's foremost family, I, Janizovich, swear to continue assisting you in the search. Fine. Karn was somewhat pleased with this noble who didn't resort to pestering. Then, my lord, before you leave, would you like to visit the gladiatorial arena? Our family runs the largest one on Nuceria. The gladiatorial arena? From his previous inquiries, Karn knew that Nuceria's nobles enjoyed throwing slaves into the arena for deadly combat. These nobles, who relished watching others fight to the death, were themselves pampered and powdered dandies. Perhaps a visit to the arena might reveal someone suitable to recruit for the 12th Legion. As warriors who favored melee combat, the Warhounds naturally had a penchant for close-quarters fighting. Karn opened a comms channel to consult the opinions of his fellow officers. Finally, Karn said, "All right, before we leave, let's take a look at the arena." Plus, Nuceria's premier gladiatorial arena. The massive cylindrical walls of the arena soared into the sky, their sandy yellow surface, stained with the blood of countless battles, exuding a faint metallic scent. This was Nuceria's largest gladiatorial arena, where countless men and women in extravagant attire now filled the stands, cheering wildly. A host stood on a stage, using Nuceria's unique floating electric megaphones that flitted around the massive arena, amplifying his sharp and witty commentary. "Look, our undefeated child of the mountain has once again vanquished a ferocious beast. What a shame, this beast had never been defeated before. Its count of devoured slaves finally stops here. 439. Yes, I even bet earlier that it would reach 440, huh?" However, the arrival of a slave-hunting militia interrupted the host's self-deprecating humor. A knight clad in armor bearing the insignia of a noble house whispered something to the host. Then, the host's voice, now high-pitched with excitement, resounded through the arena. "Good news, my friends. The great lord from the Imperium of mankind will soon grace the premier gladiatorial arena with his presence. By decree of Lord Janizovich of the Prolov family, today's event will feature a battle between the strongest warrior and the fiercest beast in the arena. Everyone here today is in for a treat. This will be a gladiatorial fight to be remembered in Nuceria's history. Let us cheer." The crowd erupted into a frenzy, whistles and cheers echoing throughout the arena. "Child of the mountain. Child of the mountain." A thunderous rhythm of applause reverberated through the stands. Janizovich, wearing a fawning smile, appeared, leading the entourage through the noble family's exclusive pathway into the arena, escorting them to the grand viewing platform at the center. The platform itself was adorned with intricate carvings and reinforced glass walls, showcasing the Prolov family's immense wealth. Blinding sunlight streamed through the massive glass panel, illuminating half the room. Karn absent-mindedly responded to the flattery of the nobles before taking a seat casually. Behind him, the elite warriors accompanying him were soon surrounded by scantily clad noblewomen, leaving them momentarily distracted. Karn sighed. A farce, not worth lingering for. Karn wasn't skilled in planetary diplomacy. Such tasks were typically handled by the Luna Wolves or the Ultramarines. Just one match, then they would leave. A gesture of goodwill toward this eager noble. Of course, Karn was well aware of Janizovich's ulterior motives. Finally brushing off the clingy noble behind him, Karn sighed again and turned his gaze toward the pit below the arena. And immediately stood up. Karn froze. Blood surged within him. Sensing Karn's unusual behavior, the other warriors roughly pushed aside the women around them and redirected their attention. They froze as well. It was as if their hearts had stopped beating. "My lord? What's the matter, my lord?" The noble sycophantic voices still echoed, but they sounded distorted, like a warped recording, fading into oblivion in Karn's ears. Standing on the highest platform amidst the extravagance of gold and jewels, Karn's gaze was locked on the slave gladiator in the pit below. There he stood, amidst the blood-stained dirt of the arena. He stood by the massive corpse of a beast, the roar of the butcher's nails ringing through the pit. Blood dripped from his bared fangs as he glared furiously at the slave masters above. Karn's mind went blank. A deafening silence. It felt like an eternity passed before Karn's trembling, faint voice broke through the comms channel. Cautious, Karn, cautious. But his mind was blank, his thoughts sluggish, as if caught in a broken loop. Seal this planet's external communications immediately. Deploy orbital strikes against its major anti-air defenses. Summon the 12th Legion's flagship main fleet immediately. Highest priority orders. Mobilize the entire Legion. Issue exterminatus protocols. Karn murmured as if in a trance. The comms channel cut off with a static crackle. Acting on instinct, his words spilled out, but Karn still felt his blood freeze. One word, long yearned for, stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Gripping the chainax teeth, the sound of fracturing power armor echoed as blood trickled down. It grounded him, anchoring his existence. Father, he whispered. Blood dripped down. The massacre began with the first drop of blood falling from the butcher's palm. That drop of blood fell with him. Amid the deafening cheers, the guest from beyond the stars leapt from the grandstand, carving a perfect arc through the air. His figure landed heavily on the ground, sending up clouds of crimson sand. The crowd turned to this uninvited guest, and amidst the roar of the nails, Angron gave a twisted sneer, blood streaming down his face. What do you want, slave master? However, his opponent ignored the taunt. Karn slammed his chain axe into the ground, gripping its handle with one hand. Bam! He knelt. The polished surface of his power armor sank into the mud, splashing blood everywhere. The cheers from the grandstand came to an abrupt halt. The spectators, bewildered and unable to comprehend the scene before them, fell into utter silence. I apologize. We are late. Father. Karn spoke softly. His blood surged, his heart pounded violently, and his soul trembled. Yet, in this moment, he remained as still as a corpse. Angron froze, his high-arched nose twitching unnaturally. He seemed to struggle to make sense of what was happening, but the constant hum of the nails disrupted his thoughts. Still, the inexplicable bond, the connection forged by genes and soul, the immense sorrow and rage emanating from the figure opposite him, anchored the last thread of Angron's sanity. The Primarch spoke, his voice like the icy wind howling across a high mountain. I'll give you one chance. Who are you? Karn felt himself boiling, suffocating, convulsing. Finally, he opened his mouth and uttered the words every warhound had once dreamed of saying. We are the warhounds who bring you glory. But there was no glory. Lowering his head heavily, he resembled a sinner awaiting judgment. Bitterness bloomed in his mouth. He was the fortunate one among the warhounds, and yet, there was no glory. Angron's smile was uglier than a cry, his face adorned with the butcher's nails, a fractured visage of a demigod. Then help me kill them. The answer came in the roar of Karn's chain axe revving to life. On the grandstand, the aristocratic swine, sensing doom but still clinging to disbelief, stammered. What is happening, my lord? Their response came in the sound of heads hitting the ground. The slaughter began. Plus, no one knew how long the massacre lasted. The furious butcher forgot all about trivialities like time. Thousands of drop pods tore through the blood-red sky, their descent marked by the blaze of Los cannons and macrocannons igniting the heavens. The air quivered, thick with the stench of blood. Axes spun, spraying blood in all directions. Furious roars gave way to deathly silence as crimson enveloped everything. Angron was like a god of war, charging through legions of enemies. His sinewy muscles sculpted the body of an angered deity, his rough leather garb declaring his status as a slave. His massive battle-axe cleaved through lives, spilling blood like rain. Countless warhounds ran rampant, emerging from drop pods with weapons in hand, cutting down their enemies as they converged on their father. Dreadnoughts loomed among the warhounds' frenzied advance, their melta and heavy bolters providing rare ranged devastation amidst the carnage. Tall cities burned. Ornate banners were torn asunder. Heads were severed with reckless abandon as the maddened warhounds howled and surged forward. Discipline was clearly unnecessary. The overwhelming disparity in power turned them into hurricanes, tsunamis, obliterating everything before them with ease. City after city fell. Head after head rolled. Slave cages were torn open, and the liberated were swept into the tide of slaughter. Blood and carnage followed in their wake. Plus, as the fires began to die down and smoke drifted across the blood-red sky, the tattered banners drooped, and unseen corpses were impaled on flagpoles. The last sizable group of survivors had fled to a cave in the wilderness, men, women, but mostly the old and weak. They were the impoverished, the farmers living beyond the city limits. Only their familiarity with the wilds had allowed them to survive thus far. The hum of chain axes reached their ears. At the forefront, Karn raised his weapons skillfully. Enough. The battle axe poised above his head came to a halt. Enough. I said enough. The Primarch's raspy voice echoed in the cave, sounding like heavenly music to the terrified civilians. Even as the nails hummed. Karn didn't understand, but he stopped. The ragged mortals before him trembled. Turning back, Karn seemed to awaken from a nightmare. Angren's towering silhouette stood at the cave's entrance, bathed in the dim light, leaving only a shadow behind. Yes, father, Karn replied softly. He turned and followed his Primarch, each step leaving a bloody print in the soft earth. They left the cramped, dark cave behind. Beneath the crimson sky, black smoke drifted, and everywhere the eye could see, there was blood and severed heads. The furious war hounds still ransacked the ruins of the city, hunting down the last survivors. Angron stood atop a high slope, gazing at the scene, a scene that had haunted his dreams countless times. The slave masters had been beheaded. The tyrants had been overthrown. Their lackeys, blind in their servitude, had paid the ultimate price. And yet, a shadow passed through his eyes as he saw the terrified slaves and panicked peasants. His father's words, spoken long ago, resonated in his mind as reason clawed its way back. Those people are not monsters. Don't take your anger out on them. There are far greater monsters out there, and they should be the ones to face your wrath. Some lives should not pay the price. His rage was for monsters alone, not for the innocent. Angron stretched out his arms, then released his grip. Bang! His battle axe crashed against the rocky ground, leaving a permanent mark. Blood from his enemies dripped down his arms. He looked at the warriors who called themselves his sons, those who pledged unwavering loyalty to him. Enough! Angron roared. Enough! The warhound stopped. Like awakening from a dream, they stared at the aftermath. The raging torrent halted abruptly. Slowly, they began to converge from all directions. Countless figures in white armor emerged from the crimson-black ruins. Their armor, dented, dusted, and smeared with blood, bore silent witness to the carnage they had endured. Silently, they made their way toward their father. The battles across the land had long since ceased. Most of the warhounds had converged on their pre-march during the fighting, and now, apart from a few lumbering dreadnoughts lagging behind, nearly all were present. Following the flow of water, a peculiar group was the last to arrive. This group, led by Legion Master Lork, consisted of tech marines and apothecaries. Among the warhounds, those who found themselves unwilling to partake in the slaughter often chose these paths. At the center of their formation were Angren's brothers and sisters from the gladiatorial pits. Realizing the arrival of the warhounds presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Angren's kin had adamantly demanded that he lead the warhounds into battle. Leave us, Angron. Kill the slave masters. Angron, we know you're not like us, but they're more like you. Angron, hurry and kill them. We can't keep up, but we'll follow. Strike before the slave masters can react, Angron. Don't let them escape. At the time, Angron had turned to the warhounds with a second request. Help me. Please let them fight too. He wanted to protect them, but he also wanted to stand beside them in battle. Yet the chasm of strength between them was insurmountable. Burdened with their expectations, Angron had left for a bloodier battlefield. He hoped they had survived, but he did not wish for them to be cowards coddled by protection. The nails shattered his hesitation, and with his siblings' hopeful words echoing in his mind, he turned to the slaughter awaiting him. And now they stood here. His siblings were all present, some stunned into silence, others overcome with exhilaration. This unfolding scene was beyond even the wildest dreams of their tormented existence. Angron scanned their faces. They were all here. Some unfamiliar ones were mixed in, likely family or others who had joined his siblings. His gaze moved to the warriors who had safeguarded them, figures bearing strange devices affixed to their armor. He silently committed their faces to memory. Angron turned his eyes toward the warhounds who had descended from the heavens. Their armor was far from pristine, thickly encrusted with blood and grime. From snippets of conversation, Angron had pieced together fragments of these warriors' stories and his own origins. Were they slave masters? No, slave masters didn't fight alongside their slaves. Were they slaves? No, slaves didn't wield such masterfully crafted equipment. No, they were neither. They were weapons. They were the instruments of annihilation, capable of consuming entire worlds, bound to madness and bloodlust. But now, the weapon's reins had been handed to him. The hounds willingly offered their collars. Angron surveyed the scene as though trapped in a dream. The first to kneel woke him from it. Karn dropped to one knee. It was as though a signal had been given. Across the field, the sound of power armor striking the ground echoed as others followed suit. Dust and dried blood mixed and scattered in the sunlight, glinting off their battered armor. Angron's gladiatorial sister, Clarist, cast him a sly, encouraging smile before joining the giants in kneeling. His brothers and sisters knelt. In that silence, Angron stood as the only figure upright. Slowly, he began to speak, his voice the rumble of boulders crashing down a mountain. I do not know where you come from. I do not know why you offer me your loyalty. But you have marched with me to seize Nysiria. You have severed the heads of the slave masters. You have shown me your hearts. If you still wish to follow me, then I, Angron, will not betray you. Drawing a deep breath, Angron roared, his powerful voice splitting the heavens. In Nyserian history, armies that conquered unyieldingly were called the Eaters of Cities, devouring one city after another. But you are mightier still. You can devour this world. You are the axe with which I strike down the slave masters. You are the machine of war that consumes entire worlds. You are the World Eaters. You are the World Eaters. The 12th Legion, the World Eaters, was born that day. Plus, I am guilty. In the wreckage of the first arena, two figures lingered in the shadow of the viewing stands. 8th Company Captain Karn sat distractedly, his head lowered, his gaze distant. You were the first to find our father, the pre-march. You've done the best you could. Legion Master Lork stood with arms crossed, his stance upright despite the weariness etched on his face. We've all done our best, he murmured. No one spoke. The expectations placed upon the warhounds earlier now felt like sharp and venomous daggers, piercing the hearts of the World Eaters. They were too proud. They were too vain. Arrogance. The return of their pre-march delivered them a resounding slap of reality. I once looked down on. Shoo, Karn. Don't say it. Lork glanced at him, his gaze dark and somber. We're all well aware of it. When I stood on that platform, looking down on him, this would forever haunt him as his worst nightmare. Lork patted him on the shoulder. We're all powerless against it. What matters now is ensuring our pre-march recovers. I've already contacted the Imperium. The sound of the gladiatorial horn interrupted their conversation. They exchanged glances before stepping out of the shadows and into the light of the arena. There, led by Angron, countless World Eaters stood upon the red sand. Today, they would inscribe their first triumph rope. The triumph rope was a tradition of Nysiria. Karn stood among the warriors. They removed their armor, revealing scarred and muscular upper bodies. At the front was Angron, with a crimson line winding up his spine from the base of his tailbone. Every extension of that red line represented a victorious battle, a glory worth remembering. Without hesitation, the pre-march pressed a dagger to the foremost part of the red line, and scarlet blood began to drip. Following their father, the World Eaters also cut their flesh with blades, the tips penetrating down to the innermost black carapace. Angron scooped up a handful of red sand and poured it into the wound, the coarse grains embedding into his flesh and blood. To ensure the glory was permanently remembered, Angron reached into the freshly cut wound and tore it open, preventing it from healing quickly. Blood dripped down his fingers. Blood dripped down their fingers. Karn used his fingers to hold open his wound, his fingertips brushing against the slick, black carapace. The pain burned like fire. He took a deep breath but didn't pick up the fiery red sand. Instead, he picked up the pitch-black sand. The black sand, a symbol of shame and failure. Shame would mark the beginning of the World Eaters. The black crept upward, numbing the pain in his heart. His vision blurred, and the black and red intermingled before his eyes. Angron was overjoyed. He had gained a new band of brothers who had joined him in inscribing the red lines of glory. What he didn't know was that not all within the World Eaters had chosen the red sand. Black lines began to wind their way through the Legion. Plus, later, Imperator Somnium. Report, my lord. The 12th Legion has found their pre-march. With the messenger's words, Angron's information was transmitted. The Emperor glanced at it casually. Oh. Inform the 12th Legion that I will arrange a surgery for number 12. The frontline battle reports came in again, and the Emperor's thoughts wandered for only a moment before returning to other matters. Though his 12th weapon was damaged, it could still be used. Plus, a quirky scene. Why didn't you stop them, number 8? Number 7 mumbled, giving number 8 a push. His anchor point isn't here anymore. Number 8 burst into laughter. Besides, I don't fuss over these things. I cares not from where the blood flows. Number 7 muttered darkly about destiny, perseverance, and compassion, words incomprehensible to those around him. Plus, and the point of contention here is the Emperor's attitude. In the original lore, the Emperor was extremely indifferent toward Angron, which gave rise to the notion that the Emperor deliberately abandoned the Primarchs he disliked. However, in the latest books, the Emperor is portrayed as valuing his Primarchs and hoping they could eventually retire in peace, which contrasts with the accounts in Angron's chronicles. In this book, regarding Angron, the portrayal of the Emperor will align more closely with Angron's crony How much can a single sentence stir the tides of the future? The future is a roiling sea of intrigue and conflict, death matches, the snarling and whimpering of war dogs in the blood pools of New Syria, the relentless roar of Angron's butcher's nails. Destiny has long since been reshaped beyond recognition. But now, at this moment, none of that concerns Hades. He is eating porridge. Even though his life will one day be intertwined with the life and death fate of a civilization, of an entire species, eating porridge is, undeniably, an integral part of Hades' existence. Hades picks up his spoon, scoops up a bit of Mars-specific algae, and lets the vinegar-colored seasoning drip into the white porridge. He casually stirs it and continues eating. It's lunchtime. Brother Perez of the Warhound has left. He's been spending more time sitting with the Space Wolves lately. After their less-than-pleasant encounter in the wild game, Space Wolf Manning's curiosity about Perez has evidently increased several notches. As for Mordorion and Malcador's matters, after waiting for a week without any word, Hades had decisively filed them under the not worth thinking about unless notified category. However, as it turns out, notification did come, but a bit too late. The cafeteria doors burst open. A swarm of servitors carrying incense and crimson silk flooded in, and hymns began to echo in Hades' ears. The entire hall was instantly cloaked in sanctity except, of course, for the Space Marines inside, still holding their bowls and eating. Huh. Magos Jordan rushed in, his massive frame unusually quick. Stop eating. The son of the Omnisia is coming to inspect the Tech Marine training base. The Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, and other Space Marines immediately set down their bowls and began helping the servitors clear the tables. Other Tech Marines followed suit, tidying up their attire. Some were even preparing to leave and change out of their work uniforms. Compared to them, Hades was focused on one thing: eating faster. Just a bit left. He can finish it. No big deal. Stop eating. Magos Jordan reached over to grab Hades' bowl. Draped on one of his elongated appendages was a ceremonial robe, obviously of Martian design, with golden threads interwoven into crimson fabric. R with tilde and epsilon. Your pre-march is here. Stop eating. Stop eating and put on your ceremonial robe. Time was tight. Jordan's superiors had suddenly informed him of this visit and mentioned that the dignitaries were already on their way. Oh, Omnisia. Hades was still wearing standard Tech Marine work attire, smudged with machine oil. He didn't even have a Mechanicum insignia pinned on. But compared to everyone else's panic, Hades' instincts kicked in, triggered by Jordan's actions. Do not waste food. Just one last bite, this is wrong. Let him scrape the bottom, just once, just once. It won't take long. Stop eating. A flustered Jordan reached out with his primary limb, trying to snatch Hades' bowl. This disrupted Hades' movement. Let him eat. A familiar voice echoed through the hall. Hades, mid-scrape, nearly shot porridge out of his nose. The others stood up to salute in unison. Mugos Jordan seemed frozen, turning slowly as if malfunctioning. His primary limb discreetly withdrew. My lord, welcome to the Techmarine training base. For the first time, Hades realized even electronic voices could carry a trembling undertone. Mugos Jordan, trembling audibly, moved to greet the newcomers. My lord, I am Priest Jordan, responsible for the training of the Techmarines. It is an honor to have you visit. Our base offers the most comprehensive. Jordan's nervous chatter was drowned out by the hymns sung by the servitors. The towering figure of the pre-march was surrounded by a retinue of lavishly robed priests. Metal and cables adorned their forms, while stooped scribes and imperial officials trailed at the rear of the procession. Mordorion, unarmored, was dressed in a ceremonial outfit blending Barbarus and imperial styles. The subdued hues of Barbarus managed to suppress the gaudy splendor of imperial regalia. The simplicity stood starkly against the crimson backdrop, much like Mordorion himself. Mordorion nodded, signaling everyone to stand at ease. The pre-march patiently listened to Mugos Jordan's ramblings. Thank you for your dedication to the training of Techmarines. I already look forward to entrusting the next batch from the 14th Legion to you. Hearing such acknowledgement from the son of the Omnicia himself, Mugos Jordan looked on the verge of overheating with joy. Faint wisps of smoke even seemed to rise from him. No trouble at all, no trouble at all, he muttered, extending tiny appendages to tighten screws on his smoldering parts. Mortarian's raspy voice rang out again. Then allow me to apologize for this sudden visit. I am curious about the progress of our Legion's first Techmarine. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to take my Techmarine to review the dealings between the Legion and Mars. Would that be acceptable to the base? Yes, of course. Techmarine Hades can leave immediately. Mordorion offered a barely perceptible nod, a token of gratitude. Then he turned his gaze to Hades, who was frozen mid-scoop with his spoon still in hand. He walked over. The priests surrounding the pre-march made way for him. As Mordorion entered the hall, his innate aura began to exert itself, suffocating everyone present. The other Techmarines felt the pressure in full force. This was unlike any other Primarch's presence. The poison-tainted air of Barbarus crept insidiously into their lungs. The Primarch's figure, tall like a withered tree, with a gaunt and sunken face, was draped in funeral-like robes. Unlike the radiant glory of Guilliman or Sanguinius, or the stern solemnity of Dorn and Ferrus Manus, this pre-march shattered their expectations. Silence. Death. The poisonous aura slowly strangled the throats of everyone in the room. Space Wolves Manning instinctively held his breath. Wasn't this the same poison smell on Hades before? Do all Death Guard smell like this? And where's the friendliness we were told about? This is friendly. Weren't Space Marines supposed to resemble their Primarchs? Without paying any heed to others, Mordorion fixed his gaze on Hades, who was still clutching his spoon. Did I interrupt you? Huh. And no, not at all. Hades internally ranted furiously. Big guy, could you keep a lower profile? Or at least give us some notice. Look at the other priests behind you. They look ready to murder me. Indeed, the Martian priests responsible for Mortarian's itinerary were silently seething. Who could have predicted this pre-march would insist on detouring to the Techmarine training base mid-route? Mortarian's unplanned stop threw the carefully calculated trajectories into disarray, forcing an overhaul of the protective formations by various Mechanicus factions. Are you still eating? And no, I'm done. Startled into action, Hades hastily put down his bowl. Mordorion offered a slightly puzzled expression. From his memories, Hades didn't have such a small appetite. Let's go. Hades stood immediately, eager to escape the room. The daggers in the stares of everyone else seemed to flay him alive. If he didn't leave now, he feared he'd actually be torn apart. From a distance, the Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, and Iron Warriors watched with wide eyes. He was sure he could hear Space Wolf Manning's growling, but in reality, Manning hadn't made a sound. Mortarion blinked in confusion, clearly unable to grasp Hades' thoughts. Regardless, the Primarch achieved his goal and saw no need to linger. Standing beside Mortarion, Hades joined the towering procession as it slowly departed. The Temerines, only now freed from the oppressive aura of their Primarch, took several moments before regaining their composure. They had just experienced a close encounter with a Primarch. That was a very different kind of lord. Every lord is unique, someone muttered among the Ultramarines. Didn't Hades say he wasn't familiar with his Primarch? Manning's voice was low, but his frustration was clear. The lingering scent of poison in his nostrils made him grind his teeth. The comment snapped the Tech Marines out of their stunned reverie. Suddenly, they remembered Hades' earlier remarks. Silence. The gathered Space Marines began pondering, if our Primarch visited Mars, would they come to see us? The Ultramarines were confident that Gilliman would. The Space Wolves felt the same about Russ. The Iron Hands, however, remained silent, knowing the answer was likely no. The White Scars seemed indifferent, while the Salamanders shared the Iron Hands' reticence. As for the Iron Warriors, their thought processes had simply stopped altogether. Plus, I need to discuss some Legion matters with my warrior. It's not convenient for the priests to join us. Mortarion's flat, emotionless gaze bore into the priest who attempted to board the vehicle. The towering Death Lord now unleashed his full aura, the temperature seemingly plummeting in the area. Logical systems word. Understood, my lord, the priest's electronic voice finally conceded. Mortarion paid him no further heed and boarded the vehicle, followed closely by Hades and a scribe. The transport was a specialized vehicle, its exterior pitch black, with reinforced doors designed for privacy. The vehicle began moving, kicking up a trail of Martian dust. Not far behind, Mechanicus convoys followed closely, shadowing the Primarch's transport. Mortarion glanced indifferently out the window. It's done. Done? As if responding to Hades' confusion, the hunched scribe removed his hood. Until now, he had blended seamlessly into the crowd, utterly unremarkable. It was Malkador. The sigillite deep, penetrating gaze fell on Hades, though he said nothing. Shortly, you'll leave with Malkador, Mortarion announced. Huh? Hades blinked in confusion. To do what? Where to? Mortarion furrowed his brows in irritation. Ask him. I don't know. I was only fulfilling his request to bring you here. Hades shifted his gaze back to Malkador, but the elder simply closed his eyes. You'll know soon enough. For now, let me rest a while. Surely they weren't handing him over to the Mechanicus as material, were they? Stop overthinking, Malkador said, opening his eyes briefly to glance at Hades with exasperation before closing them again. It shouldn't be dangerous, Mortarion added. If it is, this psyker won't get away with it. Hades blinked. Then why make such a spectacle? Why be so ostentatious? If you want to hide something, why not place it in the shadow of something even more attention-grabbing? Malkador's voice drifted through the cabin. Primarchs naturally drew the focus of those around them. With so much attention on a Primarch casually altering his itinerary, less notice would fall on other corners of Mars. The cost? Merely deepening the Martian priest's strange impressions of this Primarch, arrogant, stubborn, uncooperative, self-serving. But it was evident neither Mortarion nor Malkador cared about such things. Realizing Malkador's intention, Hades fell silent. Although he knew Mortarion likely ridiculed Malkador regularly at this moment. Mortarion, weren't you getting played by Malkador? However, Mortarion's expression was indifferent, as though leaving a bad impression on the priests was utterly inconsequential. This won't do. Hades hurriedly began explaining the behavioral patterns of the Martian priests to Mortarion, presenting his prior plans for the Death Guard's integration with Mars. Earnestly, he implored Mortarion to value these Mechanicus priests, who most Primarchs regarded with disdain. Aside from those with a penchant for machines, the majority of Primarchs were not particularly welcoming toward the Mechanicus. Unfortunately, even at the end, Hades doubted Mortarion grasped the importance of cultivating a good relationship with the priests. Plus, as their vehicle reached a barren wasteland on the outskirts of a Martian city, a deafening roar interrupted their conversation. Welcome to the section under my jurisdiction. Priest Collierzashi will oversee the next portion of Lord Mortarion's journey. A massive steel beast burst from underground. The convoy of insect-like metallic vehicles scurried forward at astonishing speed, swarming around their transport like a colony of mechanical insects. Atop one of the colossal insects, a tall female priest stood steadily, her crimson robes fluttering in the wind. Dust swirled as jammers activated, shrouding the convoy in obscurity. It's time. Malkador, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sprang to the vehicle door with uncanny agility. Bang! The door flew open and Mars' scorching sand whipped violently into the cabin. Collier's Zashi bowed slightly. One of the giant insect's joints extended toward the vehicle's door, achieving a delicate balance between the two moving beasts. Go! The frail elder immediately hopped across the joint with surprising speed. Hades blinked in astonishment before hurriedly following, stepping over the metallic limb. Come back soon, Mortarian's voice echoed from behind them. With the two aboard the insect-like vehicle, Collier's Zashi glanced at Mortarion, nodding silently in respect. A Mechanicus tech priest, bound tightly with chains, appeared at the joint's end. Although the priest's engine had clearly been locked with code restraints, Collier's Zashi had added extra chains for good measure. Mortarion hefted his scythe, silence, and retrieved the priest from the insect's limb, placing him in the seat across from him. He nodded toward the female priest outside. It is my honor to escort Lord Mortarion. The insect's limb retracted swiftly, its tip striking the ground with a heavy thud. Collier's Zashi maintained her elegant stance atop the racing vehicle as the metallic swarm gradually moved away, the sandstorm they stirred dispersing. Mortarion watched them disappear into the distance before reaching out to close the door. Bang! The vehicle's interior fell silent, leaving only Mortarion and the captured priest. Resting his chin on his hand in an almost casual manner, Mortarion fixed a piercing gaze on the priest. The Death Lord's raspy voice broke the silence. I hear you're interested in anti-psyker technology, Priest Corklan, and I hear you're also quite fascinated by the Death Guard. The response was the mechanical body of Priest Corklan beginning to smoke and tremble. The insect-like vehicle raced across the Tharsis Plateau, leaving only the swarm's shadow in the desolate landscape. As time passed, the plateau faded behind them, and they entered a fractured terrain known as the Noctis Labyrinthus. The metal insect carrying them swiftly climbed and descended through the rugged topography, and only then did Hades understand the reason for this type of transport. Ordinary vehicles would have been completely immobilized in such terrain. After an unbearably long and bumpy journey, Hades, sitting inside the insect's internal chamber, finally felt the vehicle begin to slow down. He glanced at Malkador, who had been frowning deeply since boarding, as if preparing for a dire confrontation. The fluctuations of psychic energy occasionally rippled around Malkador. Hades knew his own constitution and dared not approach recklessly. Although Hades had many lingering questions for Malkador about himself, now was clearly not the time. The giant insect finally came to a halt, cooling steam hissing from its body. The vehicle's door opened, and Collier's Zashi's pale blue eyes fixed on Malkador. We've arrived, my lord. Malkador slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Hades, and said, let's go. The elder began to move, and Hades followed behind him. As Hades stepped out of the vehicle, he was astonished to find the swarm had stopped before a deep chasm. Inside the pitch-black cavern, faint flashes of light seemed to shimmer. Malkador continued walking without hesitation, heading directly into the cave. Hades swallowed hard and followed Malkador into the darkness. He knew where they were. The dragon was here. Magladroth, the Void Dragon. The dragon, who knew all the physical knowledge of the universe, was imprisoned by the Emperor in the Noctis Labyrinthus on Mars. But Hades had no idea why he was brought here. Was he meant to become a guardian of the dragon? A keeper of the Void Dragon? As their figures disappeared into the cave, Collier's Zashi glanced at them one last time before commanding the insect-like vehicle to conceal the entrance. No one would notice an obscured opening hidden among the intricate formations of the Noctis Labyrinthus. The wind blew, and the sun shone brightly. Plus, Hades. Malkador moved through the tunnel with an agility entirely unfitting for his frail figure, deftly weaving through the translucent stalactites. Hades did his best to follow, but his larger frame made it impossible to squeeze through some of the spaces Malkador navigated with ease. He was forced to find alternate paths. Do you regret it? Regret what? Coming here. To Mars. No, to this world. Malkador frowned, displeased by Hades' slowness to catch on. Hades froze, recalling that Malkador had once called him an outsider. Could Malkador have encountered others like Hades before? Hades decided to answer honestly. Of course, I regret it. Unless, can you send me back? I can't, Malkador replied bluntly. Then why even bring it up? I'm asking whether you regret the actions you've chosen to take thus far. Hades fell silent. For a long while, the two of them quietly navigated through the labyrinth of stalactites and stalagmites. These translucent, crystal-like formations were intertwined with what seemed like semi-coagulated organic matter, faintly glowing in the dim light. As they carefully crossed a crystalline stone bridge, Hades finally broke the silence. I'd be lying if I said I didn't regret anything. There are too many people I couldn't save. Harila. Of course, I've made mistakes. But looking back from where I stand now, I know I could never have saved everyone. I know I've done my best. The elder nodded. He indeed chose you. Then Malkador paused before continuing. I know you've seen glimpses of fate before. But let me tell you this. Fate is like a library of books, and you've only read one of them. Fate is ever-changing. Nothing is absolute. You try to alter fate, to remove a stone from the road ahead. But that might uncover a venomous snake hidden beneath. Even the wisest cannot predict what changes tampering with fate will bring. On the path of attempting to change fate, of trying to intervene in this world, you may meet a truly miserable end. You could be turned into an immortal lump of flesh, twisted in perpetual agony for eternity. You might be betrayed by your own people and nailed to a cliff to die. You could be tortured by some madmen jumping out from the roadside, only to end up imprisoned in a cage. Even if you're lucky enough to die swiftly, the changes you bring will continue to deeply affect this world. Malkador continued speaking in a low, incantation-like tone, as though cursing Hades. You could plunge an entire planet into destruction, causing billions to die because of you. You could sow discord between brothers, turning warriors against one another and igniting the flames of war. You might drive an entire legion into madness, condemning them to eternal damnation. Finally, Malkador stopped. Ahead, a strange, faint glow became visible. He turned back to Hades. Despite his short stature at that moment, he appeared as a towering giant. Golden light swirled around Malkador, and his piercing eyes locked onto Hades. Let me give you a simpler example, he said. Even with all your efforts so far, the fate of the Death Guard is still not as clear-cut as you imagine. Betrayal or loyalty, survival or death, no one can predict the outcome until the game is played out. Your efforts may be in vain. You may die along the way. Or worse, your actions may bring about results entirely opposite to what you intended. So now, while there's still time, you can regret. You can reconsider your actions, give up everything, and I'll arrange for you to live out the rest of your days as a simple clerk on some obscure planet. Or you can choose to stay with us, becoming nothing more than a backup plan and ultimately dying on this path. Hades swallowed hard. He truly wanted to choose the first option. After all, in his previous life, he had been just an ordinary, insignificant passerby. But now, after experiencing this world, after the events of Barbarus, after what happened with the 14th Legion, could he still choose that path with a clear conscience? Could he abandon everything and leave without a second thought? As humanity slid inevitably toward the abyss, could he truly save only himself? Under the collapse of the hive, could any egg remain intact? And besides, he was already here. To turn back now, to let go of everything, it simply didn't sit right. Hades slowly opened his mouth, his voice slightly hoarse. Well, I'm already here, he said. Malkador looked at him with a complex expression, but eventually, he averted his gaze. Very well. And so, together, they stepped into the light. Blinding white light erupted before them. It was a hall constructed from geometric forms, with multicolored parchments haphazardly stuck to the walls. Crimson iron beams supported the structure, and countless experimental devices were scattered randomly throughout. In the hall's depths, a narrow tunnel glowed faintly with a blood-red light, seemingly leading straight to the core of Mars. A man stood in the center of the hall, both hands gripping a greatsword. His face was weary, and on his forehead was an unmistakable symbol of wings slowly folding in on themselves. The guardian of the dragon, Simon, Malkador's voice introduced the man to Hades. The man said nothing. He stepped forward as Malkador gestured in the air, runes glittering faintly in his movements. Simon carefully examined the glowing runes and, after confirming their authenticity, bowed and withdrew. Before leaving, he turned off the lights in the hall, leaving it dimly lit by the red glow seeping from the side tunnel. Hades followed Malkador into the depths. "This is one of the few things I can still do for you," Malkador sighed. "From here on, we can offer you no more guidance or aid. But both you and I know what you must face. Good luck." Suddenly, a burst of golden light engulfed the elder. The hunched figure of Malkador was instantly surrounded by blinding golden psychic energy, emanating an overwhelming pressure that forced Hades to his knees. It was the psychic energy of the Emperor. Malkador burned like a blazing torch. His frail body seemed to disintegrate in the fire, while the spectral image of the Emperor loomed faintly over him. He extended a hand, and with a sudden, immense force, hurled Hades into the deep, blood-red tunnel. "Go and uncover the wisdom of the dragon. This is but a dream. Just follow the path, and you will awaken at the end." Hades felt his body plummeting rapidly. "What will I face?" he shouted. "Everything you cannot comprehend." Malkador, or perhaps the Emperor, bellowed from the rapidly receding tunnel entrance. "Everything absurd." Hades felt a chill down his back and opened his eyes with slight annoyance. The blue sky reflected in his dark pupils, dotted with fluffy white clouds. His mind was foggy, remembering nothing. He blinked unconsciously, the bright sky making his eyes water. So tired, he thought. Hades decided to close his eyes and go back to sleep. However, a damp sensation interrupted his plan. A mule was nuzzling him, licking his face with its rough tongue. The sensation jolted him awake. "Hey, stop it! Stop it!" Hades had no choice but to sit up, using his hands to push away the overly enthusiastic mule. Standing in a field, he felt an even colder chill at his back. "Where am I?" Hades wondered. Nearby, a beautiful river sparkled in the sunlight. He was standing on a ridge between fields. The rice paddies around him were lush and green. In the distance, sun-tanned farmers were busy working. The water flowed, the rice grew, people farmed, and the mule kept trying to lick his face. He was the only one standing there clueless, his mind utterly blank. Hades decided to trust his instincts. Looking at the mule, he noticed it was painfully thin, its ribs sticking out, and it seemed slightly lame. Yet, it had a bridle on, indicating it had an owner. Hades took hold of the mule's reins. The mule obediently followed him, plodding along at a relaxed pace. Should I find its owner? Staring into the mule's big, watery eyes, Hades made up his mind. He began walking along the ridge. The farmers occasionally glanced at him with curious eyes, but quickly returned to their work, leaving him alone. At the end of the path, he came upon a simple mud house with a thatched roof. It was basic, but seemed just right for its surroundings. A middle-aged man stood in front of the house. His long hair was tied back, and he was adjusting his attire. He wore coarse linen clothes and a thin, plain gray armor. In his hand was an ordinary sword, entirely unremarkable. Hades suddenly felt he should hand the mule over to him. "Is this mule yours?" he asked. The man glanced at him, then rudely grabbed the reins from Hades' hands. "No," he said, "but now it is." "Hey, how can you just take it like that?" Hades protested, unwilling to leave the mule to someone who might not be its rightful owner. The man gave him a smug yet peculiar look. "Do you know who its previous owner was?" No, I don't." Hades stammered, caught off guard. "Then that's fine. I need a mule, and since no one else is claiming it, it's mine now." "What do you need a mule for?" Hades watched as the man skillfully mounted the frail mule. "To slay a dragon." The man's voice was calm, as if announcing a mundane errand to the village square. He nudged the mule with his feet. The mule let out a reluctant grunt, shook its head, and began walking, slow and uneven. "Slay a dragon?" "What?" Hades quickly followed. The mule's slow pace made it easy to keep up. "Wait, slay a dragon?" The man, now riding the mule, glanced down at him from his higher vantage. "Yes." Hades' mind spun in confusion. Nothing about the scene made sense. He looked into the distance. It was still blue skies, rice paddies, and farmers. There was no trace of smoke or dragons anywhere. "This guy must be crazy," he thought. But Hades' curiosity got the better of him. He decided to follow the madman for a while, just in case there really was a dragon. So, he trailed behind the mule and its rider. The man, for his part, maintained an air of seriousness, his face stern. The villagers they passed greeted the man warmly, but when their eyes landed on Hades, they would chuckle and move along. Hades blinked. "What's wrong with me?" He glanced at his own hands. They were rough and pale, as if soaked in something highly corrosive. Corrosion, poison gas or something. Hades suddenly remembered. He wasn't from here. Hades knew he didn't belong here. But after racking his brain for a long time and failing to recall where he was from, he gave up trying altogether. He glanced again at the farmers who smiled at him before walking away. It's probably because my skin is so different from their bronze complexion, he thought, brushing off their amusement. Deciding to act like just another traveler passing through, Hades ignored them and focused on the road ahead. The clouds drifted by, and soon the village was left far behind. So boring. Hades yawned. The road ahead seemed endlessly repetitive, offering no change or excitement. But at the first crossroads, something unusual happened. An old man stood there. Well, stood wasn't entirely accurate. He was upside down. That's right, an old man was floating upside down in the air, wearing a cloak that seemed to defy gravity, refusing to fall. This bizarre sight made Hades blink. Suddenly, he felt a little more inclined to believe that this crazy man was truly off to slay a dragon. The man dismounted the mule and approached the floating old man, crouching in front of him. "Malcador, which way should we go?" "My lord, that way," the old man, now identified as Malcador, pointed in a direction where there was no path at all. "Thank you." After expressing his thanks, the man addressed as "my lord" climbed back onto the mule and veered off the main road, heading toward the pathless expanse. Hey, wait for me." Hades quickly caught up, but he couldn't help turning back repeatedly to glance at the upside-down old man. "Why is he upside down?" Hades asked. The man, now back on the mule, gave Hades a strange look before replying matter-of-factly, "He's not from here. That's why he's upside down, he doesn't belong to this world." "Well, I'm not from here either," Hades retorted without hesitation. The man gave him a puzzled glance, rolling his eyes as though Hades had missed the obvious. "Take another good look at yourself." Huh? A terrible thought suddenly crossed Hades' mind. Slowly, he reached behind himself to feel. There's no back to my clothes. His outfit only had fabric covering the front, his entire back was exposed. Mortified, Hades wished he could bury himself on the spot. "I'd rather be upside down like that old man." Sensing Hades' embarrassment, the man offered a rare bit of consolation. "There's no one behind us. Even if you're completely exposed, it doesn't matter." "No way." But in this barren wilderness, surrounded by nothing but grass and with not a single tree in sight, Hades had no way to cover himself. Resigned, he half followed the man, half walked in his embarrassing state. Though initially uncomfortable, he eventually got used to it and stopped thinking about it altogether. "What's your name?" Hades asked. "They call me Emperor," the man replied. "What a strange title." "That sounds odd to me," Hades admitted. "I don't like it either," the Emperor said frankly. "But everyone calls me that. Over time, I just got used to it." "Are you really going to slay a dragon?" Hades pressed on. The Emperor, however, didn't seem inclined to waste his time answering the same question twice. He simply remained silent, his lack of denial serving as confirmation. Scratching his head, Hades muttered, "Maybe I shouldn't be following you. If we actually run into a dragon, I won't be able to escape. You've got nowhere else to go." The Emperor's sharp words hit their mark. They had been traveling nonstop, and now night had fallen. The darkness pressed in, infinite and oppressive, like a drop of ink spreading endlessly in a rain-soaked night. Out here in the wilderness, they felt so small. Hades followed the Emperor as they stopped to build a fire on the desolate plain. The flames crackled and popped, flaring and dimming, pushing back a tiny circle of the darkness. The faint light illuminated their faces as they sat by the fire, bored and waiting for dawn to resume their journey. Then, the laughter of children echoed out of the darkness. Hearing children's laughter in an uninhabited wasteland made Hades shiver. How can there be kids out here? He turned to the Emperor, but the Emperor ignored him. His face grew tense as he drew his sword and stood up. "Get away." Get away. Damn things, leave. The Emperor's voice carried far, but was quickly swallowed by the endless darkness, leaving no trace behind. The mule snorted, stomped its hooves, and edged closer to the fire. What's going on? Hades scrambled to his feet, though unfortunately, he was unarmed. Still, he thought to himself, should I really pick up a weapon to face children? While Hades was pondering, the children appeared. Their eerie, filthy silhouettes emerged from the shadows, darting in and out of the border between light and dark. Join us, they said. Get lost. Get lost. The Emperor brandished his sword, preparing to lunge. I'm human, you wretched filth. Stay away. Why won't you join us? We promised you everything, one of the children said. Why don't you take just one more step to the very top of that final stair? A sly-eyed child, lean and agile, taunted him. You should face your own desires, hypocritical adult, said a beautiful child. Everything is meaningless in the end. Obsessing over it is exhausting. You shouldn't be so weak. Crawl away, you scum. Hades couldn't make sense of their bizarre ramblings, but luckily, none of the children paid him any attention. He seemed to blend into the darkness, forgotten. Oh yes. So he remained on the sidelines, calmly watching. The Emperor, fed up with the children's chatter, scooped up a handful of mud from the ground. He molded it into a ball and hurled it at them. The mud hit a plump child squarely, and the sound of crying immediately erupted. The other children, annoyed, dragged the crying one away. Before they disappeared into the shadows, one of them glanced in Hades' direction. Then they were gone. Hesitating, Hades walked over to the Emperor. What were they? They were exactly what you saw. Children? You don't like kids? Hades asked. The Emperor snorted. Not liking kids. That wouldn't make him a good father, Hades thought randomly. What were they saying about making you join them? The Emperor's nose twitched as if the question deeply disgusted him. Never. Not in 1,000 lifetimes. Humans do not mingle with vermin. Look, the Emperor said, seemingly in the mood to talk. The two sat down by the fire again. The orange glow lit up the Emperor's face. He held a branch, stirring the firewood below. His face glowed gold in the light, and for a fleeting moment, Hades thought he saw a golden crown atop his head. Even if they offered me everything. But what is everything to children? Just mud toys and silly trinkets. They misunderstood me. The Emperor casually picked up some twigs, snapped them, and tossed them into the flames. As he watched the twigs burn to ashes, he continued. To live. To live with the freedom to raise a sword of vengeance against your enemies, that's all that matters. Nothing else has any meaning. The twigs turned to ash, and the Emperor reached out to add more wood to the fire. Hades blinked and began helping, tossing more sticks into the flames. The fire roared back to life. The Emperor glanced at him. And you? What do you want? Hades? What did he want? At first, he thought about saying to live, but the words stirred no emotion in him. It felt like he'd seen too much of life and death already, like leaves falling from trees by the roadside, nothing worth dwelling on. Hades muttered as hunger struck him again. Start a restaurant? He suddenly remembered someone mentioning that to him long ago. Back when everything hadn't happened yet, when he hadn't trudged step by step to this desolate place. Back when they were all still there. A place where people could sit down, eat, and chat together? The Emperor glanced at him, his deep brown eyes occasionally catching golden sparks from the firelight. Then you might as well give your enemies a knife to the throat. Hades shrugged. It's just something I want to do. If it's already done, then it's not a want, the Emperor muttered, disdainful. Short-sighted and shallow. I never claimed to be a wise man, Hades said. I'm just an unlucky guy. True, the Emperor nodded. But who isn't? Yes, who isn't? Hades stared at the fire. It was so small. No matter how hard it burned or how much wood it consumed, it was still too small. Beyond it lay the endless night. Hades didn't know when he fell asleep, but he woke up to the chill of the morning breeze. He forced his eyes open. The sun was rising, and the Emperor was packing up. Let's go. The Emperor mounted the mule, and Hades naturally followed. And so they traveled again. They walked and walked some more. They walked through a puddle, which the Emperor parted unnecessarily. Hades thought the puddle was shallow enough to simply step through. They encountered an abyss, but the Emperor just kicked the mule, and Hades grabbed the mule's tail to leap across. The air grew thinner and colder. Finally, they arrived. It was a vast plain covered in lush green grass. A cow grazed leisurely in the field, its coat marked by vibrant green and red cracks. Nearby, several half-eaten bales of hay lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. The Emperor dismounted, drawing his sword and staring intently at the cow. "Stay out of its attack range," he warned. "Huh? Is this?" Hades racked his brain. "Is this a dragon?" "Yes." The Emperor said nothing more and charged straight at it. The cow rushed to meet the Emperor, colliding with his sword. "Wait, what?" As the Emperor battled the creature, it suddenly turned its gaze toward Hades and spat at him. The spit flew at him with astonishing speed. Hades dodged quickly. The Emperor seized the distraction and drove his sword into the creature. Black liquid gushed from the wound. The liquid hit the ground without making a sound. Seeing the liquid flow, the Emperor pinned the cow down forcefully. The cow bellowed in protest. "Come here. Hurry, Hades." Hades rushed over, only for the Emperor to smear the black liquid all over his face. "Drink it. Quickly. Drink as much as you can." "No." What on earth was happening? Despite his confusion, Hades obeyed, stumbling out of the cow's range. He cupped the black liquid in his hands and swallowed it desperately. The liquid tasted strange, clinging to his throat. Hades felt as though his insides were on fire. He kept drinking, as if compelled by some internal command. "If it doesn't kill me, I'll drink until I'm dead." He was burning. Ugh. Cough, cough. As Hades felt himself nearing death, his vision blurred, and he looked ahead. The Emperor stood in golden power armor, his ornate sword crackling with psychic energy. He held the massive dragon down with sheer force. A colossal, incomprehensible, shimmering dragon. Its immense tentacles blotted out the sky, their metallic sheen ever-changing, radiating the principles of the cosmos itself. It was bleeding. Hades looked down at his hands, now soaked in dragon's blood. He passed out. When he opened his eyes again, Hades felt a chill on his back. Malkador was looking at him, upside down. "I must still be dreaming," Hades thought. "Get up. Stop sleeping." Malkador whacked Hades' leg with a stick. Hades opened his eyes again, realizing they were now on the Tharsis Plateau. "Huh? What's going on?" Hades struggled to sit up. Malkador glanced at him. "You've gained knowledge. That's all." "What knowledge?" Hades still felt an empty haze in his mind. Malkador rolled his eyes. "You know how to drive a tank. But what if you've never even seen a tank before?" Hades blinked, baffled. Malkador ignored him and walked away, seemingly summoning the swarms of Coliersus. Hades watched Malkador's silhouette disappear into the distance. The setting sun stretched Malkador's shadow long across the plateau. He walked toward the light and vanished into it. Hades was left alone in the darkness. Feeling drowsy, Hades closed his eyes and lay comfortably in the darkness. It was as if he had always been a part of it. Hades was once again cluelessly transported back in Collier's Ashi's insect-shaped vehicle. Half dead, he hung limply from the joints of the insect before being handed off and returned to the Primarch's transport vehicle. Following behind him was Malkador, though not as spirited as before. The elder's face showed clear exhaustion. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, Malkador curled up in a corner of the seat and closed his eyes to rest once more. Hades, still groggy, sat in the vehicle and stared at the sparking tech priest. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that Priest Lanzer? The sharp legs of the insect-shaped vehicle reached inside, picking up Priest Korklan. Still sparking and dripping machine oil, the priest was carried away by the insect-shaped vehicle under Collier's Ashi's command. Hades silently stared at the trail of dripping machine oil in a daze. "You can work with Priest Korklan in the future, Hades." Mortarian's voice broke the silence as he watched the tech priest being taken away with an indifferent expression. So that priest had indeed lied to Hades about his personal information. Hades blinked. "What exactly did you say to him?" After all, that priest had been quite stubborn before. "Oh," Mordorion replied nonchalantly. "I simply told him that I despise the Emperor and that the Death Guard will kill every Psyker." "What?" Hades snapped awake, instinctively glancing at Malkador. However, Malkador's face showed a mixture of resignation, annoyance, and apathy, clearly the expression of someone who understood everything all too well. Hades suddenly felt sympathy for Malkador, who had been dealing with Mordorion for years as a Psyker. With a look of incredulity, Hades turned to Mordorion. What else did you say? Oh, I told him to discuss the details of the collaboration with you. Mordorion looked completely justified. That's all. Hades felt like choking on his own frustration. Brother, you're a Primarch. You can say whatever you want. But don't drag me into it. Now it looks like I'm complicit too. Dragged out of his dreams, Hades had already been feeling groggy, and now he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Mordorion, if you can't speak properly, just don't say anything at all. Plus, red sands billowed outside the vehicle. Soon, the silhouette of the Techmarine training base came into view in the distance. Malkador, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally spoke. Hades, he said, you now know everything. What's left is for you to witness it and recall it on your own. Hades blinked. Could you explain that in more detail? Stop being cryptic. Malkador looked at Hades tiredly. You need to find the edge-bound anti-psyker devices. You already know where they are. And where would that be? Malkador stared at Hades as if he were an idiot, clearly regretting the effort he'd just spent sending Hades into his dream. You think I know? Mordorion coughed. Seeing the two humans clearly incapable of normal communication, Malkador fell silent. He began to question the Emperor's criteria for selecting people. Realizing that he had clearly asked a stupid question, Hades scratched his nose and decisively chose to stay silent as well. But, anti-psyker devices. Necrons? The thought crossed Hades' mind. But where was he supposed to dig up a Necron tomb world now? Unknown. Everything's unknown. Plus, a black obelisk towered in the center of the city, surrounded by smooth marble. Praises and hymns were inscribed on the walls, with intricate patterns entwined around it. This place should have been filled with holy songs. But the people were gone. Not even the stench of decay lingered. Hades stood on the ground, dizzy and leaning against the side of the vehicle. Could he admit that he felt overstuffed and a little nauseous? Mordorion stood beside him. In the distance, the characteristic enhanced binoculars of the Techmarines gleamed faintly. Return to the Legion quickly, Mordorion said. The Legion has already received its marching orders. Once the region near Barbarus is secure, the Death Guard will head to the front lines. Hades took a deep breath, trying to suppress his sense of weakness. He knew well, this would be the Death Guard's first battle. Galopar. In this war against the massive Hive-World region, the Death Guard would suffer heavy casualties, while their enemies would pay an equally steep price in blood. It was no exaggeration to say that the dead would form mountains. It was also at Galaspar that Kala Typhon would have his first encounter with Nurgle Psykers. The Death Guard's first battle was pivotal, shaping the Legion's culture for generations to come. Hades' gaze flickered with complex emotions. He had to return before the battle began. It was his urgency to prepare for this battle that had driven him to Mars in the first place. Hades wanted to be a part of this fight, and so he had to make it back as soon as possible. Understood, Hades said firmly. Mordorion nodded and watched Hades head off. But just as Hades stepped into the Techmarine's barracks with his left foot, the dual cage. Now. Immediately. Mars. The presence known as Hades had thrown the entire Techmarine training base on Mars into chaos. Add the guillotine. Hades had his arm wrapped tightly around Space Wolf's Manning's neck, Manning's third time in the dueling cage, and squeezed. Manning clawed at Hades desperately, his eyes rolling back as he tried to break free. Unfortunately for him, Hades, like a mountain of flesh, pressed down relentlessly, not giving the wolf even the slightest chance to escape. When Manning finally stopped struggling and his legs went limp, Hades let out a slow breath and released his grip. The completely exhausted space wolves lay motionless this time, not even twitching. Breathing heavily, Hades stood up and scanned the crowd below. In the audience, the Techmarines, sitting or standing, wore complicated expressions. Most of them bore visible injuries. The faces of those present reflected a mix of shock and disbelief. Anyone else? Hades wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was starving. Back with the Death Guard, at least Apothecary Leo would inject him with something to keep him going. The crowd below was silent. No one answered. Hades, his head swimming, staggered off the cage and headed straight for the cafeteria, not giving it another thought. What he didn't know was the hushed conversation that followed among the Techmarines after he left. A newly arrived Ultramarine, eyeing the battered space wolves who had just been thrashed, cautiously spoke up. Was Hades always this strong? The other Ultramarines exchanged glances, silently agreeing to no longer categorize Hades as an easygoing, friendly guy. Severius of the Ultramarines slowly said, "Maybe, he just didn't want to draw attention to himself before." Previously, this Death Guard had always been mild-mannered, a good-natured Techmarine. But what Techmarine could get a Primarch to personally visit them? And while Severius had always classified Hades under competent in combat, what he'd just witnessed went far beyond competent. 3 times he defeated Manning, plus 3 Iron Warriors, an Imperial Fist for Warhounds, a Luna Wolves. Oh, and 2 Ultramarines. Severius's back still ached from being slammed to the ground earlier. The memory of Hades using sheer size and strength to disarm him and pin him down remained vivid. RNGES. To be honest, being forcibly pinned to the ground didn't feel great. Especially when the other guy was heavy. Severius would never admit that he had deliberately calculated Hades' energy levels and only challenged him when he thought Hades would be too exhausted to fight effectively. But clearly, everyone had underestimated Hades. That guy, he must have been holding back in previous duels. The terrifying gap in strength, coupled with Hades' clever use of his weight to conserve energy in later fights. Not to mention that endurance. Even if his techniques and combat skills were excellent, that extraordinary stamina was unparalleled. 14 matches in a row. And he was fighting barehanded while the others used weapons. In the first 5 matches, most challengers approached Hades with the mindset of, "You've been playing dumb this whole time, haven't you?" But when Hades disarmed his 6th opponent barehanded, the atmosphere shifted. By the time he had toppled his 10th opponent, they understood why the pre-march of the Death Guard had sought him out. Even if Hades had never come to Mars, he could easily have become the Legion champion. Some others were beginning to plan. The Luna Wolves were the first to recall that Hades had progressed the fastest in their earlier training sessions. Fast learner, masterful combat skills, incredible stamina, and an unusual relationship with his Legion's pre-march. How could someone like this stay so low-key? Honestly, excelling in just one of these areas could make someone famous in any Legion. But the Luna Wolves silently watched Hades' retreating figure. Aside from the unconscious Space Wolves, the other Techmarines also observed him leaving. Who exactly is this guy? Everyone present had already decided to list Hades as one of the most notable Death Guard contacts they knew. Some couldn't help but sigh. It's hard not to feel inferior when comparing oneself to others. Most of them were fringe members of their legions, but now, suddenly, a Death Guard Techmarine of such caliber had appeared. Some had already resolved to build a better relationship with Hades, though his rapport with the Techmarines had never been bad to begin with. But the ones who felt the worst? That'd be the Iron Warriors and Warhounds. Hades casually tore open a packet of concentrated nutrient solution and gulped it down, the acrid taste flooding his mouth. "Anyone else?" he muttered, bitter liquid hitting his stomach. The iron hand across from him shook his head, still catching his breath. Hades blinked and let him leave the cage. Tossing the packet aside, Hades let a servitor pick it up once more. This type of nutrient solution was meant to be diluted or injected, but Hades had developed a new method. Drink it straight. Hades didn't have the time or patience to dilute his concentrated nutrients. He was busy. Ever since meeting with Mordorion and Malkador, Hades had realized he couldn't afford to waste time anymore. No more slacking. He had to return to his legion before the Galaspar campaign and plan his next moves. Time was running out. This urgency drove his current frantic behavior. Hades threw himself into the Techmarine curriculum, learning day and night. Though he was now in a state where everything seemed to click, the endless sea of knowledge remained exhausting. When he grew tired of studying, he dragged someone to the dueling cage. The good news was that plenty of volunteers were eager to fight him, though every single one ended up pinned under Hades. Some Ultramarines suggested sparring with specific weapons, using Hades as a training partner, to which Hades gladly agreed. Of course, that time Hades had swung a greatsword like a club. After the Ultramarines set the precedent, other legions' Techmarines also proposed custom dueling rules. Hades agreed to every one. But outside of sparring sessions, Hades was rarely seen. He spent most of his time swimming in a sea of knowledge, replacing meals with nutrient solutions. This was a stark contrast to his previous reputation as someone who slacked off, gossiped, and took it easy whenever possible. Though some tech marines privately grumbled about it, they eventually reached a consensus. If our Primarch came to see us personally, we'd be even crazier than Hades right now. Aside from studying and fighting, Hades occasionally visited the priest Core Clan. Core Clan's research lab was a sight to behold. Countless xenotech artifacts were neatly categorized and stored, twisted bodies floated in incubation tanks, and eerie fluorescence flickered in the darkened space. Priest Core Clan stood at the center of the room, welcoming Hades. The tech priest no longer showed the slightest sign of his earlier panic. His crimson robes draped down, shrouded in shadow. "Welcome, Lord Hades." Hades felt a wave of exasperation. Wasn't this the same guy who wanted to use him for a thesis not long ago? He chose to ignore the nutrient tanks containing human bodies and instead followed the priest to view the Xenos technologies. Most of it was technology from minor races. Hades glanced over it briefly and found nothing worth noting. Mere tricks, or perhaps petty creations. Nothing of substantial value. However, as they neared the end, some small trinkets, clearly decorative, caught Hades' attention. With the priest Core Clan's consent, Hades picked up the small black ornaments and appeared deep in thought. No, these ornaments were just crude imitations. But this material. Hades felt a flicker of recognition. The feeling was fleeting, disappearing almost as soon as it arose. Hades carefully held up one of the trinkets, a black necklace sculpted in the image of hands cradling a sun, with inscriptions etched on it. This was not its original form. The race that made it would not have crafted it in this way. Hades thought inexplicably. Where did this come from? Hades looked at Priest Core Clan, another priest who studies engine technology. "I made a deal with him to keep these trinkets he was about to destroy," Core Clan replied. "Is there something wrong, Lord Hades?" These trinkets, obtained by Priest Core Clan from another priest, contained faint anti-psychic fields. Believing this was a natural property of the black stone material rather than any craftsmanship, Core Clan had taken them back. "Can you trace the exact origin of these trinkets?" The lights before Priest Core Clan flickered. "It may be difficult, but I can do it," he said. As it turned out, it took years before Hades finally received news from Core Clan regarding this matter. In the meantime, Hades examined other inventions by Priest Core Clan. The portable psychic detector piqued his interest. Core Clan was also developing a device to identify untouchables, though the instrument was far from reliable. Hades dismissed the priest's attempts to clone untouchables. Not feasible. Knowledge whispered in Hades' ear. Though the priest persistently sought a sample of Hades' blood, Hades sighed and reluctantly agreed. Perhaps it could work? Nonetheless, Hades preferred inorganic technology. After briefly surveying Core Clan's collection, Hades instructed the priest to mass-produce the portable psychic detectors, intending to equip the Death Guard with them. He also took one of the untouchable detectors, intending to modify it. When Hades successfully improved the detector and returned it, Priest Core Clan was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he nearly prostrated himself, though that is a story for another time. Finally, Hades noted Priest Core Clan's hesitant demeanor and realized there was no avoiding it. "Lord Hades, could you use your anti-psychic field on me once more? Without using a weapon for conduction this time. My wetware and hardware can handle it." Resigned, Hades extended his hand. Plus, the endurance. The Primarch returned from Terra, stirring minor ripples in the otherwise stagnant Death Guard. These ripples soon subsided under the Death Guard's atmosphere of silence. Standing at the strategic analysis podium, Mordorion observed the Legion's training reports with satisfaction. The hiss of his respirator echoed. The Death Guard moved silently across the training grounds, the sounds of gunfire and scythes slicing through the air resonating intermittently. Whenever a casualty occurred, comrades would seamlessly fill the gap. Yes, within the Death Guard, roles were not reassigned upon need. Instead, pre-selected successors would immediately assume the responsibilities of a fallen comrade, minimizing disruptions. The emphasis on heavy infantry training also pleased Mordorion. The establishment of the Death Guard's librarium, the Undertakers, was progressing steadily. Though no new psychers had joined, their operations and psychic enhancements had been adjusted. Unlike offensive strategies, the Undertakers focused more on defense and supporting the main forces against psychers. As for the Death Guard's commissars, known as the Grave Wardens, Mordorion paid them little attention. He wasn't particularly optimistic about this peculiar new division. The Grave Wardens were primarily seasoned veterans, their identities obfuscated and disguised, then distributed across various units. Mordorion decided to let Barasine and the others experiment with them. He reminded them to involve Vorks in their efforts as well. While Mordorion was the Primarch, he saw no need to micromanage every detail of the Legion. Delegating authority appropriately was his way of indulging his subordinates. Ultimately, he decided to leave the Grave Wardens to Hades, as it had been his idea to create them. Mordorion picked up the next report and thought silently. The Imperium's order for the Death Guard to participate in the Great Crusade was about to sound. Plus, Barbarus. Not feasible. A Magos biologist stood beside a corrosive river, engaged in a heated argument with a colleague. You can't purify this directly, it will destroy the entire ecosystem. If we eradicate the native species entirely, then recondition the soil and atmosphere, we can turn this planet into an agri-world. This is a Primarch's homeworld, are you suicidal? Then what would you propose? The ecosystem here has already fully adapted to these conditions. Unbelievable. The ecosystem of Barbarus defied all logic. While they had encountered many toxin-ravaged worlds before, none were as absurd as Barbarus. Plants that should never grow thrived, animals that defied evolutionary laws roamed freely. How did those pus-covered vultures take flight? How did those toxin-rooted plants bear low-toxicity fruit? The Magos biologist's logic processors were overwhelmed, Mars, for years later. Hades rarely sat in the dining hall of the Tech Marine training base, surrounded by Tech Marines from various legions. They had gathered to bid farewell to Hades. The red soil of Mars' wastelands had been churned by storm after storm, with time quietly slipping through like sand in an hourglass. It was his own turn to leave. Originally, Hades wasn't supposed to leave at this time. By plan, he would have been the second to last to depart among this group. But he had completed all his studies. Achieving the fastest Tech Marine legend of Mars, Hades cheerfully collected his certification code and personalized Tech Marine binary badge from the venerable Magos Jordan. The hunched and imposing figure of Magos Jordan sat at his workstation, his red robe draping down in folds, cables intricately interwoven with precision, while blue pulses of energy coursed through them like living veins. Congratulations, Hades of the Death Guard. From now on, you are qualified to serve as a Tech Marine on the front lines of war. Originally, you could have stayed here longer. With your remarkable talent, this base could have taught you much more. Thank you for your kind offer, Priest Jordan, Hades replied. But my legion is calling me back. Hades nodded. Truthfully, he had completed everything a while ago, but had delayed leaving as he scouted for transportation to return to the Death Guard. Typically, Tech Marines would depart on the same fleet that transported their legion's weapons and ammunition to Mars. However, because the Death Guard had yet to engage in any major conflicts requiring resupply, no such fleet had come. It was impractical to dispatch a ship solely for him. Furthermore, the Death Guard had already received orders to head to the Viserys war zone and was currently at full speed, heading for the front lines. Thus, Hades turned his attention to the movements of nearby Mars transport ships. Unfortunately, the legions fighting orcs on the front lines didn't need any logistical support from Mars at the moment. Now, however, Priest Corkland had reached out to inform Hades that he had discovered the origins of the trinket Hades had once inquired about. This discovery came from clearing debris from an abandoned spacecraft. The priest who found it traced the ship's origins back to its home planet. As the spacecraft contained no remarkable technology, the planet was quietly logged in the exploratory priest's star charts. A small team conducted an initial survey, collected a few machine anti-aging techniques, and then shelved further exploration. Until Priest Corkland proactively approached that priest. I knew one of you xenotech enthusiasts would come looking for me, said the priest with unmechanized, murky white eyes, as his logical computation systems activated. Your prediction is correct, Corkland replied in an even tone, his black stone pendant swaying as he walked. A battle of binary language commenced. The bargaining war between the two priests was a contest of pure computational exchange, devoid of traditional speech. Hades was, of course, unaware of this intense exchange. All he knew was that Corkland approached him afterward, brimming with triumph. Hades, I found it. Found what? Hades, who had long since forgotten the matter he had tasked Corclan with years ago, looked confused. What? The trinket you asked me about, I found its origins. Corclan exclaimed with a series of static crackles, as if chastising Hades for his poor memory. Oh, Hades finally remembered. What did you discover? Corclan quickly shared the data package he had obtained. It described a forgotten human world where no living humans remained. Abandoned cities stood in desolation on the planet's surface. But the most crucial detail was the presence of a small, black obelisk on the planet. From the information Corclan provided, Hades tentatively concluded that it was a blackstone construct, likely left by the Necrons to suppress the tides of the warp and stabilize real space. Grave knew. These blackstone constructs came in many forms, often placed on worlds where the barrier between real space and the warp was weak to ensure spatial stability. Although some blackstone constructs concealed Necron forces within, not all did. This particular planet, with only a solitary construct and evidence of human colonization, likely held no hidden threats beneath its surface. Hades thought for a moment and spoke. You should go check out that planet. The blackstone obelisk there is of great value. Aren't you going, my lord? Hades blinked. Perhaps he should make the trip? But the Death Guard's first battle, the conquest of Galapar, was about to begin, and he really didn't want to miss the Legion's inaugural combat. I'm still waiting for the fleet from Mars heading to the Viserius war zone. Corclan black stone pendant swayed, its bright reflection glinting off its surface. My lord, you could go to that planet first. I've found out that a forge world near it is primarily responsible for supplying the 11th Fleet in the Viserius war zone. Hades blinked again. What a coincidence. He quickly gathered some intel and discovered it was indeed true. Moreover, compared to the ever-delayed fleet departure from Mars, this route would actually be faster. The Death Guard was still on its way and had not yet received news from Galaspar. Even after arrival, Mortarion would need some time to prepare. All right, I'll go too. I'll set off immediately. Thus, this was how Hades found himself surrounded by a group of Techmarines. To his relief, most of the gifts from his brothers were food. The Ultramarine Severius was chatting with Hades with a big grin on his face. I was thinking of asking you to look after the new batch of Ultramarines after I left, but it turns out you're heading back first. Hades laughed heartily. Then I'll leave the care of the incoming Death Guard to you. Then, with a knowing look, Hades turned to Severius and said, Don't forget to pass on the data packet I shared with you. After 7 years of relentless effort and self-discipline, Hades had compiled a guide titled the Mars Techmarine Survival Manual. It included everything from cracking the behavioral codes of most servitors in a base to behavioral analyses of Magos Jordan, providing new Techmarines with the best Mars experience. Seeing the eager gleam in Hades' eyes, Severius swore it took every ounce of political and diplomatic training he had as an Ultramarine not to let his mouth twitch. When Severius first saw the data packet Hades had shared, he was astonished. Hades was creating something entirely new. Severius swore he'd never seen such a style of writing. Although it seemed somewhat irreverent at first glance, a closer read revealed profound insights on how to maximize rewards on Mars with minimal effort. Hades had even independently devised a template that closely resembled the one Ultramarines used internally for handling official documents. It was truly astonishing. While Techmarines arrived on Mars every year, they typically just studied and then left. Techmarines from factions like the Ultramarines or Luna Wolves would consciously introduce new Techmarines to other legions to facilitate their future learning and living. The Master of the Forges in the Legion, upon meeting a satisfactory Techmarine candidate, might offer them some advice on what to pay attention to. But someone like Hades, who created a targeted document about life and study on Mars and distributed it, he was the only one. Or rather, no one else possessed Hades' level of awareness and initiative. This was truly a mark of greatness. Whether it was his unprecedented speed in mastering skills, his unbeatable presence in the dueling cage, or this Mars Techmarine survival manual, this Death Guard overshadowed them all in every way. And he didn't even realize it. Thus, in private, Techmarines referred to Hades as the Overseer. He was truly someone who stood at the top, looking down on the rest of the Techmarines. However, Hades was unaware that he'd gained yet another nickname. He continued to confidently look at Severius, waiting for the well-mannered Ultramarine to extend some help to the future Death Guard Tech Marines. Of course, that's incredibly valuable knowledge. As an Ultramarine, I, Severius, will definitely pass it along. Severius spoke earnestly. Oh, no need to be so serious. Hades chuckled and happily accepted a farewell gift of cookies, representing the Ultramarines. Hand them over. Severius, understanding the gesture, turned with the other Ultramarines, allowing Hades to collect other gifts. The Iron Hands gave Hades some hard-baked biscuits, the Imperial Fists provided fortress-shaped waffles, and the Space Wolves offered a pile of roasted meat. No overly fancy limited edition screws, no strange weapons, even the salamanders gifted food. At this moment, Hades felt happy. Above the Martian port, a myriad of flagships moved in a constant flow, their metallic sheen glimmering under the guiding lights, while the roar of plasma engines echoed ceaselessly. Amid the countless departing fleets, a smaller vessel ignited its engines, breaking free of Mars's gravity and heading into the void of space. Navigational signals from Pluto guided the ship toward the solar gate, where the blue and violet brilliance of the warp's tides surged and churned. The vessel adjusted the angle of its auxiliary thrusters and gently entered the pre-established warp route. Plus, Planet Sigma 373 now. This was a small planet speckled with green and brown, its surface catching the attention of distant observers. Atmospheric conditions favorable, no electronic storms detected, minimal ground obstructions, landing possible. A crew member scrutinized the avian drone interface, its imaging of the surrounding area displayed before him. Understood. Prepare for landing. The exploratory fleet descended slowly onto a vast clearing amidst the forest. Grass and ferns swayed wildly in the turbulence from the engines, while the leaves on towering nearby trees rippled under the gusts. The fleet, painted jet black and marked with the crimson skull of the Adeptus Mechanicus, with spinning cogwheels emblazoned upon it, touched down. They had arrived. Inside his cabin, Hades lay slumbering, resting through the nauseating aftereffects of warp travel. Every time he traversed the warp, it left him sick to his stomach. Thus, he chose the simple solution, feigning death through sleep until Corclan completed his preliminary investigation. Requests had already been sent to a nearby Forge world for transport. Hades planned to rendezvous with the Forge World fleet after finishing his investigation of the planet. But unbeknownst to anyone, a unique electronic storm was brewing on this world. Small drones were deployed, buzzing as they collected data from the area and edged closer to a human settlement. Clad in crimson robes and bearing the insignia of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Scutarii marched in formation out of the ship's bay, scouting and securing the surroundings for potential threats. Alpha Beta. Binary hymns of the machine god played in the air, synchronized with the Scutarii's deliberate steps. To avoid atmospheric currents and to mitigate any potential interference from the fleet's instruments on the Blackstone obelisk, Corclan had decided to land the fleet in a large forest, clearing far from the human city. Despite the uneven terrain, the atmospheric conditions for landing were textbook perfect. A crack echoed as a Scutarii's boot snapped a dead branch, yet no reverberations returned from the silent forest. Vines slithered slowly. Darkness prevailed, yet consciousness lingered. You shouldn't have come here. Hades stared in disbelief at the middle-aged man standing before him. The man wore a simple, sharp black priest's robe, decorated with glowing green geometric patterns, and a monolithic ornament adorned his color. His neatly combed white hair and well-trimmed beard exuded order. "Who are you?" Hades asked. "I am Bishop Mazel, young man." The bishop nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "You shouldn't have come here," he repeated, speaking bitterly. I've doomed everyone." Bishop Mazel glared at Hades, and in his gaze, Hades saw a spark of anger. The bishop seemed on the verge of saying more. His clenched teeth and exhausted demeanor stood in stark contrast to his immaculate attire. But in the end, he said only one thing. "Forget it. No one can escape. Young one, if you still have a conscience, help me kill her." The bishop's deep blue eyes locked onto Hades. "This is the debt you owe us. The debt you owe everyone." Hades's eyes snapped open. The man's figure faded, and his mind was blank as the dream dissolved. Do Astartes dream? Hades wondered absently. Still, this dream had interrupted his sleep, and he sat on the bed, dazed. That dream. It was strange. He doomed everyone? Who did Hades owe? And who is she? Lord Hades, the initial investigation results from Priest Corclan are ready. Please proceed to meet the priest immediately. Lord Hades? Lord Hades. Get up. No more sleeping, Hades. The loud shouting from outside broke Hades out of his stupor. All right. I'm coming. Hades hurriedly got up. No matter what, he'd only be staying a month at most before meeting up with the Forge World fleet. How could he have a nightmare the moment he arrived? Hades shook his head. If anything feels wrong, I'll just leave early, he reassured himself. Plus, Death Guard, the endurance unknown. You're saying the fleet Hades is aboard has lost contact? Mordorion drummed his fingers against the table unconsciously, the rhythm betraying his irritation. A brief loss of communication with a vessel wasn't unusual. Regional warp storms or stellar activity could easily cause such disruptions. But time was running short. The entire Death Guard fleet was busy undergoing pre-battle preparations, fortifying defenses, modifying engines, and performing tasks with meticulous care, all on Mortarion's orders. The Death Guard waited, poised above their prey. The defenses of the Galifar system, vast and imposing, slumbered like giants. As they drew closer to the Galifar system, Typhon began hearing strange voices. Unease flickered across his face. His instincts told him this was a psychic issue. But the events of the past had already alienated him from the Death Guard's librarium and their Undertaker's sorcerers. Left with no choice, Typhon sought another solution. He ventured into the Death Guard's restricted zone for untouchables, soulless pariahs. Though untrained, the pariah's presence weakened the whispers plaguing his mind. It was an unpleasant experience, but the daily psychic murmurs had left Typhon's mental state frayed. Perhaps if Hades were here, he could have helped, Typhon thought reluctantly outside the shuttle. Towering trees stood quietly under the dim sunlight of this star system. The dense foliage cast patches of shade across the forest floor. The crimson figures of the Skitarii maneuvered through the greenery, their arc rifles disappearing into the verdant ocean as they moved. Inside the shuttle, the sound of crackling electricity filled the air, a symbol of delight. Praise the Omnisia. Hades wore a helpless expression as he watched Priest Corclan pacing back and forth. The priest robe and blackstone pendants swung wildly with his movement. Crackling electrical arcs and machine prayer-like utterances poured from Corclan's vocal modulator. Jean, who had summoned Hades, shrank back timidly, hiding behind him to avoid drawing Corclan's attention. Jean clearly had no fondness for a deranged former superior. After a lengthy string of phrases like, "The Omnisia blesses me," and "I offer my reverence to the machine god," Corclan finally calmed down. His cooling system whirred as it increased power, and he turned his attention back to Hades. Unbelievable. According to initial drone surveys, a strong anti-psyker field once existed in the center of the largest human city on this planet, Corclan announced. Hades caught the critical word. Wait, once existed? The priest's facial indicator lights flickered as he elaborated, yes. Currently, we observe no anti-psyker field. It is highly likely that the humans who lived here destroyed the device, Corclan added with a disgruntled hum, his electronic voice growing harsher. But for Corclan, this was a major discovery. He had never before found a device capable of generating a stable and potent anti-psyker field. While the priest was giddy with excitement, Hades sank into contemplation. A blackstone obelisk, placed in the very heart of a human city, something about this felt off. Corclan, may I see the images transmitted by the drones? Of course. Hades instantly received a data packet from Corclan. After decrypting it, he began reviewing the visuals. The footage revealed medieval-style buildings, their streets covered in dust. Many structures had partially collapsed with age. In the city's center was a large plaza paved with black stones. Green luminescent lines traced patterns across its surface, now dulled by dust. At its core stood a colossal black obelisk, several people wide, standing stoically as if surveying all below. The obelisk's sleek lines were broken, its surface marred by indentations revealing its inner structure. Surrounding the obelisk were semicircular black walls inscribed with prayers and intricate designs. At the plaza's forefront stood a podium resembling a notice board, 1 man height tall. Something's not right. Hades frowned unconsciously. Though the styles and materials of the structures were similar, they didn't seem to belong together. What was going on here? Hades considered the transmitted images. The drone footage of the obelisk was still too blurry to provide clarity. His thoughts swirled without resolution. I need to see this site in person, Hades finally said. Plus, in a dense yet eerily silent forest, a group advanced. Hades marched at the center of the formation, clad in a modified 3 Malawian Kwacha's power armor. Its subdued bone white and moss green tones intertwined, with thick shoulder plates adorned by the emblem of the 14th Legion, a 6-spiked skull on one side and the Mechanicus cogwheel skull on the other. Hades had personally upgraded the 3 Malawian Kwacha's armor to bolster its defensive capabilities, albeit at the cost of added weight. But for someone like Hades, such heft was trivial. A servo skull extended from his left shoulder plate, its red-black cables entwined, a device known as the Omnispex. On his back was the hallmark power pack of a tech marine, holding a folded flamethrower on one side and a manipulator arm equipped with a melt-a-torch, plasma cutter, and combi bolter on the other. Hades carried a bolter in his hands, following closely behind a Skitarii vanguard. Branches snapped underfoot as the Skitarii cleared a path, the sound of crushed vegetation echoing in the air. The group traversed a newly carved trail through the forest. "We're approaching the first marked point, my lord," the Skitarii ahead reported. "Understood," Hades replied curtly, grabbing the lagging Jean and pulling him forward before continuing. "I hate this muddy terrain," Jean grumbled, his gears straining in discomfort. Hades chuckled, looking up to spot a tall bell tower emerging from the trees. Artificially carved vines adorned its outer walls. The group pressed on. As trees thinned and sunlight grew more abundant, ivory-white buildings came into view. In a spacious clearing stood a sizable village, where several Skitarii were stationed, continuing their reconnaissance. "Lord Hades, our preliminary assessment suggests this was an agricultural and educational settlement," the Skitarii squad leader briefed him dutifully. So far, Skitarii Squad 785 has found no Blackstone-related artifacts of interest in this area. A prior priest has already extracted some agricultural technology here. Beyond that, this location likely holds little else of value, he concluded. Hades blinked. Agriculture and education combined, it was something he hadn't seen before. It piqued his curiosity. With the team taking a short rest in the village, Hades took the opportunity to wander around. Jean had gone to dry the moisture from his cables, and Korclan wasn't part of this team. The cautious priest never ventured out without first ensuring every one of his safety measures was operational. Confident that the Skitarii were keeping watch, Hades strolled through the settlement. Low, white houses made up the bulk of the village, most of them appearing to be residential quarters. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary large rural village. However, as Hades ventured to the far edge of the settlement, something changed. A rustling noise broke the stillness. Hades raised his bolter, stepping forward cautiously. Small, mobile machines zipped between the houses, busily transporting what appeared to be fruit. The bizarre little vehicles carried foodstuffs, emerging from the forest and heading tirelessly in another direction. Yet the Skitarii stationed here seemed utterly indifferent, continuing their search unbothered. "What is this?" Hades held a small vehicle in his hands. Its relatively simple mechanical structure was fully visible within its hollow framework. Without an emergency feedback system, the vehicle's wheels continued to spin, attempting to move in its predetermined direction. Hades extended a finger to stop the vehicle's wheels. Instantly, a faint yet tangible force feedback traveled through his fingertips. This wasn't a particularly sophisticated piece of machinery. Hades infiltrated its system, discovering only a basic remote-controlled command structure. Hades was, at the moment, full of questions, but fortunately, someone came over to clear up his doubts. "Lord Hades, are you examining exploration object number 82? The squad leader of the escorting Skitarii, Yad, 783, walked over to Hades. Although her appearance made it impossible to discern her gender, she claimed her biological sex to be female. "What is this?" Hades fiddled with the small vehicle in his hand. "This is one of the remaining agricultural machines on this planet. Even after humans disappeared, these machines have continued to function along their preset paths, performing tasks like sowing, fertilizing, transporting, and harvesting. Their structure is simple yet ingenious, allowing them to continue working long after humans vanished. The anti-aging technology collected earlier by the Muggos was derived from exploration object number 82. I see. Hades blinked and then put the small vehicle down. He even thoughtfully placed the fruit he had taken from it back on the vehicle. The small vehicle stalled briefly before resuming its journey, blending back into the flow of carts that tirelessly worked away, seemingly to no purpose. So, humanity has disappeared from this planet, yet the machines continue to work? Hades watched as the vehicle slowly rolled away, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, my lord. Flesh is inherently weak, while precise and coordinated mechanical structures are the true choice of universal truth." Yad believed this tech marine had grasped the greatness of the Omnisia and offered her own reflections. A civilization may perish, but machines endure. Unfortunately, Hades followed up with the next statement. But where does all that food end up? Dumped in warehouses to rot? Surely, they can't keep up indefinitely. Yad silently swallowed the mechanical litany she was about to recite. The Muggos she'd followed in the past would usually start reciting at this point. A with circumflex nues. My lord, there's a storage site for food nearby. I can lead you there if you'd like. All right. The flow of vehicles converged on a high ground in the village. Hades was now lying on the ground with little regard for his dignity, staring into a small hole with one eye. Several small vehicles gathered around him, futilely trying to dump food into the hole, but Hades blocked them. They could only stutter along, bumping against him. Stop bumping into me. Hades casually shoved the vehicles aside and continued peering into the hole. The hole was too deep to see anything clearly. Failing to scan anything, Hades had no choice but to stand up, watching as the vehicles poured fruit into the pit. On this open ground, there were countless densely packed pits. The food carried by the massive vehicle flow was ultimately dumped into these holes. According to sonic scans, below is a large food storage facility. Yad's voice rang out. However, due to a lack of consumption, the spoiled food is processed by this agricultural system into liquid fertilizer and reapplied to the forest. Near the neatly arranged pits, there were indeed some pipes emitting a putrid yellow-green liquid. Thick moss and fungi had climbed over the pipe openings. Specific machines would arrive to collect the liquid before heading back into the forest. You've thoroughly scanned this, right? Yes, my lord. Several similar food collection points exist around the village and city. We conducted sampling from 5 of them. These are indeed filled with food, but due to storage system failures, most of the contents have decayed into a semi-liquid state. Hades blinked. It seemed he was overthinking things. It would have been great if simple and effective little machines like these existed back on Barbarus. However, it's highly likely that the toxic gases would have corroded these little vehicles, making it impossible for them to last this long. Even so, Hades quietly took note of the structure of these machines and once again restrained himself from taking off his helmet to take a bite of the fruit. Not far from this platform was an open circular stage. With the mindset of, since I'm already here, Hades decisively strolled over. Simple geometric vine carvings adorned the white stone pillars, and layered outdoor seating surrounded the stage. In the very center of the circular platform stood a steep podium, decorated with carvings of thorns and vines. At the very heart of the podium was a symbol of hands holding up the sun, carved from wood. One of the hands was entwined with vines. This seems to have been a place where humans gave speeches or conducted educational activities. Yad's dutiful voice sounded from behind Hades, who was staring at the podium. Suddenly, he jumped, landing directly on the podium. The massive frame of the Space Marine made the podium feel a bit cramped. But Hades paid no mind. His left hemisphere had detected a signal of electronic equipment nearby. Using the plasma cutter on his back at its lowest power, he carefully carved into the podium. A backup device? Hades hesitated before plugging the backup device into the isolation chamber reader of his power armor. Record number 126, speech. Speaker, Rabo. The image of a girl with white hair draped over her shoulders appeared. She was likely Rabo, wearing clothing similar to a scientist's white coat, with a badge of 3 intertwined vines pinned to it. Her face exuded detachment and rationality, mixed with rebellion. However, even through an electronic image, a sense of disdain was palpable. And untouchable? Hades instinctively furrowed his brow and continued browsing the content. We choose to believe in science. Ancient religions must be overthrown. They demanded we endure suffering, compelled us to worship those eerie black edifices. Here, I want to say this. There are no gods in this world. We must explain everything through technology. The record abruptly ended there, followed by fragments of technological discussions. Hades flipped through the content, but it felt less like technological research and more like a guide on how to use psychic energy step by step. Are you seriously categorizing using human blood to power psychic abilities as scientific research? Although blasphemies such as using infant blood to power war machines existed during the dark age of technology, Hades reviewed it again, but the brief information and his limited knowledge of psychic phenomena prevented him from discerning the true nature of this research. Psychic abilities, religious black edifices. Hades suddenly remembered that strange dream. The bishop in the black priestly robes. Help me, kill her. Her. Hades stared at the white-haired girl displayed on the reader. What on earth was going on? Hades suddenly realized that this planet's situation was far more complicated than simply having all its humans wiped out. Taking a deep breath, Hades thought to himself, when you sense something's off, what's the first thing you do? He opened the communication channel to Muggos' core clan. Muggos, is the ship currently able to leave this planet safely? Oh, Lord Hades, I was just about to report on this. Just now, the planet's atmosphere experienced abnormal weather conditions, making it unsuitable for launch. But don't worry, you should still be able to rendezvous with the fleet heading to the Forge World. Hades took another deep breath. If he had merely been speculating before, his alarm bells were now ringing at full volume. His scalp tingled. Muggos, send out a distress signal. Huh, don't ask questions. Just do it. Now. Immediately. Hades blinked. If it turns out to be nothing, I'll handle the negotiations with the rescue team myself. But for now, just send the distress signal. Hades gritted his teeth as he spoke. Plus, aboard the Endurance, unknown location. Recently, Kala Typhon has been acting strangely, frequently heading toward untouchable zones. Fernando subtly shifted. Now? At this moment? And why would a psyker wander into untouchable areas? Mordorion stood on the observation deck, his imposing frame cloaked in the dim shadows of the chamber. In the distance, the Galazar system glimmered like a small, bright speck, slowly drifting in the vast expanse of space. It was silent, but Mordorion knew the people down there were wailing. This was a realm utterly twisted and broken. The rulers of Galaspar, the Order, brutally exploited their people. The skies of the main planet were shrouded in the smog of chemical factories, the rivers ran with murky chemical waste, and the inhabitants of the underhives murmured in despair. Enslaved by chemical substances, the people had long since lost themselves, apathetic and obedient. The minor ruling class was physically modified, with whips integrated into their arms, and injected with a cocktail of different chemical agents to maintain their brutality and aggression. Above these people who are tormented by drugs and life full of suffering were the carefree supreme rulers. All they needed to do was stay safe and sound in their spires, occasionally reviewing data sent from the lower and middle hives, and perhaps, in a fit of pique over unsatisfactory tea, execute all the workers involved in its production. The tyrants of the Order lounged lazily in their paradise, knowing full well that no one could challenge their dominion. Beyond the primary planet, countless satellite worlds had been transformed into heavily fortified bulwarks, their orbits bristling with colossal cannons and torpedo batteries. This was a star system wrapped in layers of defenses, nearly impregnable. Though this civilization lacked the technology for interstellar travel, they didn't need it. All they wanted was to stay secure and comfortable within their fortress. Thus, they rejected the Imperium's invitation. The exploratory fleet dispatched by the Imperium was shot down. But the cowardice and fear of death didn't stop with them. Imperial army bureaucrats shelved plans for an assault on Galaspar. Their proposal? A blockade. The reasoning was that the Imperium lacked sufficient forces in this sector, with 2 other legions already engaged in battles against orcs. In their simulations, a campaign against Galaspar would devolve into a protracted war of attrition. They envisioned encircling the system and slowly dismantling its defenses bit by bit. Absurd. That was Mortarian's conclusion. Tyrants ravaged their domain, humans cried out in anguish. Aside from the difference in species, the ruling class of Galaspar was no different from that of Barbarus overlord. The judgment had already been rendered. Mortarion gazed coldly at the frozen Galaspar system. Let doom and death be their companions. He would deliver the verdict of death. Let the Death Guard bring an end to it all. Plus, Planet Sigma, 373 now. Plus, Hades poked his head out of the shuttle again, resembling a chubby rat cautiously peering around. Jean stood outside the shuttle, perplexed, his display screen showing a large question mark as they prepared for their second sortie. In the distance, the first group of Mechanicus explorators had already reached the city, beginning their search and survey operations. Sonic probes revealed that the underground storage chambers were still just food silos, no pajama-clad Necrons in sight. Simple defensive barriers had been set up around the plaza housing the Blackstone obelisk, awaiting further study by the Magos. Aside from the atmospheric anomalies preventing the shuttle fleet from ascending normally and the earlier distress signal, which had yet to receive a clear response from any fleet, everything was proceeding like a textbook planetary archaeological mission. Thailand bought Epsilon S. No enemies, no sorcery, no discovery of massive weapons caches, the planet's armament remained at a regional level. The only active system was the agriculture network, with those food-laden little vehicles tirelessly following their pre-programmed paths. Hades scratched his head. Was he being too paranoid? After first encountering those bizarre records, Hades decisively retreated. For a while, he hunkered down, relying solely on the data sent by drones and the explorator forces to analyze the situation. He meticulously re-examined the information gathered from the villages and even summoned Mugos Core-clan to help decipher the findings. In the end, their conclusion was that this civilization was relatively ordinary, centered around psyker research. Throughout humanity's long history, civilizations experimenting with psykers during the Golden Age weren't uncommon. Many were far more extreme than this one. The psyker research here seemed to still be in its trial-and-error phase, akin to mixing things together to see what happens. Hades had also scoured the village for more notes left behind by the inhabitants, where exaggerated claims boasted about their latest scientific breakthroughs and investment recommendations. The most hyped technology? A method to alleviate fatigue and headaches, which seemed to resemble the side effects of being in a null psyker zone. While countless issues, illness, bad luck, geographical challenges, or even ghostly sightings could conveniently be attributed to fatigue and headaches, Hades suspected this might actually reflect the effects of exposure to a low-concentration anti-psyker field. Hades summarized the intelligence he had gathered. The largest city on this planet was built around a central Blackstone obelisk. Farther from the city were small scientific villages dedicated to psyker research. This lost civilization likely had two factions. The explorator forces had relayed data from the front lines, showing that the city was filled with numerous churches and religious sculptures. Cross-referencing this with the earlier records, it seemed to align with a typical trope, a technological faction rebelling against a religious one. What was intriguing, however, was that the technological faction here appeared to study psykers, while the religious faction revered the Blackstone obelisk as their deity. So how did the humans here go extinct? Strange, no matter how one analyzed it, it felt peculiar. Maybe he just lacked enough experience? Hades sighed. Hades, there's still so much you've yet to see. As Hades stared at the intelligence, deep in thought, Mugos Core-clan uncharacteristically acted normal for once. Extending the longest of his auxiliary limbs, he gently patted Hades' shoulder. Nothing unusual, Core-clan remarked. I've seen civilizations upload their wills into bio-wetware, only to fade away. Others became obsessed with virtual companions, leading to population collapse. Some rulers even controlled entire civilizations through virtual avatars, creating void religions and eventually meeting extinction. Small civilizations without mastery of biological cloning often destroy themselves in civil wars. And those led by psykers attempting to overthrow ruling classes? There are more of those than I have comments in my code annotations. Right, thought Hades. There was still the unresolved question of why the woman named Raybo, supposedly an untouchable, was advocating for psychic power. But as Core-clan rambled on in electric murmurs, Hades pondered deeply. Regardless of how suspicious things seemed, Reality was reality. For now, the situation appeared clear. No threats had been identified, save for Hades himself chasing shadows. According to Corclan, the atmospheric anomalies would soon dissipate. Was he just overthinking this? After repeatedly confirming there were no dangers in the reports from the explorator forces, Hades decided to personally visit the obelisk plaza. This time, Magos Corclan would accompany him. Plus, help us. Weak, gasping whispers echoed through the dim and putrid underground space. The stench of decay filled the air. "Oh, child, quiet now," murmured a voice. A decayer rose from the viscous pool, its rotting form manifesting from the mass of writhing human bodies. "He's here," the decayer muttered. The moment the one despised by the Playfather stepped onto this planet, the decayer had already claimed victory. There would be no escape. Carefully laid bait, a trove of sacrifices, placed at the weakened boundary between the warp and physical reality. Erase his presence, stall for time. The Playfather would be pleased. The bolt stuck in the gears of fate was about to be removed, and destiny would continue its inexorable march along the predetermined path. Hades held his bolter rifle, walking in the middle of the large group. With the experience from their last expedition and after the explorator forces further cleared obstacles along the path, making it easier for larger research equipment to pass, their journey this time was noticeably faster. Soon, they passed the village they had previously visited and continued toward the city. The dense forest was eerily quiet. The animals here seemed reluctant to make noise. Aside from the servoskulls singing hymns of the Omnisia in a 360-degree rotation, there were no other sounds. Before long, the first structure came into view, a simple, small church. Its primary color was black, accented by clean, green lines etched into its surface. Hades entered the church, curiously looking around. Some prayers were engraved on the stone pulpit. Hades quickly translated the text. "The blessings of the God of grace shine far and wide, protecting this land and its peace. Oh, selfless God, preserve my work for eternity and keep me from the chaos of uncertainty. To endure." The latter part had been scratched out with something sharp, making it unreadable. Hades could roughly guess it was the usual rhetoric, calling for believers to donate or make sacrifices. Since Hades had hypothesized that the religion here worshipped the Necron Blackstone obelisk, his curiosity about this strange faith had waned. Though he was still puzzled by why the locals chose to revere a relic left behind by an alien race. Hades glanced up at the church's centerpiece, a lifelike statue of a god, entwined with vines, shedding a single tear. Sunlight poured through the dazzling stained glass windows, illuminating the pitch-black statue with a radiant veil. The tear on the god's face, poised on the edge of falling, seemed to lament the insignificance and ignorance of mankind. Its outstretched arm appeared to be reaching for those it could still save. If a blood angel or an emperor's children were here, they would undoubtedly marvel at the civilization's remarkable skill in religious art and lament the loss of its artisans. But standing there was merely an old farmer from Barbarus, also the most outstanding engineering student from Mars. Hades took one glance at the sculpture and dismissed it. What is this? Necrons don't even look like that. Elsewhere, a silver-haired woman stood silently beneath the pulpit, gazing wordlessly at the figure opposite her. Colorful light bathed her form, the dazzling hues adorning her like a chaotic holy mantle. The bishop standing opposite her was shrouded in shadow, his figure silhouetted by the backlight. "Come back, child," Bishop Mazel said with a sigh. "You are the first saint foretold by prophecy, one who can walk the divine domain without punishment." "It's all lies," Rabo retorted, dismissing it all outright. "You worship a device that damages the human soul, allowing people to be destroyed by the harmful field it emits. Is it really so hard to accept reality? Why cling to those ancient rumors, nothing but nonsense, to prop up your authority?" "Child, you're too young to understand," Mazel replied. "All humans bear sin, consumed by their desires. Yet God chooses to forgive. Our ancestors arrived on this land aboard the Ark, finding peace under the protection of the divine domain. You must not be ensnared by your own desires, child." Reno Thailand bot. More empty words, Rabo coldly responded. "You can't even explain this so-called divine domain. You hide behind the guise of religion, deceiving the people, forcing everyone to endure suffering. Foolishness. Absurdity. When Mazel responded only by quoting scripture, Rabo realized the futility of further argument. I will expose the truth to you all, so you can see your religion for what it is, a lie. With that, Rabo turned and walked away without hesitation, soon meeting her companions waiting outside. Mazel remained where he stood, his eyes full of regret and doubt. My child, if you truly reveal the truth to us, I would, of course, choose your path. The high-ranking bishop, who once stood proudly on the pulpit, descended and slumped onto the wooden pews below. The statue of the god above silently watched over its believers. Did it not wish to know the truth too? If God loved humanity, why did it allow them to continue suffering through generations of confession and guilt? The evidence Rabo presented was increasingly compelling. A place called the Imperium existed. Humanity did not solely exist in this world, but in another where their souls and minds took on a different form. And the so-called divine domain? It was, in truth, a force that damaged human souls and minds. Mazel quietly took the obelisk-shaped pendant from his neck and pressed it to his forehead. God, forgive my transgression. He had let them go. But Mazel did not yet realize that truth often brought calamity. Plus, aboard the Endurance, Typhon sat alone in his private quarters, his eyes closed in meditation. What should have been a moment of peace instead brought him immense frustration. You should go see Mordorion. You know it, Kala. It had been an agreement between the three of them, but the others had abandoned him. No, Kala, Typhon murmured. Mordorion had long left them behind, even back on Barbarus. Typhon had always tried to catch up with Mordorion, but Mordorion was too far ahead. He was destined to be favored by the gods. There was never any "all three of us are outcasts" nonsense. Some people were simply so exceptional that they stood apart. When Kala Typhon realized he could neither surpass nor stand alongside Mordorion, he fell into despair. Yet when the Imperium arrived and he learned Mortarion's true identity, Kala felt oddly relieved. Yes, that's it. No wonder. It all makes sense now, he thought bitterly. Though he could never keep pace with Mordorion, at least Hades remained in the same rank as him, a different kind of outcast altogether. Kala knew his lineage as a hybrid of human and Xenos had earned him much prejudice. But aside from his origins, everyone recognized his capabilities. He even managed to become a leader of a main force on Barbarus. And Hades? Hades remained ostracized, a wandering specter on the desolate wasteland. Whenever Kala Typhon felt the weight of Mortarion's brilliance, he would cast a sly glance at Hades. Some dark corner of his mind found solace in this. He knew such thoughts were wrong. But he couldn't suppress the dark and chaotic depths of his thoughts that drifted closer to the abyss of chaos. Later, Kala Typhon realized he had been wrong all along. The agile figure in the dueling cage, moving with precision and power. In the end, it was always him who was lagging behind. Preparations for the assault on Galaspar were in full swing. Mordorion stood on the command deck above the vast simulation chamber with patience, though his frustration simmered beneath the surface. You need patience and time to forge a blade sharp enough to cut through the throat of an entire star system. This thought helped temper Mortarion's irritation. Yet, every time he thought of the tyrant's whip cracking down on others, his anger flared again. He knew that feeling all too well, the searing anger, the soul-gnawing pain, and the ceaseless torment that mocked his weakness. No one should have the unchecked power to lord over others or to vent their emotions upon another's life. Someone had to overthrow tyranny. He chewed on those words, much like he had years ago while standing amidst the poisonous mists of Barbarus, staring at the distant fortress of the overlords. If no one else would do it, then that someone would be him. Beneath his hood, in the shadows, his dark golden amber eyes glowed as he gazed down at the training below. The largest simulation chamber on the Endurance was filled with simulated chemical toxins replicating those of Galaspar's primary planet. 10,000 Death Guard soldiers maneuvered in military drills. Bone-white figures moved silently through the gas, with precision and speed. Not a single word was uttered, yet the Death Guard executed their formations seamlessly. Though later accounts would label the Death Guard as heavy infantry, renowned for their unyielding lines, they were also famed for their rapid marches in battle. Mordorion valued time above all. He observed the soldiers below as they formed circular formations, their only possible defensive tactic on the open plains devoid of cover. If the battle reached its third phase, this would be the Death Guard's final stand. No matter. Either the tyrant would die or they would. Mordorion raised a hand in a gesture. The Death Guard abruptly shifted, tightening the circles. Groups of 3 suddenly lunged outward like a spear, striking, retracting, and returning to the protective formation in one fluid motion. The simulated enemies around them were swiftly annihilated, their bodies littering the ground. The Death Guard had secured precious breathing space, a few moments that could determine life or death. Beneath his rebreather, Mordorion allowed himself a small smile, clearly satisfied with the results of the drill. Nearby, Captain Barbarus approached to report on the fleet's refits. Over the past months, plasma cutters had been ablaze across the hull of the Endurance. Techmarines and Mechanicum priests, along with their servitors, tirelessly roamed the ships, working to fulfill their Primarch's vision. The extensive refits painted a picture of Mortarian's ambitions. The modifications to the ship had gone smoothly. Its retro-thrusters were upgraded to enable bursts of extreme acceleration, its prow reinforced, and the entire hull fortified to withstand the stress of such speeds. A with diaresis Epsilon-S. The other vessels in the fleet had received thickened armor on their broadsides, focusing their firepower on those sections. After Barbarous's report, Vork's approached to give his update on asteroid collection efforts. Vork's, the first Barbarus-born to hold a leadership position, was a young man from the southern regions. Mordorion smiled, encouraging him to continue. The Terminus estate and its accompanying ships have completed 63% of the asteroid collection mission. Of those, 32% have been fully processed and meet detonation standards, Vork's reported. Good. Very good. This was one of the slower steps in Mortarian's plan, but Vork's had accelerated it to a pace that Mordorion found gratifying. Mordorion observed the pale-skinned youth unique to the people of Barbarus, a mark of their survival amidst toxic mists. As Mordorion listened, his thoughts wandered. If not for what happened, Kulla would have been an excellent candidate for the command structure. Unfortunately, after that incident, Mordorion had been forced to sideline him. Still, since then, Kulla had refrained from meddling with psychic powers, which pleased Mordorion. Perhaps, after this campaign, Mordorion could reinstate Kulla as a Death Shroud. He hoped Kulla would survive the campaign. No, he would survive. Kulla was the craftiest among them. Mordorion frowned slightly, though he kept his expression hidden behind his mask so as not to alarm Vork's. There had been no word from Hades about his return. Today, Mordorion once again cursed the warp's unstable communications. Plus, Planet Sigma, 373. Hades stood atop the city wall, staring blankly at the view before him. Countless neatly arranged buildings lined both sides of the streets, extending into the distance. Far on the horizon, the towering black walls of a religious structure revealed a corner of their imposing presence. My lord, there's no need to lament. The rise and fall of civilizations are predestined, said Yad, who stood beside Hades, responsible for guarding him. Though many might equate the fully mechanized, mind-integrated Skitarii soldiers, embedded with Magos control codes, to high-ranking servitor bots, in truth, each Skitarii retained their own unique personality. Out of faith, or perhaps simply the desire to keep living, they chose to become Skitarius. Upon hearing Yad's words, a faint electric crackle came from Jean, who was busy collecting data nearby. The sound seemed to imply that Hades wasn't thinking about such lofty matters at all. No, Hades replied. Thank you for your concern. Hades blinked slowly, appreciating Yad's conscientiousness in safeguarding not only his physical safety, but also his mental well-being. In truth, though, his thoughts were occupied with assessing the city's street layout for potential offensive and defensive strategies. The streets were narrow yet interconnected, all leading directly to the central square, likely designed for the convenience of pilgrims. From the square's center, one could theoretically be attacked from any building in the city, provided the range was sufficient. This layout made defense challenging. Furthermore, some of the modified armed slave units led by Magos core clan would struggle to navigate such narrow streets. In fact, most of the armed slaves were still meandering through the forest, en route to the city at a sluggish pace. Hades sighed quietly. If the central square were to become a long-term research base, some defensive measures would be necessary. Studying the drone-generated map and comparing it to his own observations, Hades marked several buildings and locations in the city that struck him as suspicious. These structures were either distinctly different in design from others or strategically located to control key points of the streets. Hades decided to send part of the Scutarii to scout these areas in detail, while he accompanied Magos' core clan and the remaining guards to the central square. Along the way, Hades planned to reinforce the defenses around the square. He envisioned fortifying nearby buildings, clearing distant ones to create an open buffer zone for better defense. While the Black Obelisk might be of prime research interest, Hades, his right eye twitching incessantly, focused instead on preparing for potential sudden attacks. Why couldn't he believe that this mission was just a routine exploration? Lost in thought, Hades continued his steps. Meanwhile, the closer they got to the Black Obelisk, the more Magos' core clan immersed himself in the task of examining it, entirely leaving the defensive duties to Hades. Shrugging, Hades naturally accepted the responsibility. After all, who could blame him for being overly cautious? However, in a hidden corner of the city, where it resembled an abandoned hippie gathering site, covered in wildly colorful graffiti and filled with absurd, cheerful art, a faint glimmer of fluorescence vanished into nothingness. In the forest, the rest of Magos' core clan's various modified heavy machinery units trudged steadily along the path cleared by the Scutarii. Next to this convoy, countless agricultural vehicles continued their routine tasks of harvesting fruit and fertilizing crops. Beneath the fallen leaves, a slime-covered hand emerged from the ground. Typhon forced himself to stay alert, carefully avoiding prying eyes as he made his way toward the untouchable sector. Chaotic voices flooded his mind, layered and boiling into a meaningless hum. His eyelids grew heavy, his limbs sluggish. "Accept yourself," his heart whispered. "Accept your true nature, the hybrid of alien and human. Accept him. He will grant you mercy and genuine care. He can embrace you, your legion, and the friends you hold dear." "Who is he?" Kala struggled to form the question through his clouded consciousness. "You will meet his followers. Sleep now. When you awaken, you will meet them." At the last intersection before reaching the untouchable sector, Kala could no longer hold himself up. He collapsed, and a pair of hands caught him. "What's going on here?" Grave Warden's Gel, responsible for managing the untouchables, murmured. He had been monitoring this Barbarus recruit's behavior for days. Kala had been coming here frequently, finding secluded corners as if deliberately exposing himself to the unpleasant aura of the untouchables. Yet he hadn't displayed any malicious intent. While most people loathed the untouchables, soulless beings who evoked widespread disdain, Gel couldn't help but feel intrigued. It had been a long time since a new face appeared in this forsaken sector. Immediately, Gel reported the matter to his superior, Garo. In the librarium's dedicated infirmary, a silver-haired Fernando stood with arms crossed, lurking in the shadows beside the medical table where Kala Typhon lay undergoing examination. Nigeria Naira. Leighton, a young apothecary assigned to the librarium, ran scans over Kala. With his chestnut curls and soft blue-green eyes, the Terraborn apothecary emanated an air of quiet precision. Outside in the corridor, hurried, muffled footsteps approached. Fernando blinked, signaling to Leighton to continue his work without interruption. Then he stepped out and came face-to-face with Garo, who had just returned from his latest mission. Garo exchanged a brief glance with Fernando. "The apothecary's current diagnosis is exhaustion," Fernando said flatly. "Partly due to his repeated exposure to the untouchables," he added. "And that's it?" Garo's calm voice cut through the tension. "That's it." Fernando closed his eyes, recalling his psychic scan of Kala. Aside from a faintly weakened and chaotic soul flame, there was nothing notably wrong. Garo remained silent. With a major battle looming, the Death Guard could not afford complications. "What about the Legion Master?" Fernando asked. "He's occupied. We haven't informed him yet." The two exchanged a knowing look. In Hades' orders, there was no "do not kill" clause. If necessary. But as they discussed, Kala Typhon stirred inside the infirmary. He opened his eyes, squinting against the blinding white light overhead. "What is this?" His memory stopped at the dim corridor where he had collapsed en route to the untouchable sector. "Shoo, quiet," Leighton said, gazing down at Kala with a small smile. Do exactly as I say, and you'll survive. The apothecary's friendly smile widened as he reached for a syringe filled with a viscous green liquid. Wait. Kala pupils constricted, but he was completely immobilized by the powerful sedative and anesthetic coursing through his veins. The needle pierced his skin. Praise him, Leighton murmured softly. Kala lost consciousness. Leighton muttered under his breath, then turned back to operate the medical instruments with unhurried precision. The vial of viscous substance he had collected from the librarium's archives now hung from a chain around his neck. This should have been done long ago. Jose didn't have to die for this. Leighton, trusted by Fernando as the librarium's apothecary, had been the only other person to see Jose's condition. He had tried to heal his rotting comrade, but failed. He was unwilling to accept it. Even during the decontamination process at the librarium, he once again posed as a pharmacist to collect viruses and bacteria. Then he uncovered the truth. Now, Leighton despised the version of himself who had tried to treat Jose. It was a blessing, why would it need treatment? Yet, how deeply he mourned Jose's passing. Leighton stared at Kala, unconscious once again on the medical table, and smiled. He wouldn't let another person be lost. Leighton blinked and looked up, as if peering through the walls, focusing on the area aboard the Endurance where the untouchables resided. If they weren't welcome here, then they would simply go elsewhere. As long as the one who killed Jose never returned, it would be fine. He wouldn't come back. Suppressing his pleased smile, Leighton straightened his face, reporting seriously to Garo and Fernando, who had just entered. How he loathed the oppressive atmosphere of the Death Guard. Plus, Planet Sigma, 373. We want freedom. A surging crowd pushed and clamored outside the city walls. We want truth. The mob began to pound on the gates, hurling rotten fruit and meat at the guards atop the walls. Bring out the Black Sacrament Church. Give the people an explanation. 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 The crowd erupted, noisy and jostling. Calm down. Everyone, calm down. A massive robot-like machine roared out of the dense forest beyond the city, glowing green liquid coursing through its mechanisms. It connected directly to the back of a young girl. Standing atop the giant machine's raised hand, Rabo shouted in a commanding voice. At the sight of their backbone arriving, the agitated crowd immediately quieted down. Rabo lowered her gaze, observing the crowd at a distance from her. It was always like this. She was used to it. But she wished that one day, she could walk among the people. She took a deep breath and spoke again. We, the Vine Academy, only demand an explanation from the Black Sacrament Church. The slender, fair-skinned woman stood atop the towering machine and began her speech. We do not desire violence. We only ask for accountability. Rabo clenched one hand into a fist and placed it over her heart, while the other hand extended outward. The people have endured countless years of lies. We have witnessed the deaths of many under the influence of the divine domain, our family, our friends. We watched them weaken day by day. We watched them wither away. And our feeble pulses tell us that one day, we will follow in their footsteps. Bishop Mazel, tell us, why must we endure this? All for your absurd, ridiculous religion? With the final syllable, the girl screamed with all her might. Absurd. Ridiculous. Absurd. Ridiculous. The crowd instantly erupted in a massive wave of noise. On the city walls, a young face emerged. Rabo recognized him as a follower under Bishop Mazel. You're the one misleading the people. The young man shouted. You, the prophesied divine child blessed by the divine domain. Yet you study heretical ideas. A divine child in name, but acting like a mere witch. She's deceiving you all. He bellowed. She's just a brat unwilling to follow the church's rules, out here screaming and making a fuss. The man laughed. Wasn't the reason you followed her in the first place because she could move freely within the divine domain? And now you're here cursing the divine? Ask yourselves, besides her strange, self-justifying rhetoric, what evidence do you even have? For a moment, the crowd quieted down. However, another man in the crowd spoke up. If it weren't for your endless oppression within that so-called domain, how could someone like her, your so-called divine child, even exist? Lady Rabo is also a victim of your ignorant religion. As the man's impassioned words rang out, a rotten fruit hit the man on the wall squarely on the head. The crowd immediately exploded again. Give us an explanation. Open the gates. Open the gates. Open the gates. The fervent crowd broke through the city gates, pouring into the narrow streets with an uproar. The stench of decay entered this sanctuary along with them. This was a battle of ideologies, observed coldly by merchants and politicians alike. Even before this, the establishment of the Vine Academy outside the city had been funded by their investments. The people had long grown weary of the religion that demanded asceticism and devotion. The dwindling number of believers, the murmurs in the shadows, the wavering gazes, it all spoke of decline. Bishop Mazel stood silently atop the obelisk square, offering a final, wordless rebuttal. The tide had turned, and all he could hope for was that they would refrain from violently desecrating the relics of God. But he was wrong. "Shoo, quiet now," an eerie voice whispered in his ear. Mazel wanted to turn around, but found himself paralyzed. "You are already dead, my dear." A face that was both smiling and crying hovered near, distorted and grotesque. Its twisted fingers grazed Mazel's neck, where a thin line of blood appeared. "But you must know the truth. You shall be the first to know the truth. Because you are a darling little mourning dove." "Oh, don't cry, don't cry." The voice grew cold. "It's all fate." Mazel blinked one last time. A stone, hurled with precision from the crowd, struck his forehead. He fell, and the mob trampled over his corpse. The rebellious son of the divine was hoisted onto the high platform. The towering black stone obelisk stood indifferent. "Today, we end this once and for all. Let the light of science guide our civilization." Rabo operated a machine, directing it toward the obelisk. A structure said to be impervious to destruction by mortal hands suddenly seemed fragile. A crack, unmistakable, appeared on its perfect geometric surface. The grievances and hatreds of the past were buried beneath the earth. Yet, those treading above were entirely oblivious to the danger below. Plus, as the Scutarii soldiers reached the edge of the vast square, an anomaly erupted. The stench of rot filled every nostril. Muggo's core clan stared in shock at his psychic detector, its slender needle wildly oscillating, as if desperate to exceed its maximum threshold. A sudden tolling of bells echoed through the forest. Mist swirled, birds fell from the sky, and moss and fungi burst from the cracks in the bricks. A thick, yellowish, putrid fog enveloped the city in an instant. With diuresis. Pus, blood, and vomit seeped from underground, rising rapidly to ankle height. The entire square turned into a boiling cauldron. Maggots writhed, climbing up people's legs with alarming speed. Soldiers without sufficient leg armor were immediately consumed, falling into the foul sludge, only to be overwhelmed by swarms of wriggling larvae. Arg! Screams and the crackling of broken electronic signals burst forth from the sludge. The scene was grotesque beyond imagination, an image no logical engine could have predicted. Most of the soldiers were too stunned to react, scrambling in panic to pull their comrades from the mire. "Run. Use fire. Retreat. Damn it, this is a trap." A commanding shout pierced the toxic air. Hades grabbed a comrade sinking into the sludge, hoisted him up, and tossed him out of the square. Hades then switched to a flamethrower, spraying fire at the writhing maggots. Galvanized by Hades' orders and actions, the soldiers scrambled to draw their weapons. Flames were used to clear the area around them, preventing further entrapment. Under the glow of firelight, a path out of the square was carved. The group quickly fled the reach of the sludge. Hades stayed at the rear, scanning for the source of the anomaly. The maggots and flesh momentarily ceased their advance, their writhing slowing noticeably. Apart from the initial casualties pulled underground, the squad suffered no further losses. Hades gritted his teeth, his thoughts racing. This is a trap. A damn trap. Judging by the scene, if it's not the Plague Father's handiwork, he'd eat his own boots. Hades cursed inwardly while analyzing the situation. He cast a glance at Muggo's core clan, who seemed frozen in place. If his guess was correct, reinforcements in the forest and at the shuttle station were already engaged in battle. They were cut off. Hades could only hope the distress signal sent earlier by the Muggos had been received. But now, if the enemy truly wanted him dead, damn it, it was obvious they'd have to handle this themselves. And it would be up to the infantry Scutarii soldiers. Heavy firepower support wouldn't arrive in time. Hades tried contacting other teams again. The good news was that soldiers exploring other parts of the city had not been attacked. However, the sludge and blood in the square began boiling again. The liquid, spread across the entire square, bubbled like a thick stew. A massive fly leg burst forth from the flesh and mire, its black surface covered in barbed spikes. Then came the second leg, then the third. Soon, the decayer stood in the center of the square. Its massive body, the size of 3 or 4 horses, resembled that of a grotesque fly. Attached to this monstrous form was the upper half of a rotting, bloated human torso. Its swollen head sagged limply, with bulbous, compound fly eyes protruding grotesquely from its face. In its hands, it wielded a whip made of twisted vines and sinew, with fly-like barbs glinting in sickly shades of green and purple. Maggots crawled over its body, and swarms of black flies buzzed in an ear-splitting cacophony around it. Somewhere in the background, a demon of decay cackled sharply. "Long time no see, Hades." It spoke. "I'm delighted to run into you." The decayer's gaze lingered on the stunned mechanical Magos and the terrified Scutarii soldiers, and it couldn't help but rub its grotesque hands together in glee. It had already won. In the forest, the army of its disciples had already crushed any chance of escape. They were advancing steadily toward this location. "Don't be afraid. You could always kill yourself," it taunted, its tone brimming with smug certainty. The decayer believed victory was assured. If it could persuade Hades to surrender or personally execute him, the Playfather would bestow even greater favor upon it. Hades said nothing. Silently, he readied his weapon. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. Bang! Buzz! The explosive round was intercepted by the dense swarm of flies surrounding the decayer. The shot burst into a brief flash of fire, but failed to harm it. "It seems negotiations have failed," the creature remarked mockingly. The fly wings on its back suddenly flared to life, propelling the massive creature into the air. From the sludge below, more enormous flies emerged, each the size of a horse. The swarm surged toward the soldiers with terrifying speed, spitting corrosive venom that sprayed across the battlefield. "Find cover. Open fire." Scattered bursts of gunfire echoed as the energy rifles came to life. Plus, this isn't right. Unlike Hades, who had already anticipated the worst, the soldiers around him struggled to comprehend the horrific scene before them. Panic spread rapidly. Fear gripped the troops, their hands trembling as they struggled to aim. Hades, acting decisively, used the management override code provided by Magos Core to take control of their actions. Under his command, a torrent of firepower rained down on the swarm. Following Hades' instructions, the soldiers retreated into the narrow alleys, using the buildings for cover while continuing to fire. "What in the name of all that's holy is that?" Magos Core, clearly shaken, trembled uncontrollably. Wisps of smoke rose from his crimson robe as if his systems were overheating. Although he had no stomach, he appeared on the verge of retching. Fear gripped every fiber of Core being, but his automated targeting system continued to function flawlessly. His scatter ray weapon was steady and precise, punching through one of the massive flies with ease. With a plume of dark smoke, the grotesque creature plummeted from the sky. "Demon!" Hades shouted, firing another explosive round. "Demon?" Core voice cracked, the screech of his electronic tones rising in pitch. "Demon? How could such a thing possibly exist? This must be some kind of genetically engineered bioweapon native to this planet. Does it look like that to you?" Core fell silent, utterly dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, Hades might have taken the time to explain the true nature of these abominations, but now was neither the time nor the place. It was clear that the decayer had come specifically for him. The swarm was nothing more than a diversion. Hades swallowed hard and shouted, "These are warp creatures, Magos. You can call them demons. That's why I, a Death Guard, have been so desperate for your research on anti-psionic weapons." Magos Core engines were overheating, and the scene before him was beyond anything he could have conjured in his wildest nightmares. "Demons." He mouthed the word through his voice synthesizer, as if trying to digest its meaning. These defiled, chaotic beings, utterly anathema to the teachings of the machine god. Creatures that trampled on the sacred laws. If Hades wasn't lying, then the anti-psionic weaponry he had been developing was intended to combat these things? This was worse than the most sacrilegious psionics Core had ever encountered. His entire worldview was overturned. He felt his servos trembling violently, even though the laser in his hands had never stopped firing. Conventional firepower works on them, keep shooting, warriors. And if you're feeling uneasy, Magos, then play the machine hymn. Hades, noting that while Corclan's mental state seemed unstable, there were no signs of corruption, Hades quickly shifted his focus back to the battle. Explanations could come later, survival came first. Damn it, the enemy could fly. How the hell were they supposed to fight that? Hades clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. The sense of being caught off guard filled him with a rage he could hardly contain. He felt like a fool for how cautious he had been earlier, like a clown. This wasn't just any demon, this was a great, unclean one of Nurgle, clearly operating at the peak of its power. Even a slight misstep would be fatal. Hades brushed his hand against the stasis grenade at his waist, but quickly dismissed the idea. The creature's movements were too erratic, there was no guarantee he'd hit it. For now, the Skitarii soldiers had all retreated into the narrow alleys, using the low buildings as cover. But these structures wouldn't hold against the demons for long. If it were only the smaller demons surrounding the Decayer, Hades might have been able to rely on the terrain to delay them. But the presence of a great unclean one rendered such tactics useless. The gap in power was simply too great. The only good news was that, apart from the square, the ground hadn't shown signs of corruption yet. This meant the warp's influence here wasn't strong enough to spread further for now. Hades took a deep breath. There was no choice. He'd have to step in himself. It wasn't as if he could send Magos Corclan to take on a greater demon, could he? May humanity prevail. He whispered the prayer in his heart, locking his gaze on the rapidly approaching Decayer. The demon raised one arm, rotting flesh and maggots falling away. It licked its fingers with a long, pus-covered tongue, leaving trails of yellow-green slime, and began tracing symbols in the air. Blasphemous incantations buzzed like a hive of flies. Did you think I'd let you finish that? Hades sharpened his senses to their peak, black mist filling the obituary-like screen of his visor. With precise calculations, he fired 2 explosive rounds. The first struck a large fly in front of the Decayer, causing it to recoil in pain. The second shot pierced through the swarm, striking the Decayer directly. The order to concentrate fire was given. At the same time, Hades emerged from behind a building wall, accelerating in a short sprint before leaping high into the air. The force of his jump shattered the hardened ground beneath him, but the swarm wasn't his target. After a brief moment of suspension in midair, he landed on his second springboard, the tallest building in the area. Using his momentum, Hades ran along the outer wall of the structure, then leaped again, his speed surging to even greater heights. The figure wielding the scythe streaked through the air. Under the cover fire of the Skitarii troops, Hades surged through the swarm like a bullet. On the ground, Magos Corclan and a blonde soldier let out soft gasps of surprise. In mere moments, Hades had already reached the swarm overhead. The servo arms on his back tore through the flanking attacks and streams of venom aimed at him. Gravity began to pull his airborne figure downward. But Hades swung his scythe. Retracting the black domain into the blade of the obituary, the tip of the weapon plunged deep into one of the giant flies circling above. Hades pushed with both hands, forcing the massive fly down and using its lift to propel himself back into the air. Just before the obituary left the fly's body, Hades infused it with the black domain again, the smooth and effortless sensation transmitting back through the scythe shaft. The grievously injured fly spiraled out of control and plummeted toward the ground. The once cohesive formation of the swarm was instantly disrupted. The buzzing chaos scattered wildly. The Decayer hadn't anticipated Hades' reckless strategy. In its calculations, Hades, a mere infantry soldier lacking heavy weaponry or flight capabilities, should have been nothing more than easy prey. But how could this man, clearly heavier than other Astartes, clad in cumbersome power armor and carrying a mechanized backpack, leap so high? This height was a domain unreachable for non-jump pack-equipped Astartes. And yet Hades' figure was barreling toward it with terrifying speed. Realizing the direct threat, the Decayer flapped its wings furiously, pulling back to put more distance between them. Unlike last time, this time, the Decayer's true form had crossed from Nurgle's garden into the physical world through millennia-old sacrifices and incantations. If it were struck by that scythe, or worse, slain. For the first time, the Decayer felt fear. No, it couldn't be. It had to be cautious. Even if it were banished or forced to retreat now, the faithful in the nearby forest would soon summon it back again. But it could not allow itself to be killed. Creatures of the physical world couldn't truly kill demons. Even the false emperor's firepower would merely cause a demon's material body to rot away, returning its essence to the warp, where it would bide its time until breaching the physical plane once more. For millennia, no demon had ever truly died. But if it were this man, this accursed slayer, who struck the final blow, that would mean utter annihilation. The Decayer snapped out of its overconfidence, realizing that Hades had turned what seemed to be a prey into a dire threat. But Hades had already seen through its plans. Riding the momentum of the plummeting fly carcass, he surged upward again. Panicking, the Decayer fired a spray of venom laced with psionic energy. The corrosive liquid shot toward Hades at high velocity, but the plasma cutter on his back evaporated the bulk of it instantly. A few residual drops landed on the obituary, but caused no reaction at all. Bone-white and moss-green hues clashed as Hades' polished mechanized backpack unfolded fully. The metallic gleam was swallowed by the dazzling bursts of plasma and explosive light. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone on the ground stared in disbelief as the massive, armored figure defied gravity, ascending with terrifying speed. High above, the midnight black scythe swung in a full crescent moon arc. And in that fleeting moment, for the first time, the Decayer experienced the innate terror of meeting its natural predator. The fully drawn scythe gleamed coldly, slicing toward the Decayer's head. The Decayer's pupils contracted sharply. Realizing the danger, he had no time to activate his psionic shield. He swiftly raised his whip and slashed at his own head. The massive, fly-like head spun through the air. Countless compound eyes, teeming and relentless, fixed on the specter of Hades, as if to proclaim the inevitability of his failure. Caught off guard by the Decayer's self-decapitation, Hades missed his strike. But he immediately adjusted his scythe, retracting the black domain, hooking onto the connection between the Decayer's humanoid torso and its fly-like body. From this height, a rough landing was almost certain for Hades without a proper buffer. The headless, hulking corpse began its descent, as if in slow motion. The swarm of flies, leaderless, scattered chaotically, flying aimlessly like headless flies, only to be systematically picked off by the zealous defenders. Hades crouched on the back of the Decayer's corpse, plummeting rapidly. Bang! Squish! The enormous body, along with Hades, crashed into the knee-deep mire of flesh, sending a viscous wave cascading outward. Fat, white maggots mixed with bile and putrid flesh arced gracefully through the air. The skies were now devoid of the fly swarm. Survivors stood in stunned silence, gazing at the epicenter of the tidal wave, their weapons lowering unconsciously. But the thick, clinging waves obscured their vision. As the ripples subsided, the massive, black, now slightly flattened corpse of the giant fly lay motionless on the ground. Semi-transparent green oozed slowly from its body. There he stood, his armor slick with the enemy's vile fluids, holding his scythe like a deity of slaughter. Behind him, countless fly corpses fell to the ground, stirring ripples in the filth. Praise the Omnicia! Jean muttered, trembling as he stared at Hades, struggling to comprehend this hellish tableau. His logical engine seemed to have stopped functioning. What had they just experienced? This was hell. When the warped flesh surged from underground, and when the fly swarm charged them, Jean thought he was as good as dead. He had fired his weapon purely on autopilot, his survival instincts bolstered by the mechanical override of his engine. An Omicron yes. But now, he was still alive. Praise the Omnicia, he was still alive. All thanks to that man. Was that truly Hades? The tech marine he had been assisting all this time? He was more like a god of slaughter returning from the depths of hell. The last drop of corrupted flesh fell into the mire, and the previously still figure stirred. Ugh. It was the first sound Hades made, a dry retch. Compared to Jin's muddled thoughts, his memory core quickly confirmed Hades' usual behavior. Ah, yes. This is him. Jean thought dryly. At this moment, Hades, looking utterly resigned, was directing the defenders to set up barriers, clear obstacles that obstructed visibility, create open spaces, and plant landmines. It was clear that a large army was marching quickly toward the city from the forest outskirts. The ancient walls, long eroded by time and sabotage, offered no real defense, and their current forces were far too few to hold such a long line. The enemy would inevitably breach the city. Thus, the plan was to use the city's terrain to split their forces and take them down in smaller groups. Yet guerrilla tactics meant individuals were more likely to be trapped in perilous situations, and the enemy's target was clearly Hades. Once again, Hades felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Where was the rescue team? Someone, anyone, come save them. He could only hope the rescue team would arrive before they were wiped out. But realistically, Hades thought bleakly, the distress signal was most likely intercepted. Hades let out a bitter laugh. He found himself resorting to prayer, hoping that the Forge World Fleet, which was supposed to assist him, would sense that something was amiss. Hoping that the Death Guard would notice a sudden communication blackout from a tech marine. But by his calculations, if the Death Guard did realize something was wrong and rushed over, they would likely only arrive in time to collect his corpse. The sudden appearance of the Decayer, the abnormal weather, the ambush in the forest cutting off reinforcements, all of it proved how thoroughly the enemy had prepared. Clearly, from his earlier encounter with the Decayer, this was a trap laid by Nurgle, specifically targeting him. Using a broken Blackstone obelisk, they had lured him beyond the reach of the Imperium, accompanied only by a Mechanicus warband. It was a strategy designed to eliminate him with minimal cost and collateral damage. Hades blinked, taking a deep breath. As Hades methodically organized the defenses, the previously dazed Muggos core clan approached. Oh, he hadn't been idle. Muggos core clan had inspected the Decayer's corpse, only to freeze completely after examining it. Hades briefly scanned the Muggos. His soul was pure, so Hades didn't dwell on him further. For now, arranging defenses and observing the situation took precedence. Hades continued using administrative protocols to command the Skitarii. While not exactly humane, there was no time to comfort their shaken morale with another battle imminent. Unbeknownst to Hades, while the earlier scene had left most of the Skitarii deeply shaken, his decisive actions, slaying the enemy and swiftly assuming command from Muggos core clan, brought a sense of stability to their fractured minds. It wasn't hollow reassurances, but Hades' demonstrated capability and his apparent understanding of the enemy that calmed them. When faced with situations that shattered their perception of reality, people yearned for a strong leader, someone who could stand between them and the crisis, take charge, and tell them what to do. It was as if he had positioned himself between them and the abyss. Gradually, many of the Skitarii vital systems began to stabilize. Those were creatures from the warp? Those profane beings? Muggos core clan's synthetic voice crackled. Creatures defying every law of physics, blood and flesh born from the most absurd nightmares of humanity. No straight lines, no fixed rules, beings despised and rejected by the Omnisia. He realized now, Hades had been developing weapons to combat such heretical entities all along. Hades grunted in response, his attention focused on the feed from Skitarii planting mines in the city outskirts. So, I've been developing weapons against them all this time. Hades gave another absent-minded grunt. Core clans suddenly froze, seemingly struggling to process everything. Dear God. The Muggos whispered softly, a phrase devoid of meaning in any Mechanicum lexicon, escaping his vocal unit. At this moment, it seems I no longer care about that liar. Hades was baffled. What's he on about now? That man, he's human, isn't he? Core clan knew the thing that is called as the Emperor wasn't a god. He was human, a fraud, albeit one with immense psychic power. But was he connected to the warp entities in some way? Yes, he's human, Hades replied without hesitation. And he's dedicated to resisting the warp's influence on humanity. That's why you're here, Core clan, Hades said calmly. Immersed in coordinating the Skitarii, he didn't realize his voice carried a cold, hoarse edge. Because he needs your technology. We need your technology. Humanity needs your technology. These creatures will return. These demons. When they do, the galaxy will burn, planets will boil. Life will perish, and the dead will litter the land. That's why I've devoted myself to researching anti-psionic weapons to fight them. So, Hades blinked. If he knew you've been working on anti-psionic weapons, I think he'd be quite pleased. Magos' core clan fell silent once more, and Hades could hear the faint mechanical clicks of gears turning within him. I understand. After a long pause, core clan spoke again. Within him, the engine of stored knowledge roared to life. Among the countless Magos, he had been chosen. In the name of the Omnisia, he would step onto another battlefield. And core clan did not regret it. Hades stood there, gazing at the distant forest. The veil, or rather, the barrier, was noticeably weaker there. In the battle against chaos, the weakness of the veil would be a decisive factor. Generally speaking, in areas where the veil maintained its normal thickness, beings from the physical world had to resort to various forbidden methods to weaken it and gain access to the power of the warp. However, when the veil in a region became thin enough, entities from the warp could freely enter the material universe without being hindered by the barrier. Clearly, the veil on this planet was not yet weak enough to allow demons to pass through at will, and Nurgle's influence on the terrain remained relatively limited. After all, weakening this barrier was no easy task. It required either powerful psychers or an overwhelming surge of mass hysteria. Once a great unclean one was banished, it could not easily return to the physical universe. So Hades knew what the enemy's next step would be. If he and his forces refused to leave the city, then their adversary would likely send a human army, who knows from where, into the city. Their assault would not only be a direct attack, but also serve to further weaken the veil, paving the way for a demon horde to be summoned. A massive sacrifice, Hades was certain it would summon an overwhelmingly large demon army. His previous victory had been secured largely through surprise. Had the enemy chosen to keep their distance and harass him instead, the outcome would have been far less certain. He could not always rely on striking down enemy leaders in one swift blow. Now, it seemed that the deciding factor in this battle would be just how many cultists the enemy had prepared. Hades wasn't too concerned about the combat strength of the human cultist army, as his prior reconnaissance had shown that this planet's military forces were generally weak. He turned his gaze back to the forest, where the immense gathering of cultist troops had created an extraordinary surge of psychic energy. Thick, putrid mists of decay drifted through the air, while viscous yellowish mucus dripped from the towering trees. Any Scutarii troops sent to investigate found that the moment they set foot inside, the corruption spread rapidly onto their metal armor. Rust blossomed across the surface, and the metal began to soften and rot. They were now trapped within the city, unable to venture into the forest. The ever-growing forest provided a fertile ground for sustaining life. Vast amounts of dormant entities lay within, breathing silently, awaiting the day of their awakening. Now, those slumbering beings stirred from their endless dreams, beginning their march toward the desolate city. They twisted, writhed, decayed, eroding the barrier between reality and chaos. Hades took a step forward, and the foul sludge beneath him clung stubbornly to his power armor before reluctantly dripping away. After deploying the Scutarii forces, he did not remain hidden among the densely packed buildings like the scattered squads. Instead, he moved straight toward the very center of the Grand Plaza. He needed to see the Blackstone obelisk. In fact, he had already noticed earlier, the Great Unclean One was deliberately keeping him away from the plaza's center. Hades instinctively tried to take a deep breath, but forcibly held it back. Jean trudged through the mud beside him. Apart from the two of them, everyone else had already taken their designated positions. Upon arrival, Hades looked up at the towering Blackstone obelisk that pierced the sky. A single, clearly visible indentation marred the otherwise flawless structure. Within the hollow, dark components glowed faintly with flickering energy, causing Hades' pupils to contract sharply. Nui. His pitch-black eyes shrank to the size of pinpricks. Whispers of knowledge circled around him, murmuring softly in his ears. The structure and function of the obelisk unfolded before his mind's eye like a shower of falling stars. Centuries of accumulated wisdom surged through him like a dazzling celestial river. He might be able to repair it. Plus, Jean stood quietly beside Hades, watching as the latter unconsciously began inspecting the obelisk, muttering to himself. Hades understood now. The Necron's Blackstone obelisk functioned by channeling spatial properties into the veil, either reinforcing or weakening the barrier between the warp and the material universe. The obelisk's positioning and spatial context determined its polarity. and that polarity dictated whether it would strengthen the barrier using physical reality or weaken it using the warp. Currently, this obelisk had been initially configured to reinforce the veil. If he could repair the obelisk, then, even if the enemy sacrificed their entire prepared army, they still would not be able to summon the demon horde. Under the obelisk's protection, they could systematically eliminate the massive cultist forces, seizing a glimmer of hope for survival. Buy me some time. A burst of electrical signals came through the comms, conveying Corclan's agreement and support. Hades began calculating in his mind, if given roughly 1 tera an hour, he could forcibly reactivate the obelisk. Yes, he could make it in time. Hades unsheathed his scythe, driving its blade deep into the ground. Then he naturally stepped onto the scythe's slender handle, balancing himself like a hawk perched on a thin branch. Jean stared in disbelief. Hades stood atop the weapon with perfect stability, without the slightest tremor. Yet Hades, his mind consumed by complex schematics and calculations, remained oblivious to his own actions. He was merely trying to reach the higher section of the damaged obelisk. He extended the servo arms from his back, adjusting the plasma cutter to the optimal output level. No, something wasn't right. Hades blinked. The obelisk's interior, something was missing. A crucial component for spatial detection and manipulation was absent. No, if he forcefully activated it, perhaps partial pathways could still be established. At worst, a wild idea suddenly flashed through Hades' mind. The mucus flowed slowly. It sank onto the cold ground and spread across the floor tiles as the man moved. The man blinked in confusion, but his hollow eye sockets held nothing. His eyes had long since rotted away. Through the gaping holes in his face, thick, gelatinous yellow flesh was clearly visible. It hurts. A dull pain, like a knife slicing away at his flesh piece by piece. He was rotting, inevitably slipping toward death. But he was not dead yet because the demon needed him alive. Behind him, a massive reservoir pit had collapsed inward, packed tightly with naked human figures and pulped fruits crushed beneath their desperate struggles. The rotting juice mixed with bodily fluids, emitting a foul stench. Fruits continued to fall into the pit. The prisoners were held there alive, conscious, suffering. But now they would be used. Go, go! A woman's shrill cry echoed. The man blinked in confusion. His mush-like brain no longer allowed for deep thought, but he could vaguely recognize the voice. It belonged to their leader. I will free you. He believed that Lady Rainbow would lead them to freedom. I'm sorry. Their leader was crying. The man tried to grin to comfort her, but he failed to do so. So, slowly and sluggishly, he struggled to crawl out of the liquid pit. His arms had turned soft and weak, so he bit into the pit's hardened walls to pull himself free from the writhing mass. Omicron V. He was the signal. After him, the densely packed horde began to squirm. The first undead emerged from the city's western side and was discovered by Squad 26 of the Skitarii's forces. A gunshot rang out, marking the beginning of the second phase of the war. The bullet roared with fury, piercing through the undead skull with precision. After a moment of meaningless twitching, the corpse collapsed. The scene was faithfully transmitted to Hades and Magos Corclan at the rear lines. Something's wrong. If this was all there was, the reinforcement team in the forest wouldn't have gone silent. While maneuvering the plasma cutter to widen the gap in the Blackstone obelisk for repairs, Hades spared a fraction of his cognitive power to analyze the situation. It could be that the enemy's forces were too numerous. It could be that there was an ambush in the forest. Or, there could be something else. A stronger enemy unit. Watch out for ambushes. Hades opened a communication channel and informed Corclan. Magos Corclan stood at the final defensive line. Though he longed to be on the front lines, if the enemy used another surprise attack or teleportation tactic to reach the plaza directly, he would be the last barrier protecting Hades while he repaired the obelisk. More and more undead staggered out of the mist, and the fog surrounding the forest began creeping toward the city along with the advancing army. The Skitarii's 1st Battalion stood atop the city walls, coordinating their shots as they fired upon the undead. The crackling of arc rifles echoed continuously. Wave after wave of undead collapsed, their thick bodily fluids seeping out. Yet, those behind them mindlessly trampled over the fallen, staggering forward with heavy, unfeeling steps. Muggo's core clan monitored the incoming data from the frontline troops. His computational engine processed it with precision. As another undead fell atop the pile, Core Clan immediately relayed a command to the Skitarii soldiers. Set it on fire. Incendiary grenades arced through the air, landing precisely on the growing mound of corpses. Boom! With an abundance of organic material as fuel, a crimson blaze erupted, instantly engulfing the advancing undead in roaring flames. Yet, the undead continued to march forward oblivious. They had long grown accustomed to agony far worse than this. Flames licked at their bodies, melting salty fat into oil that dripped and crackled in the fire. Thick, choking smoke billowed upward, and even those at the farthest reaches of the city could catch its acrid stench. "They're insane, truly insane," Muggo's core clan muttered. The sight of the decaying masses marching unwaveringly into the fire was overwhelming. But tactically, the situation was favorable. The enemy was effectively marching to their own demise, their corpses fueling the blaze. However, dong 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 dong. A bell tolled, ringing 7 times in reverence. The undead trembled and halted, their vacant eyes blinking in confusion. Slowly, they began forming circles, 7 figures to a group. Muggo's core clan shuddered. Something was wrong. His brief encounters with demons had taught him that this was not a good sign. Attack. Don't let them form the circles. Prioritize attacking the groups forming circles. The Skitarii forces immediately unleashed a storm of gunfire, but the sheer number of enemies meant that some of the 7-person circles were still completed. Core Clan's eyes remained locked on the live feed. The 7 figures knelt down. Then, as if seized by an invisible hand, their bodies convulsed, flesh and fluids spilling out from both ends. Bang! Flesh burst apart, twisting and reforming. In mere moments, a grotesque creature the size of a man emerged at the center of each summoning circle. Its body was grotesquely swollen, its rotting red sores clinging in patches to its sickly green skin. Through its translucent, half-decayed flesh, viscous slime sloshed inside. Beneath jagged, uneven horns that gleamed with an eerie light, a single, shallow red eye festered. A long, bright red tongue slithered out, licking the creature's lone eye. After facing those fly-like demons, Muggo's core clan found himself once again mentally shaken. But a glance at his calm screen, where Hades was still desperately repairing the obelisk, steadied his resolve. He had to purge this blasphemy. Data on the new enemy type was rapidly fed into Core Clan's logic engine, and his analysis began. At the same time, a simplified report was sent to Hades. Plus, the moment Hades saw the incoming data, he couldn't help but curse in his mind. Fuck. These are plague toads. Plague toads, essentially walking sacks of toxic sludge, were considered low-tier troops in Nurgle's army, meaning their summoning cost wasn't particularly high. But right now, fall back. Fall back. Suppressive fire. 1st Battalion, retreat. As if responding to Hades' command, the plague toads outside the city walls swiveled their bulging eyes and suddenly leaped. Some crashed directly onto the Skitarii soldiers stationed atop the walls. Those who reacted too slowly were instantly crushed to death or impaled by the toads' barbed tongues and spikes. Those quick enough immediately opened fire. However, under concentrated fire, the plague toads simply exploded. Toxic fluids splattered everywhere. Soldiers caught in the splash screamed in agony, collapsing as the venom and plague bypassed their bioarmor's defenses. Core Clan began recalculating. A force directive was issued. The wounded soldiers rushed forward, wielding power swords to pin the plague toads down, while the remaining troops dispersed into the streets. Once at a safe distance, they opened fire to detonate the toads from afar. Ayahawk. For the Omnisia. Core Clan hadn't muted their voice comms, so the screams and battle cries overlapped. Boom. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of toads bursting apart and soldiers melting in corrosive agony. Meanwhile, some plague toads at the base of the wall, seeing that suppressive fire had weakened, calmly hopped toward the flames. Ugh. The toads vomited forth their toxic bile, and a rolling tide of sludge smothered the burning corpses. The once roaring inferno immediately dimmed. The undead horde resumed its march. However, thanks to the sacrifices of the 1st Battalion, the remaining forces successfully retreated to their designated fallback positions. Now at a safe distance, they picked off the larger toads one by one. Hades clenched his jaw as he watched multiple video feeds go dark. Damn it. I underestimated them. Plague toads weren't elite by any means. In fact, they were so repulsive that even Nurgle found them disgusting. But the enemy had just used these wretched creatures to annihilate their first defensive line. Hades had expected the first line to fall eventually. But being wiped out this efficiently, with such a cost-effective tactic, even losing several Skitarii troops in the process, that pissed him off. A sharp crackle of electricity snapped Hades back to focus. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Gritting his teeth, Hades transmitted a list of commonly encountered Nurgle forces to Magos Korklan before forcing himself to continue his repairs. As he worked, faint black lightning began flickering once more around the obsidian obelisk. But while Hades focused on his delicate work, on the other side of the city, an intense urban battle had begun. The first wave of undead mindlessly trampled over pre-planted landmines, setting them off in bursts of fire and shrapnel. Meanwhile, heavy machine guns mounted at key strategic positions roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the advancing horde. The enemy fell in waves, life spilling away like water over a waterfall, cascading into the abyss of oblivion. But their objective had already been achieved. Despite lacking ranged capabilities, and despite being mowed down in droves, the endless tide of corpses continued to advance, slowly tightening their encirclement. Dense minefields were swept clean, sacrificed to the advancing horde. Silently, methodically, they marched through familiar streets, while a thick fog began to rise, stirred by the countless deaths. But the Skitarii troops were no easy prey. By the time the undead pressed into the 2nd Battalion zone, the defenders had already adapted to the tide of corpses. Their disciplined, calculated volleys tore through the enemy ranks, bolts of energy crackled, and floating servo skulls hovered in the air, broadcasting praises to the machine god. Even though their minds were bound by code, some of the more battle-hardened Skitarii soldiers began spitting curses at the blasphemy before them. A stalemate ensued. But it was soon shattered by an unexpected arrival. A deafening roar erupted. From within the mist, a towering silhouette loomed. Each thunderous footstep struck like a hammer on the heart, shaking the very earth beneath them. The ground trembled. Then, with a burst of fire and destruction, the silhouette fully emerged. Heavy-caliber rounds pierced through cover, shredding the Skitarii forces behind them. A massive chain's word revved with an ear-splitting whine, slicing through the fog. And into the frontmost defenders. An 8-meter-tall behemoth had suddenly appeared before them. Plus, why was there an Imperial Knight on a low military-grade planet? Realizing what they were facing, Magos Korklan let out an anguished burst of static. It's over. We're finished. An Imperial Knight. Originally developed as lumber-harvesting machines during the Golden Age, these powerful war machines had long since been monopolized by the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Knight Houses during the Great Crusade. Larger than dreadnoughts, but smaller than Warhound Titans, Imperial Knights were battlefield game-changers. Without heavy artillery, another Imperial Knight or a Titan. How could they possibly fight back? Even piercing its ion shield was questionable with their current firepower. Magos Korklan stared in disbelief at the incoming video feed. But he didn't even need the comms. The towering figure of the Imperial Knight was already clearly visible at the edge of the square. And it wasn't a standard model. It was smaller than most knights, its entire frame painted pitch black, with no sigils of any knightly house, only intricate engravings of twisting vines across its armor. Most unsettling of all, the pilot was not in the usual cockpit. A black crucifix-like pole jutted into the sky, its surface entwined with cables and conduits that snaked up, connecting directly into the pilot's severed limbs. There, bound to the pole, hung a white-haired woman, her limbs amputated, her head drooping lifelessly. Black, engraved vines coiled around her fragile form, securing her in place like a twisted effigy. Her long, unkempt hair cascaded over most of her gaunt, skeletal frame, obscuring her face. Her ribcage protruded sharply beneath her pale skin. And then, save them. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet to Magos Korklan's augmented vision, data streams were visibly flowing from her severed limbs into the Imperial Knight systems. I'm sorry. At first glance, she appeared as nothing more than a human target dummy, but the faint glow of the ion shield flickered around her body, subtly distorting the air. What is this? Omnicia, protect us. But there was no time for shock. Mugos Corclan swiftly commanded the Skitarii troops to evade while rapidly analyzing the enemy's design. A small relief settled over him. It wasn't a fully armed Imperial knight. This one was cruder, more rudimentary in construction. Perhaps due to its bizarre piloting method, the top of the mech lacked any turreted weaponry. Its only armaments were 2 chains words and a rapid-fire cannon. And yet, Corclan couldn't believe it. The black crucifix atop the machine was crafted from blackstone. Worse still, the white-haired woman was a null. A null among a warp-infused army. How could demons, creatures of the warp, wield a pariah? Corclan felt like his entire understanding of reality was unraveling. With the Imperial Knight's sudden assault, the Skitarii forces had no time to retreat, let alone counterattack. And with a dense swarm of undead at its feet, they couldn't deploy Melta-based weaponry without killing their own troops in the crossfire. Retreat. Retreat. Seeing the victory probability drop to 0, Corclan made the only logical choice, to order a full dispersal retreat. There was no way his soldiers could delay the Imperial Knight, not even for a second. The colossal war machine charged straight for the plaza. Corclan had already begun compressing and uploading his knowledge into the most durable data storage units he had. Though he had once loathed the idea of others handling his accumulated wisdom, he now had no choice. Someone must remember this madness. But then, Hades, still focused on repairing the obelisk, suddenly tossed something toward Corclan, interrupting his data compression. It's up to you. Sorry. Corclan stared at the weapon Hades had thrown. The needle on his probability calculator shifted, just slightly. But it didn't matter. Corclan continued compressing his life's work, preparing for transmission. Meanwhile, in the distance, the undead horde had begun a new summoning ritual. The sound of buzzing flies filled the air. The bells tolled, thick fog rolled in, swarms of flies screeched, and the ground trembled. A colossal machine emerged from the mist, thin streams of moisture trailing along its armored curves. With a deafening roar, it charged toward the plaza. The sluggish-moving undead were left far behind as the mech surged forward. Before long, however, the buzzing of flies filled the air once more. Dark clouds of them swarmed out from the fog, clinging tightly around the mech. Mugos Corclan stood behind cover on the main street, his fire control and computation systems running calculations. Almost there, just give me 5 more minutes. A familiar voice echoed through the comms. Data transferred, arcs of electricity flickered, and the Skitarii soldiers surrounding the Mugos immediately opened fire. Their shots, precisely calculated, landed exactly where intended. However, none of the firepower struck the mech itself. Instead, they tore into the dense swarm of flies around it. The sheer concentration of flies ignited in an explosion of flames, a massive fireball erupting midair. Within moments, the thick swarm around the Imperial Knight had been greatly diminished. Seeing this, the swarm behind the mech immediately beat their wings, surging forward to fill the gap and restore its protective barrier. But then, bang! A bomb, hidden within the buildings flanking the main street, detonated. Structures crumbled, bricks and dust rained down, engulfing the mech's towering frame. Yet, in the Mugos' augmented vision, he saw the truth. Buildings made of mere stone and wood posed no threat. A faint glow of an ion shield flickered through the dust. The massive Imperial Knight merely stalled for a moment before charging forward once more. Keep firing. He knew exactly what to do. For the Omnicia. For the god of all machines. Mugos Corclan shouted over the channel as he moved with the Skitarii soldiers, spreading out. Calculations showed that at this range, the enemy's cannon fire was powerful enough to obliterate their cover. As expected, the moment the Mugos and some of the Skitarii troops abandoned their defensive positions, a torrent of fire erupted from the enemy's barrels. The spot they had just occupied was instantly reduced to rubble, fragments of ceramite and steel scattering everywhere. The once heavily defended entrance to the main street now lay in ruins. The ground was uneven, covered in debris from the demolished barricades. The Skitarii troops who hadn't managed to retreat in time, or those caught in the blast, groaned on the ground. Some had been reduced to little more than charred chunks of flesh. Scattered gunfire flashed from the flanks, a futile resistance barely scratching the mech's armor. Seeing that the opposition had crumbled, the Imperial Knight pressed forward unimpeded, stepping boldly into the field of ruins. Boom! Bang! The ground beneath it exploded. A massive pit, over 3 meters deep, yawned open, filled with buried explosives and volatile promethium. Flames roared to life, licking at the mech's hull. Caught off guard, the Imperial Knight plunged into the crater, its heavy frame slowly sinking into the soft, unstable soil beneath. Immediately, the scattered firepower from the surrounding troops converged, not at the pilot above, but at the mech's weakest joints. The Imperial Knight's cannons retaliated, but due to the Skitarii soldiers' dispersed formations, it could only take out one small squad at a time. Meanwhile, its engine roared as it attempted to climb out of the pit. The hole wasn't that deep, and soon, the mech was about to break free. Futile struggle. A mocking voice sneered from within the fog. Muggo's Corclan's computation engine whirred. This visitor was expected. The odds shifted again. Rationality and logic told him this battle was already lost. But at the very least, he could take this one down. For the Omniscia. A Skitarii soldier's cry rang out through the comms. In that instant, the raging flames froze. The bright tongues of fire blossomed into a beautiful yet eerie stillness. The mech's joints suddenly seized up. Yet, its previous upward momentum remained unchecked. Before it could react, its own movement wrenched it apart at the joints. With a QNUES. A piercing screech of metal tore through the battlefield. The Imperial Knight, having lost its supporting leg joints, let out a mechanical wail as it crashed down. Dirt and sparks flew in all directions. Under the force of gravity, its upper body slammed into the ground. A black banner, once held high, struck the crater's edge, severing numerous transmission cables in an instant. A white-haired woman lay still in the dirt, her ion shield flickering feebly. But at this moment, its protection was no longer needed. The Decayer, watching from the mist, widened its many compound eyes in disbelief. Countless tiny facets within its eyes flickered in shock. Within the mech's frozen joint, a Skitarii soldier, reduced to only his upper body, clung desperately to the left joint, his hand gripping a grenade tightly. A stasis grenade. Even with his lower torso missing, cables and shredded flesh hanging from his severed waist, the Decayer could tell he had been augmented for extreme durability. A wave of fury surged through the Decayer. The buzzing of flies rose into a violent crescendo. It had been watching Hades closely as he worked on the repairs. Why was that man repairing and operating the Blackstone obelisk? But the Decayer had not been alarmed. According to its calculations, the Imperial Knight, shielded by the swarm, would have torn through everything long before this became an issue. But now, the Decayer, seething, rubbed its hands together before raising its whip-wielding right hand. The dense crowd filling the street erupted. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Countless house-sized plague flies took to the air, and within the writhing swarm, grotesquely bloated humanoid demons staggered to their feet. However, by forcefully initiating the summoning before the ritual was complete, the Decayer paid a price. It momentarily lost balance, dropping several feet before steadying itself. A thick, churning mass of black flies burst forth from the white mist, streaking toward Hades at breakneck speed. Stop him. Now. Immediately. The swarm swept past the Skitarii's defensive line. Leading the charge, the Decayer took flight, but this time, it was more cautious. It deliberately dispersed the flies around itself, ensuring the previous mistake wouldn't be repeated. The first wave of flies reached the Blackstone obelisk, swirling above it, unleashing venom and stingers in a relentless downpour. Most of the plague flies, however, surged toward Hades. With the Decayer's assault underway, Magos Corclan's engines roared to full power as he and the Skitarii troops rushed to the obelisk's defense, bracing themselves against the swarm's vicious attacks. Corclan swung the Omniscian axe with both primary limbs, hacking wildly at the flies. Disintegration beams flared, scorching the air with violent heat, instantly evaporating the poison rain that fell like a storm. Jean, controlling his servo-arms, assisted Hades by cutting down the first wave of flies that lunged toward him. The Decayer itself was closing in fast. Yet, amidst the relentless onslaught, the furious buzzing of the swarm, Hades remained atop the obelisk, unmoved, as if untouched by the chaos around him. His servo arms darted across the Blackstone obelisk, working with rapid precision. Just a little more. He only needed to reconnect a few more circuits, just enough to make it work. Beneath his helmet, Hades' black eyes shone. Unconsciously, he held his breath, his hands moving even faster, yet without the slightest margin for error. He had already pushed the obelisk's power far beyond its limits. If everything went as expected, the surge of energy would burn it out the moment it activated. But that would be enough. Dark light gathered, flickering wildly across the obelisk's surface. At the epicenter, the thickest swarm of flies detonated in an instant. "Run. As far as you can." Hades' voice, distorted by the comms, rang out. The final piece of the puzzle was about to fall into place. Corclan immediately sprinted outward. But in his display, he saw it. The Decayer's whip lashed forward, cutting through the swarm, streaking directly toward the focused, unsuspecting Hades. At this range, the only allied unit close enough to intervene was himself. There was no hesitation. Corclan raised the Omnision axe and swung it down on the whip. The tactile sensors screamed with feedback. It felt as though he had just cleaved through adamantine. His engine spiked to max output in an instant. Corclan felt his own components shatter under the strain. But he had altered the whip's trajectory by a fraction of a degree. It was enough. Corclan tried to retreat, but before he could withdraw, the enraged Decayer lashed out, striking him head-on. The force hurled him into the air. "No!" The Decayer's shrill, rasping voice rang out. At the very heart of the swarm, the Blackstone obelisk suddenly began to tremble violently. Writhing black lightning erupted from its surface. For every soul-bearing being, the world instantly went dark. Ripped abruptly from his hyper-focused state, Hades gasped for breath, his mind dazed from the sheer magnitude of calculations he had just processed. His body felt rigid as he slowly turned to take in the scene before him. This was another kind of apocalypse. For a moment, it was as if all sound had vanished from the world. His vision still displayed the battlefield, but now the entire scene flickered in black and white, as if phasing between two realities. The once writhing swarm of flies dropped lifelessly from the air, bursting apart like a black rainstorm, their remains splattering against Hades' power armor with a brittle, crackling sound. The Skitarii troops, who had stood strong just moments ago, collapsed where they stood, their bodies failing them. In the distance, the advancing Nurgle forces seemed to have their very souls ripped away, their massive forms freezing in place before toppling over, melting into foul puddles of putrid sludge. A ringing silence filled Hades' ears, but he did not hesitate. He leapt from the obelisk, wrenching Obituary from its sheath as he charged toward the towering, half-fly, half-human monstrosity in the distance. Obituary claimed the great unclean one, granting it a final, irreversible demise. The moment Hades' scythe fell, the shuddering Blackstone obelisk let out a piercing, agonized wail, its surface splitting apart with deep, jagged cracks. The fractures erupted, sending shards of black stone tumbling down. And then, color returned to the world. Hades turned, already moving to check on Magos Corclan, who had been hurled through the air earlier. A beautifully crafted longsword pierced straight through his power armor. "KH!" A wet, guttural cough escaped Hades as blood poured from his lips. Pointed boots. Ornate attire. The figure had stepped onto the preordained stage with silent, effortless grace. A pale mask, gleaming with a perpetual smile. "Greetings." The newcomer bowed. Hades stared in disbelief at the unexpected visitor. To the side, the sound of Jean struggling to rise caught the stranger's attention. The masked figure tilted their heads slightly, then, without hesitation, fired 2 shots toward Jean and Corclan. Dim and ruined, the crumbling walls stood in silent witness to everything. Crimson blood trickled down the gleaming longsword. Drop by drop, it pooled beneath Hades' body. That blade was undoubtedly coated with anticoagulants and other toxins. Hades knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth, staring intently at the figure before him. The knife had stabbed directly into the location of his first heart, and he could feel the scalding blood gushing through his body. A wound lethal enough to kill, yet leaving him teetering on the edge of life and death. His artificial dura mater began to slowly, irreversibly initiate the suspended animation protocol. Hades' pupils contracted. With sheer willpower, he delayed the process. "Don't fall asleep, dear." A brass-colored gun was slowly pressed against his neck, applying slight pressure as if in warning. Black leather contrasted with a checkered fabric of vivid red and green. The peculiar light distortions from a visual interference field caused the hem of his clothing to glow with an eerie blue arc. "Hello, predestined one. I am a follower of him, arriving only to follow the currents of fate and the future." On his eerie mask, an exaggerated and grotesque smile was clearly visible. Of course, Hades knew what he was. A harlequin of the Eldar. The Eldar, once one of the dominant powers of the Milky Way, had lived through an era of unparalleled prosperity and indulgence. With highly advanced technology, an excess of resources, a stable domain they were content to rule, and the blessings of multiple Eldar gods, they were once the most extravagant race in the galaxy. However, beneath their long period of stability and bliss, the Eldar's desire for pleasure only grew stronger. Under the shelter of advanced technology and absolute security, they began to chase indulgence. Pleasures that stimulated the senses. Frenzies that satisfied their cravings. A hedonistic tide gradually swept across the entire race. But unrestrained madness, indulgence plunging into the abyss, would inevitably lead to ruin. Amid the wild cries of the Eldar's unbridled desires, emotions accumulated, coalescing into a tangible entity within the warp. The first whale tore through the barrier between the warp and physical reality. Slaanesh seized its dominion. Thus, among the four great thrones of the warp, a new master arose. The birth of Slaanesh tore apart the once glorious Eldar Empire, reducing it to scattered remnants that would never reclaim their former splendor. And the Harlequins. In the final days before the Eldar fell into the abyss of indulgence, a few remained clear-headed. The cunning and perceptive Harlequins were among them. Yes, they worshipped the Eldar laughing god, Segurak, and, on the eve of their people's downfall, used their comedic performances to mock the decadence of their kin. Under Segurak's guidance, most of the Harlequins evaded the apocalyptic catastrophe wrought by Slaanesh, vanishing into the labyrinthine networks of hidden realms, never to resurface in the annals of history. But in the shadowed reaches of the stars, beneath the brilliance of light, the Harlequins, gifted with extraordinary foresight, still performed upon the stage they had built. To humanity, however, Hades clenched his teeth, glaring at that grinning mask. Beneath his power armor, adrenaline and other stimulants were slowly being injected into his bloodstream. Xenos must be eradicated. Even with one heart destroyed, Hades suddenly sprang forward. He used his left arm to knock away the gun pressed against his throat. His obituary slashed through the air with a piercing shriek. The Harlequin had not anticipated that Hades, already on the verge of death, could still lunge at him. He instantly leaped backward, attempting to evade the attack. Rather than taking blows, Harlequins preferred to avoid them entirely. At the same time, a gunshot rang out, but Hades had anticipated it. His heavy shoulder plate deflected the bullet with a sharp clang. He followed up with a series of brutal strikes, each one faster than the last. Slash, thrust, hook. The sharp scythe tore through the Harlequin's garments, and droplets of blood, round like beads, slid through the air before falling. For the first time, Hades regretted not coating his scythe with poison. However, the sudden, violent movement sent a surge of blood flooding into his chest. Cough. His speed slowed. Eventually, he came to a gradual halt. Hades braced himself with his scythe, refusing to collapse once more. He could still detonate one more bomb. His consciousness blurred, but he held on, waiting for the right moment. Across from him, the Harlequin, who had been performing according to a predetermined script, was thrown off rhythm, standing in irritated silence, no longer engaging in absurd and exaggerated theatrics. As though the performance had gone awry, other backstage members began stepping onto the stage to assess the situation. The flickering lights of the visual interference field revealed a total of 6 Harlequins in Hades' sight, each wearing distinct attire. He is the predestined one. We cannot allow him to act beyond the prophecy. Deviation means change. End this quickly. One Harlequin shook his head in discontent. Then he stepped forward toward Hades again, but this time, he maintained his distance. Hello. He spoke once more. We are not your enemies. Absurd. Ridiculous. By his inspiration, we are here to deliver guidance regarding your future. Please, trust the prophecy. His voice, melodic and solemn, echoed like a chant as a set of tarot-like cards appeared in his hands. He drew a card and flashed it before Hades. Plus, what should you believe in? Humanity. Plus, what should you be wary of? Your own kind. Plus, the blue card glowed faintly before flipping, turning gray. Plus, what do you seek? Seek nothing. Plus, what do you not seek? That shall be what you seek. Plus, a red card flashed briefly, then spun, its surface distorting into chaotic hues. Then, as the Harlequin attempted to draw a third card, he performed as if it were stubbornly stuck within the deck. With an exaggerated flourish, he yanked it free only for it to slip from his grasp and fall onto the ground. A pure black card, devoid of any markings, lay still as the fallen Harlequin lifted it high. Plus, when your left ear itches and your right ear starts to ache, run. Run as fast as you can. Plus, the words made no sense compared to the ones before. Then, the Harlequin flipped the card. Still black. Plus, bon appetit. Plus, with those final words, the Harlequin rolled backward and sprang to his feet in an extravagant motion. He bowed flamboyantly toward Hades. One of the Harlequins tossed what seemed to be a healing spray toward Hades, ensuring that he wouldn't die. Then, the entire troupe took a synchronized bow, closing their performance. In the chaotic depths of this frenzied city, they vanished through the hidden netway they had prepared beforehand. Having heard the Eldar's cryptic prophecy, Hades could no longer suppress the progression of his suspended animation state. His eyes slowly closed as he forced himself to remain standing, slipping into darkness. A dry wind blew softly. Time passed. A faint blue glow flickered across Jin's display screen. KRRK. His engine forcibly restarted. Jin, his body heavily mechanized, possessing 4 backup processors and 3 artificial brains, slowly rose from a pile of corpses. Those idiotic Xenos actually thought his brain was his core? He staggered forward, making his way toward Hades, who still stood upright, braced against obituary. Mechanical parts occasionally broke off from Jin's body as he moved. Carefully, he laid Hades down and began emergency treatment. The planet-wide atmospheric anomaly, triggered by the activation of the obelisk, had now dissipated. Jin's distress signal had been successfully transmitted. After securing Hades, Jin limped onward toward the fallen Magos core clan. The Magos' body had been severed at the waist. The charred impact of a direct shot to his central processor was unmistakable. Even before he had been bisected by the Decayer, his biomass storage unit had already burst. Even without the Xenos' final strike, the Magos would have been doomed. Jin stood in silence, staring at the shattered remains of the Magos core clan. Before he had lost the ability to dream, this scene had played out countless times in his nightmares. The Magos who had abused him, who had treated him as a mere tool, was finally dead. Fixing his gaze upon the fallen Magos, Jin unlocked the compressed file that had been sent to him. It was transmitted in the very moment the Magos was struck down by the Decayer's whip. The first line of data entered Jin's processor. This contains all my current research on anti-psionics. You've followed me for so long. You are capable of continuing this work. For the Omnisia. For the machine god. Huh. Too bad the Magos had long since removed Jin's tear ducts. Blinding white light from the screen cast a ghastly glow along the edges of Mortarian's armor. The command room was as dark as midnight, with only the intermittent flashes of red and green indicator lights breaking the gloom. The toxic mists of Barbarus settled quietly at Mortarian's feet, slowly spreading outward. Through his respirator, the Primarch's quiet rasping breath could be heard. Mortarion stared at the screen before him. The filthy hive world, choked by its own pollution, rotated slowly in the void. Fear. He could smell it, the fear of the oppressed below. Tyranny had turned its people into property, reducing them to nothing more than crops awaiting harvest. Tyranny tormented humanity with fear, crushing their minds and spirits beneath nightmarish power. Just like Barbarus. He had once been ensnared in that same nightmare of fear, stumbling through the torment of his foster father, enduring each passing day in a haze of suffering. But no more. Mordorion stared at the screen like a corpse, his murky amber eyes unblinking. He would bring justice. He would end fear. This so-called order, shielded behind layers of planetary defense systems, would be torn asunder by the Death Guard. Day after day of studying and analyzing had revealed the outline of a strategy. He needed a single, decisive strike. Seize the enemy by the throat, then crush it. From previous intelligence, Mordorion had identified a fatal flaw in this regime. Each tier of command was entirely dependent on the orders of the one above it. No command meant no action. If the supreme ruler was eliminated, the entire system would collapse immediately. Moreover, the absolute autocracy of the order meant that their ruler would be bound to their throne, unable to flee. That made their target all too clear. The Death Guard would drive straight into the heart of Galaspar's primary hive city, Protarchos. Mordorion narrowed his eyes. A swift, decisive attack. Before the bloated neural system of the enemy could even register a distress signal, they would sever the head of the beast. If the enemy had time to react, it would spell the doom of the Death Guard. But Mordorion never ran from battle. He closed his eyes, counting silently in his mind, suppressing the fear that threatened to seep out. A faint sense of unease crept up his spine. Even on the eve of the Death Guard's attack, there was still no word from Hades. The most likely explanation was a disturbance in the warp, causing astropathic silence and navigation disruptions. Perhaps, once they had completed this campaign, Hades would return. But for now, before his entire legion, Mordorion chose to press forward, pushing all thoughts of Hades into the deepest corners of his mind. The blade had been sharpened. Death would not be late. Tyranny must be uprooted. They would bring liberation. Plus, Barasine and Vork stood at Mortarion's side, waiting in silence. But Mordorion could hear Barasine's unease. The Primarch opened his eyes and looked at him. Barasine hesitated. He could see that his Primarch wanted him to speak, to voice his concerns. "My lord, this means that our landing force will be completely isolated, surrounded by enemy forces numbering in the tens of thousands." Barasine had studied the Primarch's strategy multiple times, and it was, without a doubt, madness. To put it simply, there was no room for defense. No possibility of retreat. This did not align with any strategy Barasine had ever seen a legion employ. If they failed, if they did not immediately seize control of the enemy's ruler, then the Death Guard, surrounded by layer upon layer of planetary defenses, would be annihilated. The entire assault force would be wiped out, completely alone, with no reinforcements. It was unbelievable. The Imperium had proposed an indefinite quarantine of this civilization, but Mordorion rejected it outright. He declared that the Death Guard alone would be sufficient to deliver judgment upon this world. Prior to this, the Imperial Army's assessment had estimated that at least 3 full legions, along with massive logistical support, would be necessary for the Imperium to achieve victory in a war of attrition against this civilization. But Mordorion refused. No attrition. No drawn-out war. A single, reckless gamble, a scythe descending in due time. "We will not launch a planetary invasion, Captain." Mordorion spoke slowly. "The fourth horseman will personally strike at Protarchos and deliver the judgment of death upon its ruler." Vork stepped forward, raising a fist to his chest in salute. He looked at Mordorion, and the Primarch gestured for him to speak. "I mean no disrespect, my lords. Captain, I will say this again, I mean no disrespect, but you are from Terra." Vorks continued. "If you were born on Barbarus, you would know that battles like this have happened before. There was never a time for defense. We only attacked because defenses never held. The only way to survive was to strike first." He paused, then corrected himself. "As long as Lord Mordorion is with us, if he proves that we can win, then we will survive. Before he arrived, if death was inevitable, then you were better off dying in battle, dreaming only that you might drag one enemy down with you to hell. Every Barbarusian swears to follow Lord Mordorion to the death, because we have always known that death is the only ending. So, we may as well die attacking." Barasine fell silent. After a long moment, he nodded. "I understand now. Thank you, Vorks." The hiss of Mortarion's respirator filled the space. He smiled, satisfied, then his expression returned to stoic neutrality. A transmission from a mortal crew member sounded in Mortarian's private channel. With the fourth horseman at the vanguard, the fleet slowly emerged from the warp, appearing at the Mandeville point of the Galaspar system. Plasma drives flared, the fleet moved toward its ordained fate. The countdown to death had begun. Mortarion took a deep breath, his respirator humming. Then he opened fleet-wide communications. "My death guard," he spoke. "When I first beheld you, I named you my unbreakable blade. I swore to you that justice would come, and that we would deliver it ourselves. I vowed that doom would follow us as we marched upon 1,000 worlds. Today, that doom will fall upon the first of them. Mankind suffers on Galaspar. The Order rules this empire, it is as filthy as its subjects. Justice demands their destruction. Abandon all thoughts of mercy, for mercy is the plaything of cowards, the lie of tyrants. Today, the blade shall fall upon the neck of oppression. Nothing will halt our advance. No enemy shall stand before us. Death is the truth that awaits all. We walk with death. We are one with death. Now, let doom and justice become on." The Death Lord had already leaped into the Galaspar system. He spread his wings. He saw the cost. But he was unmoved. Death cannot flee from itself. The planetary defense system of the enemy reacted swiftly and silently, unleashing a massive barrage of torpedoes and ordnance. This secluded pocket civilization had accumulated an unimaginable stockpile of munitions. But they did not understand what they were attacking. Their scanners detected a fleet rapidly approaching their homeworld, large, strange objects at the fleet's forefront and periphery, with plasma thrusters attached, identified as incoming targets. The sky was alight with fire. Just as Mortarion had predicted. They were not Death Guard ships. Instead, they were asteroids, scavenged from various sources, crudely outfitted with plasma thrusters, remotely piloted by the tech priests aboard the Fourth Horseman. The Death Guard had little time to prepare, so these asteroids' thrusters had only enough fuel for a straight-line approach. But that was enough. At last, the enemy fleet realized the deception. Their warships, including those known as asteroid fortresses and fireship, moved to engage. These behemoths bristled with cannon ports, dark and ominous. The first concentrated bombardment began, but neither side could outflank the other. Suddenly, one vessel broke formation, a lone cruiser that charged forward, weaving through the asteroid defenses. It penetrated deep into the Death Guard's formation, firing in all directions. "Hold formation," Mortarion commanded. "All forward batteries, open fire." The enemy ship was torn apart within moments. But in the instant before its destruction, it never once tried to retreat. This further confirmed Mortarian's suspicions about the Order. Retreat was forbidden. Seeing the sacrifice of the first fortress ship, more asteroid fortresses broke formation, charging into the Death Guard fleet. Amidst the relentless barrage, the asteroids began to fracture. But deep within the shattered rock layers, hidden sensors remained loyal to their purpose, transmitting preset commands. The detonators embedded in the asteroids activated. A massive explosion erupted. On the view screens aboard the Fourth Horseman, waves of brilliant yellow light rippled through the black void. A sight as soft as silk. But Mortarion knew. It was an explosion powerful enough to destroy a light cruiser. Asteroid debris scattered outward, hurtling toward the nearest enemy ships, a storm of meteors raining death upon them. The well-armored asteroid fortresses suffered only superficial scratches. But the fire ship were not as lucky. One platform, its own munitions ignited by the impact, erupted in flames. The blast wave consumed other nearby platforms, setting off a chain reaction of destruction. Death began to spread through the void. At the same time, Mortarion gave his next command. The second layer of the fleet, the destroyers, were ordered to engage the charging fortresses. These were old, decommissioned vessels, remotely piloted. Mortarion had given them the right to die. The suicidal destroyers charged headlong into enemy ships, unleashing torpedoes and cannon fire, then ramming into their hulls like daggers. But even after suffering devastating impacts, the asteroid fortresses did not retreat. The massive wreckage of the destroyed fire ships clung to their hulls, causing secondary explosions within the fortress interiors. Countless lives perished. Yet they still burned their final plasma thrusters. They could still bring death to the Death Guard. Two more asteroid fortresses, sensing their comrades' intent, fired their engines, dragging their battered, failing hulls forward, straight toward the heavy cruiser Tombstone. A with tilde yes. Their engines roared at maximum power, pushing their already fracturing hulls to their limits. Explosions cascaded through their decks. Their hull integrity was beyond repair, but no one even considered shutting down the engines. And so, death became inevitable. The plasma drives detonated. A blinding eruption of energy tore through the void. A flash of searing silver-white filled the darkness, so intense that all who looked upon it were momentarily blinded. Amidst the inferno, brighter than a star's burning core, the three asteroid fortresses were silently vaporized. The explosion shattered more outer asteroids, consuming all remaining fire ships in its wake. The heavy cruiser Tombstone plowed straight through the heart of the blast. By the time they laid eyes upon it once more, the blue-violet flames of Tombstone's plasma engines had long since faded. A gaping wound had been torn into its port side. Beyond the limits of human sight, but clear in Mortarian's mind, the ship's atmosphere was rushing out into the void, bleeding into the cold abyss. Its arteries had been severed. Its lifeblood spilled freely. It drifted forward on sheer inertia, gliding through the graveyard of broken ships. A transmission request came from Captain Levasse aboard the Tombstone. "Open the channel." Mortarion spoke, his voice calm. Through a storm of static, Levasse's voice emerged strained with pain. "Our strength is nearly spent, my lord." He coughed, struggling to form each word. But Mortarion would remember every syllable, even unto death. "We can no longer keep pace with the fleet. Our duty is clear now." The hiss of a rebreather filled the silence. Levasse gazed into the face of death unshaken. "Before the end comes, let more of them die, Captain. We will. They will learn to fear us before they perish." The Tombstone broke formation. Alone, exposed, it became a tempting prize for the orders. Mortarion stood on the strategic podium of the Fourth Horseman, watching as the Tombstone fought on, surrounded, pouring death upon its foes. Beside him, Barbarus frowned. "Don't tell me the Dusk Raiders are unfamiliar with sacrifice, Captain. The Tombstone carries 115,000 souls. They will die soon. And before we reach our objective, many more will follow. There is nothing to regret, nothing to mourn. This is the cost of war. Nothing more." "I do not doubt the necessity of sacrifice," Barbarus replied. "But if I'm allowed to ask, can we afford to lose the Tombstone?" "You may ask. The answer is yes. We can and we must if it brings us victory, even at the cost of death. The Tombstone still has power. If we slow our advance, we can retain its strength as part of our formation. And what would that gain us?" Mortarion challenged. "We are learning the enemy's tactics, their formations. Their ships are no match for ours. We can advance steadily, tear them apart piece by piece. There are too many of them." Mortarion's voice was quiet but unyielding. "That is the key, numbers. The Order's defense hinges on their sheer numbers. If we slow down, we give them the chance to leverage their full strength. They will drown us in bodies. If we fall, it will prove that those who cautioned against breaching Galapar were right. The Imperium will forget this place until the Great Crusade requires it again. We are not here for a siege. We are here to drive a blade straight into the heart of tyranny. Tombstone is still part of this war. It will give its last breath for our advance. And we will not slow down. Advance. An unstoppable march forward. If you hesitate, if you pause to tend your wounds, failure will consume you." Levasse kept his word. Long after his final transmission, Tombstone refused to die. The data streaming across the tactical screens confirmed it. Its engines still roared. Its silhouette still burned against the void. The enemy ships clinging to it were left behind. The fleet pressed onward. The closer they came to Galaspar's homeworld, the fiercer the artillery fire became. With the outer asteroids and aged destroyers lost, more and more enemy warships broke into their formation. Data poured across the console. Mortarion watched each loss, each death, each sacrifice. He foresaw the deaths yet to come, weighing each acceptable casualty with meticulous precision. "Minimal counterfire on the flanks," he declared, sealing fates with an unshakable tone. "Concentrate our firepower on the fleet's forward defenses." Ahead, under the Death Guard's relentless assault, enemy ships disintegrated. The vanguard forces of the Death Guard pressed forward at full speed. Enemy ships and their own crippled vessels were left behind. Those abandoned ships would stall the enemy's flanking forces, buying the fleet precious time. As they neared Gallipar, the Order's firepower had reached a level that could only be described as despair-inducing. Through the observation window of the Fourth Horseman, Mordorion saw the fortress cannons unleash a storm of fire upon the cruiser Melancholia. Torpedoes pierced its hull, detonating its munitions. The blast knocked it off course. Melancholia lurched rightward uncontrollably. In the tight Death Guard formation, it collided with the battleship Inevitable Call. Their prows locked together, sending them both drifting further starboard, endangering even more ships. If they can't stop, Barbarus muttered. He left the implications unspoken. The fleet was tightly packed. The turning radius of a capital ship was vast. If disaster struck, there would be no escape. They will correct their course. Mortarion's voice was absolute. Their crews will find a way. They must. They understand what is at stake. They will sacrifice everything to keep the main fleet moving. He watched in silence. He believed in them. And they believed in him. As if in response to his words, Inevitable Call's starboard engines roared to life, exceeding their maximum operational stress in a desperate leftward thrust. Fragments of the ship's outer hull tore free under the strain. At the same time, Melancholia, with its battered and long-dead starboard engine, forced it back online. The brutal reignition triggered a violent explosion. A torrent of flame erupted, but the force countered its starboard drift. The two ships crashed together even harder. Their entangled wrecks spun leftward, an unstoppable mass of destruction, hurtling straight toward an asteroid. At the last moment, both ships fired every remaining round to their port side. The impact shattered the asteroid, triggering a storm of debris and an enormous explosion that dragged enemy ships into the abyss. They never sent a distress signal to the Fourth Horseman, because they knew exactly what had to be done. So they did it. No words needed to be spoken. The Death Guard did not shout war cries. Mordorion watched their deaths in silence. Perhaps he should have felt something. But not now. He was the Primarch. He was the decision-maker. He was the one who held the scythe. From the shadows of his hood, the Pale King's amber eyes shone with cold intensity. Data flooded his mind. "We have breached the Order's defenses," Barbarus reported. "The ones on the outside," Vork's added. Mordorion said nothing. His gaze was fixed forward, preparing to face the orbital platforms and planetary cannons of Gallispar's homeworld. The journey through the system had been merely the prelude. If he misjudged the strength of the Fourth Horseman, he would lose everything. Planetary defenses roared, artillery trembled, and bright flames burst through the sky. Billions of rounds of ammunition rained down like spilled beans, crackling and exploding against the foremost fireships. They howled as they plummeted toward the ground, detonating upon the murky land below. Now, the last line of defense before the Fourth Horseman was gone. The blade had been drawn sharp, lethal, yet fragile and brittle. The planetary main cannons on the other side continued their assault, a futile effort. Gallispar's normally murky and dim atmosphere was ablaze, its heavy clouds illuminated by a dull orange glow. Chunky clouds trembled, swirling into a massive gray-white vortex under the force of a hurricane. The very air screamed. Beyond the Hive City, out on the wastelands, scavengers looked up in horror, their eyes widening as they stared at the burning sky. A bricklayer stood dumbfounded beside a sewage pit, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. With his exceptionally keen eyesight, he saw. There. He raised a hand, pointing at the swirling vortex of clouds, toxic sludge dripping from his protective suit. Above the main Hive City, a sharp, colossal form emerged from the storm's edge. Upon it, a silver-white six-spiked skull gazed down at them, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Death had come, and fear clenched at every heart. The piercing sound of the atmosphere being torn apart shrieked, as flames screamed and ripped at Fourth Horseman. Inside the ship, however, there was only silence, still as the night. "Take us in before the enemy fully reacts." A sigh-like voice broke the silence. Engines to full power. They raced through the burning atmosphere, plummeting toward the filthy ground. "Contact the fleet," Mordorion said. "Begin the retreat. Pull out of the planet's firing range." The Death Guard fleet could not withstand the bombardment from Gallispar's primary defenses for long. "The enemy ships will follow soon enough," Devour them, and wait for my signal to return. Unless Galaspar's cannons were neutralized, the Death Guard's main fleet could not approach. If they couldn't get close, there would be no victory. Everyone would die. Mordorion took a deep breath. His hand, resting on the haft of silence, loosened, then tightened again, the grip producing a soft, cracking sound. This was his first battle. This was the Death Guard's first battle. Then let him see if they could survive. He would silence the doubters. If they could not endure, then let death end it all. A surge of emotions gripped him, just as they had in the past. Yet, amid the tension in his mind, a stray thought surfaced. What would Hades think of this plan? He suddenly realized back on Barbarus, because of his condition, Hades had never once discussed tactics with him. Would he disapprove? Mordorion crushed the thought. He whispered to himself, "May we be harder than fate itself." Through the viewport, the fleet behind Fourth Horseman began to decelerate and turn away. Soon, only Fourth Horseman remained, charging straight ahead. Below them, the dark and filthy structures of the main hive city began to come into view. The final grain of sand in the hourglass tumbled down. Reverse thrusters, prepare for impact. A shrill screech rang out, fire erupted. The braking thrusters roared, spewing torrents of flame, their scorching ends searing the hive city's outer walls. The Fourth Horseman trembled violently. The shift in gravitational vectors was nearly fatal for the mortal crew. Blood poured from ruptured organs. Those too slow to follow Mortarion's command slammed into the bulkheads, their spines shattering, blood splattering across the walls. On the bridge, Barasine and Vork struggled to stay on their feet, gripping the railings with all their might. Mordorion stood still, holding his scythe, silence. He stood firm, unmoving almost as if he were dead. Boom! They had arrived at their destination. The Fourth Horseman crashed into the side of the hive city. The Death Lord's scythe gleamed. Death flowed into the hive. People scattered like panicked rats, desperately seeking some corner they believed to be safe. Terrifying footsteps echoed through the hive's labyrinthine tunnels, interwoven with the sharp crack of gunfire. Surrender and you will not be killed. Do not resist and you will not be harmed. All Galaspar citizens, take up arms against the invaders. A strange, static-laced voice alternated with the familiar tone of the overseer over the loudspeakers. A digger trembled beneath her assembly line, her mind sluggish from drinking her third ration of silent nutrient paste for the day. She had no idea what was happening. Then, with a sharp burst of static, the overseer's voice was abruptly cut off. A new command replaced it. Drop your weapons. She had no idea what drop your weapons meant. She had never possessed a weapon. Was she supposed to find a weapon first, just so she could drop it? But weapons were for the overseers and soldiers. For someone like her, even touching one meant execution by hanging. She had thought about running. But the footsteps were getting closer. She shrank further into the shadows, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth. And then she saw it. A towering, bone-white figure, splattered with blood. MMPH. She let out a tiny gasp, but the giants paid no attention to a small, cowering rat. Die! A voice she knew all too well, the voice of her overseer. A single gunshot rang out. Then silence. Only the sound of heavy, relentless footsteps remained. When those footsteps finally faded, the digger hesitantly crawled out from beneath the assembly line. She saw her overseer, the man who had often whipped her, dead, his body in pieces. The overpowering stench of blood gripped her. Shivering, she turned around. The doors to the workshop had been blasted open. Beyond them, the hall was flooded with the overseer's army. They weren't just giants. She swallowed hard. Red filled her vision. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. The gods had descended, bringing the end of all things. Plus, Fernando moved silently through the hive's winding corridors, leading the Undertaker's squad. They advanced near the main force of the Second Company. Their detachment numbered around 1,000 warriors. After the Fourth Horseman had come to a halt, Mordorion had spoken only one sentence to all his soldiers. Go, he had said. Any who take up arms against you shall not live. Under the Primarch's command, the 11,000 warriors of the Death Guard had split into their companies, each advancing toward various locations marked as suspected command centers. Take the enemy's head. Win the war. The Undertaker's strategists had dispersed into various detachments, providing support to the warriors. The untouchables were absent from this battlefield. Unaugmented mortals simply could not withstand the intensity of this war zone. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the front of the company. Undertakers, we are under psychic attack. They had encountered a psyker army, raised and controlled by their oppressors. The second company captain's voice crackled through the channel. Without hesitation, Fernando led his squad forward toward the front lines. Meanwhile, on the upper level of the corridor, Apothecary Layton watched a countdown ticking down on a melt-a-bomb with satisfaction. Thank you. He turned and addressed the moss-covered psyker who had crawled out from a garbage dump. Thank you for leading the way. Plus, they had failed to end this battle before reinforcements from the other hives arrived. The hive's labyrinthine structure and the overwhelming human tide had slowed the Death Guard's advance. Death crept up behind Mordorion, step by step. The enemy had used the hive's heavy weaponry to bleed his forces dry. But the Primarch knew what had to be done. Mordorion ordered a squad to continue pressing toward the central command room. Meanwhile, he led the remainder of his forces to the wastelands surrounding the hive, holding back the enemy reinforcements. The training they had undergone for this scenario was put to use. With Mordorion at the forefront, they carved gash after gash into Galaspar's wastelands, relying on sheer resilience. Yet, we surrender. We surrender. The tyrant's voice echoed through the calms. Mordorion swung his scythe, cleaving through the tank before him. The driver's skull burst apart with the metal. Denied, Mordorion said. The Death Guard does not accept your surrender. Tyranny had to be uprooted. Its veins ran thick with corruption. Accepting their surrender meant allowing tyranny to persist. It would render this victory meaningless. The enemy forces before him began to break and scatter. But Mordorion did not issue a ceasefire. His warriors continued to fire upon the trembling, weaponless masses. And above the hive, the Lord Comptroller shivered as he opened the grand doors, desperately hoping to display his willingness to negotiate. A gunshot rang out. Plus, author's note, I haven't been in the best state recently, so my writing hasn't been great. Sorry if this affected the reading experience. Originally, I planned to add another subplot, but I felt it disrupted the flow too much, so I cut it. Now the transition feels abrupt. Apologies again, half a month later. Mordorion stood with a grim expression, staring at the sky. Above the gray and murky atmosphere of Galaspar, the roar of incoming engines grew louder. They were the arbiters sent to evaluate the Death Guard's first campaign. Irritated, Mordorion tapped the shaft of his scythe. Their timing was less than ideal, because, according to the apothecary, Hades, who had been in a state of suspended animation, was about to wake up. 10 days ago, Mordorion had been watching the Galaspar system collapse under the onslaught of the Death Guard with satisfaction. Once they had seized control of Galaspar's primary hive city and executed its Lord Comptroller, mopping up the remaining terrified, fleeing troops had been an easy task. When word spread of the tyrant's beheading, no further resistance arose. Mordorion found solace in witnessing the complete obliteration of the order the tyrant had struggled to maintain. But his satisfaction did not last long. A distress astropathic transmission from a distant star sector arrived almost simultaneously with an incoming transport fleet. Before Mordorion could react, a passing Mechanicus convoy had already shoved a small vessel into his possession. We were ordered to deliver a Death Guard tech marine, but when we found him, his condition was less than ideal. The assigned Muggos is deceased. However, since Muggos Corclan had past dealings with our Forge world, we administered necessary medical treatment to the survivors and demanded no compensation for what they discovered. Enclosed are full recordings of their retrieval and post-rescue interactions. A frazzled tech priest had clearly been pushed forward to deliver this message. Upon arrival, they rapidly relayed their report to Master of the Forge Enrique, who had come to receive the Muggos. A heavily encrypted data file was transmitted. Then, after unloading the cargo bay and hurriedly finishing their words, the tech priest piloted their vessel and fled at full speed. A deep sense of foreboding settled in Enrique's gut as he stared at the ship's cargo bay. The automatic doors slowly hissed open. A half-dead, unconscious Hades. A tattered, barely functional tech adept. A pile of dismembered Muggos corpses. A blackstone obelisk, freshly unearthed and still caked in soil, It was painfully obvious the oversized cargo bay had been designed solely to transport this. Our Nigerian Ira, yes. And finally, a woman sealed within a stasis field. Enrique felt his vision darken, but even so, he immediately called for the Death Guard's apothecaries and the Legion Master. Which was why, despite the mountain of post-war paperwork awaiting him, Mordorion now sat in the private medical bay, his expression unreadable. Before him, several apothecaries moved busily, the slow drip of cold fluid from an four-bag echoing softly. Mordorion had considered summoning additional medics, but Death Guard apothecaries were in short supply after the grueling Galaspar campaign. Standard suspended animation, my lord. Apothecary Leo finally stepped before Mordorion, whose imposing presence radiated a do-not-approach aura. Mordorion remained silent, exhaling through his respirator with a sculpted stillness. Hades' second heart was pierced by a blade-like weapon. Afterward, he forcibly injected himself with a stimulant, causing further damage to his cardiac system. Mordorion still recalled Hades' last report. It had merely described a simple research expedition. His gaze bore into the pale, nearly corpse-like figure of Hades, drained of blood. Leo's voice pulled him from his thoughts. In addition, Hades is suffering from moderate exhaustion, critically low blood sugar, and minor intracranial hemorrhaging on the right side of his brain. Mordorion slowly blinked. Across from him, Leo, as if fearing for his life, hurriedly continued speaking. The good news is that, after replenishing essential nutrients, Hades can be revived through a controlled awakening procedure. But we will need time. This was reassuring news. Satisfied, Mordorion dismissed the apothecary, allowing him to return to his duties. He then slowly turned his head and locked eyes with the tech adept, who had been desperately trying to shrink into the shadows of the medical bay. "You are Hades' assistant, aren't you?" Mortarian's voice was as heavy as the Reaper's side itself. "Explain." The tech adept, still trying to compress their body as much as possible, suddenly sparked with a burst of electricity. "I expect a clear explanation of what happened." Jean felt like he was just a hair's breadth away from death. Plus, Planet Sigma, 373, a few days ago. Plus, a dry wind howled. Jean had set his life support systems to the lowest power setting. Leaning against the deeply unconscious Hades, he waited for rescue. He had no idea how long he had been waiting when a shuttle, marked with the sigil of the Adeptus Mechanicus and an emblem belonging to a nearby forge world, slowly descended in front of them. They were saved. At least, that's what Jean thought. But in reality, not entirely. With his shattered, barely functional mechanical body, he forced himself to stand and negotiate with the tech priests on the other side. To the tech priests from another forge world, the current situation was a jackpot. A dead Muggos, his memory storage modules still intact. Fragments of Xenos technology. For those who valued knowledge as highly as gold, there was no way the tech priests would let them off easily. But Jean knew how to handle this. Using information he had gathered while assisting Hades, he bluffed his way through. He leveraged Muggos Corclan's shuttle as a bargaining chip, striking a deal with the tech priests. The tech priests likely hoped to extract something valuable from Corclan's shuttle, but Jean knew there was nothing there. The good news? This particular forge world wasn't overly obsessed with Xenos technology. As a result, they readily helped package up the Blackstone obelisk for him. And so, disheveled and battered, Jean returned. All he hoped for now was that the Death Guard would at least spare him a few mechanical components to repair his mangled frame. But now, Jean looked up at the towering Primarch, staring him down with an intense, soul-piercing gaze. "Hades, wake up! Hurry up and wake up!" Talking to a Primarch is too terrifying. Plus, the Primarch's heavy footsteps thudded through the corridor. Waiting outside the medical room, First Company Captain Vorks immediately fell in step beside him, continuing his report on post-war operations. Behind them, the silent Death Shroud Terminators moved in formation. The former First Company Captain, Barbarus, had suffered a severe ambush, attacked in a narrow passageway by a heavy mining drill. Gravely wounded and unconscious, he had been placed within a dreadnought chassis, now permanently slumbering. Thus, Barbarus's personally appointed Vorks had stepped up to replace him. But clearly, Vork's was not yet a fully seasoned captain, which was why Garo, leader of the Grave Wardens, had temporarily taken over parts of the First Company's command. Between the dead and the wounded, the entire Death Guard was stretched thin. They were completely overwhelmed. Even Mortarion had no choice but to leave the medical room and return to work. An entire star system awaited post-war occupation. The Death Guard had to ensure that no resistance would arise again. The Legion had been scattered across various planets in the Galaspar system, managing the aftermath. At first, the Imperial bureaucrats, who had screamed for the system's lockdown, had been hesitant. But the moment they heard the Death Guard had secured Galaspar, they rushed in tax collectors and Mechanicus survey fleets, swarming like vultures. Greedy, oily, ever-smiling Imperial administrators now chattered incessantly, attempting to negotiate governance with the Death Guard. Like flies. Mortarion thought, disgusted. But the Death Guard's duty was only to purge armed threats and dismantle tyranny. Taxation and governance? That was the problem of Imperial bureaucrats. So, despite his deep reluctance, Mortarion still had to engage with them. Or rather, he delegated the job, handing it off to Garo. As leader of the Grave Wardens, Garo's usual responsibilities were light. Even after taking on part of the First Company's duties, he could still handle more. Mortarion promptly ignored Garo's increasingly overworked state. The Death Guard was desperately short on manpower, Mortarion thought grimly. At first, he had considered assigning Kulla Typhon to some of these tasks. After all, back on Barbarus, Kulla had helped manage the southern regions on his behalf. Compared to Kulla, Vork's was still somewhat inexperienced in administration. But Kulla already had his own work. After the Battle of Galaspar, the Death Guard had suffered heavy losses and urgently needed reinforcements. Caught up in the aftermath of the battle, Mortarion was naturally unable to personally travel to Barbarus for recruitment. At that moment, Kulla Typhon approached him and offered to return to Barbarus to assist with recruitment. Mortarion agreed without hesitation. Looking into Kulla's deep, dark eyes, Mortarion suddenly realized that it had been a long time since they had spoken as friends. After all, the aftermath of the previous Psyker incident had indeed created a rift between them. How was it? Mortarion was referring to the Battle of Galaspar, but Typhon knew exactly what he meant. Typhon remained silent, his deeply set eyes showing that he was lost in thought. Unlike Hades, who openly displayed his emotions, Mortarion always found Kulla's expressions difficult to read. He preferred to keep them hidden beneath his sunken eyes and beard. We have taught them a lesson. We have ended the order of this tyrannical civilization, just as we did on Barbarus. Finally, Kulla smiled lightly. I'm glad the Death Guard can play such a role in the Great Crusade. I suppose this is what you intended as well, Mortarion. The words of reassurance from an old friend slightly eased Mortarion's exhaustion from the past days of endless toil. Yes, that's right, he murmured, and Kulla took the opportunity to make his request. You're too busy, Mortarion. You're always too busy. I want to help. Let me return to Barbarus. That beautiful, deep green planet, ever since he had awoken that day, an inexplicable longing for it had lingered in Kulla's heart. All right. Mortarion finally agreed. A direct order from a pre-march required no further approval. While everyone else was busy running in circles, the Death Guard's recruitment ship to Barbarus had already set off. The stench of corpses filled the wastelands of Galaspar. Near the Hive City, bodies had already been piled into small, towering mounds. On the bloated Hive City, a massive hole was clearly visible, with wisps of smoke and fire occasionally drifting out. Mortarion silently watched as his two brothers descended from the shuttle, slowly pressing his parched lips together. Originally, each pre-march, upon being reunited with the Imperium, would be guided through their integration by the pre-march who found them, learning how to be a proper Legion master and gradually assimilating into the Empire. Mortarion's mentor was supposed to be Horus, but due to a twist of fate, it was Malkador who oversaw his integration into the Imperium instead. As a result, Mortarion had little direct interaction with his so-called blood brothers. Even so, he had learned to identify them from Malkador's descriptions of each pre-march. The figure walking ahead was relatively short, clad in an obviously distinct suit of mastercrafted black steel power armor. However, unlike most, This intricate and refined armor did not cover his hands, instead revealing silver-white cybernetic limbs, metal so flawless and resilient that it seemed indestructible. Mordorion caught that detail immediately. That must be Ferrus Manus. According to Malcador, Ferrus was, like him, born on a death world and pursued logic and efficiency to an extreme degree. That was good news, Mordorion thought. Through his previous conversations, he had realized that he wouldn't get along with all of his brothers. Within Malcador's vague and carefully worded descriptions, Mordorion had picked out those he would likely dislike. For instance, one of his brothers was a psyker. Another was obsessed with glory and grandeur, a trait that Mordorion found utterly incomprehensible. But Ferrus was here. That was promising. Mordorion hoped his brother would fairly judge the achievements of the Death Guard, as this assessment would determine how the Imperium would position his legion and which battlefields they would be sent to. Behind Ferrus, an exceptionally tall figure approached silently. This man was massive, even taller than Mordorion himself and broader than if 3 unarmored Mordorians were stacked together. Apart from the Emperor, Mordorion had never seen anyone taller than himself. He felt a brief moment of tension but forced himself to relax, keeping his gaze locked onto the second arrival. A fleeting question crossed his mind: why wasn't the taller one walking in front? That thought quickly passed. The second figure wore a suit of emerald green armor, sculpted with intricate dragon-scale engravings. Due to the precise angles of the carvings, even under Galaspar's dim daylight, the armor shimmered with a radiant brilliance. His skin was an unusual shade of pure black, and fire burned within his eyes. That must be Vulcan, Mordorion thought. According to Malcador, Vulcan was a compassionate Primarch. Compassion? Would he understand the Death Guard's compassion through death? Would he judge them fairly? Mordorion did not know. He simply stood in silence, waiting to welcome his 2 brothers. Beside him, the Death-Shroud Terminators also stood wordlessly. Yet, Mordorion knew there was one person missing from their ranks. The feeling of being judged by others was unpleasant, and Mordorion could feel irritation creeping in once more. However, meeting 2 brothers who, at least on the surface, seemed agreeable helped to dull his unease. But soon, he would realize he was wrong. Terribly wrong. As they drew closer, even someone as taciturn as Mordorion could immediately sense that something was off. The newcomers remained silent, and in Vulcan's flame-lit eyes, Mordorion even caught a glint of moisture. Mortarion's heart clenched abruptly. Doom had arrived. Greetings, brother. It is good to see you. Ferrus Manus, Lord of Medusa, Primarch of the Iron Hands. Ferrus gestured for his honor guard to step back while extending his iron hand toward Mordorion. Mordorion, Lord of Barbarus, Primarch of the Death Guard. I am also pleased to meet you, Mordorion muttered behind the cover of his respirator mask. Compared to his brother's firm and resonant voice, Mortarion's was hoarse and rough. They shook hands. His brother's grip was powerful and unyielding. Then, slowly, Mordorion shifted his gaze to Vulcan and extended his hand as well. Vulcan hesitated, managing only a strained smile before taking Mortarion's offered hand. Vulcan of Nocturne, Primarch of the Salamanders. The Lord of Fire burned hot, so hot that, even through power armor, Mordorion could feel the searing heat, like molten rock. They released their grip quickly. I've reviewed the data from this battle and the Death Guard's performance. Ferrus Manus took a deep breath, his deep-set eyes fixed on Mordorion as if restraining something. But I would still like to hear it from you. Explain this campaign to us in your own words. Mordorion blinked slowly. Something felt off. But he decided to proceed, introducing his 2 brothers to the Death Guard's victory. The Lord of Death turned slightly, allowing his brothers a clearer view of the towering mound of corpses. Vulcan swayed slightly. These were the rulers of Galaspar's tyranny. But now, every single one of them is there. The tyrants oppress the people, treating them as property, crushing them generation after generation. But now, that oppression is no more. The Death Guard uprooted the entire governing system of the Galaspar system. Not a single remnant was left behind. In a single day, we dismantled their entire regime. Saying this, Mordorion felt some satisfaction. His Death Guard had not failed him, nor had he failed them. He had eradicated tyranny. Brother. Mordorion, may I ask you something? Vulcan's voice broke the silence. Mordorion turned to look at Vulcan in confusion, but the shadow of his hood concealed his eyes. Those people moving on top of the corpse pile, what are they? On the densely packed mountain of bodies, ragged figures moved sluggishly. At first, Vulcan assumed they were scavengers looting valuables from the dead, but after watching for a long time, he realized they were not taking anything, not even a single piece of jewelry. They're counting, Mordorion said indifferently. The oppressed need to feel for themselves that their oppression has ended. They need to stand up on their own. So, Vulcan was puzzled. So I told them to count exactly how many tyrants had died so they could comprehend the weight of their oppression's end. Vulcan was utterly speechless. He could not understand. He could not force himself to understand. Was this some kind of tradition from Mortarian's bleak death world? Did you ask these people if they wanted to do this? Vulcan carefully asked his final question. But Mortarian's response shattered him. Question mark. Why would he need to ask? These raggedly dressed people could not possibly comprehend Mortarian's reasoning, and with so many matters to handle, he had no time to concern himself with such things. What? Talk to a local? He would rather sit in the Medicae Bay for a while. Vulcan finally broke. The fire dragon spoke slowly but with unwavering resolve. Brother, you cannot replace one tyranny with another. Mordorion froze. Was Vulcan calling the Death Guard tyrants? They had brought liberation. Mordorion had even ensured that the people personally witnessed the execution of the tyrants. Tyranny? He had barely done anything. Why was he being accused? Then, suddenly, Mordorion remembered that this particular brother was known for his mercy. He let out a subtle breath of relief. He's just too merciful, Mordorion thought. If Vulcan had grown up on Barbarus, in a world of death, he wouldn't think this way. But then Ferris spoke. He first turned to Vulcan, offering a look of reassurance. Vulcan nodded, signaling that he was fine. So, brother, is this what you wanted us to see? Setting aside words like tyranny, I imagine Gilliman would be interested in discussing those, but I don't focus much on such things. What I want to ask is, since you purged all of Galaspar's administrative officials, where do you plan to find their replacements? Mordorion was momentarily stunned. After a pause, he spoke slowly. The Imperium will send administrative personnel. They have already dispatched the tax department. Ferris gave a small smile, but the furrow in his brow did not relax. Brother, we all have our own views on the Imperium's taxation, but surely you realize that for a massive hive-world system like Galaspar, the Imperium cannot send that many administrators in such a short time. In reality, aside from major planets or crucial strategic locations, the Imperium rarely sent full administrative teams to newly conquered worlds. Typically, they would deploy a tax department, install a few symbolic bureaucrats, and then leave the rest to the planet's native population. Mordorion fell silent. He had not considered the administration of the hive cities after the war. He only knew that their factories had ceased operation. But isn't that just how war works? The Death Guard can oversee local governance. I hope that is a viable solution. Ferris replied mercilessly. But on this planet, where administration requires specialized education, I doubt you'll find enough qualified officials in the short term. Mordorion said nothing. He quietly hid himself within the shadow of his hood, but he knew he was not defeated. This is my first time dealing with such matters. No one told me that, beyond war and victory, a legion must also concern itself with the affairs of mere mortals. But the Death Guard's performance in battle was far from satisfactory, brother. Ferris pressed on, aiming to tear Mordorion down with words. The fleet suffered excessive losses. And in this campaign, the Death Guard's casualty rate, compared to other battles, was astonishingly high. The Death Guard had lost over 10,000 troops in this battle alone, though most were newly inducted recruits. Ferris stared disapprovingly at his grim, gray-cloaked brother. Poisonous fumes and tattered robes concealed most of Mortarian's body, obscuring any visible reaction. Could this newly returned brother share Perturabo's cold, detached attitude toward his own legion and sons? No Primarch would praise such an approach. Mordorion shifted slightly, causing toxic mist to swirl through the air. These were necessary sacrifices to liberate this region, he rasped. Ferris noted how eerily hoarse Mortarian's voice was, as though it had been eroded by acid over time. Given their physiology, it should be nearly impossible for any Primarch to suffer permanent damage. Did you truly liberate this place? Ferris asked. He simply could not comprehend this brother's strange logic, his tendency to avoid the real issue when the data and realities spoke for themselves. Was he truly indifferent to the immense sacrifices? From Mortarian's behavior thus far, Ferris had deduced that his brother placed great importance on certain ideological values, but not in the conventional sense, not a pursuit of glory, nor a deliberate choice to attack Galaspar for the sake of honor. After all, by any measure, this battle could not be described as glorious. Ferris knew that his dear friend Fulgrim pursued perfection and honor on the battlefield, winning each war with style and elegance. But he was ashamed to compare their past victories to what had transpired here on Galaspar. A meaningless battle, Ferris thought. Enormous sacrifices and losses, all for the conquest of a star system that could not immediately contribute to the Imperium's production, one that, in fact, required further Imperial support. The scales were not balanced. Why hadn't his brother abandoned this place? Why not let the Imperium simply surround this sector, waiting until it was truly needed before launching a coordinated assault with other legions? Before making his judgment, Ferris had conducted an exhaustive review of his brother's campaign, ensuring a comprehensive assessment of its outcomes. There were at least 3 pocket empires nearby, all better suited for the Death Guard's first campaign. Mortarion could have made his first war speech atop one of their picturesque homeworlds. Brother, based on reality and post-battle evaluations, I do not believe this campaign is worthy of inclusion in the annals of the Imperium. By tradition, a legion's victories were recorded by imperial scribes and publicized across the Imperium. Legions that triumphed under difficult conditions and demonstrated exceptional prowess would be further honored, sometimes even receiving direct commendations from the Emperor himself. But not all battles were recorded. Disgraceful battles, those with excessive losses or unimpressive outcomes, would be buried, vanishing into the vast currents of imperial history. Clearly, this campaign was unfit to be the Death Guard's debut battle, the one meant to establish their reputation among their brother legions. Ferris was thinking on Mortarian's behalf. After all, some of their brothers were far less forgiving. He turned to the silent, motionless Mortarion, whose toxic mists continued to swirl. You will not insult me or my legion's victory. You merely seek to steal the Death Guard's triumph, to judge this war by your so-called standards. War has only one standard, victory or defeat. Do not shackle us with your tedious criteria. Do not rob us of our victory. Mortarion knew this kind of hypocrisy all too well. During his younger years, when he was still weak, his foster father would assign him all manner of tasks. And every time Mortarion completed them, his father would simply move the goalposts, changing the standards. Just like now. They had won, yet now their victory was being judged on whether they had enough mortal bureaucrats afterward. Poisonous, seething words to defend himself and the Death Guard's honor, were about to spill from his lips like a toxic cloud. Then, behind him, there was a disturbance in the ranks of the Death Shroud. Ferris and Vulcan, standing before him, looked past him with puzzled expressions. Mortarion halted his words and turned around. There, standing fully armored in the cataphractii pattern Terminator plate of the Death Shroud, was Hades. On his left shoulder, the emblem of the Death Guard. On his right, the cogwheel of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Hades took a slow step forward, as though he had just climbed a mountain, wearied by the journey. Hades clasped his fists against his chest, performing the Aquila salute. Apologies for the interruption, my lord. The data you requested has been collected. What data? Mortarion was glad to see Hades awake and felt guilty for not visiting him. But now all those emotions, including the anger from before, were drowned in confusion. His face was full of doubt, though fortunately, his respirator mask concealed it from Ferris and Vulcan. Hades, however, gave him no time to react and quickly continued speaking. Ferris and Vulcan, noticing that Mortarion was neither annoyed nor reprimanding the Death Shroud warrior for interrupting, assumed this was all part of Mortarian's plan and chose to remain silent. The secondary survey report on Galaspar's hive city distribution and production capacity has been completed. The population structure and original division of labor have also been preliminarily assessed. The Adeptus Mechanicus's tech priests have analyzed the findings as well. The conclusion is that Galapar is suitable as a Death Guard recruitment world, so your previous concerns can be put to rest. What? He hadn't considered using Galapar as a recruitment world. Is that so? Ferris's words interrupted Mortarian's thoughts. Ferris fixed his gaze on Hades, his eyes lingering on the Adeptus Mechanicus cogwheel emblem on the warrior's shoulder pad, lost in thought. If he had been sent to Mars at the time of the Death Guard's founding, he wouldn't have been able to receive an official Adeptus Mechanicus insignia, would he? But Ferris quickly shifted his attention back to what Hades had just said. If his peculiar brother intended to turn Galaspar into a recruitment world, then his actions suddenly made much more sense. It was certainly more logical than simply seeking to liberate it. After all, Galapar, as a massive hive world, had an abundant population and resources, with the capability to produce vast quantities of weapons and ammunition. Ordinarily, the Imperium wouldn't grant such a valuable world to a legion, it was simply too rich. But the difficulty of conquering this system meant the Imperium had little interest in it. By disregarding the blockade, insisting on its conquest, and suffering heavy losses in doing so, the Death Guard could now petition the Imperium to designate Galaspar as their recruitment world. Could it be? Ferris cast a meaningful look at Mortarion. Could it be that he had deliberately eliminated all administrative personnel to increase the Imperium's difficulty in establishing control, making it easier for the Death Guard to claim the system's resources? Such foresight, how unexpected. Typically, aside from Guilliman, few of the returning Primarchs focused on securing recruitment and supply sources for their legions so early. Ferris also knew that Mortarion's homeworld, Barbarus, likely couldn't sustain a large population. Was Mortarion's previous behavior merely a smokescreen to conceal his true intentions while reporting to the Imperium's administrative offices? So that's how it is. No, Ferris thought, Primarchs rarely had much fondness for the Imperium's bureaucracy. I see, I misunderstood, brother. Ferris said, we are all brothers, you can rest assured. May I ask a few more questions regarding your plan to make Galapar a recruitment world? Mortarion stood silent before him. Then, Hades' voice rang out, hoarse like Mortarion's, yet firm and powerful. My lord, Lord Mortarion, busy with the affairs of the Legion, has entrusted this matter to me. Please allow me to answer your questions. Very well. Ferris was not the type of Primarch to dwell on such formalities, so he went ahead and asked about the structure of Galaspar and its surrounding star systems. To his satisfaction, the Death Guard Tech Marine answered his questions with concise summaries and abundant data. Good, very good. I am pleased to meet such an outstanding Death Guard Tech Marine. What is your name? I am Hades of the Death Guard. Plus, Mortarion stood in silence, watching his two brothers board a distant shuttle. With a thunderous roar, the judges departed. Throughout the conversation, it had been Hades answering Ferris and Vulcan's questions. At first, Mortarion was puzzled, even slightly irritated, but he quickly noticed that his two brothers' attitudes toward him had shifted. Especially Vulcan, when Hades casually mentioned that search and rescue teams had already been dispatched to retrieve children for future Death Guard indoctrination. The once darkened Vulcan practically radiated light. Nothing had changed except for the decision to use Galaspar as a recruitment world, so why had their attitudes shifted so dramatically? But since Mortarion had no objections to acquiring another recruitment world, he simply remained silent and listened to Hades' responses. Mortarion blinked and turned to look at Hades, who was still standing there. Hades had undoubtedly figured out some unspoken evaluation criteria. He had learned the rules of this game. Would Mars teach such things? He was about to ask. However, on the other side, Hades, feeling lightheaded, suddenly realized his nose was bleeding. The immense volume of calculations and data processing had left his brain overheated. His chest ached, his second heart felt like it was about to burst. The sheer shock of waking up only to hear that Mortarion was about to meet Ferris and Vulcan had been overwhelming. He had even considered the possibility of Vulcan getting into a fight with Mortarion. There was no time to hesitate. Drawing on his memories from his past life regarding the other Primarchs, Hades had rushed to the meeting. When an apothecary tried to stop him, Hades quickly calculated that walking a few steps or even engaging in a brief scuffle wouldn't land him in a dreadnought, so he decisively flipped the apothecary over his back and bolted. At the same time, he had contacted Garo, Vorks, the other captains, and Enrique, demanding all available data on Galaspar. Without hesitation, he had also ordered Vorks to conduct real-time searches to supplement the information. The good news was that Galathpar was indeed an ideal recruitment world, and he had successfully bluffed his way through. Hades looked at Mordorion, who still seemed bewildered, as if he were about to question him further. Mordorion, you mother. Bang. Unable to hold on any longer, Hades collapsed to the ground inside the solitary medical chamber aboard the Endurance. Two apothecaries were busy at work in front of the operating table. The once dimly lit room was now illuminated by harsh white light, casting a sterile glow over the surgical station. For tubes hung at varying lengths from racks, while an array of instruments surrounded the space, beeping in steady, rhythmic intervals. A towering figure sat silently in a chair before the operating table. Per the apothecary's request, Mordorion had removed his noxious sensor, revealing a gaunt frame that appeared even more emaciated without the usual shroud of toxic fumes. A servitor, built for the exclusive use of a pre-march, stood beside Mordorion. "It's done, my lord." One of the apothecaries stepped forward, signaling that Hades would soon wake up. Meanwhile, Apothecary Leo stared silently at Hades. According to his calculations, the anesthesia was about to wear off. Hades' eyelids twitched. Then he opened his eyes. Leo greeted him with a kind smile. "Yo, kid, you're awake." Yes. He was the very same apothecary who had been body-slammed. Even now, Leo could still feel a lingering ache in his back. That kid really had some serious strength. At the time, he had chased after Hades to make him return and rest, only for Hades to throw him over his back and bolt. Huh. And now, look where you've ended up again. Of course, to help with Hades' recovery, Leo had been very thoughtful. He had injected a lower dose of painkillers and, while suturing, had accidentally brushed against a few non-essential nerves to stimulate muscle repair. The first thing Hades saw upon waking was Leo's unsettlingly stiff smile. He inhaled sharply, bracing himself for a storm of blood and vengeance. However, Leo simply stared daggers at him with a murderous gaze, before wordlessly stepping aside. Seeing that Hades' condition had stabilized, the two apothecaries moved to the equipment area behind a white curtain, giving the pre-march and Hades space to talk. Hades understood why Leo hadn't gone after him just now. He sat up and, sure enough, found himself staring at Mordorion in complete exasperation. Mordorion, too, remained silent, head bowed. His enormous scythe, Silence, lay across his lap, the massive chain blade resting lightly against the floor with a faint clink. "Oe." The silence dragged on so long that even the apothecaries in the next room felt uncomfortable. Finally, Hades spoke. "Let me see the Death Guard's battle data first. I was too focused on Galaspar's reports before. I haven't really reviewed the battle itself yet." Mordorion let out a low grunt. He raised a hand, prompting the servitor beside him to pass over a data slate. Hades took the slate and began scrolling through the statistics, battle preparations, fleet numbers. Standard. He flipped to the next page. And the world went black. This number, you're telling me this is the casualty ratio?" Hades nearly keeled over then and there. A shrill alarm blared from the medical equipment. Mordorion flinched, immediately standing up, his chair scraping against the floor with a sharp screech. The two apothecaries rushed back in, launching into yet another round of emergency treatment. It took a moment, but eventually, Hades recovered. "Calm down. Your blood pressure spiked just now." Leo shot Hades a warning glare before gathering his tools and leaving again. "All right." Hades weakly responded, then turned back to Mordorion. "I'm fine. Sit down." But Mordorion remained standing. After a long, heavy silence, he finally mumbled. "So, we actually lost?" Hades took a deep breath. "No. This battle was a victory for the Death Guard. A Pyrrhic one. If you ignored the absolutely ridiculous casualty rate, the Galaspar campaign could actually be considered a textbook operation, at least in terms of the initial breakthrough against the system's defenses. A battle of the few against the many, where being even a step too slow meant death. When a star system is densely fortified with defensive weaponry, aside from the conventional method of slowly sieging and grinding it down, a swift, decisive strike can also be a high-risk, high-reward alternative. The advantage of this approach lies in concentrating one's forces to break through a critical weak point, striking directly at the enemy's command. If successful, the overall casualties can actually be lower compared to a prolonged war of attrition. But the downside is severe. If even a single move goes wrong, it means total annihilation. A moment's hesitation, or even the slightest delay caused by the enemy, would allow the endless tide of defensive fleets to swarm the Death Guard's assault forces, slowly but inevitably devouring everything. Mortarian's strategy was the very definition of a no-retreat, all-in gamble. More than half of the Death Guard's fleet was committed to the battle, along with a quarter of the entire Legion's manpower. As the supreme commander, Mordorion himself was in the vanguard of the assault force. Hades nearly had a heart attack just reading that. If this had been a battle upon which the very survival of the Legion depended, then Hades might have praised the strategy. It was, in many ways, an optimal solution when operating with only a single Legion's worth of forces. But this wasn't that kind of battle. This was the Legion debut battle. The very first battle. Mordorion didn't even need to attack this system. The original Imperial army assessments were correct. This star system was simply not suitable for a single Legion assault. The safest approach would have been a 3-Legion encirclement strategy, slowly wearing down the enemy. This method, without question, would have resulted in a brutal meat grinder of a battle, with significantly higher casualties overall, but because multiple legions would share the burden, no single legion would suffer disproportionately. Mortarian's approach, by contrast, relied on fewer casualties, though still an unacceptably high number for a single legion, and a gamble that his forces wouldn't be wiped out entirely. Clearly, he won that gamble. The Death Guard emerged victorious. But from a broader, strategic perspective, this entire campaign was a loss. The purpose of war is to secure greater benefits for one's own side. When the means become the end, even victory is hollow. Hades looked at Mordorion with a complicated expression. Suddenly, he recalled something from their time on Barbarus. Mordorion had never paid much attention to post-war recovery, economic stability, or civilian welfare. It was only because the Death Guard's conquests were swift enough, and because the absence of the Xenos overlords had unshackled Barbarus's population and productivity, that the planet actually entered a period of unexpected prosperity under Mortarian's rule. At most, Mordorion would check the number of troops in training, but on Barbarus, there was never a shortage of volunteers flocking to join the army. His reason for waging war back then had been simple: liberate humanity from the tyrannical rule of monsters. Clearly, the Primarch still thought that way. Thus, the Galaspar campaign happened. But a legion cannot survive on ideology alone. It is a vast and complex organization with enormous logistical and economic needs. Faith and means both are indispensable. In the early stages, smaller and more niche organizations, such as the Resistance on Barbarus, could rely on rapid incremental growth to cover up their tactical shortcomings. But at the scale of a Grand Legion, everything must be meticulously calculated. After all, reinforcing the ranks of the Adeptus Astartes and replenishing fleets is far more complicated than merely increasing the population. Speaking of which, aside from Robert Guilliman, Horus, and Ferrus Manus, it seems like most other Primarchs have a rather negligent attitude toward managing their legions. Hades felt a deep sense of powerlessness weighing upon him. He decided to educate this young and inexperienced Primarch on the cost of war. Mordorion, why did you choose to attack Galapar? Mordorion blinked. The people here lived under a tyrant's rule, just like we did on Barbarus. So I vowed to liberate them. But I later realized that wasn't entirely true. Mordorion continued speaking slowly. He dragged a chair over, sat down, and went on. After meeting with 2 of his brothers, the Primarch had been deep in thought. Hades, do you know what the Emperor told me when I first met him? ? Hades genuinely didn't know. He said that I would be the scythe that cuts down tyranny across the galaxy. He told me that countless human civilizations were still suffering under oppression, and that I was the liberator he had created. That's why I chose to accept the legion he gave me. Hades fell silent. A realization suddenly dawned on him. Not all Primarchs willingly worked for the Emperor's great crusade from the very beginning. Leaving aside those who were captivated by the Emperor's charisma, for the others, the Emperor had made promises. Some sought glory, and the Emperor promised them glory. Some sought favor, and the Emperor promised them favor. Some sought peace, and the Emperor promised them peace. And for Mordorion, the Emperor had promised liberation. But clearly, the things the Emperor promised were either too abstract or merely temporary commitments. Once a Primarch truly took command of a legion and was bound to the Imperial war machine, there was no turning back. Of course, the Primarchs could still use their legions to try to fulfill their own ideologies and the promises made to them. In fact, that's exactly what each of them was doing. As long as they carried out the Imperium's plans and didn't cross any red lines, the Emperor wouldn't interfere. So, in a way, take Robert Guilliman, for example. His focus on infrastructure and development wasn't just about efficiency, it was because his beliefs aligned with the needs of building a strong legion. Hades suddenly realized so Mordorion actually understood what he was getting at, but was now threatening to abandon responsibility. Mordorion had already noticed the discrepancy between the Emperor's original words and the tasks the Imperium now expected him to perform. In the end, it all came down to differing perspectives. Hades naturally wanted to strengthen the Death Guard to prepare for the bloody battles ahead. But Mordorion prioritized fulfilling his original vow to overthrow all tyranny over the development of his legion. Hades thought carefully, then spoke solemnly. Mordorion, now that the legion has completed its mission, the tyranny of Galaspar has been overthrown, what do you plan to do next? Mordorion fell silent. He had never thought about that before. When Mordorion first set eyes on Galaspar, he envisioned the execution of the tyrant. He saw the collapse of the despot's order under the assault of the Death Guard. But he had never considered how a new order should take shape after the slaughter and destruction. On Barbarus, people simply followed him, and order naturally formed. Hades was speechless as well. Despite constantly proclaiming himself a liberator, Mordorion truly had no interest in anything beyond that. I thought the Imperium would send someone to take over the reconstruction, Mordorion said. Hades responded. Given the current scale of the Imperium and the chaos in frontline administration, it's clear that they have no choice but to break that promise. Mordorion nodded. Except for the tax department, he muttered under his breath. Hades pressed on, Mordorion, why do you want to overthrow tyranny? Mordorion fell into another round of silence. Oppression is wrong. The oppressed have no freedom, no control over their own lives. That was the first lesson Mordorion learned under the oppression of Necaer. But in a world of complete disorder and chaos, people also struggle to obtain true freedom and control over their own lives, Hades countered. That's why we can't stop at just toppling tyranny. To achieve what you truly want, we must rebuild. And rebuilding requires more manpower. It requires more Death Guard. We can't afford to lose so many warriors in a single battle because there are still countless civilizations left to liberate. You're right, Mordorion mumbled listlessly. Maybe I've been too fixated on liberation itself. You cannot replace one tyranny with another. Vulcan's words echoed in Mortarion's mind. Liberation itself is not a bad thing, Hades said with a grin. He had finally pulled the Primarch back to reason. Time to strike while the iron was hot. Now's the perfect time to integrate Galaspar as a Death Guard recruitment world. I checked the official documents and based on post-war conditions, it qualifies for the Imperium's tax exemption. We should submit the exemption request first and discuss reconstruction later. Mordorion slowly opened a communication channel. Garo, submit Galaspar's tax exemption request to the Imperium. Before the other end could respond, Mordorion swiftly cut the channel. Hades, sitting across from him, was screaming internally. This kind of leadership, just handing down tasks without discussion, was a nightmare for any overworked subordinate. You can't treat your people like this. All right, I did as you suggested, Mordorion said, returning to his usual composed state now that he had sorted his thoughts. Galapar will become the next recruitment world for the Death Guard. Now, let's talk about why you missed the Galaspar campaign. Your tech adept assistant already explained it once, but I don't mind hearing it again. Plus, so that's how it happened, Hades explained, forced to recount the events under the suffocating glare of the Mordorion. Eldar. Mordorion repeated the name of that accursed race, rolling it over in his mouth. Fine. He would remember them. With many other matters still demanding Mortarion's attention, Hades briefly outlined his ideas for Galaspar's reconstruction. Then, suddenly recalling something, Hades asked about Death Guard recruitment. Little did he know that this casual question would, in a way, end up saving the entire Death Guard. Oh, I sent Kulla back for recruitment. He volunteered for the task. Forget Galapar, Barbarus was about to be usurped. This was Luther's script all over again. Return to Barbarus, Hades said, utterly drained. Immediately. Right now. This instant. After Mordorion departed, the two apothecaries who were hidden behind a white cloth silently exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken thought in each other's eyes. From that entire conversation, why did it feel like Hades was the one making all the decision? The vast cosmos flowed as the Galaspar system steadily followed its trajectory, and waves of psychic energy surged. The command Hades had requested was sent to distant Barbarus, with the low chance of the astropaths and the flickering of psychic lightning. Mordorion turned around and silently looked at Hades. Hades had demanded an immediate halt to the recruitment efforts on Barbarus and ordered Kulla to stand down. I've noticed you always hold hostility toward Kulla, Mordorion said. Why? Hades hesitated. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Do you remember the prophecy, Mordorion? I have seen more than any of you. I saw Kulla Typhon as the first of the Death Guard to fall. Mordorion was silent for a moment before his hoarse voice sounded again. But in that prophecy, it was not just him. Hades took a deep breath. I'm sorry. I know this might seem like an unfounded suspicion, but right now I really need to go to Barbarus and confirm the situation. Mordorion stopped and began to recall past events. Memories surfaced clearly in his mind. From the very beginning, Hades and Kulla had never gotten along. Mordorion had dismissed it as the two of them simply thinking each other was a freak and had never thought much of it. But looking back now, Hades' attitude toward Kulla had seemed less like hatred and more like wariness. However, there had been a time when they did get along. It was during the establishment of a new stronghold, a time of growth and expansion. Back then, they still firmly believed in the inevitable liberation of Barbarus, completely unaware of the bloated and vast human empire that existed beyond. Later, Hades had left for the south due to his physical condition, followed by Kulla, who led forces in the same direction. After that, their paths diverged as the Legion's structure took shape. Kulla Typhon had sought him out a few times at first, but after the spectacle in the dueling cage, they had no further private contact. Mordorion focused on his last memory of Kulla, when he had come to request permission to return to Barbarus for recruitment. Kulla had seemed no different from before. Mordorion had noticed nothing unusual. Frowning, Mordorion asked, "And if Kulla turns out to be innocent, how will you explain yourself to him?" "I will apologize." Hades stared at the map marked with various star routes, his voice hoarse and heavy. He, too, hoped he was simply being overly cautious. Plus, Barbarus. Now, a lone eagle streaked across the murky yellow sky, its wings beating as it let out a sharp cry before vanishing into the rolling, toxic clouds. Thick, oppressive clouds hung low over vast stretches of farmland, the air heavy with the acrid scent of impending acid rain. The people had returned to their settlements to take shelter from the storm. A lone figure moved across the vast, dim landscape. Kulla Typhon walked slowly along the ridgeline, a scythe dangling from his hand, its blade carving a deep, straight furrow into the loose, damp soil. He had been actively preparing for the recruitment of new soldiers. Leighton had gone to the orbital ring to negotiate with the Magos Biologus, while Kulla had chosen to return to the human settlements on Barbarus to enlist recruits. Yes. But something had happened, something that should have been gone still lingered. As the murky swamps bubbled, the plan was postponed, cancelled. And so, he was here, far from everyone, making his way toward the highest peak of Barbarus. Upward, toward the tallest mountain, into the densest mist. Beneath his skin, his flesh roiled. In the distance behind him, there was a small disturbance, but it quickly faded into silence. A droning voice buzzed in his ears. "Plus you have returned, my son. Plus." Kulla Typhon gritted his teeth and pressed on, his once clear mind sinking once again into the mire. "Plus you know you are an outcast. Why force yourself to seek acceptance among those who will only reject you? Plus embrace the power of the heavens above. Trample the weak beneath your feet. Plus, my mother was human." "Shut up, monster." A shrill, mocking laughter cut through Kulla's patience. "Plus, oh, that poor human woman. If she hadn't been so sturdy, I would have chosen someone else. Plus, but it seems that what was born was destined to be a failure. Plus, look at you. You thought Mordorion was your kin, thought you were just another pet raised by the overlords, but he was the true golden one. Plus, Plus, and you? The offspring of a Xenos and a human, a bastard monster that belongs nowhere. Plus, no one has ever cared about you. You're nothing but a clown screaming for attention. Plus, weak. Your original sin is weakness. Plus, the voice grew faster and more piercing. The clouds descended, and the thick fog rolled in. A sharp crack, and the voice was gone. A figure slowly emerged from the mist. Kella staggered. "Mom?" he spoke. The small, hunched woman stood inside a house, smiling at him. Kella suddenly realized how short his mother had always been. He walked forward and sat down. She gently ran her hand over his power armor, just as she had in his earliest memories, just as she had when she held him, hiding from the villagers who sought his death. "Plus, you've grown so much." "Plus," she said. He smiled. Kella Typhon had not died. He had not been corroded by the omnipresent poisons. He had not been stoned to death by the angry villagers. He had not been devoured by his Xenos father. Kella was still alive. He had won. "Plus, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "Plus." She gazed at him with her dull, pale green eyes, a faint glow flickering within them. I'm fine. I'm here on Barbarus for recruitment. I became a minor officer in the Legion. Plus, does someone hate you?" "Plus." Kella fell silent, but then weakly shook his head. "No. It's just some things happened." "Plus, tell me about it." "Plus." The hunched, weary mother sat down beside him, and for a moment, Kella felt like he was back in that twilight, being hunted by the villagers. They had sat together in the toxic mist, shivering from fear and cold. Afraid of being found, they hadn't lit the firewood they'd gathered. The blackened branches lay abandoned on the ground. "I had a disagreement with a friend. It wasn't supposed to be anything serious, but something went wrong." His mother watched him patiently. "Plus, Kella, making friends is a good thing. Plus, wherever there are people, there will always be disagreements, even between friends. Plus." She placed her dry, thin hand over his. Kella's hand, altered by surgery, was massive like a giant's. "Plus, but if the differences are too great, why not tell your friend about his teachings? Plus, him? Plus, life and death stagger their dance. Despair and greed melt away the remnants of regret. Entropy accumulates, destruction walks its slow path once more. Plus, the world suffers, but he is merciful. Plus, I know I can't keep up with you anymore. Plus." Her pale green eyes softened. "Plus, but if you can rest in his merciful embrace, then even destruction holds no fear. Plus, and I believe your friends would choose a merciful lord as well. Plus, he will forgive your past mistakes. You no longer need to rush. Plus." Her pale green gaze was frozen in an endless kindness. Kella reached out and took his mother's hand. She looked at him with warmth. Maggots, pale and fat, wriggled in her eye sockets as pus oozed down her face. "I must go." Kella looked into those pale green eyes and murmured to himself. "Indeed, I need to make my two friends realize the mistake they're making." The figure before him dissolved into a pool of thick, putrid liquid, but Kella did not seem to notice. He picked up his scythe and continued forward. "This is not good," Hades muttered to himself. After handling matters at the Gene Seed Vault, he now stood atop the old stronghold's watchtower, gazing out toward the distant mountains. The sky was a murky yellow-black, like a solid wall of storm clouds pressing down upon the land. From time to time, small shapes flitted into the dense clouds, barbarous strange native creatures. Rolling thunder rumbled across the horizon, and flashes of light gathered at the highest peaks. After assessing the distant terrain, Hades turned and leapt from the watchtower. Below, 400 Death Guard warriors stood in rigid formation before their pre-march, awaiting further orders. But Mordorion was not focused on his warriors. Instead, he was staring pensively at three small figures before him. An elderly woman with silver-white hair and her two grandchildren. The woman was Leysa. Hades remembered her as the petite, frail younger sister of Harila. But now she was old and wise, her body bearing the permanent scars of Barbarus' toxic environment. Even with Imperial medical advancements, the people of Barbarus aged rapidly, their lifespan growing longer, yet their bodies weathering even faster. Hades walked forward, crouching as carefully and gently as he could, staring into Leysa's familiar eyes. For a moment, he wanted to call her Grandma, but then he remembered. He was far older than her. Lisa, your granddaughter, little Harila, saw Kala Typhon heading toward the Nicair Mountains. Lisa nodded. The little girl standing beside her nodded as well. She glanced up at Hades with deep brown eyes, then quickly looked away, her messy black hair tumbling over her shoulders. The people of Barbarus named their children after those they respected. This little girl had inherited Harila's name. And more than that, she was a pariah. She was immune to Hades' black domain. The realization made Hades almost laugh. But he swallowed the bitter smile before it could form. Elder sister was following that man closely. She would never mistake him for someone else. A crisp voice interrupted. It was little Harila's twin brother Had. His short, curly brown hair framed a pair of dark eyes, staring at Hades without fear. But the most surprising fact was, Had was a psyker. Psykers on Barbarus were always doomed. The planet's unique warp-tainted atmosphere twisted psykers into abominations, their power mutating them into horrors like the Xenos overlords. Any child displaying even a trace of psychic ability was killed immediately by their village. Perhaps the only known exception had been Kala Typhon. But Typhon was part Xenos, born of both human and Xenos blood, so the usual rules might not apply to him. With diuresis knew yes. So then, Hades had already noticed. Mordorion had been staring at the boy for a long time. The Primarch's hand rested on the grip of his pistol lantern. This child, who is he? Hades asked, though he knew he should already be chasing Kala Typhon. Lisa smiled. This is Had. I had hoped to send him off-world to the Halo Stars. Perhaps that way he could survive. Don't kill my brother. Little Harila suddenly spoke. I've been with him this whole time. He won't lose control. Hades blinked in surprise. Behind him. So did Mordorion. Using a pariah to suppress the growth of a psyker, thereby avoiding the mutation process that turns barbarous psykers into abominations? A strange coincidence. Hades turned his head and gestured to a death-shroud Terminator. The warrior stepped forward. Watch over them. Hades spoke over a private communication channel. He straightened up and motioned for Lisa and her grandchildren to head back, expressing his gratitude for their information. Lisa smiled warmly at Hades. Harila's old field, the one she used to sleep in, has yielded its 26th harvest of white corn this year. You should go visit her sometime. Hades paused for a moment. Then, seamlessly, he resumed watching them leave. Turning back, he prepared to discuss the next steps. Mordorion glanced at Hades, but said nothing. He still remembered the sight of Hades standing before that grave. Plus, Hades took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. The situation at hand is pretty much like this. Kala Typhon is heading alone toward the former Overlord Nicair's territory. He did not bring any troops. The Death Guard forces that accompanied him for recruitment have already been detained. They claimed Kala suddenly left without warning. What Hades wasn't sure about. Would the apothecary, Leighton, whom the Magos biologists encountered, also appear? Even if he did, that would only make 2 Death Guard. The balance of power was heavily in Hades' favor. And Barbarus' toxic atmosphere, once a deadly advantage, had long been neutralized by the closed-cycle filtration of Astartes' power armor. The real danger was still Nurgle's sorcery. But Hades had prepared for that too. He had specifically brought 10 male pariahs, chosen from those Malkador had assigned to him. Currently, Malkador had only given the Death Guard 50 pariahs, but their quality varied drastically. Hades hadn't personally assessed them yet, but the Grave Warden's reports suggested. Malkador never guaranteed their quality. The Death Guard had done little to train them, aside from basic physical exercises under the Grave Warden's supervision. So, Hades selected the 10 weakest among them. They were unsuited for frontline combat, but perfect for suppressing warp activity in an emergency. Each pariah wore basic Mechanicum-provided armor, equipped with a life support system, but useless for battle. Each pariah was guarded by 3 Death Guard warriors. If they encountered psychic attacks, they would serve their purpose, acting as anchors to still the warp's waves. A distant thunderclap shook Hades from his thoughts. He turned to Mordorion. Shall we move out now? The thick storm clouds made it impossible for storm birds or other aircraft to enter the region. Barbarus' steep terrain was unsuitable for deploying heavy armored vehicles. The halo ring orbiting Barbarus was ready to initiate a bombardment. Still, they needed to assess the situation firsthand. If things turned too strange, they would immediately withdraw and begin the strike. But that dense, toxic fog, Hades and Mordorion both knew, until they set foot in that land, it would never disperse. Across the vast, desolate land, white and yellow vapors rose, merging into the thick clouds that clung to the ground. On an agriculture-based planet, abundant rainfall promised fertile soil and a year-long bounty. But on Barbarus, the toxic atmosphere ensured that every raindrop carried chemical compounds hostile to humans, yet rich in nutrients for the planet's flora. No farmer had ever prayed against a good harvest. "O great Earth, bless us with bountiful grain." Centuries of whispered prayers rippled through time. The gods turned their gaze downward, yet never upon the common folk. The first drop of rain, bearing the Rainfather's blessing, landed on Kulla Typhon's wingtip. The murky water trickled along the delicate patterns of his moth-like wings, seeping into the pale, blood-red cracks. A seed, once touched by the merciful Father, was about to break from its cocoon, guided by divine will. Perhaps now was not the right time. A seed required proper time to grow. Yet, the nail lodged in fate's gears had shattered the natural order. Then let it be. A storm would rise. A thunderclap would shatter the silence. And sleeping things would awaken. Plus, a thunderous elegy erupted, shaking the skies. The storm poured down, drowning the land in darkness. The wind howled. The rain roared. The horizon blurred into chaos. "Hold formation, teams of 3, engage the enemy." Hades' shout barely cut through the deafening rain. The communication channel crackled with static, distorted beyond recognition. Within his line of sight, the bone-white armor of the Death Guard stood stark against the murky night. The marching formation continued forward. At the outermost edge, barbarous native creatures lunged at the troops, made even more feral by the acidic rainfall. A faint psychic glow flickered through the downpour. Hundreds, thousands of poxwalkers tore across the wasteland. Above, swarms of rotting carrion birds circled hungrily, appearing as if conjured from the storm itself. Every predator of Barbarus had seemingly gathered here. The scene was apocalyptic. Death had descended upon Barbarus Storm. Any ordinary human would have collapsed in terror. But gunfire shattered the storm. Muzzle flashes carved through the night. The Death Guard raised their scythes and bolters without hesitation, ready to meet the howling beasts. Blood and rain mixed in the mud. The Death Guard warriors Hades and Mordorion brought this time were all Barbarus born. Long ago, on the day they swore their oaths to Mordorion, they had already begun their battle against Barbarus' monstrous fauna. Back then, all they had were makeshift gas masks and suicidal tactics. One chosen warrior would draw the enemy's focus, while the others fought desperately to survive. Every battle was a final farewell. But now, the beasts' corpses were reduced to shredded flesh beneath their sides. Every bullet found its mark. Beasts that once required an entire rebel squad to slay were now trivial prey to their enhanced bodies, power armor, and bolters. They had become barbarous new reapers. Hades sighed, almost resigned to what he was witnessing. The frontline squads would retreat to the inner circle after a period of combat. Not to rest, but to let their eager comrades take their place in the slaughter. A reckless habit, but tactically sound for maintaining the marching formation and pace. He let it slide. Plus, Mortarion's voice broke through the storm. "So, it was always tied to Barbarus, wasn't it?" "I believe so," Hades answered quietly. Barbarus had long been entangled in Nurgle's grasp. It was the destined stage, the starting point of an inevitable fate. And now, fate was trying to turn the wheel back to its intended course. Plus, the army pressed forward into the mountains. The rain thickened, now laden with a dense, toxic mist. But their power armor systems filtered out the poison with ease. The path ahead narrowed and steepened. A large force would struggle to advance. Thus, Hades and Mordorion made a decision. They stationed 200 Death Guard warriors and 5 pariahs at the mountain pass to hold the line against any beasts attempting to climb the slopes. Badass. Hades and Mordorion pressed onward, leading the remaining forces up the mountain. At the vanguard, draped in shrouds of death, they marched ahead, the relentless downpour washing over them. The landscape, both familiar and distant, stirred old memories. This was the very place where they had once been bombarded. Hades instinctively tensed, expecting danger. But this time, it came from beneath. Plus, the rain-soaked earth had turned soft and treacherous. Like a hungry mire, it clutched at their boots, dragging them down. Even the smooth, reinforced soles of their power armor found no purchase in the sinking mud. A lightning bolt cleaved the sky, and from the swamp, the Xenos overlords emerged. Some were bloated, others skeletal, their twisted forms rising from the murk. Pale, lifeless eyes glowed with psionic energy. Their minds, however, were not their own. Hades' gaze sharpened. Most of Barbarus Xenos' overlords were here. But strangely, Nikair was not among them. So, in the end, they were nothing more than puppets themselves. Mortarian's voice, filtered through his respirator, was calm. The same Xenos overlords who once tormented the people of Barbarus, who stitched puppets from human corpses, had themselves been enslaved by a greater will. He raised his scythe, silence. The chainsaw teeth roared to life, and the chains at its base rattled ominously. We have killed them all once. We'll just kill them again. The Death Guard opened fire. Psionic energy rippled between the Xenos overlords. While Mordorion relied on sheer memory to cut down the strongest, Hades focused on command. He coordinated the squads protecting the pariahs, ensuring they disrupted the Xenos psionic waves. The pariahs were scattered among the enemy ranks, their very presence quelling the warp's fury, reinforcing the barrier between the physical and immaterial worlds. Wherever a pariah stood, the psionic glow of a Xenos overlord dimmed instantly. The Death Guard warriors would seize that moment and execute the kill. Plus, Hades' blade swept through the neck of a Xenos overlord. Its lifeless head spun through the air, landing with a wet thud, dark blood splattering the mud. But even without a head, the warp still seethed. The psychic turbulence was intense. Hades' helmet readouts flashed red warnings. Some pariahs, weaker in constitution, were beginning to collapse. He frowned. Pariahs were anti-warp by nature, but enough pressure could crush them in reverse. Yet, the Death Guard held firm. Despite fresh limbs and torsos crawling from the muck, their sheer firepower and numbers ensured they never lost ground. They're trying to delay us. Mortarian's voice crackled through the comms, nearly drowned out by static. He lowered his bolter, aiming at a corpse. One that refused to stay dead. Its flesh writhed, attempting to stitch itself back together. Bang! The Xenos pistol, lantern, fired a charged bolt, its blue-violet light cutting through the dark. Hades followed suit, sweeping his power scythe. The bisected creature finally ceased moving. He took a moment to analyze the battlefield. The number of rising corpses was decreasing. The Xenos overlords were thinning out. But it would still take time to clear them all. Do we push forward? Yes. Leaving behind a force of Death Guard to hold the rear, Hades and Mordorion led their elite warriors further up the mountain. This time, no one fell behind. Hades instinctively held his breath. Thick, churning poison clouds swirled at the mountaintop, yet the torrential rain that had accompanied them ceased here. The heavy storm clouds formed a gaping void, an unnatural hollow in the sky. A shallow layer of calm rainwater pooled over the platform-like summit. And there, at the very spot where they had once battled Nikair, a bloated figure stood. Vibrant, yet decayed colors bled across the dim light, shifting in unnatural hues. A pair of massive, moth-like wings unfurled from Kala Typhon's back, their veins intricate, their membranes ghostly pale. His swollen, corpse-like face was adorned with delicate, moss-like patterns, creeping in fractured symmetry across his skin. There were no other enemies. No hidden ambush. Just him. Hovering motionless, his toes barely touching the water's surface. Smiling. I made it, Mordorion. I did it. Kala Typhon muttered. Perhaps to himself. Perhaps to Mordorion. Hades raised his melta gun without hesitation, ready to fire. But Mordorion blocked him with a hand. 15 seconds. Hades took a deep breath, swallowing his rage. He signaled for the Death Guard to spread out, taking advantageous firing positions around the perimeter. He could give them 15 seconds to have their philosophical debate. No more. Mordorion nodded. Kala, why? His voice cracked. Why betray them? Even now, as he stood face to face with Kala's corrupted form, some fragile hope in Mortarian's heart shattered completely. Why? Had Kala fallen to chaos? Had he willingly embraced the warp's corruption? The natural order had been broken. A brother turned foe. Why? Mordorion still remembered the Kulla Typhon who spoke his mind without hesitation. When had he become this? Kulla smiled faintly. Weakness is the original sin, he said. You were never truly weak, you never understood. His answer was met with Hades' roaring gunfire. Mordorion hesitated, then lunged. Hades' bullets whizzed past, barely missing Mordorion as they blazed toward Kulla. Cling! Kulla raised his scythe and blocked the Primarch's full-force strike. Sickly yellow-green warp lightning crackled across his blade. Mordorion immediately disengaged, knowing Kulla was using psionics. A deadlock would be dangerous. We've all seen horrors beyond reckoning. Why would you still choose corruption? Mortarion's voice was raw. There is no freedom in this world, Mordorion. Kulla stared them down, watching them sink into the abyss, yet unaware of it themselves. War will consume us all in the end. To stand beside a tyrant who cares nothing for individuals is to march toward destruction. Better to serve a merciful father. At least he will grant us peace at the end. Too bad he wouldn't accept Hades. He could only save some of them. Mordorion, I know you're not the kind of man who gets deceived by appearances. Surely, merciful Mordorion would understand him. Bullshit. Seeing Mordorion retreat, Hades, who had been supporting fire, immediately rushed forward, engaging Kulla Typhon directly. If you're forced to be a dog, then stop barking. Mordorion glanced at Hades in disbelief. Had he ever said something like that before? But Hades wasn't thinking, he was fighting, relentlessly hammering at Kulla's scythe defenses. From the artificer backpack on Hades' back, a melta-gun emerged, its barrel aimed directly at Kulla's face. But the pale green psychic shield surrounding Kulla absorbed the blast effortlessly. Kulla's bloated body, wrapped in sickly warp energy, might be invulnerable to most attacks. But not against Hades' black domain. If only he could break through Kulla's scythe defense first. The corrupting blessing of Nurgle had strengthened Kulla immensely. Each clash sent shockwaves up Hades' arms, leaving them numb from the impact. Realizing Hades' intent, Mordorion lunged in from the flank. Water erupted. Kulla beat his wings, launching himself high into the air. His moth-like wings shimmered muted yet iridescent, beating against the sky. The swirling clouds of toxic gas converged around him, a storm of raw warp energy surging to life. It pains me that you never understand, Hades. Kulla gazed down, watching the tiny figure below. You're too short-sighted, Hades. Small-minded and crude. Whenever Mordorion and I pondered why we stand where we do, whenever we questioned the very essence of our thoughts, you were always the one who walked away. Hades' teeth clenched. Why? Why was it always flying enemies? Gunfire erupted. Kulla effortlessly weaved through the Death Guard's suppressive fire. Short-sighted and ignorant. Clinging desperately to what's in front of you, too afraid to lift your gaze and see the grander truth. Hades glanced at Mordorion. The length of his scythe chain was not enough. He looked back at Kulla. It was clear. Kulla was waiting for the storm to fully gather. Opening a private comm channel, Hades spoke briefly to Mordorion. The Primarch nodded. Hades began backing away slowly. Kulla watched him, frowning slightly. The storm and rain surged within his grasp. Their time was running out. Aside from Mordorion, the rest of them, Kulla would ensure they all perished. Yet, Mordorion stabbed his scythe, silence, into the ground. And the retreating Hades suddenly charged at him. What? With crossed hands, Mordorion braced himself. And then launched Hades skyward with a mighty push. You think I'm shallow? The one who's short-sighted is you. Using the momentum, Hades soared towards Kulla, his power sword, obituary, swinging for the kill. Kulla hesitated, then chuckled softly. You're always so reckless. With a simple twist, he sidestepped Hades' wild charge. He watched as Hades began to fall, gravity pulling him down, still thrashing, still clawing for an attack. Bullets from the Death Guard soared up. Pointless. Is that so? A shadow loomed. A massive, spinning blade cut through the storm. Mordorion had thrown silence. Hades' figure had just blocked the scythe behind him. Kulla, who had been focusing entirely on Hades, was struck by the massive scythe. The gleaming blade tore deeply into his power armor, spilling his entrails. Meanwhile, Hades, who had just ascended, grabbed onto the chain that Mordorion had deliberately let loose from the end of the side shaft. With a forceful yank, Hades abruptly halted his descent and directly pulled Kulla down with him. Typhon flapped his wings violently, trying to resist Hades' pull, but the Primarch's superior technique had wedged the scythe firmly between Kulla Typhon's flesh and bones, making it impossible to escape. The storm clouds that had just gathered began to disperse again, as if sensing the tide had turned. Beyond the mountains, the once torrential downpour thinned into a drizzle. Under the force of gravity, they plummeted straight toward the ground. Boom! Boom! Water splashed apart. Hades pinned Kulla down, using the black domain to suppress him. He gripped his scythe, obituary, ready to reap a life. Don't kill me. A sudden flicker of clarity appeared in Kulla's previously clouded eyes. He struggled, attempting to continue speaking, "No, you can't kill me," but the bile rising in his throat choked his words. A muffled whimper escaped. Hades ignored him and swung the scythe. Blood trickled down the power armor. Hades took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the raging fury within. He turned his head, looking at Mordorion, who was gripping obituary, stopping him from striking further. "Don't tell me you're thinking of saving him." "No," Mordorion said. "I recognize this sorcery." He pointed at the tiny patterns crawling across Kulla Typhon's face. "The host's death will open a rift to the warp. Everything around him will be indiscriminately sucked into the chaos of the warp's currents." That was their true plan. Hades hesitated, growing irritated as he pondered for a moment. Then he took a deep breath. "Do you have another solution?" Mordorion fell silent. At the same time, Hades could feel Kulla Typhon's psychic energy growing erratic. Without hesitation, Hades reached out with his free left hand and clamped down on Kulla's throat. The black domain began to seep from Hades' hand. Sensing a soul, the dark energy naturally surged beyond its usual restraints. Kulla's soul began to tremble. Hades could feel him trying to escape. A murky mix of vast green and smaller, untainted white fragments intertwined, forming the essence of Kulla Typhon's soul. A foul, blasphemous aura emanated from that dark green soul flame. Hades guided the black domain, carefully attempting to devour Kulla's soul. This was his first time actively consuming the soul of a human, and the very thought unsettled him. Kulla's soul shrieked and struggled to flee, but the encroaching black domain soon surrounded it completely. Sweat trickled down Hades' face. It was exhausting to control the black domain outside his body. He felt as if he had run a lap around the equator of Barbarus. Before long, Kulla fell silent, lying there on the verge of death. Hades released his grip on Kulla's throat, gazing at him in silence. All traces of Nurgle had vanished. Kulla looked like a corpse. Even if left alone, the wounds from obituary would not let him live much longer. Hades was certain that, even if he killed Kulla now, the sorcery would not activate. His soul had been reduced to just a sliver. Hades had devoured all the tainted parts. Could a person survive with most of their soul missing? Hades didn't know. Mordorion pulled Hades up. The Primarch silently lifted Kulla, while the two wings detached from Typhon's back. "Prepare to descend the mountain," Mordorion said. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, Hades was in no mood to argue this time. Hades stood in an endless field, the low white corn of Barbarus rustling softly beside him. The rain had just cleared, and the dim Barbarus star hung high in the sky. At this moment, the sky displayed a healthy yellow-white hue, with a faint acidic scent lingering in the air, evidence of the recent rainfall. He gazed into the distance, where the vast, undulating fields led his sight toward the faintly visible mountain ridges. Hades blinked. Kulla Typhon had survived in the end, though his current condition was as good as dead. Typhon now lay barely breathing in the Death Guard's medical room, guarded by a force composed of countless Death Guard warriors and untouchables. Whether he would ever wake up remained unknown. Mordorion sat despondently on a waiting chair outside the medical room. Hades had briefly spoken with him and, after confirming that Mordorion was simply in low spirits, chose to leave him alone for the time being. Back when they were still on Barbarus, Mordorion had spent more time with Kulla than with Hades, who had chosen to be by himself because of his untouchable constitution. The event that truly solidified Hades' influence in Mortarion's heart was their mission to slay Nikaer. And after having his soul devoured by Hades, Kulla was completely freed from Nurgle's grasp. Born as a hybrid of Xenos and human, his soul had always been inherently bound to the entities of the warp. But now, Hades had directly swallowed most of his soul into the black domain, leaving only a small portion intact, the part that belonged to his humanity. Those tiny, shimmering fragments of pure white soul were perhaps the final gift left to Kella by his mother. That day, after they descended the mountain, they received a report that the Death Guard forces at the foot of the mountain had been attacked. No Space Marines had perished, but the accompanying untouchables had all been annihilated. According to Morarg's report, someone had been performing some kind of sorcery near the foot of the mountain, using the wild beasts of Barbarus as part of the ritual, concealed by the night and heavy rain. Despite these conditions, the Death Guard scouts had still managed to spot the individual. He was clad in moss-green power armor, though its markings had long been worn away. As the commander of the mountain's defenses, Morarg made a swift decision. He ordered the squad accompanied by the Untouchables to attack immediately while the other Death Guard squads broke through the surge of beasts to escort them forward. Yet, without exception, every Untouchable who approached the area collapsed, vomiting blood and dying instantly. The enemy, taking advantage of the overwhelming beast horde, managed to escape. A later analysis of the incident suggested that the deaths of the Untouchables had, in fact, disrupted a teleportation ritual. The ritual had been drawn in moss, clinging tightly to the rain-slick earth. A withered boxwood tree had burst forth from the abdomen of a massive, pale corpse known as the Pale Laugher. According to the Death Guard who had led the assault, as he escorted the Untouchables toward the site, the boxwood tree had been in full bloom. He had personally witnessed a bloated, translucent green hand emerge from within the clusters of white flowers. Upon seeing this, the strike team used the energy shockwave from the Untouchables' deaths to forcefully disrupt the tree with heavy firepower. They attempted to kill the enemy, but were soon overwhelmed by the swarm of wild beasts and barely managed to escape. Thailand bought yes. Hades let out a sigh. That person was most likely the apothecary Leighton, the one the Magos biologist had mentioned. Subsequent investigations showed that Leighton had probably come into contact with the Plague Marine's infection source around the time of the Librarium fire incident. The Death Guard had immediately issued a capture order, but unfortunately, a Psyker Space Marine could teleport anywhere using the warp. Who knew where he had gone? So far, the search across the Barbarus system had yielded no trace of him. Another round of Death Guard internal screening would be necessary. Hades sighed again. Recruitment on Barbarus, gene seed issues, wrapping up and rebuilding Galapar, infrastructure development on Barbarus, Legion organization, untouchable training, Mortarai on sulking and refusing to work, Death Guard screenings. The early stages of anti-psyker technology, finding a reliable forge world for the Death Guard, tax exemption reports, bureaucratic disputes with imperial institutions. Hades' head was spinning. In short, construction, productivity development, and warp prevention. The good news was that, for now, the barrier between the warp and the material universe was still relatively stable. Even on Barbarus, clearly marked by Nurgle's influence, it was still difficult to summon a greater demon directly from Nurgle's garden. They could only use the planet's naturally psychic-sensitive creatures as conduits for summoning. Otherwise, Hades and his forces wouldn't just be facing resurrected Xenos lords and a corrupted Kala Typhon. The psychic purge of Barbarus needed to be scheduled soon. Who knew if Nurgle would target the Death Guard's homeworld again? So many things to deal with. Hades almost wanted to just give up. So he slipped away, so he volunteered to scout for new recruits in the villages of Barbarus. There was still time. His thoughts carried him slowly to a familiar field. The old graveyard, how tall the corn had grown. Hades stared blankly at the corn plants, which, compared to his current height, looked no taller than wheat. Time had long since washed away the sorrow, leaving only a faint nostalgia. This kind of thing would only happen more and more. Time flew. He still felt like the same traveler who had first arrived on Barbarus, crying, screaming, dreaming of returning to the real Earth. Back then, just staying alive had felt like a struggle, choking on toxic fumes, barely surviving, working the fields, his hands cracked and raw from the rough wooden scythe, the infected cuts turning an unhealthy red under the poisonous air. At the time, all he wanted was to join the Death Guard and slack off. But now, Hades found it both funny and exasperating to realize that if he really slacked off, there wouldn't be many people left to do the work. Had he overachieved his original goal? A breeze swept past. Hades removed his helmet. The once suffocating toxic air was now powerless against his modified respiratory system, instead filling him with a familiar sense of home. The corn rustled, growing steadily under the dim Barbarus daylight, day after day, year after year. A soft rustling sound broke the silence. Hades turned around and saw two children carrying farming tools, staring at him curiously from the edge of the field. It was little Harila and Had. Not far away, the Death Guard warrior assigned to watch over them saluted Hades. Hades had only ordered him to follow the children. It was both protection and surveillance. Hades smiled at the two kids and, at the same time, sent a message over the comms for the Death Guard to regroup with the recruitment team in the village. Although, to be honest, the so-called recruitment assessment was more of a formality. Once they arrived at the village, the Space Marine quietly split up and went back to visit their families. Little Harila tugged her younger brother along as she approached. Hades noticed their gas masks were far more advanced than the ones he had used in the past. The Imperium had indeed brought changes. If not for the Mechanicum's failure to fully grasp Barbarus' unique biosphere, the planet would have already undergone extensive modifications. The little girl spoke up in a bright, clear voice. "Sir, my grandma says I'm a lot like you. Is that true?" She hesitated, then asked softly, "Will people hate my brother too?" Hades was momentarily speechless. He looked down at the tiny girl, barely reaching his knees, and crouched to meet her eyes. The villagers of Lesa village indeed had no concept of untouchables, but their feelings toward them remained unchanged. Hades patiently spoke. "Yes, I was once disliked by others too. It's because of our nature. We are untouchables, born with a presence that harms beings with souls." Hades hesitated for a moment before continuing. "But not everyone hates us. A strong will can overcome the aversion to our kind." "I know," little Harila responded, raising her brother's hand high in the air while he shrank behind her. "Had always plays with me." Compared to Harila, Had was noticeably thinner and looked more listless. That was likely the price of prolonged exposure to an untouchable. And he was a psyker on top of that. Hades sighed softly. He extended his hand, removing the gauntlet of his power armor, and gestured for the children to place their hands on his. Harila's eyes darted about playfully before she exaggeratedly pressed both her own and her brother's hands onto his palm. Hades let the black domain spread over his skin. Had flinched violently, as if burned, and immediately hid entirely behind his sister. Harila turned to look at him in confusion. Ignoring their whispered conversation, Hades sighed internally. Had's soul flame was already extremely weak. Though it shone brighter than an ordinary person's, it flickered unsteadily. These two couldn't stay together. If they did, Harila would eventually kill Had without even realizing it. Hades sighed once more. He glanced at Harila's small hand, still resting on his. Even after making contact with the black domain, she showed no discomfort. Untouchables did not repel each other. However, Harila's anti-psyker field seemed very weak. Though in truth, it was simply that Hades' black domain was far too strong. If this child ever realized that she had been unknowingly killing her own brother. Hades blinked and gestured for Harila to withdraw her hand. "You are an untouchable, Harila. And your brother is a psyker." "A psyker? You mean a monster that practices sorcery?" Harila immediately pulled her brother back a few steps, eyeing Hades warily. "My brother isn't like that. He doesn't use sorcery." Hades sighed. He really wasn't good at talking to children. But Had, who was hiding behind his sister, finally spoke up. "Sis, maybe it's true," he muttered. That man from before had always looked at him like he was prey. Then there were the years of discrimination from the villagers, and the piercing gaze of the adults who recently constantly followed them. But the good news was that the tallest man, the one before them now, had never looked at his sister with hostility. That was rare. Most people instinctively hated Harila. Perhaps it was because the man before him had the same nature as his sister, but clearly at a much higher level, he could even command others. His sister could still be saved. Unlike the optimistic Harila, who had been tormented since birth by both the psychic environment of Barbarus and his sister's null field, had long realized the tragedy they were destined for. They were both doomed to die, to perish under the villagers' discriminatory gazes. After giving birth to their sickly children, their parents had abandoned them to seek a better life in the orbital ring. They had been raised by Granny Lesa, but even her respected status in the settlement could not change their fate. But now he could make this man take his sister away. Surely, this man knew how to stop people from instinctively hating her. But how could he convince this man to help them? Had knew that the tallest man, the one who looked like the Grim Reaper, had wanted to kill him. It had been this man who subtly blocked his line of sight back then. Maybe this man was a good person like his sister. But to Had, as a psyker, Hades, an untouchable, radiated an even stronger presence of a higher-tier predator. "I'll go with you." "You can," Had whispered, feeling like he was about to cry. "You can kill him. He wouldn't run or make trouble for them. His life, the life of a sorceress monster, in exchange for his sister's." Hades sighed. Why was this kid suddenly on the verge of tears? Did his black domain burn him too much just now? He had deliberately kept it at the weakest level. If that was enough to make Had react like this, then what the hell had he done to Kala Typhon when he cranked it to the maximum? Scratching his head, Hades decided to coax them along first and bring them into the Death Guard. Harila could be placed with the Sister of Silences, though ideally, she'd be accepted into the Death Guard's untouchable division. As for Had, if he was confirmed to be non-threatening, he would be assigned to the Undertakers. Currently, the Death Guard was struggling with recruitment for its Undertakers, as the harsh environment of Barbarus produced very few natural psychers. Most of the wild psychers born on Barbarus ended up driven mad by its corruption over time. But if removed from that environment early enough, there was still hope. After all, not every psyker from Barbarus had a fate as twisted as Kala Typhon's. Hades cleared his throat and tried to sound as gentle as possible. "Had, are you saying you're willing to come with me?" Had nodded, his eyes red. "All right." Hades then turned to Harila. "And you? Are you willing to join my legion?" Harila looked at her brother, then back at Hades, clearly confused as to why Had suddenly made such a request. To be fair, Hades himself couldn't quite figure out Had's train of thought either. But if Had actually voiced his reasoning, both Hades and Harila would have been horrified. "If my brother says we should go, then I'll go too. But I need to tell Granny Lesa first." All right, go ahead." Hades watched helplessly as the two children grabbed their farming tools and bounced away happily. No matter what these two wished for, their very nature had already decided that their futures would be tied to something far greater, a battlefield that stretched beyond their comprehension. Hades stood up and dusted off his hands. At that moment, Harila and Had still didn't realize that, from this point forward, they would face challenges far worse than life and death. The roar of war would echo through the rest of their lives. The sky over Barbarus was as gloomy as ever, but for the farmers who had long been accustomed to toiling on this land, today was actually considered a bright and sunny day. Hades stood in the open field, contemplating how to arrange the recruitment process for new Death Guard initiates. According to his own plans, the recruitment for the Death Guard would consist of two sources: voluntary enlistment and the private scouting of talent by the Death Guard itself. He didn't have to worry about any obstacles in the recruitment process. Barbarus still had a simple societal structure, with no established noble houses or aristocracy. The Death Guard Legion held absolute governing authority over this planet. After all, on some planets, being chosen as an Astartes was considered an immense honor. Many noble families would use their offspring selection into the Legion as a means to expand their power. However, Barbarus had no such customs. The population was uniformly poor, leaving no excess resources to sustain a landowning class. As a result, there were no inter-family power struggles hindering enlistment, no melodramatic conflicts over recruiting new initiates. In reality, the Death Guard required a large number of new recruits, but that didn't mean just anyone could join. High-quality recruitment was essential to maintaining the Legion's combat strength. The first batch of Barbarus recruits who underwent transformation had all been seasoned veterans who fought under Mortarion for years, enduring the toxic fog of war. They were the most elite warriors Barbarus had to offer at the time. Now, however, due to the intervention of the Imperium and the Mechanicum, large-scale warfare on Barbarus had ceased long ago. After the Legion left, Most of the planet's able-bodied young men had flocked to the construction of the orbital ring, leaving only the elderly, women, and children on the surface of Barbarus. Of course, Hades was not looking to recruit those working on the orbital ring. They were already too old, having missed the optimal age for the transformation process. Instead, his primary recruitment targets were the children who had either been left behind or sent back to Barbarus by their parents. The orbital ring did not provide resources for those who could not contribute labor, so most children born there were eventually sent back to Barbarus. On the planet's surface, the Mechanicum's tech priests had yet to fully decipher the planet's unique biological ecosystem. Furthermore, they were hesitant to glass the homeworld of a pre-March and rebuild it from scratch. As a result, Barbarus still relied on small-scale farming. Some agricultural machinery, suitable for the planet's native crops, had been introduced as a temporary solution. The tech priests believed this transitional period would eventually pass, making it unnecessary to design a dedicated, highly efficient farming system for Barbarus's current low-yield crops. Yet, even after the Death Guard's first battle had concluded, this transitional period still had not ended. Hades recalled a particular moment when he inquired about the progress of the tech priests, only to be met with blank stares from the Mechanicus. They had responded by dumping a pile of research papers in front of him, proving that they were indeed working on the issue. Faced with the tech priests, Hades had maintained a polite smile, though he had nearly lost his composure. Of course, he didn't blame them. Having spent time living on Barbarus himself, Hades understood just how strange this planet could be. Perhaps, he thought, he would only be able to resolve this issue once he found a way to purge the Nurgle-tainted warp energy lingering on this world. And now, shifting focus back to Barbarus, this planet never had a strong foundation in mining. Its primary industry had always been agriculture, with some fishing along the equatorial ocean regions. Due to the lack of surplus labor and industrial infrastructure, commerce had never truly developed on Barbarus. In most regions, bartering was still the main form of trade. In fact, back when Mordorion ruled from his fortress, resources were distributed rather than traded. Money? That concept barely existed here. The only people who occasionally brought imperial currency to Barbarus were those returning from the orbital ring, but these small metal tokens were practically worthless on the planet. Awith Circumflex knew. Interestingly, however, Hades had noticed that small decorative trinkets for gas masks were particularly popular on Barbarus. Some enterprising individuals brought these knickknacks, crafted from industrial scrap on the orbital ring, back to the surface, exchanging them for food. This created a unique phenomenon. The young and able-bodied of Barbarus would choose to work on the orbital ring, where conditions were generally better. The newly established human settlements there were especially attractive to those who had spent their whole lives farming. Meanwhile, the tech priests and imperial bureaucrats aboard the orbital ring would trade large amounts of basic living supplies in exchange for their labor. Even if these workers could no longer continue their labor, the accumulated resources were often enough for them to return to Barbarus and live out their remaining years. At present, the orbital ring primarily focused on manufacturing semi-finished mechanical components that might be used in future efforts to terraform Barbarus. It also produced some of the daily necessities needed by the Death Guard Legion. Of course, some quick-witted Barbarusians chose a different path, joining the service industry. Some became personal attendants to imperial officials, while others opened small businesses in human settlements. The more daring ones attempted to secure passage on merchant vessels, leaving their homeworld entirely. Compared to the lifeless stagnation of Barbarus itself, the orbital ring surrounding it showcased the rapid development of a civilization that had finally moved beyond mere survival. Back on Barbarus, however, those who remained, or those who were simply waiting until they became strong enough to work on the orbital ring, continued their daily agricultural labor. Every morning, groups of children would set out together, heading to their family fields outside the village to work. The elderly stayed behind, handling rudimentary food processing, cooking, and other household tasks. Previously, the Death Guard stationed on Barbarus had conducted regular patrols of human settlements, ensuring that these villages, devoid of strong, able-bodied workers, were rarely attacked by wildlife. Now, a standard Barbarusian life followed a clear pattern. A child would be born on the orbital ring, only to be sent back to Barbarus by their parents, where they would be raised by grandparents or relatives in the village. Once old enough to wield farming tools, they would begin working in the fields. Once older still, and capable of handling most of the work aboard the orbital ring, they would leave Barbarus to spend the majority of their adult lives there, finding a partner, starting a family, and eventually sending their own children back to Barbarus. If they lived long enough to outlast their labor value, they would return to Barbarus with their savings, helping to raise their grandchildren. Of course, this cycle had only repeated itself for one generation so far. Wealth had yet to accumulate, and the first wave of elderly workers was only just beginning to return home. Hades blinked. Why did this feel so familiar? He wanted to change the current state of affairs, but for now, his priority was selecting the first batch of new recruits. Only after that could he plan for Barbarus's long-term development. Barbarus couldn't remain like this forever. Hades knew that all too well. The industry on the orbital ring was not enough to sustain the rapidly growing population in the long run. Ultimately, it had to be Barbarus, the planet itself, that should bear this burden. However, until the issue of Nurgle's warp taint was resolved, this planet was not suitable for any long-term construction projects. Perhaps the Blackstone obelisk could be useful against the warp influence, but after his last experiment with it, the damage had only worsened. And even if it were functioning properly, the range of a single obelisk could never cover an entire planet. Are you thinking about how to select new recruits? A familiar voice interrupted Hades' thoughts. Hades didn't even bother turning his head. Finally out of the medical room, Mordorion glanced at Hades, then silently looked away. Had Hades always spoken like this? Plus. It really is difficult to accept. As he sat beside the dying Kulla, Mordorion had thought about many things. What had he done, exactly, to make his friend choose the path of betrayal? Perhaps Kulla had not chosen it willingly. But he, Mordorion, had chosen to ignore his friend's gradual fall. Mordorion still remembered the first time he met Kulla Typhon, a battered, mud-streaked young man struggling to get back on his feet. Mordorion, I know you. You're the Xenos Overlord's child. Then, the youth gave a sly smile. I knew it. You're going to save us. Come with us. Down the mountain. To the human villages. Not far away, the young Hades had been sitting in a truck, waving frantically at them to hurry up. At that moment, Mordorion had been thinking only about revenge against his adoptive father, because he knew Nykaer would never let them go. Going with them? That would only get them all killed. But Kulla had grabbed his wrist and dragged him down the mountain. He was a pre-march. The strength of a mere mortal was nothing to him. And yet, he had still been pulled forward. From that moment on, he had been dragged into the current of fate. But Kulla, could he pull Kulla back out of that fate? Would the still unconscious Kulla Typhon give him that chance? If Mordorion was destined to lose this opportunity forever, then could he at least try to avoid creating an even greater tragedy? Perhaps, in his endless pursuit of liberation, he had ignored far too much. Liberation. Yes, liberation. That had always been his goal. It was the oath the three of them had sworn together. It was the word he had repeated to himself countless times. But as Kulla lay lifeless on that bed, as Hades exhausted himself planning recruitment and countless other affairs, Mordorion suddenly asked himself, was liberation really all I ever wanted? Did those who followed him swear loyalty to liberation itself, or to the boundless possibilities after liberation? He recalled that, before his campaign against Nykaer, he had once envisioned a plan for Barbarus's future, its recovery, its prosperity. Then, the Emperor had intervened. After that came his biological father's promises, greater liberation, grander liberation. Mordorion had to admit, there was a moment when he had been tempted by those empty guarantees. Without hesitation, he had forged ahead. He had sharpened his scythe once more, vowing to liberate world after world. It felt like he had been climbing an endless mountain. But had the world he liberated ever truly celebrated that freedom? You cannot replace one tyranny with another. Did you ask these people if they wanted to do this? Did his sons, his legion, truly take pride in the liberation he had led them to? Mordorion stood in silence, lost in thought beneath his breathing mask, as toxic fumes slowly seeped down from his imposing figure like a statue. In the end, he had left the medical room. The people of Barbarus never mourned their wounds for long. Life always went on, and those too weak to overcome their sorrow would be swallowed by the poison. Only those who adapted to reality could survive, even if that reality was not what he had once envisioned. Mordorion blinked and focused on Hades, who was surveying the terrain, contemplating how to select new recruits. I left the medical room. Because it's hardly a quiet place. Vork's and Garo's transmission requests were coming in every 5 minutes. Hades turned his head, giving Mordorion an incredulous look. It was rare for him to display such a dry sense of humor. They shared a silent understanding not to bring up Kala Typhon. "I hope Garo and Vork's are doing well," Hades remarked. "How are things on their end?" "The post-battle cleanup is mostly done, but they're still negotiating with the Imperial departments about assuming administrative control." Interestingly, Mordorion added, according to Garo's report, the Imperium even sent 2 separate teams of bureaucrats with completely contradictory tax policies. Hades shook his head in resignation. The Imperium's bureaucracy was, as always, exactly what he expected. "So instead of helping them with the situation in Galathar, you're here for the recruitment?" "Of course, I should be present for Barbarus's second recruitment wave." Mordorion sounded completely justified. "Besides, I already signed off on Galaspar's post-war management. The coordination with other factions can be left to Garo and Vork's." As always, a Primarch's efficiency was staggering. But Mordorion had also decisively delegated the finer details of governance that he had no interest in handling. Before Hades could question him further about his work, Mordorion changed the subject. "So, how do you plan to select the recruits?" Hades shrugged. "I haven't decided yet. Should he rely purely on medical examinations? Capture wild beasts and make the recruits fight them? Or organize a tournament where they fought each other for advancement?" All of these were common methods. Recruitment processes were often tailored to suit each legion's identity. The Space Wolves, for example, would abandon their candidates on the icy tundras of Fenris. Anyone who survived and made it back earned their place. There were countless ways to assess physical endurance. Hades simply wanted to choose a method that was efficient and quick. But he also hoped to screen recruits not just for physical aptitude, but for their mindset and ideology. During the Great Crusade, Legion recruitment had been notoriously lax in this regard, virtually non-existent. Not that the legions were entirely to blame. Psychological and ideological selection was an incredibly subjective process. Why not just? Mortarion's power armor creaked as he raised his massive scythe, silence, pointing toward the distant mountain range. "Make them climb. The Death Guard requires resilience. Only those who survive nature itself can become worthy of the Legion." Hades followed his gaze. As the elevation rose, the toxic fog grew denser. Back when the Death Guard's resistance fighters had trained for rebellion, they too had climbed these mountains. "That could work," Hades said slowly. But first, he had to ensure that the poison in those mountains wasn't tainted by Nurgle's warp influence. The moss-green glow streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the entire room in its light. From the massive orbital ring above, Barbarus looked like a beautiful emerald. The once spacious room was now covered with cables and an assortment of components. Countless tiny black mechanical parts were neatly arranged across the floor, while servoarms hanging from the ceiling extended with precision, picking up pieces as needed. At the very center of the room, amidst the sea of components, stood a towering black obelisk. In front of it, Hades wore a simple Techmarine's work uniform, his muscular frame taut beneath the fabric. On the back of his work vest, a grim Mechanicum skull emblem was prominently displayed. A finely crafted backpack hung from his back, with a plasma cutter extending from it, emitting a ghostly blue flame. For a time, the only sound in the room was the subtle movements of Hades as he worked. Silence filled the air. It was unclear how long he had been at it before he finally paused, scratching his chin while staring at the obelisk in deep thought. He could repair it to some extent. His previous reckless actions had only burned out parts of the circuitry. Replacing the cable should, in theory, allow the Blackstone obelisk to restart. As long as it could generate an anti-psyker field, that would be enough. Hades had no use for its other functions at the moment. However, the material composing these cables was far too strange. It resembled some sort of highly psycher-conductive, plastic-like crystal. Hades had searched through his entire material database, but found nothing quite like it. Left with no other option, he resorted to trial and error, testing different materials one by one. Eventually, he found one that could barely conduct energy, far from the original's quality, but at least functional. Hades looked up at the black stone obelisk, contemplating. If he could find the right materials, perhaps he could cobble together a makeshift, scavenged version of one himself. All right, time to figure out where he could get his hands on some blackstone. Stretching lazily, Hades felt invigorated after the prolonged hours of mechanical work. He pressed a communicator button, intending to ask Jean to prepare some food for him. He also wanted Jean to notify the senior Magos and arrange a time to test the obelisk's capabilities on Barbarus. After quickly drafting a report on the obelisk's status, Hades opened the door, planning to check on the recruitment registration progress for Barbarus's new soldiers. Bang! No killing intent, just something small colliding with his leg. Little Harila, you can't. Down the corridor, Jean was sprinting at full speed, holding hat in one arm and carrying a tray of food in the other. A flood of question marks and exclamation points flashed across Jin's display screen. Hades looked down and saw little Harila, holding a bowl of noodles. Brother Hades, try it. Originally, these two children were meant to be sent separately, one to the Undertakers and the other to the Sisters of Silence. However, since the Death Guard's Undertakers were still stationed with the main force in Galapar, and the Sisters' black ships weren't arriving anytime soon, Hades had decided to take them in for now. At the time, Mordorion had watched the children with great interest, staring at them for so long that had nearly started crying again. Later, Hades had asked Mordorion why he had been staring. Had he noticed something unusual about them? The answer had been, in true Mordorion fashion, because they're interesting. Hades had rolled his eyes. At present, however, the Death Guard forces in the Barbarus sector were still quite busy. Some were handling recruitment, while others had been deployed to track down that rogue apothecary, Leighton. He had originally planned to call a Legion serf to take care of the two children, but to his surprise, someone volunteered. Jean. At present, Jean was still sorting through the various assets and affairs left behind by the late Magos core clan, as well as managing the relationships core clan had maintained. Compared to others in the Legion, his workload was relatively light. Hades didn't think much of it and simply let Jean take care of the two. At the very least, Jean could teach the two Barbarus brats some basic knowledge about the Imperium. After all, there were no such things as schools on Barbarus. As for the Magos' death, Hades couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. But considering the Magos had sent his entire archive to Jean before his passing, he had likely already come to terms with his fate. Death was common, and it would only become more frequent in the future. Besides the Magos, hundreds of Skitarii had also perished on that planet. The scent of food interrupted Hades' thoughts. He took a sniff, a familiar smell. Little Harila looked at Hades expectantly. Ever since this big brother had brought her and her younger brother to the orbital ring, the two of them had been living in paradise. Because all the adults were busy, even Jean, who had volunteered to take care of them, mostly left them to their own devices. Every day, he would tell them a story, then throw them into the dueling cage to play. The two would swing the lightest training swords around aimlessly. Occasionally, Death Guard warriors would enter the dueling cage for their own training, and the siblings would obediently sit in the spectator seats, cheering and gasping in awe. When the warriors finished their training, some would even teach the children a move or two, observing them closely and murmuring among themselves. Because these children were personally chosen by Hades, and their unusual physiques were undeniable, the entire Death Guard on Barbarus was now aware of their existence. In a sense, Had was the first recruit to pass the selection process in this round of enlistment. Today, when the children heard that their big brother had finally come out of seclusion, they immediately ran to the servitors, determined to cook something to show their gratitude to Hades. Hades took the bowl of noodles from little Harila and took a deep breath. A terrible texture and an odd taste flooded his mouth. Why was this kind of trait being passed down here of all places? Hades felt like crying. Well, big brother. Little Harila's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It tastes good. You have a talent for cooking. Hades forced a smile of encouragement. Seeing that little Harila was about to ask more questions, Jean arrived just in time to rescue him. Little Harila, you must respect your elders. Jean, with practiced ease, delivered a flick to her forehead. Another mechanical limb extended, lifting her into the air to stop her from causing any more trouble. As Jean got closer to Harila, a familiar yet inexplicably pleasant sensation began running through his logic systems at the deepest level. No one but Jean knew this. Ever since Magos Corkland's death, he had found that he enjoyed being in contact with an anti-psyker field. The feeling was comfortable. That was one of the reasons he had chosen to take care of these two children. But after spending time with these naturally born siblings, Jean was also beginning to understand and recognize another aspect of life, the part he lacked. In any case, even if little Harila weren't a blank, Jean would still have chosen to look after them. Children were easy to understand. After spending time with them, Jean had already grasped their personalities. Harila, the older sister, was carefree and naturally sociable. Had, the younger brother, was much more sensitive and thoughtful. "Sir, the Muggos have replied they can accompany you to Barbarus tomorrow." Jean efficiently reported the update, then decisively handed over the food he had brought. Based on Hades' reaction, Jean estimated that the noodles fell into the offensively inedible category. Harila was still struggling in the air, dangling from the mechanical arm, but when she saw her younger brother had looking up at her with a worried expression from Jin's embrace, she made a funny face at him, then pretended to play dead. Hades cast Jean a grateful look and accepted the standard Death Guard porridge, eating as he inquired about other Legion affairs. During the time he had been locked away repairing the Blackstone obelisk, the recruitment process for the Death Guard had nearly reached its final stages. Soon, they would begin the first round of selections. A little to the left. Down. Down. Wait, no, tilt it more to the left. On a gently sloping hillside, Hades was directing the machinery to lower the Blackstone obelisk into place. Mounted on a mobile base, the massive Blackstone obelisk slowly descended, landing with a deep, muffled thud. Further up the incline, the toxic fumes grew denser, visibly thickening in the air. Patches of grass and shrubs grew on the hillside, with 2 or 3 lush trees providing some greenery. Occasionally, small insects scurried out from the undergrowth, or birds flitted between the branches. A few Muggos stood around Hades and the Blackstone obelisk, their instruments glinting beneath their red robes as they conducted their scans. Of course, Hades was certain they wouldn't detect anything. The Blackstone obelisk was immune to scanning technologies. "Techmarine Hades, are you sure this will work?" The lead Muggos geologist spoke. His body was nearly indistinguishable from a real human, unlike any other Muggos Hades had encountered before. "I'm not sure," Hades admitted honestly. "That's why I'm running a small-scale test first." He had specifically asked the Muggos to find an enclosed environment for this experiment, ensuring that any ecological damage would not spread beyond this isolated area. The Muggos extended his hand, a small indicator light embedded in his arm flashing red intermittently. "Then good luck, Techmarine Hades. We sincerely hope this experiment succeeds." The other red-robed Muggo stepped forward, nodding in acknowledgement. Binary hymns of blessing and words of encouragement flooded into the left hemisphere of Hades' brain. Hades kept his response brief, instructing Jean to escort the Muggos away to a distant observation platform where they could await the results. Beyond the minimum operational range of the Blackstone obelisk, Mordorion stood at the observation platform with a considerable number of Death Guard warriors, along with a few other blinks. Why such a large force for a simple experiment? The reason was straightforward. This was a bold attempt being conducted in a place deeply tied to Nurgle. Barbarus was a planet under Nurgle's gaze. Here, any being with strong psychic potential would inevitably become tainted by Nurgle's influence. However, this did not mean that Nurgle could directly interfere in the affairs of this planet. The best the Plague God could do was resurrect the fallen Xenos overlords. That was the extent of his power here. The physical world had its own laws, and any force attempting to cross the warp's boundary would inevitably be weakened. Nurgle had to rely on psychers native to Barbarus to spread his influence across the planet. Before the Xenos overlords were eradicated, Nurgle had used them as vessels for his psychic manifestations. But now, with only a handful of creatures still visibly affected by Nurgle, the Plague God had no means of directly intervening in anything else on this world. Ran beta. That was why Hades wanted to test this theory, though, fearing potential interference from Nurgle, he had chosen to bring a substantial force along. As for Mordorion? Oh, he was just here for the spectacle. Though even now, despite coming all this way, he was still reviewing administrative documents. In the distance, the encrypted message from the Muggos arrived. Hades had permission to begin. Watching from afar, the Muggos observed both Hades and the strange Blackstone obelisk. Between themselves, they whispered in binary transmissions. "This is Xenos technology, isn't it?" Status lights flickered. "Weary on someone else's turf. Let's not get caught up in semantics." Besides, his official report listed it as the legacy of Muggos core clan. He's clearly being deliberate with his wording. Another Muggos shifted slightly. "It doesn't matter. I just hope his technology works. We've wasted too much time on this planet. That's because you haven't found the technology you wanted. A nearby Muggos sneered. "True. The terrain and geography of this world are nothing special, just another typical candidate for conversion into an agri-world. But the life forms here." At these words, silence fell among the Muggos. In truth, even before Hades arrived, they had already suspected that the planet's ecosystem was linked to psychic energy. But as Muggos biologists or Muggos geologists, their expertise, while extensive in mechanical matters, did not extend far into the realm of psychic phenomena. Newly designed organisms introduced to barbarous environment perished rapidly. Even highly toxic-resistant test subjects failed to survive. Years had slipped away in an endless cycle of testing, revising, and retesting. The Muggos' patience was wearing thin. "We should just purge everything and repurpose the land." One Muggos finally voiced what they were all thinking. "And have an entire legion hunt you down." Another responded dryly, summarizing precisely why they hadn't already turned the planet into glass. "Enough talking. It's starting." The lead Muggos locked his primary visual sensor onto Hades in the distance. The Tech Marine stepped forward and activated the obelisk. In an instant, black lightning crackled at the obelisk's peak. Mordorion, without a word, closed his still-active communication channel and rested his hand on the grip of his lantern pistol, ready for anything. His gaze remained fixed on the anti-psychic obelisk. Silence fell. The area around Hades seemed to lose its color, as if reality itself had momentarily drained away. For an instant, the world flickered between color and monochrome, but in the next breath, everything appeared normal again. Had it been a mere illusion? In the garden, a roar of despair erupted. From the maze, cruel laughter echoed. Standing at the center of it all, Hades stared in disbelief. He extended his hand. His bone-white power armor was rapidly covered by a thin layer of green frost. Looking up, he saw the toxic mists around him sinking, collapsing downward like sediments settling in water. At last, the poison clung to the ground, unable to rise again. At higher elevations, the toxic gas descended even faster. Visibly, the air there grew clearer, almost transparent. Like snowfall, delicate green crystalline flakes drifted down from the sky. At the very edges of the Blackstone obelisk's range, where air density shifted, the outer toxic mists were continuously drawn inward, only to sink and settle upon reaching the field's boundary. As a result, a thick green fog formed a solid wall at the edge of the obelisk's anti-psychic field, resembling an eerie, unnatural barrier. Rustle. Hades turned his head sharply. He saw leaves cascading from the trees. Beneath them, the bodies of birds lay still and lifeless. Tightly gripping his scythe, Obituary, Hades cautiously scraped at the ground beneath him. The wild grass came loose with ease, detaching effortlessly from the soil. Insects tumbled out from the undergrowth, tiny blackened husks curled inward, devoid of life. Yet, with his keen eye, Hades noticed some plants still clinging stubbornly to the earth. He recognized them. They were the ones with lower toxicity, which meant those who relied on the poison had perished. Pale green flakes continued to fall, drifting down like spectral snow. Hades took a deep breath, lifting his gaze to take it all in. One hand resting on his scythe, the other reaching out, he immersed himself in the surreal moment. Only after a long pause, once he was certain nothing further would happen, did he deactivate the Blackstone obelisk. The toxic mist that had formed a dense, impenetrable wall now began to dissipate. Poisonous vapors seeped back into the area, but their color was visibly faded, far weaker than before. Hades turned, his gaze calm and unwavering, as he looked past the boundary, at the onlookers frozen in shock. Mordorion and the Barbarus-born Death Guard stood like statues, unmoving. a faint layer of toxic frost-coated Hades. "It works," he said. With a sharp bang, something in Amagos's logic engine exploded. At the foot of a mountain on Barbarus, Hades stood before the selection queue, deep in thought. Floating in the air were mechanical service skulls used for broadcasting and documentation, ready to record and livestream this pre-recruitment address to the people of Barbarus. This was Mortarian's request. The Primarch hoped to use this recruitment event as an opportunity to communicate with his people. In a special location on this mountain, a carefully placed blackstone obelisk stood silently, surrounded by countless untouchables and Death Guard warriors, ensuring security for the selection process. After a barbarous standard week's worth of recruitment and screening, the children standing before the podium were those about to undergo the trials. These children, wearing gas masks uniformly distributed by the Death Guard, would soon ascend the high mountains in groups. Perhaps due to the presence of the Death Guard standing nearby, most of these pale-faced, calloused-handed children had chosen to remain silent. Some even clenched their teeth quietly. Heavily armed Death Guard warriors stood on either side of the queue, their meticulously cleaned chainfox sides planted firmly on the ground, their bolt guns hanging silently at their waists like sleeping beasts. The small dents and scratches on their power armor bore witness to the battles they had fought. Unlike some other legions that meticulously maintained and regularly polished their armor, decorating it as they saw fit, the Death Guard preferred to keep their battle scars. As long as the damage did not affect the armor's functionality, they would leave it untouched. These marks, sword slashes, and bullet impacts were their personal honors. The silent presence of the Death Guard added an oppressive aura to the scene. Their very existence exuded an air of menace, their killing intent palpable. Every Death Guard present today was a distinguished warrior of Barbarus, having performed exceptionally in the Battle of Galaspar. Aside from Mortarion, the rest of the Death Guard also took this selection process seriously. When Hades groggily emerged from the armory, he noticed an indescribable atmosphere pervading the Legion. The warriors had gathered silently in the training grounds, repeatedly polishing their weapons. The dueling cages had been particularly active. Were they nervous? Realizing this, Hades couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It made sense. Up until now, the Barbarus-born Death Guard under Mortarian's leadership had never experienced an event where they could publicly display their glory. For these warriors of Barbarus, this was essentially a triumphant return home. Of course, despite finding this amusing, Hades himself was standing on the podium with a solemn expression. The six-spiked skull of the Death Guard on his right pauldron gleamed brilliantly, while the cogwheel-adorned skull of the Mechanicum on his left shoulder appeared menacing. He had deliberately equipped himself with his most extravagant Techmarine backpack. The intricate and massive Mechanicum apparatus hung obediently at his sides, and the servo skull beside him hissed out cables, staring coldly at the queue before him. Occasionally, some curious children would take advantage of the crowd, sneaking glances at Hades' gear. Their eyes flickered with curiosity and envy as they lingered on his equipment, which was clearly different from the standard Death Guard war gear. Noticing this, Hades couldn't help but wonder to himself, was he inadvertently recruiting future Techmarines for the Death Guard's armory? A glint of light flashed off the obituary surface as the sun slowly and resolutely reached its predetermined position. The time had come. Heavy footsteps echoed through the air, the intricate mechanisms of power armor clicking and whirring with each movement, the sound burrowing into the ears of all present. Metal sensors clinked against the armor with crisp, ringing notes. Ding! A gray-white cloak billowed despite the still air. The Primarch's overwhelming presence blanketed the entire field. Some of the more timid children instinctively held their breath. Hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, his eyes gleamed. Mortarion stepped onto the podium, coming to a halt at its center. The Primarch had taken his place. In that moment, every Death Guard present exuded an unprecedented killing aura, their sheer presence radiating suffocating pressure. Some children faltered, their knees buckling as they trembled and dropped to the ground. Seeing the first few kneel, others hesitated, unsure whether they should follow suit. After all, that was the Great Lord their families often spoke of. On the orbital stations above, kneeling and bowing before Imperial bureaucrats and Mechanicum officials was already a common occurrence. Among the gathered recruits, a boy named Antaeus looked down at the kneeling child before him and clenched his teeth. Not because of fear, But because he refused to kneel, no one kneels. Mordorion pulled back his hood, his raspy voice hissing through his respirator, his brow furrowing slightly. Standing beside him, even Hades frowned. This was not the sight they had hoped to see. They hadn't even begun the selection process, and they could already start eliminating candidates. The Death Guard standing along the flanks of the formation had already begun noting down the names of those who knelt. To give the kneeling children a moment to stand, Mordorion reached behind his head and slowly, deliberately, removed his respirator. His lips, cracked from years of exposure to toxic fumes, were laid bare. His pale skin, deathly in the sunlight, looked almost corpse-like. Now Mordorion had removed all his usual defenses. Hades blinked. It seemed Mordorion was taking this seriously. The kneeling children, upon hearing his command, trembled as they hesitantly rose back to their feet. Antaeus reached forward and quietly pulled the boy in front of him up. Together, they stood tall once more, their gazes fixed on Mordorion. The Primarch took a deep breath. "My people," he began. "I am pleased to see you here, enlisting in the Death Guard. I know that the people of Barbarus do not truly understand what it means to be part of the Imperium's legions. Yet still, you stand here today." Mortarion's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, as if staring directly into each of their souls. "Because you did not come here for the Imperium's Death Guard." Since Barbarus had been brought into the Imperium, the legions had rarely made their presence known to its people. The Remembrancers who were supposed to spread tales of the Imperium's glory had been too captivated by the battles on the front lines, neglecting this bleak and impoverished world. As a result, the people of Barbarus had no clear image of the Imperium, the legions, or the Great Crusade. They were not here simply for the idea of becoming an Astartes. Some of you came here because of Barbarus' Death Guard. The generation that had suffered under the rule of Xeno's overlords had not yet passed. The darkest memories of Barbarus still lived on in the stories told by its people. The legendary resistance that once stood atop the mist-covered mountains remained a defining chapter in the sparse culture of Barbarus. Perhaps, in the faded dreams of this generation, there had once been a crimson-stained banner of rebellion. The children standing here now, perhaps their grandparents had been part of that rebellion, or perhaps they had been the farmers liberated by it. But no matter what, every Barbarusian had lived through that war of liberation. They were drawn to the resistance. They were drawn to the Primarch. They sought to break free from the endless cycle of bleak existence. They longed to take part in the continuation of that great rebellion from long ago. To those of you who hope to dedicate yourselves to the cause of the resistance, I sincerely wish you success in the selection. The blade of Mortarion's scythe gleamed coldly under the light as he looked upon these aspiring warriors with unwavering sincerity. You, and the families who sent you here, represent the unyielding spirit of Barbarus. Hearing the Primarch's words, some children straightened their backs with renewed determination. But others lowered their heads. Antaeus, too, lowered his head in shame. He had not come because of admiration for the resistance. His indifferent parents had never spoken to him about it. The families of children who enlisted would receive enough food to feed 5 people for a week. That was why he was here. And if he was selected to become a Death Guard, his family's food supply would be entirely provided by the Legion. Antaeus stared blankly at his dust-covered feet. The pride he had felt for not kneeling just moments ago vanished, replaced by a burning embarrassment. Perhaps he would be eliminated for this. The thought filled him with unease. But I know, not all of you are here for that reason. Having lived on Barbarus myself, I understand dreams and passion are rare luxuries in this world. The barren lands of Barbarus do not produce many fervent souls. Most people bury their heads in the dirt, toiling endlessly. But I know that those who labor in the dirt are not short-sighted or shallow. You simply cannot lift your heads beneath the weight of reality. And Mordorion paused, as if recalling something, before a rare smile crossed his lips. One of our finest warriors, Morag, was once one of those who toiled in the dirt. I once traded a sack of grain for his service in the resistance. From the communications channel, Hades caught the faint crackle of static. Morag, it seemed, had been startled by Mortarion's impromptu speech. Hades blinked. For once, Morag wasn't grumbling about it. That was progress. But as time has proven, he was no lesser than anyone else. In fact, he has surpassed many. All he needed was an opportunity. So, I am giving you an opportunity. The pre-march raised a hand, palm open to the assembled children. Every child who enlists will receive a week's worth of food. And those who pass the selection and become warriors of the Death Guard, your families will never have to worry about food again. The Death Guard will provide for them. Hades, standing at Mortarian's side, had to admit the pre-march, as both a son of Barbarus and a commander, had thoroughly considered every aspect of this world's realities. A boy on the verge of adulthood was a crucial labor force for any family. Given Barbarus' small-scale agricultural economy, losing such a laborer was a devastating blow for many families. This was why some parents might hesitate to let their children enlist, and why some children themselves might feel unable to abandon their family's burdens. But now Mortarion has removed that concern entirely. I know that some of you are here for food. There is no shame in that. Mortarion delivered his judgment. In truth, for those of you who bear the weight of survival and still press forward, the Death Guard welcomes you as well. You, and the families who sent you, represent the harsh reality of Barbarus. Before we can face the tyrant above, we must first learn to struggle in the poisonous pog. For every Barbarusian, survival on this planet demands the courage to confront harsh reality. And so, I sincerely hope you all make it through the trials ahead. Now then. Mortarion turned slightly, raising a hand in a welcoming gesture toward the towering mountain behind him. It was not the tallest peak on Barbarus, but it was high enough that even a space marine, with his helmet removed, would feel the suffocating pain of its peak. The gas masks provided by the Death Guard would not last long enough for them to reach the qualifying height. Then climb. If you wish to sever the heads of your enemies, you must first possess the resilience to endure. Long ago, the finest warriors of the Death Guard's resistance climbed this very peak and struck down the Xeno's overlord. Now it is your turn. The higher you climb, the greater your chances of advancing to the next round. Among you, only the most resilient will survive. If you lack the endurance, you will suffocate in the toxic air. Death will be a reward. A murmur rippled through the crowd. They had been warned from the start that death was a possibility, but none had expected the very first trial to be so merciless. Death was an abstract concept. But every Barbarusian knew what it felt like to suffocate in poison. Mortarion narrowed his eyes, his dissatisfaction evident. The calm and composed figure he had presented before was now gone, replaced by something far more menacing. The Grim Reaper stood before them. Silence fell instantly. Hades, watching the display, remained utterly unfazed. He knew Mortarion was simply trying to scare the children. In reality, Barbarus had a sparse population, too few to sustain a high-casualty recruitment process. More importantly, almost an entire generation of Barbarusian boys of age were standing here today. If the selection process truly followed a survival-of-the-fittest approach, the population of Barbarus would be wiped out in a single generation. Though Mortarion was eager to enforce his belief in social Darwinism, using the selection as a means to purge the weak genes from Barbarus, reality, and Hades, would not allow it. We can use this selection to eliminate a few weaklings. Mortarian's gaze met Hades. Barbarus' future reconstruction will require a large population. Hades sat across from him, unwavering. The decision had already been made. Apothecaries were secretly stationed along the climb. If a candidate could no longer continue, they would intervene in secret, ensuring survival without breaking the illusion of the test. You may withdraw now. The food you have received will not be taken back. In exchange, however, you will lose your chance to change your life. Mortarion spoke slowly, deliberately. He raised his hand and pulled his hood back over his head. But if you believe you have the strength. Securing his breathing mask once more, his voice rasped from behind it, cold and unyielding. Then begin the climb. The gray, desolate mountain path was shrouded in thick, poisonous fog. The damp, toxic droplets clung to their hair, their clothes, their breathing tubes. Antaeus raised his hand numbly, once again wiping at his respirator. The once sturdy tube, now weakened by the corrosive air, had turned brittle and soft. His experience on Barbarus told him that his gas mask wouldn't last much longer. His chance to turn back was slipping away. One more step forward, and retreat would no longer be an option. From the very beginning, the crowd climbing the mountain had been shrinking. They hadn't been struck down by the poison, not yet. At lower altitudes, the masks could still hold out for some time. But with every passing moment, their breathing apparatuses grew weaker, their filters straining under the weight of each inhalation, their fragile structure groaning with every breath. Some had the foresight to recognize that these masks wouldn't last. They turned back early. Most, however, did not weather out of denial, hope, or a true desire to become a Death Guard warrior. They pressed forward, pushing toward the summit. But now, nearly everyone realized they had reached a threshold. Death was watching them. Silent. Merciless. If they turned back now, they might just make it to the base of the mountain before their masks failed. But if they continued forward, their respirators would undoubtedly give out before they reached the peak, leaving them to face the suffocating poison of the high-altitude mists. Antaeus tried to steady his breathing. His mask let out a pitiful wheeze in response. Then, the boy ahead of him stopped abruptly. Antaeus nearly crashed into him. The boy turned to look at him, his gray, hollow eyes filled with something unreadable. Then, trembling, he began his descent. They brushed past each other, nearly colliding. It was as if his retreat had set off a chain reaction. More and more children began turning back. Even those who had been the first to charge ahead stronger, faster boys who had once surged forward without hesitation were now reversing course. Antaeus stood frozen, watching as their small figures disappeared into the shifting fog. The once massive group had been reduced by 2/3 in an instant. The remaining children, now few in number, staggered forward, their steps unsteady. The sense of security Antaeus had drawn from the crowd was gone. He hesitated, uncertain whether to keep climbing or to follow the others back down. The food he had received earlier was already enough to feed his family for a week. If he continued forward, he might actually die. A thin, wiry boy passed him from behind, breaking his train of thought. Antaeus blinked in surprise, catching a glimpse of tear streaks on the boy's face. But the boy never slowed. He cast Antaeus a glance and smiled. Antaeus hesitated. "I have to keep going," he thought. "You must climb," he told himself. "Climb, become a Death Guard, and then your younger siblings won't have to toil like your parents did. They can do something else. As long as you become a Death Guard. Oh, you have to climb for them." But was that truly why he wanted to keep going? Was he using his family as an excuse to mask his own desires? His own impulses? Was he ashamed to admit to himself that deep down, in some hidden corner of his heart, he truly wanted to become a Death Guard? Even if he knew nothing about them, the towering figures of those giants had burned themselves into his mind. They had awakened another spark within Antaeus. It was a path entirely different from the life he had always known, and he realized how much he despised that old life. Continuing upward was unwise. He might die, leaving the burden of survival to his younger siblings. But he was tired of it. Tired of the gray, suffocating existence. He wasn't as selfless as he had told himself. On the contrary, he was selfish. He wanted to climb for himself, for his own life. Even death seemed more appealing than a future devoid of light. He no longer wanted to simply exist. Antaeus wanted to make a choice for himself, to prove himself, to leave this place behind. "May I be strong enough?" he thought. And so, he climbed again. +/+. A scoff echoed in Hades' ears, followed by a rasping voice distorted by static over the comms channel. "I knew this would happen. You didn't need to station the apothecaries at all." Hades sighed as he watched the feed from his helmet display. Below, a tide of retreating figures descended the mountain. He knew Mortarion was mocking him. Hades exhaled softly, making sure the sound wouldn't transmit over the channel. But doesn't this weaken the purpose of the selection process? Silence on the other end. Hades blinked, refocusing on the thinning crowd still struggling uphill. Mortarion had only told the recruits that the summit was the final goal. But in truth, they only needed to reach a certain altitude to be deemed worthy. Hades doubted anyone could reach the actual peak. He had spoken to the Legion's apothecaries. It was physiologically impossible. The poison at the summit was concentrated enough to suffocate even an Astartes. Mortarion, of course, disagreed. The moment the trial began, the pre-march had eagerly climbed to the top, waiting for his warriors to reach him. Hades had not followed. Instead, he had stationed himself near the Blackstone obelisk, watching for any unforeseen complications. As he observed the struggling climbers, the crowd was now sparse compared to the beginning. Then, Mortarion's voice returned to the channel. "Which one do you have your eye on?" Don't change the subject, Mordorion. But he was clearly unoccupied and in a good mood. The Primarch had deliberately worked through the night to clear today's bureaucratic tasks, just so he could dedicate his full attention to this selection. Hades could picture him now, standing idly at the peak, growing bored. He hoped someone would make it to the top. Otherwise, he knew exactly the expression Mordorion would wear for the next few days, one of grim frustration, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of Nicaire worms. Ignoring Mortarion's diversion, Hades switched the feed in his helmet display. This one looks promising. A thin figure appeared on the screen. At first, the child had moved at a measured pace. But once the toxic mists thickened, he had abruptly accelerated, pushing forward without a moment's hesitation. His goal is clear, Hades remarked. Reserving his energy early, then sprinting through the densest poison to minimize exposure, smart. Mordorion sought endurance, but resilience alone wasn't enough. Cunning and strategy were just as vital. He might not be the most resilient, but he was clearly capable of reaching the highest point he could. Fleming, from the northern village. Mortarion's voice came through. The Primarch had memorized every recruit's information during the registration process. You always favor this type, Hades. Mordorion half-jokingly replied. Hades chuckled softly. He wasn't wrong. Cleverness had its merits. You should focus on whether he can meet the qualification standard. The boy's stats are average at best. I can see that. Hades nodded. Who do you have your eye on? He tossed the question back. Mordorion listed a few names. Hades scanned through them briefly indeed, all promising candidates with the potential to reach the summit. With the children still far from the peak, the two continued their idle conversation. Plus. Upward. 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 Despair, regret, and fear clung to Antaeus like chains. His vision blurred. The toxic fumes burned his skin, which had softened from prolonged exposure, just a light rub, and it peeled away. Desperately, he clutched his gas mask, though the tattered equipment could no longer provide any real protection. His hands, scraped raw from gripping it so tightly, were now bleeding. The blood, tainted by the poison, quickly darkened and hardened. His lungs convulsed violently, each breath bringing unbearable pain. He was at his limit. Death's scythe carved into his throat, stroke by stroke. His exhausted, poison-numbed mind could no longer process much. Only obsession remained. Climb higher, change his fate. Leave this place, never farm again. Thud. The person ahead of him collapsed. Antaeus ignored them, trudging forward numbly. The number of corpses was fewer than he had expected, most had pressed on. So he continued to climb. Almost there. Almost there. He was alone now. The thick poison obscured the ground ahead. He could no longer distinguish what lay beyond. Not yet. Keep going. Keep going. The excruciating pain in his lungs faded. The suffering dulled. He was just so tired. Thud. His knees buckled. His body collapsed onto the cold ground. Darkness swallowed his vision. No, I can't die. Antaeus spit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain snapped him back to consciousness. The straps of his gas mask had long since corroded, and the fall had torn it away completely, exposing his mouth and nose to the poisonous air. A sudden warmth spread across his face. Was that blood? Instinctively, he pressed his face into the earth, pressing as close as possible. It helped, if only slightly. So, he reached forward, dragging his broken body onward. He crawled. Upward. Upward. His fingernails split, some snapping in half as dirt wedged into the wounds. But he kept climbing. A trail of red streaked behind him. His ears began to bleed. Upward. A large hand gently lifted him. Cold fabric covered his nose and mouth. With blood-blurred vision, Antaeus struggled to make out the figure before him. A pair of eyes, shining like the stars, gazed down at him. My child, you are resilient enough. And with that, Antaeus finally lost consciousness. Mordorion looked at the first recruit to reach the summit, his mood visibly lifted as he began administering emergency treatment. He had done this thousands of times before, back when he first built his rebellion. And now he could patiently wait for the second warrior to arrive. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Hades stood beside Mordorion, his scythe tilted slightly, the pure black blade reflecting the dim moonlight of Barbarus. He stared in shock at the two bloodied boys. Mordorion had already wrapped them up with bandages and medical gel, turning them into something akin to mummies, yet the bloodstains still bore witness to the near-death ordeal they had endured. The boy named Antaeus was broad-shouldered and large-handed. Now he lay there with blood streaming from his 7 orifices, all 10 fingernails completely torn off. Antaeus had dragged himself to the summit, leaving behind a long trail of blood. Hades had seen it clearly on his way up. But the other boy had truly stunned both Mordorion and Hades. This boy named Bast, had climbed to the summit from the cliffside. He hadn't taken the designated path at all. Instead, he had chosen to scale the cliffs. No one had thought anyone would attempt that route, as it wasn't even considered a path. Because of this, the Death Guard hadn't stationed any apothecaries or guards there. What kind of lunatic is this? Even Hades, who had seen the horrors of war, couldn't help but marvel at the sight of this boy, whose arms and legs had been ground to a bloody mess. I heard noises from the cliffside, Mordorion said slowly as he picked up the two boys, preparing to head down the mountain. So I walked over and saw him, hanging onto the cliff for dear life, staring straight at me. Unbelievable. Mordorion shook his head. Why didn't he just take the main road? Hades voiced his confusion. Mordorion shrugged. The cliffside faces the wind. The poison gas there disperses more easily and doesn't accumulate as heavily. So you're saying, the gas was thinner on that side? Relatively thinner, yes. But only relatively, Hades muttered, glancing at Bast's ruined arms. That's why I acknowledged his resilience, Mordorion replied. +/ Temporary mess hall. At a 4-person table, Antaeus was stuffing a cornbread bun into his mouth while a bowl of porridge sat in front of him. Beside him, Bast was also eating, shoveling spoonfuls of porridge into his mouth with great effort. The porridge tasted odd, but for 2 kids who had just woken up from unconsciousness, it was a feast. Across from them, 2 other boys watched them curiously. Damn, guys, the last round of selection ended days ago. How did you only just get in? One boy squinted at them mischievously, flashing a sly grin. Don't tell me, you guys are related to some bureaucrat or something? His companion immediately smacked him. Don't talk nonsense. Io whispered sharply to his friend, Lerna. Io gave an awkward yet apologetic smile to the 2 boys across from him. Sorry, my friend doesn't have much of a brain. Hey, what do you mean? Io pinched Lerna under the table again, and this time, Lerna finally shut up. Antaeus, having finally swallowed his steamed bun, lifted his head and looked at Io seriously. My name is Antaeus, he muttered. Io. Io straightened his face and solemnly extended a hand toward Antaeus. Antaeus hesitated for a moment before reaching out and shaking it. I'm Lerna. The other boy quickly shoved his hand into the mix, grinning playfully. Now, there was only one person left at the table. The boys all turned their eyes toward Bast. Noticing their attention, the pale-skinned boy immediately flushed red. He dropped his head, staring hard at the table leg. Bast, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Antaeus blinked, realizing the boy beside him might not be very comfortable with socializing. Io tactfully let go of Antaeus's hand and, at the same time, pried Lerna's hand away too. Antaeus, Bast, we can try to share information, Io said. The Death Guard selection rules aren't exactly what they publicly claim. At least so far, the first round wasn't what they made it seem. Wait, what? Antaeus cut him off in shock. I thought we had to reach the summit to pass the selection? No, I asked around, and as long as you. Io's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, you didn't actually climb all the way to the top, did you? Yeah. Wasn't that the point? Holy shit. Lerna practically shouted in the middle of the mess hall. Dude, you seriously climbed to the summit? Antaeus flinched at their reaction. Why were they acting like this? You guys didn't climb to the top? No. You're the first person I've ever seen who actually made it. Lerna kept yelling. Hey, everyone. Look. We got a guy who actually made it to the summit. Hey. Io had just opened his mouth to tell Lerna to keep it down, but it was already too late. Smack. A firm flick to the forehead landed on Lerna's head. Keep it down, brat. Hades stood there, holding a half-eaten bowl of porridge in one hand while the other hovered midair, having just disciplined the noisy kid. Lerna turned around and saw the veteran looming over him, a man built like a war machine, even larger than most giants. He wore simple work clothes, and the exposed skin on his arms and shoulders was covered in a dense network of scars. A massive scar ran straight across the left side of his face, extending into silver-white metal. His left brain had been replaced with cybernetics, and his glowing red eye stared icily at Lerna. Ao Epsilon S. Lerna shuddered, feeling like half of his soul had just left his body. Why yes, sorry. He instantly shrank in his seat, trying to make himself as small as possible. Io sat stiff and straight beside him, too nervous to move. Hades blinked and scratched his head. Why was it that whenever someone else was watching over the place, nothing like this ever happened? He shifted his gaze to Antaeus and Bast, the two most heavily injured boys, who had only just woken up today. Hades considered the situation. All the recruits were present. If he showed favoritism toward these two now, it might affect the second round of selection. But since these two had managed to climb to the very top, maybe they deserved a small opportunity. It was up to them whether they could seize it. Well? How are you, Antaeus, Bast? Hades looked at the two little brats in front of him with amusement. Antaeus was trying his best to meet his gaze, while Bast looked like he wanted to crawl under the table and disappear. I am very, very good, sir. Antaeus struggled to keep his voice steady, but the sheer pressure radiating from Hades was overwhelming. Hades turned his gaze to Bast, who nodded so hard it looked like his head might fly off. How the hell was the same kid who climbed a damn cliff this socially anxious? Hades had no idea, but he kept his expression controlled, maintaining his usual air of authority in front of the boys. Good. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying across the entire mess hall. Every child present could hear him. As the only two recruits who climbed to the summit, you have done well. If you're still feeling unwell, tell the apothecaries. You need to be fully recovered before the second round of selection. Why yes, sir. Antaeus puffed out his chest, while Bast kept bowing his head like a chicken pecking rice. Hades frowned slightly. Why didn't these two have the humility or confidence he expected? What he didn't realize was that his sheer presence was so overwhelming that it left little room for either. But he was still Hades, not someone who let his moods dictate how he treated people. He was willing to give these two a chance. Eat plenty. Hades shot them a meaningful look before turning and leaving the mess hall. The moment he was gone, Lerna let out a dramatic gasp and collapsed onto the table. Holy shit. I thought he was gonna strangle me. Don't say stuff like that, Io said, still tense. In reality, his whole body was drenched in sweat from the encounter. That man's presence was just too much. Antaeus, however, simply stared at the door Hades had walked through. Could he become someone like that? And what did he mean by eat plenty? In the dim and spacious hall, Hades stood on the second-tier podium, the cold and faint white light casting a reflective sheen on his helmet. He lowered his gaze, looking down at the densely packed crowd in the hall below. Behind him, shrouded in shadows, the Primarch stood with his arms crossed. The toxic fumes from the censer slowly sank as he silently awaited Hades' address. Originally, Mordorion had intended only a single round of selection, but Hades had chosen to add an additional layer of screening. Mordorion held the report submitted by Hades and pondered for a moment. Very well. At last, Mordorion put down the report and spoke slowly. Following Hades' proposal, a temporary selection facility was erected. It was a crude structure, vast in area, spread across the barren lands of Barbarus. Inside, each room accommodated 50 individuals, equipped with basic sanitation facilities. However, those inside would not have direct access to water. A specialized water supply system was in place, dispensing a limited amount of water at set intervals, once every hour. Each room was also fitted with a lighting system, but it provided only the bare minimum illumination. Beyond that, the rooms were completely barren, no furniture, nothing at all. And such rooms filled the entire temporary structure. Hades observed the recruits with an expressionless face. In the first trial, they had already proven their resilience. But that was not enough. He needed those who could endure the most extreme conditions, who would hold the line until the very end. The time had come. Hades raised the death knell in his hand and struck it down heavily. Bzzzt. A deep, resonant sound rippled through the hall in waves. The slight murmur of the crowd instantly fell into absolute silence. The boys below were filled with fear, tension, and curiosity as they fixed their gaze upon Hades. A servo skull extended from just above Hades' left shoulder, its cold gaze sweeping across the assembly. "I am the overseer of the second trial, Hades of the Death Guard," Hades announced, his introduction brief and direct. "First, I sincerely congratulate you all for passing the first trial. You have proven yourselves to be resilient. Of course, I imagine you have already realized that the criteria for passing the first trial were not as publicly stated. Likewise, the standards for passing the second trial will also remain undisclosed." Hades paused, his eyes scanning the varying expressions on the boys' faces, some bewildered, others unsurprised. "But I can offer you a few hints." He fell silent again, ensuring that every child's full attention was locked onto him before he continued. "You are human." This was Hades' first statement. "If you pass the trial, you will become Death Guard. You will fight together for the sake of humanity. You must be resilient, both inside and out." The recruits strained their heads, ears pricked, desperately trying to glean any useful information from Hades' words. Like a school of starving fish, their mouths hung open, waiting for Hades to throw them more scraps of information. But Hades said no more. "Now, begin your second trial. +/+." Antaeus walked in silence among the crowd. On his wrist, a bracelet flickered with the number 0077. He had heard that these bracelets were used to monitor their physical condition. They had been numbered, divided into different groups, and then escorted by the towering Death Guard into their designated rooms. The room was dim, prompting Antaeus to instinctively widen his eyes. It was a vast and empty space, with a cement floor and a simple toilet situated in one corner. In the center of the room lay a pile of something. Under the faint glow of the weak lighting, Antaeus recognized it. It was a pile of food. Around the food pile, a dozen small knives were neatly arranged in a circle. The sharp blades gleamed coldly in the dim light, all pointed directly at the food. "Ano Thailand bot." Antaeus swallowed instinctively. Drip, drip. A faint sound of water echoed through the room. Focusing his gaze, he spotted a thin pipe emerging from the wall in another corner, releasing droplets of water one by one. The Death Guard who had led them into the room signaled for them to stand against the wall. They were to remain in place until the indicator light turned on. When the first light flashed, the trial would begin. When the second light flashed, the trial would end. Antaeus fixed his eyes on the food pile and the knives. A creeping sense of unease began to form in his mind. The others seemed to realize the same thing. As the Death Guard arranged them against the wall, the children began shoving and jostling, trying to get closer to the food. A minor commotion arose, but the Death Guard did nothing to intervene. Antaeus swallowed again. The tension of the crowd pulled him into action. He, too, tried to inch closer to the food. Perhaps because the others knew he was one of the only two who had climbed to the mountaintop, no one dared to push him. He managed to secure a central position without resistance. Once the children were in place, the Death Guard turned and left without a word. Screech, clang. The iron door shut behind them, sealing them off from the outside world. Antaeus focused his gaze, then he saw it. He saw it. And in that moment, his unease and dread surged to their peak. There was a rectangular hatch built into the iron door. The size and height of the hatch were just right for someone to be passed through while lying down. But whoever was passed through would most likely not be alive. "Hey!" A low voice hissed near his ear. Antaeus whipped around to see Io's face. "We're in the same group, all four of us." Io gave him a quick wink. "And the other two?" Antaeus scanned the crowd but couldn't spot them near the center. "I told Lerna to take Bass to the water source." Io whispered close to his ear, ensuring no one else overheard. "Let's team up. I think I know what's going on." Antaeus turned his head slightly, his eyes darkening as he stared at the food pile. "We going for the knives?" Io nodded. "I think I have an idea of what that overseer wants us to do. But I need to count that pile of food first to confirm my guess. Either way, grabbing the knives is the right move." Io clapped a hand on Antaeus' shoulder. "Help me keep them in check." "Me?" Antaeus stared at him in disbelief, but Io's light blue eyes were sharp and unwavering. "We all know you climbed the mountaintop. That status will be useful. While people still fear or respect you, use it as much as you can." Io spoke quickly and quietly. Antaeus wanted to argue, but he sensed the indicator light was about to flash. In the end, he only gave Io a complicated look, then he prepared to sprint. The cameras in each room faithfully recorded everything. The fluorescent light cast a pale glow on Hades' helmet, its smooth, rigid surface reflecting a faint white sheen. He stood in silence, staring at the massive screen before him. The screen was divided into countless smaller frames, each displaying a brutal struggle between human nature and primal instinct. In some rooms, violence had already begun. Hades sighed soundlessly and marked those rooms with a tentatively disqualified label. He had not told the participants how long the second round of selection would last. Nor did the sealed rooms contain anything that could be used to measure time. Furthermore, the food portions in each room had been precisely calculated, just barely enough to sustain every individual at the lowest survival threshold for the duration of the trial. As death approached slowly but surely, would anyone hold their ground? Hades watched in silence. /+. Antaeus stood behind Io, clutching several small knives in his hands. Blood trickled from his forearm, but it was clear he had one. Both he and Io now each held a knife, and Antaeus had even managed to secure a decent amount of food. Across from them, the remaining children clutched varying amounts of food, huddling in different corners of the room. "Everyone, I have an idea," Io spoke up. Antaeus noticed the slight tremor in his voice. "I think I might have figured out the purpose of this trial." A murmur spread through the group. Suspicion and doubt flickered in their wary eyes. Io exhaled. "I don't think they would set up two trials to test the same quality. If they were only testing endurance and physical strength, the first trial already accomplished that. So this trial isn't about resilience or physical ability." He paused briefly before continuing. "This trial is different from the last one because we were deliberately split into small groups and locked in an enclosed space. At first, I thought this meant we were supposed to fight to the death and determine a winner. And..." Io lifted the knife in his hand. "These weapons further support that assumption." But Io suddenly let go. The knife clattered against the floor with a sharp, crisp sound. "I don't think that's the real purpose. The knives are merely a distraction, a deception." Antaeus blinked slowly. He had a feeling he knew what Io was about to say. Think about what the Overseer said in his hints. He never once mentioned killing or competition. On the contrary, the very first thing he emphasized was "you are human." And in his second statement, he used words like "fight together." If we are meant to be comrades in the future, they wouldn't want us to slaughter each other now. So my theory is, this trial is designed to filter out those who can, on their own, choose cooperation and unity in adversity. Across from them, the other children began murmuring, some of them clearly deep in thought. "Then why did you two still grab the knives?" A sharp voice rang out. Antaeus recognized the speaker. It was the same boy who had tried to seize a knife alongside him earlier. When he failed to overpower Antaeus, the boy had quickly switched tactics, scrambling for food instead. Io opened his mouth to respond, but Antaeus pressed a firm hand on his shoulder. Stepping forward, Antaeus knew exactly what he needed to say. "I can return the knives to all of you. Or we can place them in a communal area. But I believe Io is right. If they wanted us to kill each other, the Overseer wouldn't have needed to give us any hints at all." Antaeus paused for a moment, then crouched down and carefully placed each knife he held back onto the ground. He also placed the rations he had taken next to them. Antaeus knew he wasn't the smartest, but he trusted Io's reasoning. The Overseer's words had been a clue, an indirect hint. But what if Io was wrong? What if they really were meant to fight? What if the rations were only enough for a few people? What would he do then? Even so, Antaeus chose to trust his own judgment. "We should redistribute the food," he said firmly. "Everyone, put your food back. I'll go first." But after Antaeus stepped forward, no one else followed. "That guy is still holding a knife. You're just trying to hoard the food for yourselves, aren't you?" Io hesitated. He hadn't expected Antaeus to act so decisively. But after a moment of gritted teeth, he too knelt down and placed the last of his knives on the ground. Omicron Epsilon. Antaeus blinked and tried his best to appear steady and dependable. "Everyone, put your food back. I was the one who climbed to the mountain's peak. I hope you can trust me just this once." As he spoke, Antaeus' face burned. He wasn't used to talking about himself in front of others. It felt like bragging. It felt strange. No one moved at first. Then, after a long silence, a single person stepped forward, placed their food back, and turned away. Slowly, more followed. But some still held onto their food, unwilling to let go. Hey, my friends. A loud, carefree voice rang out from the corner. Only then did the children, who had been focused on the food in the center, realize something was wrong. They had completely overlooked the water source. It had already been taken. Go put your food back. Lorna pointed at the pile in front of Io and Antaeus. Or none of you are getting any water. He grinned, staring directly at those who still clung to their rations. Some hesitated. Others moved as if they might try to seize the water source by force. Don't come any closer. Bast stood his ground, head lowered, body tense in a fighter's stance. But his sharp gaze never left the boys approaching him. I also reached the mountain's peak. His voice was quiet, but firm. That was enough. Most hesitated. Surviving the thick, toxic gas and making it to the summit, those who had done so were not people to be trifled with. And so, grudgingly, the remaining children placed their food back as well. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Io and Antaeus carefully redistributed the rations. Thank you all for trusting us, Antaeus said. I'll take the last turn for water. Give it to those who need it most first. Whispers spread throughout the room, but this time, the tense atmosphere seemed to ease slightly. Taking advantage of the ongoing discussions, Io quietly placed the knives by the door. Now that everyone had equal portions of food, the children began to talk amongst themselves, exchanging thoughts. But the topic that dominated the discussion was how to pass this trial. Plus. This group is not bad. Mortarian's voice came from behind. Both he and Hades were watching the children intently. Indeed. To Hades' surprise, while many rooms had devolved into immediate bloodshed and others had seen individuals snatch food and scatter, there was a significant portion of children who had chosen to redistribute the supplies. Some had seized control of the overlooked water source first and used it to coerce the others into sharing food. Some had secured the knives early on and used force to demand fair distribution. Of course, many had also leveraged the water and weapons to extort food for themselves. Only those who had understood Hades' subtle hints chose to enforce a genuine redistribution. The placement of water and knives was, at its core, a test designed for a select few to claim dominance over the group. First, the children needed to be smart enough to decipher Hades' words. Then, they had to be strong enough to secure at least one resource in their favor. Compared to these, food, while important, was clearly secondary to water and weapons. But there were exceptions. In one room, a single child had knocked everyone unconscious and then evenly distributed the food himself. In another, a child took nothing, he simply delivered a speech, and the others willingly agreed to a fair redistribution. There were countless methods used, but what mattered was that many candidates had stepped up to urge cooperation over conflict. As for the group Mortarion had just pointed out, Hades glanced at them. They had teamed up right from the start, split up to take control of the two most critical resources, and then leveraged their status to manage the situation. Impressive. Truly impressive. This was the optimal solution. Hades quietly memorized the names and details of the 4 children. But the real challenge lies ahead. Hades spoke. Performing well in the early stages was easy, resources were still relatively abundant, and the true desperation of survival had yet to set in. But when the trial dragged into the later stages, Hades focused on the rooms where redistribution had already been achieved. Would they still hold on to their ideals? Time had lost all meaning here. In the oppressive room, the only sounds were quiet breathing and the occasional drip of water. Antaeus leaned against the wall, feeling his life force slowly slipping away. No one knew how much time had passed. But with no way to track it, everyone was trying to eat as little as possible. The children lay weakly around the room, lifeless and exhausted. More time passed, who knew how long, until Antaeus realized that the food in his hands was dwindling. Then, suddenly, a boy sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the knives. Antaeus tried to stand and stop him, but someone was faster. Bast, who had been resting near the knives on purpose, immediately stood up and shoved the boy to the ground. What are you trying to do?" The boy cried out in panic, still scrambling toward the weapons. But Bast quickly crouched down, pinning him firmly. He seemed to want to meet the boy's gaze, but he looked away first. "You're out of food, aren't you?" Bast pointed at the boy's empty hands. The boy stared at him, wide-eyed and terrified. "What do you want?" Bast shook his head, then nodded slightly. Then, without hesitation, he broke his own food in half. "Here." Before the boy could react, Bast shoved the food into his hands. "If it's not enough, come find me again." Bast shot him a quick glance, then stood up and walked away. But this time, he crouched directly next to the pile of knives. The boy was stunned. Gripping the food tightly, he cast one last glance at Bast before quickly retreating, almost as if he were fleeing. The rest of the room was equally shaken. Everyone had witnessed Bast's actions, and now all eyes were on him. Feeling their gazes, Bast awkwardly scratched his head and looked toward the door. "I think we can just forfeit, right? Worst case, we give up." "Stop staring at me." The room fell silent. But this time, the weight of everyone's breathing became heavier. And once again, silence consumed the space. Antæus wobbled as he got to his feet. He still had a small handful of food left, already softened by water. Most of the others probably didn't even have the strength to stand anymore. Compared to them, Antæus could endure much more. After Bast's display, no further conflicts broke out. Antæus suspected that after one failed attempt, a second was unlikely. After all, in a room full of silent onlookers, stepping forward required a certain kind of courage. And more importantly, Antæus didn't know how many people could be swayed by Bast's actions, but one thing was certain: Bast had made it clear that no one could overpower him. ROES. In other words, even if someone tried to take food by force, both Bast and Antæus would stop them. And if someone did manage to defeat Bast and Antæus, they'd only make themselves a bigger target. So, the room remained quiet. A few eventually reached their limits and attempted to forfeit, hoping to leave through the doorway. But Io stopped them. "I don't know if the number of people in this room is part of the trial's criteria." Saying this, Io handed over some of his and learner's food to the struggling participant. Antæus scanned the entire room, clearly seeing that, aside from himself, everyone else had run out of food. "This is it," he thought to himself. If their theory was correct, then the selection process should be ending soon. His gaze shifted to the indicator light on the wall. It remained dim and lifeless. Would it really turn on? If their judgment was wrong, then there was nothing more they could do. Antæus turned toward Bast. He was either asleep or unconscious. Even though Bast had been the first to suggest forfeiting, he had still held on, refusing to leave. Antæus walked over and carefully patted Bast. No response. Bast was clearly at his limit. So Antæus prepared to feed him directly. He stared at the last bit of food in his hands and swallowed hard. "No, Antæus. No. You can still give up. You don't have to die. But if you don't do this, you might fail." He knelt down, ready to. The indicator light turned on. Antæus nearly burst into tears. Hades stood at the entrance of the shuttle, watching the children undergo their boarding inspections. They were allowed to bring 1 or 2 personal belongings with them. After 2 rounds of selection, a little over 2,000 had passed the trials. The total number of applicants for this Death Guard recruitment had been over 2.3 million. During the recently concluded second round of selection, most successful groups had small factions form early on. These groups used force to prevent looting. Of course, there were also cases where some children, who had initially stopped looting, later succumbed to hunger and became looters themselves. In rooms where no one attempted to stop this change, the entire group was eliminated. There was no reason to let them continue suffering. Some rooms, where conflicts had been rare, saw participants voluntarily withdraw. A few rare rooms had no conflict at all from beginning to end. However, in most rooms, chaos took over in the later stages. Unqualified. Any child who had actively looted or encouraged others to do so was disqualified. Conversely, those who had intervened, despite not being directly involved, or had willingly shared their food, even if they withdrew later, were deemed qualified. The disqualified children would have their memories of the trials erased and be given a week's worth of rations before being sent home. Soil. Morag's voice pulled Hades from his thoughts. Hades turned his gaze to the child in question. It was Antæus. Of course, he remembered the boy who had climbed to the mountaintop. His room had been one of the very few where not a single person withdrew during the second round. The boy was holding a small glass vial filled with dirt. Hades was intrigued. "What are you bringing?" Soil, sir, Antaeus answered honestly. Why? Hades asked. I. I heard that once you become a death guard, it's very difficult to return to Barbarus. So I took some soil from my family's field. Hades blinked. He reached out and picked up the vial. Inside, the dark soil of Barbarus shifted slightly. Hades covered it in a thin layer of black domain. The minuscule traces of psychic energy vanished. All right. Hades handed the vial back to Antaeus. You can bring it with you. Then, he folded his arms and resumed observing the remaining children as they boarded. By the time most had entered, Mordorion arrived, having just finished arranging Barbarus' next colonization plan. Mordorion studied the children, each carrying some small personal item, and seemed deep in thought. We should have let the first ones bring something too. The first generation of Death Guards had brought nothing personal with them. Mordorion felt that perhaps they too should have been allowed to carry a piece of their past. Hades shrugged. Most of them didn't have anything to bring. He thought back to his own bare room. Aside from essentials, he had nothing of sentimental value. Imperial gear was much more useful anyway. No, Mordorion said. They need to retain their memories of Barbarus. His scythe, his censer, they constantly reminded him of where he came from. Our past struggles shape us, and the Death Guard should remember every hardship. Suffering, we pass through it. It wears us down, makes us stronger, and teaches us why we live. Hades blinked. I've already forgotten most of the battles I fought on Barbarus. Then maybe you should keep a memento too. What would I take? My old eating bowl. Hades joked. Perhaps something else. Slowly, Mordorion lifted one of the censers hanging from his armor, releasing a thick cloud of toxic vapor. He unscrewed the censer and pulled out a broken stone. What's this? Hades stared at the half-stone. It felt eerily familiar. Mordorion rolled his eyes. You really are forgetful. Here. Hades took it. Just a broken rock. The other half was missing. He activated his black domain to sense it. Holy shit. Memories surged back. This was from the battle where he first awakened to the black domain. The Xenos overlord Lazar. You kept this. Hades blurted out. It's proof that, aside from me, the Death Guard killed their first Xenos overlord. Why wouldn't I keep it? Besides this, I still have the skull of the first Xenos overlord, the rib of the first warlord the Southern Rebellion took down together. Mordorion said matter-of-factly. His personal collection was already filled with small trophies commemorating the Death Guard's victories on Barbarus. And soon, he was sure it would be filled with relics from other war campaigns across the galaxy. At the moment, he had already secured the skull of the highest ruler of Galaspar in his vault. Hades gave Mordorion a strange look. Suddenly, he remembered, though the Endurance had no decorations, Mordorion had ordered every Death Guard battle to be engraved onto the ship's prow. The Galaspar campaign was now carved in High Gothic on the Endurance's hull. Right. And this was the same Mordorion who stubbornly wielded the scythe of his Xenos foster father. With mixed emotions, Hades casually tossed the half-stone into his armor's storage compartment. Come to think of it, a lot of Primarchs seemed to have this habit. The Imperial Fists had their embroidered tapestry of achievements. The Blood Angels had their artistic tributes to various campaigns. Most Primarchs personally collected artifacts symbolizing past battles. But Mortarians had a certain rustic charm to it. Skulls and rocks of all things. So, how's the migration plan going? Hades decided to steer the conversation away and asked. Almost done. Mordorion replied. In about one Barbarus standard year, it should be mostly complete. There aren't that many people left on Barbarus anyway. He spoke slowly. Ever since the Blackstone experiments confirmed the planet's unnatural warp presence, they had decided to relocate most of Barbarus's population to the ring. Oh, most of them had already left voluntarily. That made his job easier, but the fact still disappointed the Primarch. He had thought that people would choose to stay and temper themselves in hardship. Meanwhile, Hades was deep in thought. Once the Death Guard found a solution to Barbarus's environmental issues, real surface construction could finally begin. He needed to figure out a way. Perhaps he could experiment with a low-powered Blackstone obelisk. This place could be considered the best-lit area on the star ring under the Death Guard's control. White light illuminated the space without leaving any shadows. Hades stood outside the medical chamber, facing Apothecary Leo. An estimated 1,377 recruits will successfully join the Death Guard. Leo pulled up the modification data and reported to Hades. Good. To Hades' surprise, the success rate of the procedures was quite high this time. Soon, the Death Guard would receive a fresh batch of warriors from Barbarus. These recruits would undergo training before reinforcing the severely damaged companies in Galaspar. It was time to prepare the next phase of recruit training. Leaving the medical chamber, Hades pondered as he accessed the original training programs of the Death Guard, or rather, the Dusk Raiders, to prepare a comprehensive training package for the new soldiers. However, as he turned a corner in the corridor, a dark mass suddenly rushed toward his face. Even though he didn't immediately sense any hostility, his instincts nearly made him fire an explosive round on the spot. Techmarine Hades, greetings. Completely oblivious to any impropriety, Magos Biologist Druid kept pace with Hades, greeting him in an unhurried manner. Hello. Hades' lips twitched slightly, but he maintained a polite tone. Though, chances were, these Magos wouldn't care either way. The success rate of this batch's modifications has reached an exceptionally favorable number. A steady, electrical voice resonated. Under his helmet, Hades glanced at Magos Biologist Druid. Indeed, this Magos was the one who had provided the organs and gene seeds for this process. After the near raid on the Death Guard's gene seed vault, Mordorion personally visited this Magos Biologist to express his sincere gratitude. Of course, the Magos was anything but shy. He seized the opportunity to draw a considerable amount of Mortarion's blood, using it to create a new batch of high-quality gene seeds. The thought of Mordorion sitting there silently while the Magos extracted his blood nearly made Hades laugh. Ahem, back to the point, what did this Magos want with him? Indeed, your technology is much appreciated. May the Omnicia continue to shine his glory upon you. Hades followed up on the Magos' words with a standard prayer, something he had gotten used to when dealing with tech priests. It also served to wrap up the previous topic, signaling the Magos to state his true intentions. Praise the Omnicia. Magos Biologist Druid reflexively responded to Hades' prayer. A brief silence hung between them before the Magos hesitantly spoke. Techmarine Hades, I wish to ask, does the Death Guard intend to relocate all the people of Barbarus onto the Star Ring? Hades blinked. He remembered Mordorion had already communicated with the Adeptus Mechanicus regarding this matter. Recently, construction on the Star Ring had been progressing at a rapid pace. With circumflex Omicron. Yes, Hades confirmed. Due to the harsh environment of Barbarus, we plan to relocate most of its population to the Star Ring and establish the Ring Barbarus orbital city. Then, what about Barbarus itself? Magos Biologist Druid probed further, his red robe swaying as he walked. Through their recent analysis, the Adeptus Mechanicus had realized that this Techmarine named Hades held significant influence within the Death Guard. Generally, Techmarines who have received education on Mars hold a high regard for the Adeptus Mechanicus. That's why, in the eyes of the other Magos, the biologist was here now. Hades briefly recalled that most of the Magos stationed on the Barbarus Star Ring, those assigned to modify the planet's environment, had grown increasingly impatient. And after Hades confirmed that Barbarus environmental issues were caused by psychic phenomena, the Magos had completely lost patience. Few members of the Mechanicus delved into the fields of Psychers and the Warp. These were areas largely ignored, if not outright unrecognized, by the mainstream of the cult Mechanicus. Currently, the Mechanicus research on Psychers was mostly connected to the Emperor's directives. Under normal circumstances, a tech priest, unless they were particularly unhinged, would avoid such a thankless and problematic field. Of course, this only made Magos Corclan's uniqueness even more apparent. Unfortunately, Hades silently exhaled, refocusing on the present. He eyed Magos Biologist Druid's recently repaired body. So, had the Magos sent someone with relatively good ties to the Death Guard to probe for information? Most likely, the Magos were looking for a way to leave. Barbarus was simply not a suitable environment for their research. I appreciate the Adeptus Mechanicus efforts on Barbarus. Hades thought for a moment before speaking. Magos, you've read my paper on Barbarus environment. It's clear that conventional methods are no longer effective there. However, more radical solutions are unlikely to receive the Primarch's approval. Then what is your current approach, Techmarine Hades? Magos biologist Druid spread his two primary limbs, as if to demonstrate sincerity, before asking. Hades pondered for a moment. I still want to attempt replicating the obelisk you saw before. Based on the current formulas and data, a Blackstone obelisk matrix should be able to suppress or eliminate the psychic corruption clinging to Barbarus. But for now, constructing the star ring is the priority. And replicating the Blackstone obelisk, according to the records left by Magos core clan, will require a massive amount of Blackstone. Hades made sure to attribute the design to core clan. It was better than admitting it came from Xeno's origins. So, the development of Barbarus itself might be delayed. For now, the focus will remain on the star ring. Of course, if you have any suggestions, feel free to share them. If they seem viable, I will report them to the Primarch. Before he even finished speaking, Hades was certain he heard the engines within Magos biologist Druid's body roar to life. I do have a few proposals, Techmarine Hades. First, with the influx of new inhabitants to the star ring, the rapid population growth, I recommend dispersing the settlements to prevent the outbreak of plagues. This was actually Magos biologist Druid's personal stance. During debates about the star ring's development, most other Magos had pushed for densely packed cities, as they were more efficient for centralized production. And if a plague broke out, it was no issue. The occasional epidemic's impact on productivity was minor compared to the efficiency gains of centralized industry. However, Magos biologist Druid did not share that view. As a Magos specializing in analyzing Barbarus biology, he had keenly observed that the bacteria and viruses here mutated and spread more easily. Hades frowned. Lately, he had been focused on the new recruits and the functional planning of the star ring, leaving the city construction entirely in the hands of the Adeptus Mechanicus. But now, it seemed he would have to keep a closer watch on things. All right, thank you for your suggestion. I'll discuss this with the Magos in charge of construction shortly. Fortunately, large-scale construction had not yet begun, only the transportation of materials and planning was underway. Seeing Hades readily agree to his proposal, Magos biologist Druid was pleased. No matter what those other Magos had said, the final authority over the star ring's construction still rested with the Legion. Now, on to the second point. Magos biologist Druid recalled the elegant words his colleagues had used before pushing him into this conversation. Barbarus truly had no further value for excavation, and most of the Magos had long wanted to leave. Under normal circumstances, a planet like this would simply have its ecosystem destroyed and reconstructed from scratch. However, since the Death Guard held this world in such high regard, and the Magos were powerless to change that, they had shifted their approach. Rather than resist, why not go along with the situation and earn some goodwill? Perhaps, by currying favor with this seemingly influential Techmarine, they could negotiate for some of the Magos to leave ahead of schedule. After all, their assignment here had come directly from the Imperium. It wasn't easy to just walk away. Currently, the Magos stationed in the Barbarus Star Ring were a mix of two groups. Some were tech priests who had arrived with the Imperium's Great Crusade from Mars. Others had been directly transferred from nearby Forge worlds. Besides Mars, the majority of these Magos hailed from Graia, one of the nearby Forge worlds. Unlike the Martian tech priests, the Magos from Graia had little interest in maintaining strong ties with the Imperium's bureaucratic institutions. With their own Forge world so close, they had long been looking for an excuse to return home. Techmarine Hades, the Magos deeply regret Barbarus' current state. Magos biologist Druid began slowly, electronic pulses rushing through the cables in his body. That's why we are eager to see if there is anything we can do to help. As it happens, regarding the Blackstone you require. The Magos searches have identified a substantial deposit on a mining world under Graia's jurisdiction. If the Death Guard has need of it, the Magos from Graia are more than willing to supply your Legion with ample Blackstone resources. In Adeptus Mechanicus research, Blackstone was classified as a Category V mineral, essentially useless, except for decoration or as a blunt instrument for smashing things. If they could exchange a stockpile of worthless rocks for their freedom. Magos biologist Druid watched as Hades abruptly halted his steps. I am deeply grateful for the Magos' generosity in providing Blackstone. As a Techmarine of the Death Guard, I cannot thank you enough. How then, should the Death Guard repay these generous Magos from Graia? Hades looked directly at Magos biologist Druid. He had a fairly good idea of what the Muggos were angling for. But this also gave Hades an idea of his own. The Death Guard needed a deep partnership with a Forge world. They needed an alternative source of armaments, one that wasn't Mars. Hades stared unblinkingly at Muggos biologist Druid, though the Muggos, still focused on his own schemes, failed to notice Hades' train of thought. "Oh, there's no need for repayment," Muggos biologist Druid replied smoothly. "However, in order to process those minerals, some of the Muggos will need to return to Graea to obtain the necessary approvals." No, they wouldn't. Muggos biologist Druid knew full well no authorization was needed to requisition such a useless mineral. This was nothing more than an excuse to leave. Still, he did his best to make a friendly expression, extending his most human-like appendage toward Hades. "That's all there is to it. What do you think?" Hades smiled and clasped the Muggos' offered hand. Now, he just had to figure out how to establish ties with this Forge world. A Forge world, securing a partnership with one was no easy task. These tech priests, who symbolized one of the two heads of the Imperial Aquila, were often more cunning than most of the Imperium's bureaucracies. But if he could forge an alliance with a Forge world, the Death Guard's future supply of war gear would be assured. And if fortune favored them, the Death Guard might even gain temporary command over the Forge world's Titan Legion. Yes, aside from the War Master, who held direct command over Titan legions, all other Titan legions were officially under the jurisdiction of the Mechanicum's Collegia Titanica. For the Astartes legions, Titans were allies, not subordinates. A legion primarch could request deployment and assume temporary battlefield command, but that was all. During the Great Crusade, this wasn't much of a problem. But in the event of a great betrayal, who knew which side these Titan-wielding tech priests would take? Most Forge worlds maintained loose ties with Mars, so it was critical to secure one that was aligned with the Death Guard. Or, at the very least, one that remained loyal to the Legion's cause. Hades maintained an impassive expression, ensuring his tone conveyed satisfaction. "Thank you, Muggos biologist Druid. Your proposals are all excellent. By the way, regarding that batch of Blackstone from Graea, shall we discuss the details?" Lines upon lines of dense data streams flashed rapidly across the screen as Hades stared at them, unblinking. The report regarding Graea's mineral deposits had already been submitted, and the response from the tech priests was, "Wait a moment." Hades wasn't in a rush. With the Star Ring's construction alone, he was already drowning in work. Instead, he watched with amusement as the tech priests hurriedly packed up their various experimental equipment, looking as if they were about to flee. It was obvious that these Muggos were on the verge of a breakdown from dealing with Barbarus's bizarre experimental conditions. The data continued streaming. Hades blinked, refocusing on the screen. The star ring, covered in white noise interference, flickered on display. Based on his preliminary discussions with the tech priests, the Barbarus star ring would end up housing 95% of the planet's population. Manufacturing industries on the ring would continue to expand and diversify, no longer limited to their previous restricted production lines. Hades had decided to allocate some of the Legion's living resource production to the Barbarus star ring. For a fully operational industrial planet, this wasn't much. But for a thinly populated orbital habitat like the star ring, it was more than enough. Compared to Mortarian's ideal of resilient peasant warriors, Hades wanted to see if Barbarusians could receive some form of education. In most imperial planetary governance models, only a small noble elite received education. However, Barbarus had no established social classes, there was no ruling elite hoarding knowledge. Instead, there was simply no education at all. Traditionally, books and learning were exclusive to the Xenos overlords. The only knowledge humans could acquire was passed down informally between craftsmen, teaching only the bare minimum technical skills needed for survival. Ironically, Mortarion was one of the most educated members of the original Barbarus rebellion. Raised by a Xenos foster father, he had access to books, and he actually read them. But what kind of books? Well, about 80% of them were numerology and mysticism. The Death Guard Legion faced a massive deficit of educated personnel. First, regarding the Legion's recruitment worlds, the 14 Legion wouldn't always rely solely on Barbarus and Galaspar. As more recruiting worlds were added, the need for administrative personnel would skyrocket. In fact, right now, managing Barbarus and Galaspar was already stretching the Death Guard's administrative capabilities to the limit. Every capable bureaucrat in the Legion had been pulled into planetary governance, and they still couldn't cover all the positions. Galapar, in particular, had suffered a severe administrative collapse thanks to Mordorion personally hanging every single bureaucrat on the planet. The resulting gap was massive. Barbarus was initially easier to handle. It had been a collection of small villages with only 2 major settlements, both already managed by the Death Guard. No yes. But as the Star Ring cities began to rise, a functioning bureaucracy was becoming absolutely necessary. They couldn't allow the Barbarus Star Ring to devolve into a hive-world slum. Beyond just administrators, military recruits also needed higher levels of training. On Makridge, the homeworld of Robot Gilliman, the Ultramarines had established military academies. The Ultramarines' recruitment process didn't rely solely on physical prowess. They directly selected candidates from these academies. Perhaps, the Death Guard could do something similar. Hades felt that establishing military academies was absolutely necessary. It would at least ensure a stable source of trained reserves. But education wasn't something that could be implemented overnight. First, Hades needed to find educated personnel from elsewhere. Then, he had to secure learning materials. Looking at the completely uneducated populations of Barbarus and Galaspar, he fell into deep existential doubt. After much deliberation, Hades decisively went to Mordorion. We need to request a batch of educated officials from the Imperium to support the Death Guard's logistics. Mordorion stared at Hades like he had just seen a ghost. Why would we let the Imperium interfere? Hades was momentarily speechless. Because there was literally no one suitable on Barbarus or Galaspar. Hiring from neighboring star systems would probably cost them a fortune. Any educated nobles or elites already had comfortable lives. Why would they willingly come to a hellhole like Barbarus? So, Hades looked seriously at Mordorion, who had clearly been reviewing Galaspar's administrative paperwork just moments ago. Because we should be fighting wars on the front lines, not drowning in bureaucratic paperwork. Fine. Mordorion immediately set his documents aside, grabbed a sheet of paper, and began drafting a letter to the Emperor. He had long grown sick of this nonsense. Mordorion didn't fully understand why Hades was so obsessed with recruitment and education recently, but if Hades was suggesting they request resources from the Imperium, it probably wasn't a bad deal. Besides, ever since his first meeting with his pre-March brothers, Mordorion had been in a bad mood. The Emperor had promised him that he would meet brothers, kindred spirits who would understand him. Mordorion had believed that he would finally meet humans like himself. All talented. All ambitious. All like-minded. Or perhaps, deep down, he had held onto a foolish hope that there were other brothers like him, isolated, out of place among mortals, misunderstood. Just like when he had first joined the Imperium. But in reality, aside from being physically larger than mortals, Mordorion saw nothing in common between himself and his so-called brothers. And he especially couldn't understand how his newborn brother, a giant far larger than himself, dripping with excessive compassion, was supposed to have anything in common with him. The Emperor had lied to him again. Mordorion silently cursed his father. Meanwhile, Hades grinned with satisfaction as he reviewed his own letter to Malcador. Encrypted script densely covered the parchment. Hades had no clue what the Imperium's official letter-writing standards were, if such a thing even existed, but he was certain that his letter was damn well written. The opening lines were polite, a brief inquiry into Malcador's well-being, before launching into an extensive session of pleasantries. Hades really wanted to ask Malcador face-to-face. How could he have promised a batch of untouchables, and then delivered nothing but rejects? But since he had no way to confront Malcador directly, he instead put his years of internet trolling skills to use. Using a carefully worded letter, he subtly expressed his dissatisfaction with the quality of the untouchables they had received. Malcador would definitely see right through it, but Hades didn't care. His only goal was to annoy Malcador, nothing more. Then came paragraphs upon paragraphs of completely unnecessary nonsense, painting a tragic picture of the Death Guard's struggles. How Barbarus was on the verge of collapse at any second, and how Mordorion was so dedicated to purging psychers that it had become his life's purpose. At the very end, Hades politely mentioned that the Legion was in dire straits. They needed resources, they needed manpower, but most of all, They needed educated officials capable of teaching others. Just to be safe, he clearly defined the absolute minimum qualifications for these educated personnel. As a side note, he also pushed for the black ships to hurry up. If the Sisters of Silence didn't arrive soon, Hades swore he would just shove little Harila into the Death Guard's ranks. But he wasn't completely heartless. At the very top of the letter, he helpfully included a note. If you're short on time, just read the last paragraph. Then he carefully sealed the letter and handed it to the courier. Hades hoped that when Malkador read the letter, and when he saw the rejects he had sent to the Death Guard, his non-existent conscience would at least sting a little. Days later, Hades stared blankly at the batch of rejects labeled as educated personnel, once again questioning his life choices. As a final insult, Malkador had even included a personalized cipher, a glowing sigil, just for Hades. No matter how Hades looked at it, it reeked of mockery. On the other hand, Mordorion had taken a completely different approach. His letter to the Emperor was so blunt that he had almost outright insulted him. Yet, somehow, this had worked wonders. Not only did the Death Guard receive a fresh wave of supply ships from Mars, but every ship lost during the Galaspar campaign was fully replaced, along with a massive resupply of additional resources. The world truly works in a mysterious way. Hades was looking helplessly at the so-called, highly educated individuals standing before him. "My lord, I am their current representative." A plump, greasy man spoke to Hades in a flattering tone. Behind him stood a large group of people, their clothing somewhat tattered yet still unable to conceal their former splendor. Hades felt as if an anime anger mark had just popped up above his head. He had specifically put aside the supervision of the Star Ring's construction, as well as the migration and registration of Barbarus population, just to come here and welcome the people Malkador had sent him. Not long ago, the weapons and fleet funded by the Emperor from Mordorion had just arrived in port. Watching the extravagant wealth practically spill out of those transport ships, Hades couldn't help but feel a slight anticipation for Malkador. But reality proved, "Malkador, you never fail to amaze me." Looking at the shipload of people who resembled refugees fleeing from disaster, Hades found himself deeply questioning his life choices. Had he known, he would have just asked the Emperor directly. But in reality, Hades knew that the Empire's administration was largely managed by Malkador. If he had gone to the Emperor for help, chances were that the order would have ended up in Malkador's hands anyway. Hades gritted his teeth at the thought. However, Malkador had his own difficulties as well. The key departments on Terra had an enormous demand for talent. He himself never had enough people. Why would he send valuable personnel to a relatively remote planet? Not even a Primarch's homeworld was an exception. Thus, Malkador decisively issued an edict to the Segmentum Tempestus, where Barbarus was located, ordering the collection of noble offspring with criminal records from various planets. And so, Hades received a group of so-called educated individuals who had either lost political struggles at home, been convicted of dereliction of duty, or were about to be executed for corruption and bribery. At least they were literate and had received higher education, technically. Hades cursed Malkador in his heart once again. This was bureaucracy taken to a whole new level. The middle-aged man standing in front of Hades, seeing that the legionary commander was ignoring him, remained unperturbed. With a practiced smile, he stood respectfully by Hades' side, waiting, and bade us. His name was Fuller. Originally, he had been a high-ranking official in a hive city, rising to his position under the protection of a powerful noble family. But when his patrons needed a scapegoat for execution, Fuller was the one they sacrificed. Fuller didn't resent them. From the moment he had been taken under their wing, he had known his fate was sealed. So he never saved too much money, spent lavishly, never started a family. He had lived without regrets, knowing he would end up in prison eventually. What he hadn't expected was that a few words from the true rulers of the uppermost echelons had led to him being dragged roughly out of prison by guards and thrown onto a ship bound for Barbarus. Well, at least he got to live a little longer. However, the lord standing before him now seemed quite irritated. Fuller could tell this man was not pleased about receiving a group of fallen nobles. Most likely, this lord had been quietly taken advantage of by those above him. And worse yet, he had no way to protest. He could only swallow the loss in silence. Fuller tried to make himself appear less offensive and sighed inwardly. As the temporary leader of this group, randomly chosen by those in power, he was probably going to suffer for it. He had caught glimpses of these Legion officers before, short-tempered, to say the least. And they certainly didn't see ordinary mortals like him as worth their attention. However, after a brief moment of stiffness, the imposing figure in front of him spoke in a voice devoid of clear emotion. "Your name?" "Fuller, my lord." "My name is Fuller." Hades paused, suppressing his rising urge to kill Malcador. "All right, Fuller. Tell me where you people came from." Fuller was taken aback. A lord who actually asked questions rationally without immediately venting his anger? That was rare. The few strands of hair he had left swayed slightly as he hastily began explaining everything he knew. "My lord, most of us come from noble families within the Segmentum Tempestus. We are all High Gothic speakers and were convicted for various reasons. But now we have been assigned to serve under you." "Great. And all of them were criminals." Hades now fully understood Malcador's scheme. He decided to take back the sympathy he had felt for Malcador when Mordorion had confronted him on Mars. Education was crucial, but sending a group of corrupt individuals. Hades could feel his anger bubbling up again. "Guilty?" His low voice rippled through the air like a death knell. The slight rustling and murmuring among the crowd instantly fell silent, as if they had all been buried alive. "Why, yes, my lord," Fuller stammered. The sudden burst of killing intent from Hades made Fuller's knees go weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His reaction snapped the rest of the group out of their stunned state. Overwhelmed by fear, they too fell to their knees like a wave crashing down. But instead of satisfaction, Hades just felt exasperated. It wasn't even really their fault. "Huh. Malcador, you son of a..." Even if they were criminals, Hades couldn't just execute all of them. He still needed manpower. But first, he would have to filter out the truly useless ones and put the rest under strict supervision. "Do not kneel." A clear, childish voice cut through the silence. Hades sighed, already knowing who it was before turning his head. Sure enough, little Harila. Thanks to the Death Guard's ample food rations and Jin's deliberate efforts to separate the siblings, young Harila's null field had rapidly strengthened in recent days. She had even instinctively developed the stealth ability unique to untouchables. Noticing that Harila had suddenly become much harder to track down, Jin had quickly reported the anomaly to Hades. Hades observed the girl. If he remembered correctly, stealth was an advanced skill usually possessed only by the most elite Sisters of Silence. Realizing that Harila's anti-psyker field had already reached an impressive level, Hades had made a swift decision. He would personally look after the child. Of course, in true Death Guard fashion, that still meant free-range parenting. Just put a tracking marker on the little girl and tell little Harila where she is allowed to go. If she exceeds the designated area, an alarm will automatically go off. And if little Harila gets into trouble, she can find Hades. The rather quiet Had was content to stay in the archives and study, while little Harila, who didn't like reading, often got bored and came to bother him from time to time. Hades scratched his chin. He suddenly realized that no one had ever taught little Harila that children shouldn't speak when adults are handling business. The native-born Barbarus girl clearly didn't understand these noble customs. She simply relied on her experience growing up on Barbarus, knowing at least that she shouldn't kneel. Speaking of which, could it be that other Barbarus children were at the same level as her? Hades took a sharp breath. He suddenly realized that this was probably true. The Barbarus-born Death Guards had all been trained in military discipline by Mordorion back in the day, but in daily life, the small villages never had such rules. Everyone just lived in a chaotic mess, and those from the strongholds might seem a little more disciplined. But only seem a little more disciplined. Little Harila. Hades opened a private communication channel and spoke seriously. When people are handling business, you are not allowed to interrupt. You are not allowed to speak without permission. Oh, sorry. Little Harila instantly shrank back. Realizing her mistake, she activated stealth mode, covered her mouth with one hand, and obediently stood beside Hades. Meanwhile, Fuller continued kneeling, trembling, not knowing what was happening. In his view, a little girl had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and then vanished just as suddenly. It was terrifying. Was she a ghost? Fuller trembled all over, his belly shaking with fear. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of ghosts. His fear made him instinctively ignore the fact that Hades' aura had already softened. "Get up." Hades sighed silently. "Now, line up properly. Each of you, go over there and register. Write down your name, age, home planet, and either your crimes or how you ended up here. Write it clearly. If anyone lies about their past..." Hades didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he watched with satisfaction as the group trembled and rushed to get in line. In Hades' temporary office, countless papers and folders crammed the bookshelves, while 2 or 3 white lamps diligently provided illumination. At the simple meeting table, little Harila was holding a literacy book, gnawing away at it, one that her younger brother had picked for her. A massive, pitch-black scythe was placed beside the office desk. Hades sat at his desk, tapping the table restlessly as he reviewed the statistics. These politicians are not all that bad. To his surprise, most of these fallen nobles had simply lost in political struggles. Rather than executing them, their rivals clearly found it far more satisfying to watch them toil in the dirt on some foreign planet. Of course, some had actually committed crimes. Hades glanced over the records: neglect of duty, embezzlement and bribery, failure to pay taxes on time. Might as well keep them around for now. There was literally no one else at the moment. They could at least teach the children some basic literacy, but there was no way he'd rely on these people for moral guidance. He needed to assign a few grave wardens to keep an eye on them. As for the Death Guard itself, he'd have to recruit people from elsewhere. But how exactly to go about recruiting? The mere thought gave Hades a headache. He leaned back in his chair in frustration, covering his face with the documents. Reading about Warhammer in the past, he had thought it was all about war. Now that he was in Warhammer, he realized it was all about logistics. The legions Astartes were just a small fraction of the whole. Behind them was a vast support network of mortal workers and the Adeptus Mechanicus. Hades suddenly understood the importance of Robot Guilliman. The Imperium would absolutely collapse without him. Maybe he should try to befriend the Ultramarines and see if he could pick up some logistic techniques from them. Then again, right now, Robot Guilliman's reputation among his brothers wasn't exactly stellar. A cunning politician. A man who wages war with an abacus. It's not like he could just walk up to the Ultramarines and start asking for help. They'd probably be baffled. No, Hades. You need to be self-sufficient. He suddenly sat up straight in his chair and began drafting a recruitment decree for administrative personnel. As he wrote, he felt like crying. Why the hell didn't he just get reincarnated on Macridge? Instead, he was stuck in this poisonous, hellish wasteland of Barbarus. Those lucky bastards who woke up as Guilliman's sons or sanguineous heirs in their new lives. What did they do in their past lives, save Terra itself? If he were on Macridge, he'd be stationed on some comfortable world among the 500 worlds of Ultramar, taking it easy. He'd have a superior officer who understood basic human decency, who communicated clearly, and who actually planned for the future of his subordinates. Why the hell did he end up on Barbarus? Macridge, his unseen homeland. Of course, complaints aside, Hades wasn't about to paint his armor blue and run off joyfully. He still had work to do. For now, the progress of the Death Guard's various projects was looking good. The first phase of infrastructure development in the Barbarus orbital ring was nearing completion, and the people of Barbarus could soon move in. On the planet itself, scattered farmland had been consolidated and reorganized, with massive agricultural machines from the Adeptus Mechanicus roaring across the fields. Only the necessary workforce remained in human settlements to maintain agricultural production. Meanwhile, far away in Galathpar, through the tireless efforts of Garo, Vorks, and other Death Guards, the place had finally been cleaned up. As a hive world system with solid planetary defenses, Galathpar still held immense potential, despite Mordorion having outright obliterated its original productivity. Compared to the Barbarus system, Galathpar was filthy rich. A massive population, assembly lines that just needed some repairs to be operational again, and 2 already mined industrial planets. And then there was Barbarus. To be honest, Barbarus is only notable because it produced a pre-March like Mordorion. Otherwise, the planet itself has absolutely nothing. It's completely barren and impoverished. Meanwhile, the environmental reconstruction of Galathpar is underway. Massive ships hover over the polluted plains, beginning the process of rebuilding the local ecosystem. Once the plane's biosphere is restored, the Death Guard will be able to establish additional structures there. Hades plans to set up military academies in the region. As for the original Hive cities, following discussions between Hades, Mortarion, and the Mechanicum Magos, reconstruction has begun. The population is being relocated to the upper and mid-hive levels, while the underhive is being converted into numerous industrial zones. Gallispar's industrial production has already started looking for potential trade partners in nearby star systems, preparing for future commercial exchanges. Of course, most of the affairs in the Gallipar system are managed by Mortarion, Garo, and Vorx, while Hades is primarily responsible for Barbarus development and negotiations with the Mechanicum. Even though Mortarion genuinely despises administrative work, that doesn't mean he can't do it. In the harsh reality of governance, everyone gets dragged into bureaucracy. Hades once again strengthened his resolve to establish good relations with the Ultramarines. Too bad they couldn't just hand over some personnel to help the Death Guard out. A transmission interrupted Hades' writing. He looked up, a message from the Mechanicum. Magos biologist Druid methodically informed him that he could now dispatch some personnel to oversee the transport of Blackstone. Usually, there weren't any issues with shipping this kind of material. Besides, the route from Barbarus to Graea was clear and safe. The Mechanicum likely just wanted the Death Guard to send some representatives to monitor the Blackstone's collection and transport, reassuring the Astartes overseeing the operation. Hades blinked. He'd send a few veterans, along with some promising new recruits for field experience. These recruits had been training for a while now, and with Barbarus still quite busy, most veterans already had their hands full. It was just a routine trip. With Mechanicum escorts, there shouldn't be any issues. After a moment's thought, Hades opened his comms and prepared to call in the veterans and a handful of new blood. Plus, Graea, 106 Mining World. The Magos has issued a new directive. Team 3 is to abandon its current excavation and instead focus on mining the Blackstone deposits in the hills. A tech priest relayed the order to his colleague. His deep red robe draped over his mechanical frame, the emblem of a half-rising sun with white cogs emblazoned on the fabric. Unlike the crimson of Mars, this deeper shade of red and the sun gear sigil were distinctive marks of Graea. His colleague responded with a burst of binary cant, a stream of electronic wisdom. What is the required mineral yield? The Magos merely stated, as much as possible. Complete extraction is acceptable. An unusual order. The tech priest hesitated momentarily before pulling up recent geological activity records. Perhaps we can plant explosives at these points and leverage seismic activity to expose the deeper Blackstone deposits. Blackstone, unlike most ores encountered by the tech priests, required no purification. The deposits here were of exceptionally high purity, ready for immediate use. However, previous surveys had indicated that the majority of the deposits lay deep underground. Large-scale excavation would be cumbersome at the moment, as heavy mining equipment wasn't deployed in this sector. A more efficient solution would be to blast away the upper 2 layers of rock. Good idea. His colleague approved of the plan enthusiastically, and the team immediately began deploying servitors to place the charges.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.